Next weekend marks a very special weekend, the century edition of the 24 Hours of Spa. This weekend, the eyes of the virtual world turn to round 2 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports and the 4th running of the 24 Hours of Spa Virtual. Welcome along to GT World and to the SRO Motorsports Twitch channel for all of the action. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Luke Crane to walk you through the first couple of hours. And Luke, this is a blockbuster event. Over the last couple of years, drivers have taken to this race like no other. Twice around the clock, through the Ardennes, through the challenges of changing conditions. And the last 2 years, it's been the Mercedes-AMG Unicorns of Love team coming out on top. There's been a changing of the guard, though, in the last 12 months, and we return to Spa-Francorchamps with plenty of excitement after the first round a couple of weeks ago at Suzuka showed plenty of strong competition.
Yeah, 100%. The Spa 24 is one of the biggest races, not just in sim racing, but in motorsport in general. It's a massive, massive race, and of course, it's a huge challenge. It's the first of 2 24-hour races this season. They're going to be heading to Germany later on this season as well. So, yeah, this is a massive, massive challenge, and there's a slight couple of changes from what we've had previously as well.
And we'll talk more about, talk plenty through the course of the race about everything that these drivers have been focused on in that championship hunt. If you're just joining us, though, in terms of the championship itself, you missed the first round a couple of weeks ago at Suzuka. Let's catch you up with some of the highlights of all the great racing from the land of the rising sun. And what an interesting race we had once we got it underway with the Mercedes-AMG Esports team MSI coming out on top in the Pro class and CRT Pro in the Silver class in their Aston Martin. And Luke, when we look at the Pro points, talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing. Of course, it's not just race points that play out as well, but qualifying as well.
Yeah, of course. It was a clean sweep, though, for Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI. 5 points in qualifying and then 35 points in race 1, as it says there. Of course, the points are a little bit different today. It's 1.5 times 1.5, so they're going to be earning a bit more. But then we had the Scuderia Ferrari Esports Team. They managed to get themselves second spot, but they also managed to get themselves second in qualifying, so they effectively got the best second prize, if you like. Veloce, though, they were very good in the race. So in qualifying, as you can see, they got 0 points, but in the race, they dragged themselves up into a podium finish. So yeah, they very much do seem to have the race pace, and qualifying for today's race has very much chopped and changed that around. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that works out. We had a little bit further down, and the last team out there, Monterio, they managed to get themselves that 1 point, moving a little bit further up. Coach Dave Academy and Firefly Esports bringing up the rear. We look then at the silver standings in CRT Pro. They looked incredible last time out, and I'm sure that they will be at the sharp end come the end of today as well. But both championships are very hotly contested.
Yeah, and remember, in the silver class, there's qualifying points up for grabs if they mix it up with the pros. They have to do that on track itself as well. There is plenty for them to be trying to fight for over 24 hours in terms of track position with, again, in the Ardennes, changing conditions to potentially think about. Let's talk about some of the entries, though. Qualifying has already come to a close yesterday. We know who's going to start this race from pole position. Who are some of the big names to think about? Well, you look at the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, Dara McCormack, they'll be on pole position. McCormack setting the time in Super Pole. I think the Team MSI, they're the drivers that have won this race 2 years in a row, albeit with a slightly different team name this year around. Luke, who's really standing out for you, though, especially in this silver class?
Yeah, in the silver class CRT Pro, they've just looked absolutely outstanding. But today, we've got the number 7, 11. Those are the teams to watch out for. They've qualified overall 5th. On the grid. So yeah, not only are they mixing it at the top end of the silver class, but they're mixing it with the big boys as well in the Pro Series. So that is a Veloce Academy, which you expect. Veloce, a synonymous with ACC Esports, whether it be an academy team or their main team. But yeah, they're going to be right up the sharp end, and that might even help their main team, because they are both going to start just ahead, well, third for the Veloce team, and then it's going to be fifth for the Veloce Academy. So they're going to be right in front of each other or behind each other, whichever car you're in.
You mentioned as well, Luke, that this season in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports campaign, we have not one but two 24-hour races. We'll be headed to the Nürburgring Nordschleife later on this year. And of course, you know, this has historically been the longest of the laps on the season, no longer. But let's take a look on board with our pole lap from yesterday with Dara McCormack and Luke. Talk us through this immense lap, a 2:15.212 to put Williams on pole.
100%. We're on board then with Dara McCormack. He's going to take us across the start-finish line. And yes, I'm going to have to apologise already, because we're going to have some old corner names here. We're heading then through La Source, which is turn number 1. Got to get those right wheels just in beside of that corner and use the camber of the corner. And that's all about getting the power down as early as possible, because if you don't, you're going to lose time all the way up towards Les Combes. We're heading up towards Radion and Eau Rouge. Again, just sweeping it over the curb on the left-hand side there, and just turning in. It's basically on instinct there, realistically. There's no real turn-in point. There's no real reference. You've got to turn in on instinct and then hope, because it's blind over the top of the crest, that you hook up the curb on the exit and you're not running too far over and validating your lap. Now we're coming along the Camel Straight. It is all uphill here. It doesn't look like it so much on television when you're watching a race or even on the sim, but I can assure you it is all uphill. Through Les Combes, a nice complex of corners, a chicane here. You can use lots of curb on the exit, and now we're heading down towards Bruxelles. Hooking up the curb there, nice diamond apex. So again, what you're trying to do is hit the apex early, run up nice and wide, and then maintain as much speed as you possibly can. As we now head through No Name. These have all got new names these days, but this is what I like to call them. Using a lot of curb on the exit there, you can run all 4 wheels over the white line. Now down towards Pouhon, which is one of the most satisfying corners, according to a 3-time Formula 1 world champion in the world of motorsport, Pouhon being his favourite turn, as we head now down into the most technical part of this track. Downhill braking, and now we're shifting down into third. A few drivers may even use second later on when they've not quite got the grip, but as you can see, third being used right now. And that's all about the double right-hander heading down on towards the run towards Blanchimont and to that bus stop chicane. This is where you can lose so much time. You can also invalidate by running too far wide on the exit, keeping 2 wheels there within the white lines, and now it is pedal to the metal all the way down towards Blanchimont. It is flat out all the way down here in qualifying trim. Might be a little bit of a lift off when it comes to race and full fuel. Opening up Blanchimont then as far right as you possibly go, through the apex, then heading down towards the bus stop chicane. And throughout this race, it's going to be very difficult to find your braking point there, because the shadows will change. Obviously, you're not looking for a shadow as your braking point, but there is a white line there that can help you. Through the bus stop chicane, we will come and across the line, and that will be your pole time. It was actually set twice. It was set by 2 different teams, but Dara McCormack managed to get it, and it was a 2:15.212.
Margins in that Super Pole qualifying session were so fine, as you'd expect to see at this level of competition. And what a lap that was. You saw just how smooth and controlled it was. There were a couple of penalties applied after qualifying to the grid formation. Low Fuel Motorsports and the Restec Reparto Corsa machines, both with 10-place grid penalties. Veloce Vex had a qualifying ban. They did not participate in qualifying itself, and they'll be starting down the very tail end. One team does have a 30-second time penalty. That is the Drive Just Boys and Sim Magic crew. 30 seconds to be served in the opening stint of the race. That, though, very much takes us moments away from the starting grid. And Luke, 2 trips around the clock, 24 hours of racing. And the wild thing about Assetto Corsa Competizione as well, for those that maybe do not participate and race on the sim, the weather system, you know, we're here in the Ardennes, we expect rain. Drivers will get about a 30 minutes heads up notice that the rain is coming, and then they'll have to start making their decisions about whether they want to start adjusting their strategies. And a strategy that's going to see probably a driver change every hour until the checkered flag.
Yeah, they get a kind of a slight warning, 30 minutes, but that can then change as well. So that can be increased. It could also end up being decreased as well. So it might not rain at all. It's quite crazy how things can play out. But they get a general idea of what is about to happen. And that is a 24-hour race. It really is as simple as that. Like, you've got to be ready for anything that this race will throw at you. Spa is not just about being the fastest team out there on circuit. It is about dealing with what is thrown at you. Expect every car to have something go wrong during this race. And basically, if you can avoid having any extra pit stops, you're going to put yourself in a great spot to win this race.
Yeah, remember, Mercedes-AMG Team Unicorns of Love, the two-time winners in 2022 and 2023. Back in 2021, it was the Ferrari Drivers Academy esports team that won in the edition of the race that was part of the SRO Esports Europe Championship, when the drivers were a bit more separated out by regions. Going to the silver class just very randomly, just to talk about some of the past there. FFS Racing winners in 2022, Racing Point winners in 2023, both in Aston Martins. I'd be curious to see if maybe one of the new Ford Mustang GT3s can try and compete up towards the very front. We saw one of them finish on the podium at Suzuka in the hands of ST Racing Esports. That's a look, though, down at the run in towards Eau Rouge and Radion that will greet the drivers on the first lap. There'll be 2x2, 43 cars strong, and getting ready to go. Oh, Luke, I'm feeling tense. How do you think the drivers are feeling? The engineers as well. Let's not forget, a lot of these teams, there's operations behind the scenes that keep them running.
Yeah, the first driver, of course, is going to be very nervous. And you know what? From my experience, I tend to get nervous watching my first driver get in a car because I don't want them to make a mistake. But I'll let you take us through the grid here, Arjuna.
It's the Mercedes on the front row, Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, and the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT by RW, plenty of acronyms in that name. And then you go back to find McLaren Veloce, who previous champions in the series, are alongside the Automobile Lamborghini Esports team. And then the first of the silver cars. Watch for Veloce Academy, who were flying yesterday in qualifying. They'll be alongside the Mercedes-AMG Esports team MSI. Watch for that with the drivers that have won this race the last 2 years. And then back to find Renvelten Esports alongside the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. What can they do from back on the edge of the top 10? It'll be ITB Racing alongside of Brabham Esports in the McLaren and the Ferraris, the pink and the blue and white, before you then find the first of the BMWs. What can the BMW M Team BS Plus competition do with the Ford Mustang GT3 of ST Racing Esports alongside? Geniuses Esports by Geniuses Risk and Axel Esports line up alongside one another, with Visceral Esports by Aztec Simsport, BF Racing Esport and ST Racing Esport, and the ATS Corsa Esports team making up the majority of the mid-pack in the top 20 or so. Zoom Racing, Armentario, and Restec Repardo Corsa Esports line up behind Rajolio Esports, with the 255 competition team, the Gladius competition, a swarm of Aston Martins in the mid-top 20s. Team Nitro, Restec Repardo Corsa in the second of the Ford Mustangs, 25th for them, with Vincenzo Sospiri Racing, the second of the Visceral Racing by Aztec Esports entries. This time a Lamborghini down in 27th, with another one of our Brabham Esports cars, this time an Audi lining up on the outside of row 14. Absolute Restec by Astlith, another one of their entries, this time a Porsche back in 29th, with the Drive Just Boys Sim Magic team that has the 32nd drive through penalty to serve in the first stint, down in 30th position. CRT Pro, winners at Suzuka, some work to do from 31st for them, with Firefly Esports, ERE Race Esports team, the Williams Esports Academy, Geniuses Esports, JP Motorsports, Geniuses Esports Academy, and then Alpha Venturi, Absolute Restec, RNL Roar, Low Fuel Motorsports, Mertel Motorsport, and Veloce Vex. 43 GT3 machines lined up and ready to do battle. We've got weather to play its part. BOP, something that I've already seen a bit of conversation going on about in the respective YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Oh, Luke, right on the precipice of going green flag racing once again. The drivers get ready for their formation lap. One final chance to build up some temperature into their tires before we go racing.
Yeah, a couple of points to make here. Of course, we had some of the biggest penalties I've ever seen in this series in round number one, and it was a 3-hour race, so you can imagine that's going to be crazy during this one, unless all of the teams have learnt from their mistakes. And the second one is the silver teams. This is a massive shop window for them. I look at the pro, or I should say qualifying. It's not just the pro teams that are in the top 5 for qualifying. 4 drivers out of the top 5 teams were in the silver category last year. So a big opportunity for the silver classes to showcase their skill set.
And that's what the silver class is meant to be about. The pro drivers are elected in a lot of ways by the organizers, and from there the teams qualify their way in with the drivers that are then eligible. And so, you know, I look at the record for Team Racing Point last year, where outside of the opening round of the IGTC Championship, which they did not finish, 3 wins and a 5th place on their way to the Silver Class Championship. It's all about making sure that we continue just to find the next generation of talents, much like in the world of real motorsports they'll do as well. I'll drop off the jacks and get ready to go for this long formation lap. And Luke, one thing that I always find quite interesting in the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione is that, you know, it is single stints for the drivers. They'll do the maximum of the 65 minutes they're allowed on track, come down into pit lane, and then switch over. On some other platforms, sometimes we will often see drivers doing double stints, maybe triple or quad stints as well. But here it's a bit more, it seems, of a sprint mentality for the roster of the drivers.
Yeah, it really is. That's something that I wasn't accustomed to coming from endurance racing on other platforms myself. Yeah, where you're used to doing maybe 2, 3, sometimes even 4 hours on your own. But yeah, again, I can't really relate to the top level of sim races, I guess. So my experience is probably null and void at this point. But yeah, it's a strange one, but it seems to be the way to go because every team does indeed do it. I'm sure there will be a couple of teams that have to try it. There may even be issues, which is something we haven't discussed. There might be technical issues with teams as well, where they're forced to set drivers up for a couple of hours, and anything can happen in the 24-hour race. It's more of an experience than a race.
Yes, to finish first, you must finish this race. It is just as simple as that. Yeah, let's not talk about finishing sentences in the commentary booth. That's the first thing a commentator's meant to do, but let's be honest, we struggle at the best of times. 24 hours, top of the clock, let's not forget. Dynamic day-night cycle here in Assetto Corsa Competizione means the drivers will be using their headlights once we start to head into those nighttime hours, which will not be too far away with the virtual standard time in sim at 4:06 p.m. as it stands right now. Front row is going to see Dara McCormack lead the way in that Mercedes for Williams Esports after the flying lap in qualifying. I'm going to be very, very interested, though, to see how aggressive teams and drivers want to be in the early stages. Note some of the pro drivers maybe slightly out of position, Luke, to relative to where they would want to be. The likes of Jordan Sherritt in the Aston Martin on the left side score down in 22nd right now. See all the silver cars in front of him that will be robbing him of some championship points.
Yeah, 100%. That's not ideal for a pro driver, but that's not the silver driver's problem. The Veloce Academy team aren't going to care one iota for that, so they're just going to be all good. Yeah, I'll take points away, no dramas. Something I do want to add, Dara McCormack, Dominic Blyer, they are actively competing on Rennsport at the moment in the ESLR1. They did last night. So does that take their focus away from this race a little bit? Obviously, from qualifying, it doesn't look like that's the case because Dara has gone up onto pole position, but you have to factor that in, whereas the other big teams around them are all focused on this at the moment. So yeah, we definitely have to be looking at that as the 24 hours does indeed elapse.
It's a very good point because, especially in an endurance race where you want to settle into your rhythm and understanding all the nuances of making the most from the car so your teammates are in a good spot, there may be a couple of things that you are not as familiar with if you've not been doing as much practice. We often talk about how many hours of practice these drivers are able to put in with no cost restrictions around tire sets, crash damage, and rental costs for tracks as well at the end of the day. Slow formation lap, yes, but they'll start to build up 2 by 2, and away we will get towards the bus stop and then ready to rumble. Field in control, of course, of Dara McCormack alongside of the Mercedes AMG Esports team, HRT by RW. Plenty of acronyms thrown into that name, that is for sure. Luke, it's maybe not fair to ask for predictions. We've got a whole crew of commentators and producers behind the scenes that will walk us through the 24 hours. Only you and I are here at the very start. But I think we should throw something out into the wild, and I'll go first so you get a little bit more time to think. I'm going to come out and say that for the third straight year, the drivers that are in that Mercedes AMG Esports team MSI car will come out on top. Do you think I'm crazy?
No, because I'm going for the number 86 as well. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think experience is going to play a massive part of this. I don't think qualifying is a big deal. As long as you're somewhere sort of handy in the top 10 and you keep yourself out of trouble for the first couple of laps, you are golden. Right, guys, I'm watching YouTube. I'm assuming our junior's watching Twitch. Let us know, where you're watching from around the world and who you are indeed supporting. So get yourselves involved in the chat right now. We're about to go green for the 24 hours of Spa.
I mean, Luke and I agree on something. That is not often, so clearly it's a pick based on some logic, but we're about to find out. Are you tense? I'm sure the teams, the drivers, and everyone behind the scenes are. It is ready now to rumble. The second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship. And for the first time this year, we've got not one, but two 24-hour races. We'll head to the Nordschleife, to the Green Hell later on this year to see what will happen twice around the clock there. This race pays out 1.5 times the regular amount of points. It's a chance for consistent teams to continue building up for their championship hunt. Plenty of racing, yes, left after this, but the 24 hours ahead, that is all these drivers are focused on. 43 GT3 machines, the best sim racing teams from around the world. They've descended to the Ardennes a week before the running of the 24 hours of Spa in the real world. The esports world takes center stage. Dara McCormack's put it on pole for the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports. What can they do from the front? Defending champions in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship. Green flag flies, and we're racing for the 24 hours of Spa in its esports edition. Up through Radion, they'll climb for the first time and already slightly off the track for that second place Mercedes-AMG HRT by RW machine. 3 wide almost for 5th position, but up front the challenge for the lead as they come up and flying past the Kemmel Straight. Where does the McLaren Veloce car sit? It slides back into line, challenges for second, but a tidy start through all 43 GT3 machines sees them get to the top of the track and descend out through Le Combe with no major drama through the field except at the very back.
Yeah, lots of cars facing the wrong way there. We'll dissect as to exactly who that is a little bit later on. But it's a fantastic start, though, from Williams. It's a really good start from MSI. They've gained 2 positions from 7th on the grid. Veloce, I thought they were going to send it there up into the lead of the race. They decided against it, which was probably the best idea. The biggest losers really are Veloce Academy, but it's only 1 position at this stage of the race. It's not going to make too much of a difference. It's 3 wide as we go further back down towards Pouhon. It's very tough to go through there, a single file, let alone 3 wide. Are we going to get everyone come through? We're absolutely not. And well, that is a little T-Bone's going to get away with it, but with a loss of about 6 positions, and Nakib is not going to be too happy with that. But yeah, that is the consequence of going 3 wide through Pouhon. It's just not advised.
And he's gone from 14th to 22nd through that middle sector. How crazy things can change around. I'm still trying to figure out who all was involved in that opening lap skirmish at the top of the hill at Radion, but you can see at the top of the field they've stretched out single file for the time being. Bastian Richter and the Ren Velten, number 72, sits in 7th, directly behind the silver leading machine, the Veloce Academy car, after its great effort in qualifying. But as we come out of the final corner, leading at the end of the opening lap, it is going to be Dara McCormack, still at Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports machine. It is McLaren Veloce that take advantage to pass the Team HRT by RW machine, and your Automobili Lamborghini Esports team hold on to that 4th position with defending race winners sliding into 5th. Looking off the back of McCormack as out through La Source, they fly for the very first time. Top 10 or so, split by just under 6 seconds.
Yeah, very good start then from Williams, and yeah, Boothby did manage to get himself up into 2nd spot, which is massive. As we saw from a few weeks ago when we were at Suzuka, the front 2 kind of just got away, and especially the leader. And ultimately, it was from the start of the race to the flag at the end, it was led by MSI. As we see a potential move then running down towards Lace-Com. I tell you what, it's nicely done there. So Boothby does take the lead of this race. I'm not sure Dara was going to defend that too aggressively, considering there is 23 hours, 57 minutes left to go.
Goes back to mindset, and I think we got a clear indication that long game being played, 65 minutes. That's the maximum you are allowed to be out on track without coming back down onto pit lane. You will get a penalty if you go a bit too long. Something to keep in mind, given that the laps here are so long. If you risk it, you fly too close to the sun. We've seen it in the last handful of years. Teams, big teams as well, have ratcheted up those penalties. There's the look on board with Lars Kisser, now sitting in 3rd. I'm going to be very interested to see how the pace of that McLaren now pulls away maybe at the front. Will McCormack and Kisser and their pair of Mercedes-AMG GT3 machines be able to tuck in behind? We do have 4 different manufacturers currently up inside of the top 7, 5 in the top 10. It's always a hot button topic, is it Luke BOP, but at least based on qualifying at the start, we do have a healthy mix up towards the front.
Yeah, I tend to just stay away from BOP because it just opens up to bricks being thrown from a window, so I'm not going to discuss it. But yeah, it looks like the McLaren's very good at the start of a stint on heavy fuel. It was a breeze to get into the lead, really, not had to put too much effort into that. I say that very loosely. Of course, it's been to overtake Dara McCormack, it's not always easy. But yeah, George Boothby does lead the way. Watch out for Ayamulo, who is very close here. Might be looking for a little nibble for P3. Camera moves away, unfortunately. I don't think Lars Kisser, though, did succumb to that. No, he did not. And actually, the front 4 have just closed up ever so slightly. But yeah, at the end of lap number 2, it is George Boothby with the fastest lap of the race as well. He leads the way. Dara McCormack now in second, Lars Kisser in third, Ayamulo in fourth, and then Tobias Gronewold holds on to that top 5.
See a question in our chat about the Ford Mustang being added to the platform on Assetto Corsa Competizione. That happened, well, not that long ago. It was, what, May 7th or so that the car was officially released for everybody. And I've got to say, it's great to have another GT3 car just continuing to add to the roster available here for the platform, as much as it does maybe create more of a compound effect for those having to do the BOP. Like Luke says, though, I try and stay as far away from those discussions and those processes as possible. A bit more of separation building at the top of Lecom for the third time now, as they just continue to try and settle into the rhythm right now. I'm seeing the 52 machine, that second place silver car, with plenty of pro machines behind. That's Brabham Esports and their Ferrari. The 223 is then placed in third in the silver class. That's the, I believe, Genesis Esports by Genesis Risk. I hope I've said that one correctly. I was saying geniuses, but they are geniuses for the strategy they've been running so far. See how it plays out for them. I want to go back to something that you said, though, Luke. Max Verstappen, Puon, is it really his favorite corner in all of global motorsports?
Yeah, so we asked him this week, actually. Someone asked him, apart from Radion and Rouge, what's the most satisfying corner in Formula 1? And he said, Puon. So there you go. Fact.
I mean, it doesn't come from a much more authoritative source than that, does it? I mean, he's experienced most of the corners at speeds that most of us can only go and do on a sim, right? So...
Yeah, he's an okay race driver. He's got a good future, I think, but he's all right.
He's got a good future in the sim world if he ever wants to come and fully commit to us. That is the truth. Grantis Caracas, we saw him there in that Scuderia Ferrari Esports car. There's 3 Ferraris inside of the top 10 right now. Luke, see a question in the YouTube chat. Can the commentators explain why the drivers can or can't double stint? I don't think it's really about why they can or can't. It's more about the benefits that they get from single stinting, isn't it?
Yeah, so in the real world of motorsport, it's not so much of a sprint each stint, whereas in sim racing, because of the sheer amount of laps they can do in terms of practice, like you can just on a Monday morning wake up and go, yeah, I want to do a couple of 100 laps at Spa, and then on Tuesday you can be in Japan at Suzuka, and then on Wednesday you could end up somewhere else, right? So because of the sheer number of laps, there is so little between the drivers in terms of raw pace and lap time pace over the course of an hour. So it's beneficial for them to just do 1 hour, concentrate as if it's a sprint race 1 hour, and then another driver get in. Of course, we will see drivers double stint. They can double stint. It's not a case of that all they have to do is make sure they come across the pit lane, as we are about to see a potential move here from that Lamborghini Esports team down towards Lace. Come round the outside. It's going to be done. It's beautifully done, actually. Lars Kisser will drop a position, and Ayamulo moves up into a top 3. But yeah, that's basically the idea behind it, because they are running at 101%, if you like. It is like qualifying for these drivers each and every lap because of the sheer amount of practice. They are so precise. Whereas in real world motorsport, they turn up for a race weekend, they get like an hour session they can maybe practice, just hypothetically. Obviously, I know different series have different times, but it's just so much more limited, so it's much more difficult to be as precise. That's kind of the idea behind it.
And, it's why I looked at the entry list when I was preparing for this event, Luke, and because you can do this race with both 3 and 4 drivers, I always look at where they go. The move has been made by Rinvelton Esports, by the way, to get past the Veloce Academy machine. The McLaren with Fleischer behind the wheel slots back in, and next up will be Grantis Caracas, the next pro car, to try and make a crack at trying to make his way on forward. But there are a handful of teams attempting this as a 3-driver outfit, although the majority have elected to go 4. I think partly going back to Luke's point about this being a sprint race, these sprint stints are quite intense. I don't want to maybe let the mental pressure pile up on the drivers for too long by any means. We're almost, 10 minutes done in this race. By no means is the time going to fly by for the drivers, but the laps will tick on away, and former Guitar Hero world champion George Boothby going to exit out of the final corner and lead at the end of lap number 3. You can see, though, Lamborghini starting to close back up to those top 2. McCormack holding strong with Boothby up front. Not necessarily seeing anyone really show how strong they can be. Boothby 2:16.782 last time by, his fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, seems to have struck a chord with that car for sure. Out in the lead there by 0.3 of a second to McCormack in second. Ayamulo now into third. It's a lovely move by Ayamulo. Again, I'm not sure Lars Kisser really defended it too crazily at this stage of the race. Yeah, back to the conversation about 3 or 4 drivers. I think it will also be a big conversation as to availability. So, as we see, potentially about to see a move here for P19. We're on board with the BMW, which is 18th spot. That's ATS Corsa Esports team. Under some severe pressure then from the Visceral Esports by Aztec Lamborghini. Now we've got Ferrari trying to make a move here as well. We see a lovely side-by-side action from the rear wing of the ATS Corsa team down in towards Lacecom. They're going to be safe. The BMW is going to be safe, but the Ferrari is going to come through. Lovely bit of driving there. And again, it's high risk, high reward at this stage of the race. You can try and make moves and hope that people aren't going to defend it because, you know, it's early stage of the race, there's plenty of time. But if someone does decide to attack, as Boothby, it's got a 5-second penalty. Oh, very
sorry, Luke. Yeah, no, I popped up on the screen and instantly my mind was like, ooh, what's that for? So, suspicions would likely be maybe something on the start, but it looked pretty tidy from everything that we saw. We'll get word from race control when we can, and I think it's a good time for us also to bring up the fact, Luke, we're talking about this being a sprint. Sprint races often see, you know, bits of contact. We saw some up through Radion on the first time of asking. We've got a team of race control stewards that for 24 hours, bless them, are going to be sitting behind the scenes and working through every little thing that gets reported their way.
Yeah, 100%. I tell you what, I think there might be a bit more pain here to be served from that McLaren team. I think Dara McCormack is very much looking to get themselves involved. Into between cars 4 and number 40 and 5 on lap 1. Yeah, 5-second penalty for car number 40.
Yeah. It's a pretty slam dunk penalty. Yeah, I was actually just reading the rule book and taking a look. Bump drafting. We did actually see it on the camera, and I was wondering if that was permitted or not. It's not permitted in the rule book, so slam dunk. It's a 5-second penalty. And, well, that's something they'll have to serve, Luke, when they next come down pit lane. It's not something you have to come and do right now.
No, well, luckily they've got 23 pit stops, so that'll be fine. But it will drop them down. So at this stage, they've got to, effectively try and bring out as big a gap as possible to as many cars as possible to then get their car out quite high up the order. Because as it stands, they are probably going to end up around about 7th position, which is not maybe even 8th, which is not ideal.
It could be worse, though. You know, 5 seconds. It's I don't want to say it's a lenient penalty because it's the penalty in the rule book. But you know, imagine he had been involved in something a bit more severe and it warrants a 30-second penalty. That puts him, especially this early stage in the race, putting so much more track position and cars to fight back through. In that machine, by the way, alongside Boothby, it's Eamon Murphy, Luke Whitehead, and Aidan Walshingham. So 4 drivers for them across the 24 hours of racing. We go back to the mid part of the top 20, where it's a little bit of fighting. These are some silver class machines. I saw 2 pro cars fighting behind them, the 789 and potentially the 717 as well. But Luke, this is where they're starting to lose track of the leaders right now who have not been fighting. The single file at the front now starting to devolve the further back you go.
I'll tell you what, one driver to watch out for right now is Jakob Osterman in the ITB car. They're P9, they've got the fastest lap of the race, and they're only a 10th of a second behind Scuderia Ferrari Esports team with Garantis Caracas behind. Well, here we go then. So we are now going to have the run down in towards, in towards the middle of sector number 2, aren't we? So there is the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. There's no real place to make a move here. You've just got to get a nice exit out of the double right-hander and then try and get a run through Blanchimont and down towards the bus stop chicane. But they look quick, Jakob Osterman, and you've got to look at this and think they're in a McLaren. Is the McLaren just really good at the start of a stint? Because we've seen from Boothby that he was able to go up from 3rd into P1 in this race, and it was quite easy, really, looking at it. Of course, not being defended too crazily by other cars. But the McLaren does look like a bit of a weapon at this stage. It's very slippery in a straight line. We're heading then through Blanchimont, down towards the bus stop chicane. Not quite close enough, but are we going to see a forced move? We're absolutely not there. But I will be very surprised if we don't see that ITB car move up a couple of spots over the next sort of 10 laps.
Yep. I think that we're going to have to wait to see what the rain, if it comes, / when it comes. It's the Ardennes, so it's more probability than a possibility, what that's going to do. I think back to 22, when McLaren Veloce won the championship in the pro class. Spa was a bit of a struggle for them, and the rain was actually the periods of time when their McLaren actually closed the gap up to maybe some of the other cars. And so, maybe they're good in the dry right now. What's it going to be like when they're slightly shifting traction control and ABS settings to give them a bit more grip in the changing conditions? That's probably what we'll be looking into. We're 14 minutes, though, complete into a 24-hour race. There is a long, long way to run. And race control has only so far given that 5-second penalty for the race leader. Have not seen anything come through for the rest of the argy-bargy further back in the pack. On board, though, with Dario Amulo after that fantastic move around the outside on the number 4 Team HRT by Red Velton machine. It's closed up directly to the back of Dara McCormack. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. David Tanitsa, Daniel Savini, and Jivid Hutchinson sharing this machine as well. I think, Luke, as much as I did point out the 86 as being my pick for the race, this could be the bull to watch over the course of the night.
Ah, cool. Now we're starting to add to our roster of cars we're cheering for. Fair enough. I see how it is.
Not cheering, watching.
Yeah, no, of course, anyone from the top sort of 20 have got a chance of winning this race, to be honest. If they keep their nose out of trouble, I don't necessarily think it's all about outright pace. If you get involved in incidents, that's where, you know, an extra pit stop's going to cost you winning this race. It really is as simple as that. Jordan Grant Smith in the chat said penalty for bump drafting is a crazy decision. Right, so the reason why that is in the rule book is because in real racing, there's no such thing as netcode, right? So you're not on a different, you know, you're not in a different country, you've not got different internet speeds, there's no such thing as ping, which means, you know, predicting where the car is via your network standings. Whereas the sim racing we do is the global series, so that means there is a chance that if you are bump drafting, if you're touching another car, you could then just completely both implode and end up in a wall, and it could ruin the race for everybody. So that's why that's in place. Sim racing, as much as, you know, it is the imitation of motorsport, and everyone assume it is, you know, motorsport, and it can be transferred to skills to real world motorsport, which is true. Ultimately, there are some massive differences, that being the main one. So that's why it's in the rule book, and thus you can't bump draft. So if you get caught bump drafted, you will receive a penalty. So it's actually quite common in sim racing now. Not in all series, but it is becoming more and more common.
I run some series as well. That rule is in my rule book as well, for the same exact reason that Luke just spelled out. It's one of those things where it seems like it's a good idea until it's not, because when it goes.
But just a caveat there, that's, you know, if you're an audience watcher and you've got most of your experience of watching motorsport from real world motorsport, that is going to be completely nuts, right? You're going to be like, what? So, yeah, you know, it's a completely understandable comment, but, you know, just to give a little bit of an explanation as to why that is the case.
And if the drivers weren't aware of it, it means they didn't read the rule book, which ignorance is not an excuse, unfortunately, as someone once used to tell me when it came to penalties and things in the rule book. Unfortunately, that is true. You cannot plead ignorance as much as you might try to. Looking off the back of Dara McCormack, though, still watching as you've got Kissa Gronewold, Richter in this leading group. That McLaren for the Veloce Academy squad, a little bit of, I don't want to say cork in the bottle, that's maybe the wrong thing, but Grantis Caracas at some point is going to have to make this move. There's no waiting around surely for him, because these top 6 machines could break away. He's almost already lost the draft, and you mentioned, Luke, that Jakob Osterman in that ITB McLaren, they were in the Audi last year, making the switch, of course, for 2024. They're looking quick as well, so I think that move's going to be made, and it's just updated on the timing screen. Caracas now up to 7th.
Yeah, there we go. It's done and dusted, so now they're going to be able to push forward. You know, as much as this is a 24-hour race, you cannot afford to lose like a 10-second gap, because the gaps between drivers in terms of raw pace is maybe hundredths of seconds, not tenths of a second. So it will take multiple stints to then close that gap up if you have a driver that is faster than the ones in front, which is a big, big if. Front 3, though, separated by absolutely nothing. You can genuinely cover them with a loincloth, and actually, as you can see, it's maybe the top 6.
I'm looking at the lap times right now as well, not really seeing too much fall off, so something to keep in mind over the course of the stint. I saw someone, by the way, make a comment about traction control in Assetto Corsa Competizione, and Luke, the reality is that you never want to be using traction control, right? Because that means that you're losing some momentum, it's cutting some of the power to the rear tires. But there are some cars that can get away with a bit more traction control because of the way the car itself uses the traction control in putting the car down. And so some of the comments that I heard is, you know, Ferrari and the Mustang are 2 of the cars that can potentially run a little bit more higher traction control. May not seem so important now, but it goes back to what I was saying in the wet. This BMW, for example, look how it flies past the Ferrari as Smith in the silver class machine lets Nils Naujoks, the pro class car, fly on through. If that Ferrari can be a bit quicker in the wet, Nils Naujoks, for example, might be struggling to try and pass the silver class car as it goes wide out through Le Combe.
Yeah, that's something they had to have considered at the start of the series, what car they choose, because, you know, a couple of years ago, if you were in a series that had any potential of weather, the Aston Martin was the go-to. Everyone wanted to be in the Aston Martin because it was just so good. But it's a lot closer now. And also, this is a bit of a, that's a nice move actually in the end. It's Castorino that had to get out of the way. George Sherratt, who's never shy from making an overtake. That is a fact. As Rizzeri is also going to come through as well down towards Pouon. So one little mistake there from Castorino, or I say mistake in the Coach Dave Academy car, kind of took avoiding action, got out the way of Sherratt. Maybe Sherratt's reputation preceding him a little bit there, but ultimately Castorino's going to lose a couple of spots because of it.
And the reputation is something I think people don't often consider, especially in sim racing when you are hyper aware of who is in the car that you're battling with. In the real world, you may not have that sort of context. You have information on your screen here in the sim racing world that can let you know all of that. And if you've got experience and history with a driver, it feeds into your mindset and into your emotions about how you battle. Up towards the front, though, 20 minutes now officially complete, 4:30 virtual standard time. And it is 6 cars that are broken away at the front of the choo-choo train. A bit wide out there through the braking zone momentarily for your race leader, but that 5-second penalty to be served in the pit lane in about 30-40 minutes time. Eventually we'll drop that McLaren to the back of the leading group, hoping they will be able to stay in touch of the drafting range. Back over to the MIG-Pack though, and BF Racing Esport across the line in 15th with Castorino directly in front, 2 pro machines behind. And it seems right now, Luke, that the pros are slowly migrating their way to the front of the field, with the silvers a little bit further back. I think that in terms of track position is kind of what the pros want to see, not what the silvers necessarily want to be seeing.
Yeah, 100%. Everybody on this grid has, the capabilities of putting down a world-class lap time. It's then about being able to hook it up for a consistent 1 hour time and then doing that over multiple stints during a 24-hour race. That's the difference between being a top pro, racing for the likes of Williams, and being someone that's in the silvers looking to get up to that level. And that's not to say that things can't change, as we see a bit of a mistake there. Jakob Osterman has absolutely sent it there on Fleischer by the looks of things, and has gained the position. So the Vlotry Academy team have dropped back. Talking about reputations, we've got Elvin Smith and Jordan Sherratt on the same bit of tarmac right now. That has got the recipe for fireworks.
I mean, it's still early, so I'm hoping not. Oh, we're starting to see, though, penalties from, I'm guessing, things on the opening lap up through Radion, and that's a penalty for the 21 machine. 10-second time penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Like Luke mentioned, we did see some rather big penalties at Suzuka. This is rather early on, though, and that officially is the Axel Esport BMW. That will be whacked with that. It's now officially been popped up onto the left side of the screen. Race control will continue just to work through all the little bits of detail, and that's something else in the sim world that, Luke, race control has so many more tools, camera angles at their disposal to work through incidents. Sometimes they get spoiled, which, from my personal experience, when I used to try and do race control, often meant that I would be like frozen in time, trying to find all the different camera angles to try and prove that I wasn't doing something wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, put it this way: they don't get a chance to enjoy the race like we are able to do so. They are, probably still on lap 1. With 43 cars at the start of this race, with that many cars on the grid. Ultimately, you've got to be looking at every single one of them, especially on lap number 1 and throughout this race. So you will see penalties come in a little bit, not sluggishly, but as long as it's dealt with correctly, that's all really that matters. But as it stands, we've got a few that are popping up on screen, and from Suzuka, I can tell you right now, the race directors were very strict indeed. So expect to see some big penalties. We actually had a couple of disqualifications, which is something I have not seen. Or very rarely seen that in sim racing. We had more than one. So, yeah, interesting.
If you're harsh with the drivers but clear with the drivers, at least there's a defined line with which they can brush right up to and hope not to go too far over the limit, as racing drivers always try and push the point. Question is, in the real and virtual world, are they going to be allowed to go beyond the lines? Let's go back in time, though, check out some of what's happened so far today. It was a lot of craziness up through Radion, further back in the pack from what we could tell. Ooh, and the Ford Mustang for Samantha Tan Esports seems to potentially be at the center of it. 3 wide and into the path of the oncoming pack.
Oh my, well, ladies and gentlemen, I will let you at home dissect that yourselves and come up with your own commentary, because that was a cluster. That's all I can say.
Whoa, and they were already 3 wide coming over the top of the crest, weren't they?
Yeah, that was a recipe for disaster. When you got a car going sideways, not in control, over that part of the corner when you've got about 700 cars around you, it's just going to end in tears. And it did.
And well, that I'm looking at the timing screen right now. There are 7 cars, 1 lap down. 1 car on the cusp potentially of going a lap down as well, which means of the 43 that started, we're really looking at still only 34 that are left on the lead lap, and only around 20 or so are within 15 seconds. So again, that is partly just due to the pace out front of your leaders. It's been quite relentless from George Boothby in the McLaren Veloce and car. And look to the inside once again from the Lamborghini sat in 3rd. They definitely feel like they're fast. We mentioned there'll be ones to watch. What's going to happen, though, with some of those further behind trying to charge their way on forward? Disappointing qualifying in some ways for the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. And now off the track for Niels Naujoks, the Silver Fox, trying to battle with Fleischer and the Veloce Academy machine, running up towards La Source, looking to the inside and making a move in the BMW.
Yeah, had a little bit of help there off the track on the exit of the bus stop. He just about kept an overlap on the exit, which was perfect, all you need to do. But they are still now side by side, although Niels decides to back out and let the Veloce Academy car take the lead up through Radion and Eau Rouge. We'll be looking to get a real nice punchy exit over the crest and potentially get a run. I'll tell you what, though, he's in trouble here. He's had a bit of a slide over the top of the hill, and luckily behind, it looks like Elvin Smith didn't have the greatest of exits. So yeah, it's going to be okay and not lose a position, but just lost it ever so slightly.
And it goes to show that track position. We've been talking about why it's important for these silver machines. Fleischer and Smith are fighting for the lead right now in that silver class as these pros make their way around them. So, you know, they're trying to hold on to the track positioning, trying to make sure they're potentially hitting a fuel number as well if there's a certain number of laps that they want to hit in this first into the race to get close to that 65-minute threshold. That was a bit of a slide from the McLaren. Definitely not running around for a Sunday drive right now, pushing the limit and pushing the edge of grip and adhesion in that car. And out through Pouon, going out wide to an extent that almost for a second I thought he was going to run off the track down at the second part. Yeah, working hard. And Niels Naujoks is one that's not going to get too frustrated in some ways, but he's going to have to make the move sooner rather than later. Already, Osterman is 2 seconds in front of the McLaren.
Yeah, and Niels is he's being a little bit impatient for what he's normally like. Normally he's pretty calm and calculated and uses all of the experience that he's gained over the years, but seemed a little bit flustered there twice. You know, tried to make a move or tried to push a little bit too hard over the top of Radion and Eau Rouge, but ultimately is still in a position to make a move. But you've got to be careful. So you've got Elvin Smith behind you. Do not give that guy any snifter of an opportunity, because he will send it up the inside. He will try and make the move as any racing driver would. Heading down then towards the final chicane, the bus stop chicane. He's just trying to force that Veloce Academy car offline. The Veloce Academy car, though, holding firm and keeping hold of the position. How close is Elvin Smith to all of this? I guess we're about to find out. By the way, a drive-through already for a car. Car 11 for causing a collision. So what is car 11? Okay, they're right down the order. Oh no, hold on, it's Ruggiero. So Ruggiero is going to take the drive-through straight away, and that is not great news. So they were running quite high, but to already receive a drive-through, the race stewards, they are being strict today again.
Yeah, remember that the time penalties can be served when you come into pit lane for the scheduled service. Drive-throughs have to be done separately, and so that's a harsh penalty, and maybe indicating that was a key contributor to all of the chaos on the opening lap. I saw a couple of people saying, comments about the Mustang. I don't think the Mustang necessarily could have done much differently if it's on the outside, already 3 wide. It's got to try and stay on the track at the end of the day in some ways. That BMW M4, that zebra looking menacing, I'm sure, in the rearview camera for the McLaren as they head up through Le Com, begin the dive down through the elevation here at Spa. If you stand actually around that area of the track, look towards the pit building, you get a great view of, well, just how much this track really is carved into the Ardennes. It's elevation in general, Luke, is something that I feel like you can kind of see in the sim world. It's not something that you can truly appreciate. For example, the corkscrew at Laguna Seca, right? That's a corner that's been made infamous through the world of sim racing and video games as well. But I got to tell you, the first time I ever went and saw it in person, my mouth was so wide open, my jaw had literally almost hit the floor.
Yeah, 100%. People don't realise the difference between, well, as we're about to see a move being made by Niels. He's got the inside line, has to back out of it again. The fact that these are actually taking time away from the cars in behind. It's like John Chet has actually made the move on Elvin Smith. That will be why there's still a big gap between Niels Naujoks and the group behind. But yes, Jordan Schera is making his way through. But yeah, you're right. People have no idea the difference between the highest point of the circuit and the lowest. It is actually quite ridiculous. And when it does rain, and you see all of the rain coming down towards the source, it's like a river because it is just that high.
As the choo-choo train out of the final corner with about 30 minutes done, still 6 cars strong, but with Grantis Caracas closing, see on the lap times how quickly he is going to be able to try and close that margin. It was about half a tenth to a tenth of a second that he gained over George Boothby last time by. Behind him, Osterman as well into the breach. McLaren starting to close. And Fleischer just losing time as Niels Naujoks just getting frustrated, increasingly behind. So, Dara McCormack will take over the race lead eventually when we come down to pit lane with Boothby to cycle back, you'd assume. Will be Tinko van der Velde, Wojciech Fiala or Dominic Blyer that takes over in that car. In the Lamborghini, David Tanitza, Daniel Savini, and Javid Hutchinson alongside of Imulo. And again, a couple of 4 driver lineups there. You talked about availability, Luke. I like to talk about availability in terms of the fact that you can have a team of worldwide drivers here. For example, BS Competition, Philippa Bakita racing from down under, helping to cover some of the night hours in Europe when, well, she's already awake.
Yeah, 100%. You know, and it could be an advantage, and it could be, you know, a negative. Obviously, we've mentioned ping earlier on. The further you are away from the race server, it's going to be a bigger ping, so that could have a negative effect. But in terms of time, when you can go to bed at a normal time and know that there's someone in the car that it's their normal daytime, it's absolutely perfect. If you get a couple of those, then you're in a really good spot. Yeah, sorry, I was actually talking about availability and why teams may have 4 drivers and some have 3. If you have a driver that can't make 6 hours, so we had this with a 24-hour race recently at Redline, actually. So Max could only do 5 hours, so he had to have 4 drivers in that team to make up for it, because you don't want one driver doing 8, 9, 10 laps, 10 stints, sorry, or more than 8 stints, really. If it goes to be on 9 or 10, then it just becomes exhausting. At this level, it's almost impossible for your brain to be able to compute at that level. So yeah, if you've got a driver that can only do 4 hours and they are that top quality that you can't afford not to have them drive, that's why you may bring an extra driver in, just to make sure that there's not one driver pulling more hours than anybody else by a considerable margin.
You say that, but last weekend in a certain 24-hour race in France, there was a couple of drivers that did like 11 hours and 30 minutes of a 24-hour race. Now, okay, to be fair, a lot of that was under safety car. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it was as much of a push as these drivers doing, but they of course have the physical sensations. Although I wonder, are there any drivers in our field of 43 that have motion rigs, Luke? Because I commentate on some other disciplines of racing, such as like rallycross and stuff like that. I know you love some rallycross as well, which is where we do see some sim racers with VR and the motion rigs. A lot of the time at top-level competitions, you know, we've seen a couple of the webcams from the drivers today. They're all on like single screen or triple monitor setups. They're not necessarily in motion rigs or in VR.
No, you very rarely see a motion rig at the pinnacle of esports, because Elvin's, well, there we go. Fireworks ensue. Jordan Schera versus Elvin Smith. Elvin just jumps back on track like no one else is there, but they're all still facing in the right direction, so we're all good. But yeah, no one really uses. I have seen. I can't remember what series I saw someone using a motion rig. I need to rack my brains here, Arjuna, but it did happen, and they were. I think it might have been in this series last season, actually.
Okay.
I cannot remember for the life of me who it was.
If anyone in chat remembers or has a clue about a driver in this series that is racing in a motion rig, let us know, because we are very, very curious. I'm not sure is the answer to that one, but I want to know. I would like to know. Back in the pack where Axel Sports already, let's not forget, have a 10-second penalty, and they're in the thick of a fight, 2x2 almost behind them as they head up towards what is Lafania on some track maps, the Piff Path on others, and single file eventually as the Aston Martin gets 19th position for its own. The BMW behind slots into line. It's gone from 18th to 20th in the space of just 3 corners. Shows how quickly things can change.
Yeah, it certainly can. I've just got a question. Why would people not use a motion rig? Well, it's just something else to think about, to be completely honest. There's no reason as to why that should be slower, but it just isn't used because it's effectively slower, right? Because they're thinking about more things. You see here, Castorino looking to try and move up the order, forces a mistake there from Razera, and as we exit the bus stop chicane, heading down towards La Source, hasn't got that over, well, has got a slight overlap, but not on the inside, so we'll have to just concede that. Although we're about to see some late braking. No, not going to be conceded at all. I'm not sure this is going to work out on the exit. Well, it actually will. It's brilliantly done from Castorino. He is going to hold on to that position, and he will be under a bit of pressure, though, through Radion and Eau Rouge, but a lovely move there made from the Coast Air Academy team.
It's on the Genesis Esports by Genesis Risk Machine. Behind them, got a couple more of the pro cars as well. That was not the best of lines up through Radion, that is for sure. And now with draft being fed to those behind, who's going to get the best slingshot to the very top of the Camel? They're still climbing at this point as well, let's not forget. Although Castorino surely has got 13th locked in to his own right now and holds on to the spot as they slide their way. You can see tires starting to give up in a little bit of wear right now. There's definitely a lot more four-wheel sliding going on from some of these drivers. And Luke, another 10-second penalty just popped up on that timing tower. This time for the Into the Breach machine. Osterman's been flying. Did he push a little too hard? Yeah, well, we did see a Veloce Academy car off the circuit, didn't we, earlier on? And I did wonder whether that would be looked into. I'm not sure whether we'll get a replay of that. It was quite far, just a while ago. But yeah, we did see that happen. I think it was through Les Combes, to be honest, to gain the position from 9th up into 8th position. So that would be why that has happened there. And that is, yeah, that's not good. When you've got the group at front that are separated by about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds, and you've just given them 10 seconds on you when you're one of the favourites to go out there and get a really big result. Yeah, that's really, really not a good idea. We've got another question. What's the yellow thing blinking besides their name? That is the ping of the team. So it actually is the highest ping of the drivers they have. Who have been, so right now Ayamulo, that's his ping, and Jordan Sherritt, that'll be his ping. But if someone has higher ping than that during this race when they get into the car, that will become the ping of the team effectively. So it's not like 100% accurate, because I think right now Jordan Sherritt will be racing from South Africa. A European driver will get into the car at some point, and then the ping will still stay the same as what he was getting. So their ping will be better, but it always, for us, shows us the worst potential ping that they've had in the car. Yeah, it's something that we try not to be too worried about. The organizers have their own regulations about what is a acceptable internet connection, and they are monitoring that on their own accord. Now, that was a very, very aggressive line at the top of Radion for George Boothby. Almost all four wheels to the inside of the curb, definitely on the inside of the white line, but as he continues to hold the lead, Darren McCormack's just been sitting here, Luke, and for 40 minutes saving some fuel and biding his time. It's a very mature drive from a driver that I think back to 2 years ago, back when, before, ESL R1 and Wrench Sport competition started. I think you and I were probably in agreement to say Darren McCormack may have been the best on Assetto Corsa Competizione at the time. Now he's juggling, multiple responsibilities, still with the team at Mercedes AMG Williams Esports, going from strength to strength. This, I think, is the sign of a driver who understands it's a 24-hour race and it's not won in this first 60 minutes.
Yeah, still one of the younger drivers in the world of sim racing, but although the top end of sim racing is getting younger by the day, but one of the best, simple as that. And that's not just raw pace, that is understanding situations as well, racecraft. And yeah, he's just matured as a driver. You see a lovely move here, over and under from Kolosov. And wow, thank you very much. Brilliantly done there on Ramone, and makes a lovely position for the team. The chat's on point. The chat is absolutely smashed it, by the way. Daniel Edwards, it was Skylar Loverink. Good shout, mate. It was Skylar Loverink who had a motion rig last year. So that is the driver. So that is a brilliant. So there you go. You ask the chat and they know. By the way, chat normally, you're not on point and you're saying some really random, horrible things. But for once, we're going to give you credit.
Oh, we've got a good chat on GT World and on SRO Motorsports, that is for sure. There's so much going on across of the SRO competitions. They're out in Japan this week racing. A lot of the drivers then, of course, already making their way to Spa. So much to look forward to. Now that is a big old send from a Pro Machine. 717 tries to go around the outside, but Team Nitro unable to make the move on the BF Racing Esport. I think I saw the lights flashing as well. The Pro Machine does have to remember, Silver Car is under no obligation to move out of the way and to let the Pro Car slither on through. No, they are fighting for track position, maybe not fighting for points. There is definitely a little bit to think about. Lap times, by the way, we've fallen off about a second, Luke, from the fastest laps of the race. So that's just a bit of an indication as the cars have got lighter, tires have started to go off as well. The tires underneath them do start to wear across the 60-minute stints.
100%. Team Nitro 717, that's Eder, the Portuguese driver. I just heard a faint soo as he tried to make a move there. Didn't quite work out, and he will stay behind. But yeah, he's right in the jungle now of the silver cars, so he needs to try and move up ahead of Ramonnet and then try and chase down Kolosov, who is the next position up for him in terms of points. What I want to talk about now is Dara McCormack. This is now the period of the race where, you're right, he might have been out there saving some fuel or just, just chilling, really. Ultimately, being this close behind the leader is a good position to be in at the end of stint number 1. But this is now where you've got to start to think, when do I make my move? Because you want a clear entry into the pit stop, which opens up more options for you. So it means you can dictate, the situation where, the car behind right now, if Boothby comes into the pits, if you come in straight behind them, there is a potential chance you lose time. And also if your engineer just says do what they don't, you're doing something you didn't really want to do because you're still making a decision based off of what the car in front of you is doing. As we see a potential move here from Ayamulo, he actually backs out of it. So if you're in a lead, you dictate what happens behind you, effectively, although that has completely been thrown out the window because Ayamulo did try and make a move, and now the gap has come out to, I would imagine, about 0.8 of a second once they get into the braking zone.
I'm not sure if there was a small uncharacteristic mistake from McCormack as well. That maybe has just put that pressure back onto him more than anything else. But if you're that Lamborghini, probably not the wisest idea to try and fight and allow Boothby to try and build up some more of a buffer. Remember that 5 seconds at this point does drop him outside of this leading group. So he would have to fight to get back into the draft, something that I would definitely be somewhat thinking about. We ride with that Lamborghini 217.885 last time. Just a bit of an indication of how much the small mistake cost some time there. Comment in chat, I think, is right on point as well. That it does seem as though maybe in terms of top speeds and what we're seeing around the track as well, that McLaren looks very, very good in a straight line. Might be running a little bit lower downforce than something like the Mercedes, but at the same time, I think we do have to just recognize that McCormack's not going to be trying that hard to try and make the pass. He might not even be full throttle up the Kemmel straight for part of it, Luke, because especially knowing that they aren't allowed to bump draft, there's no real need to get too close to the car in front.
Yeah, but their hand might be forced here because the Lamborghini looks very racy and looks like they want to try and get into the lead. I think it's very important to be at the head of when you've got a group so close like this, when the pit stop phase is coming up, it's so important to have clear air going into the pit stop, especially with the entry here at Spa, because it is a more than 90-degree left-hander on the entry to it. So you've got to make sure that you've got clear track so you can take that how exactly you want to take it, opposed to, not only thinking about taking it efficiently and fast, but, potentially avoiding someone making a mistake in there. So, yeah, right now, this is going to be, for the first time, I think we're going to see some drivers really try and take some chances and move up the order.
That's not necessarily to say that McLaren, by the way, is as good through the corners as those cars behind, because it does seem as though McCormack does close in the middle part of the lap, but it's just on the straights where maybe the McLaren has just that edge to hold off the challenge from anyone behind. Maybe not to pull away, but just to get enough speed earlier on. Remember, top speed is
sometimes it's not worth reading, Arjuna. Sometimes the chat just isn't worth reading. Just remember that.
No, that's true. But
sometimes they come out with really good comments, and sometimes not so good.
It's an endurance race. So, Luke, it's either we talk about the chat, or I'm going to start talking about what colors are on the cars.
Okay, we'll let Lewis do that.
Exactly, that's what I thought. So you and I, we can commentate on the serious business. We'll let Lewis do the non-serious stuff. Unless we do have some wonderful liveries out on display. I've got to say, on that grid rundown about 45 minutes ago, I was just looking down at the mid-pack and thinking that Visceral livery was really, really cool. We've seen that across of so many GT3 and other machines as well. Quite like some of the other liveries back in the pack as well. We've got a good-looking field of cars, Luke.
We certainly do, but the thing I'm worried about is pace, and, well, they're all very closely matching each other, so this is going to prove to be a very big spectacle for all of you watching at home. So if you're at home right now, this is a 24-hour race. You can literally see at the top of your screens that there is 23 hours, 16 minutes left. So if you haven't gone out and got provisions, you need to go get yourself some snacks and some drinks, because this is going to be a long one. That is for certain. We've got some very talented commentators coming your way. I'm just going to have a look if I can find the actual list of commentators here. Yeah, there we go. So we've got Paul Jeffrey turning up. So, well, there's one that's not as talented, I guess. We've got Jesse Lee, we've got Ewan O'Leary, we've got Mike Nouse, Lewis McGlade, and Austin Bolker. So we've got lots of very talented voices that you're going to have across the whole of this, bringing you the whole 24 hours. Plus, the production team in the background. We've, of course, got Steve Proudley, we've got Mike Key out, we've got Ryan Gill, so they'll be doing all the production in the background, taking very minimal breaks. So, yeah, shout out to everybody who is involved.
Yep, it's uninterrupted coverage for you on this 24 hours of Spa Esports edition, much like you'll get next week as well for the real world running, the 76th running of the 24 hours of Spa. It's also the century anniversary edition of it as well, so plenty of excitement in the next round of the 2024 Intercontinental GT Challenge. Of course, they will finish off their season 4th through 6th of October for the Indy 8 Hours, which has also been a firm fixture on our Intercontinental GT Challenge esports schedule over the last handful of years. We are very excited, of course, though, about the introduction of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring to the schedule for the season, because, of course, the Nürburgring Nordschleife added to Assetto Corsa Competizione not long ago. Excited to see how the drivers take on to that challenge. Amulo looked to the inside of McCormack for a second there. There's no doubt about it. He is once again putting a little bit of his car into the mirrors of McCormack's Williams as they ride around. I have noticed Caracas has closed. Osterman's right onto his tail end as well, even with the 10-second penalty hanging over him. But you mentioned pace. Niels Naujoks does not seem to have the pace to make the move on Fleischer, and that Veloce Academy car has been frustrating the Silver Fox lap after lap after lap. Luke, can it be this time by down out of Radion to see if the draft, the slingshot, can help the BMW make the move on the McLaren, maybe faster in a straight line?
Yeah, I think it might be tough for the BMW. I think they're hoping for a lot of rain during this 24-hour race, but as it stands, it looks less likely than it did about 10 minutes ago. The clouds now starting to disperse, and the sun's coming out, looking beautiful out there in the Ardennes. So yeah, not quite close enough to Fleischer. Elvis Smith and Jordan Sherritt, they actually swapped places a couple of laps ago, so their chapter 8 of their battle is happening right now. There's 2 tenths between them, so I'm sure there's going to be more fireworks between the 2 of those cars. But the top 6, they've kind of closed up here, and that is probably a consequence now of the fact that the McLaren is so good in a straight line, but will be lacking in corners. Very difficult to make an overtake here at Spa and anywhere with these GT cars these days. So yeah, right now the field's starting to close back up, so the top 6 are very closely matching each other.
Suck fuel as well, because 65 minutes, I mentioned that as the maximum stint time that these drivers are allowed. That is from the time you leave the pit lane to the time you re-enter the pit lane. So time in the lane itself is not so relevant, but you know, fuel consumption, BMW and McLaren maybe a little bit more, Ferrari and Lamborghini save a little bit less, but that's also about the amount of fuel that's put into the car. That also then factors in to the weight and race lap time. So there's all sorts of different things that will be going on in terms of strategy. We'll get a good sense, though, in terms of where each of the cars stacks up at this particular track with its fuel consumption and setup characteristic when we get down to pit lane in just over 10 minutes time. Race control as a whole, though, you know, it was a bit of a rough and tumble opening lap. There's no questions about that. But
No, they'll keep coming. Don't you worry about that. They'll keep coming. It's not over yet, Arjuna. I can assure you that you make that comment, people are going to be like, oh, they said they were done. No, they're not. They're not done. There's plenty more for them to be sorting out. I am absolutely sure of that. So I'm just saving you from any trouble from the chat. That's all.
Fair. No, what I was going to say is I think we've got the penalties, though, from that first lap kind of resolved now. And so we kind of have a sense for heading into this first round of pit stops, who are the teams that are going to be pegged back a little bit. And that includes, of course, the race leaders.
It certainly does. They are going to drop right down the order here. They're going to be, where are they? Well, Austin's got a penalty as well, right? So they're going to drop into 7th position. That's going to promote Dara McCormack, Mulo, who there'll be different drivers, of course. Kissa, Grunewald, Richter, and Caracas' team all up one position for doing nothing, basically, just because of that 5-second penalty. But that is how close it is at the sharp end. 11 minutes to go. Williams, when we were at Suzuka, they came in early on stint number 1 and then went long for the final 2 stints. Obviously, this being a 24-hour race, they can come in as early as they want, really, because they can recover that time and go longer for the next 22 pit stops. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see one of the Williams cars decide to do something just a little bit different.
Yes, and I think given that they are so closely matched in terms of pace, strategy could be one place where the race is won. We talked about the potential for rain. Doesn't seem as though that chance is at least high anytime soon. Could be something to think about a little bit later on. But when we then start talking about that rain, right, because it's going to then mix up when teams come down to pit lane, it's not going to be as predictable, let's say, you know, every 60, 65 minutes or so. Maximum drive time, Luke, is actually something that, you know, maybe you do have to think about. If you have 3 drivers, no driver is allowed to do more than 8 hours and 40 minutes, which means, you know, you break the race up into 3 equal parts. One driver has an internet issue. Suddenly, you find yourself right on that cusp of one of the drivers being beyond the 8-hour, 40-minute drive time. If you have 4 drivers, it's 6 hours and 30 minutes, so your margin is actually even shorter if you're breaking it up into equal time. So there's some planning that's got to be happening in terms of drive time as well.
Yeah, no, that's that is a fairly good point. Someone's asking for more engine noise and less commentary. Well, that doesn't suit our egos, unfortunately. We need to be loud as commentators, because that's just part of our contract to do this. We have to be loud and proud. So I can only apologise. If you like hearing engine sounds, then you're going to have to deal with me making lots of noises with my voice, I'm afraid.
I mean, if they want us to make engine noises, we can try, but I'm not sure. They might, you know, that might not be the type of engine noises they were hoping for. Move in front of SRO Esports says that is the Veloce car that started down at the very back. Veloce Vex qualifying ban for them. Now up into 25th position for Valentin Barriere. That's an impressive job, 43rd to 26th inside of the opening 50 minutes or so, but it just goes to show how the lack of qualifying time really put it right at the back of the field and having to work its way forward. Couple of the visceral machines in that little battle pack as well as they squabble out of La Source. Your leaders, though, back down towards Bruxelles. They've got traffic in front of them for the very first time today, Luke, so we're starting to see some of those that had incidents in the first hour now have to let the leaders make their way on through.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's not good when you see this and you're in a 24-hour race, you're all set up perfectly, you're like, oh, it's going to be a fantastic event. And the first hour, you're having to let the leaders go by to get a lap on you. That must be soul destroying.
About 8 minutes to go until the top of the hour. Soul destroying as well, I think, was what happened on the opening lap. Because it's been a while since I've tried to do a 24-hour race because, you know, when you don't succeed at many of them, it does sting. But I always felt like it was actually worse in some ways to get involved in an incident on lap 1. But then, like, 5, 10, 12 hours into the race when you've already somewhat committed, because you still feel like, oh, let me go back out there with a damaged car and putter around for 23 hours and 30 minutes and not race, but just drive by myself. So if you get involved in an incident at this level as well, so many of these teams have, you know, put in so much time to be here. They want to try and get a result as best as they can. And we'll see, hopefully, some good endurance racing spirit in the latter stages of this race. Gronewold's made the move on Kisser, so it is now officially Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI in front of the Team HRT by Ren Velton. He's going to now try and close up that margin back up to your top 3. But is that just a slow move of experience to keep himself in contention? Of course, that's the car, Luke, that's won this race the last 2 years in a row.
It certainly is. Yeah, that experience will definitely come into play for certain. A gain of 3 positions on this first stint. You know, you've got now 23 hours to gain another 3 positions and win the race. It really is as simple as that. It might sound simple, doesn't it? Obviously a little bit more difficult. Talking of experiences of endurance races where you have incidents, I've been in 12 hours of Sebring twice, and in the final half an hour been leading by quite a considerable margin and been taken out by a higher class. And also had exactly the same happen the 24 hours of the Nürburgring in the last half an hour. Last 15 minutes, actually, in that one. 1 lap to go. So, yeah, it's painful. It's more painful. I would prefer for it to be over on lap 1, to be honest, to go the whole way. But, yeah, these are top esports drivers, not split 760.
Oh, Luke, I'm sorry. I feel your pain from here.
Yeah,
I want to give you a hug.
You on a Smurf account, was it? Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah. No comment. Was it Arjuna Kinakakpadi?
Kinky Pants.
Yeah, there you go.
Pisoni, by the way, making a Pisoni there on Magnani. That's a brilliant move there into Lecom, and he's going to move himself up a position, up into, I believe, 19th.
It is where we're seeing most of these moves right now, is up at the top of the track effectively, on the run up the Camel to Lecom. Valentin Barriere likely to be the next driver that we'd watch trying to make a move. And again, no qualifying time or, allowed for them, so they start down the very back. Look, Maciek Malinowski, Sean Arnold, Valentin Barriere, and the man himself, Jaroslav Honzik. They are, I think, some dark horses to get a decent result here today.
Yeah, that is a crazy squad for the Academy in their name. Was it Veloci Vex, right? The Academy.
Yes, they are officially a pro-class car, I think, this year, aren't they?
Yeah, so that's somewhere. Not much more I can say on that one. It's just a very strong team. But Veloci, they've got, 3 very, very strong teams in this group.
Yeah, and in fact, some of those drivers actually competed last year in the silver class as Yas Heat Esports. They grabbed 3 second-place finishes in the 5-round championship, so made the step up to the pro, and we're seeing them make their way slowly but surely through the field. Bastian Richter in that Velten Esports Ferrari up in 6th position, with directly behind now Jakob Osterman, who has made the move on Grantis Caracas, but the 6-car lead has now become an 8-car leading group. Niels Nayox officially passed Fleischer as well, and so we'll see what he's going to be able to do. 6 seconds off the back of this leading group. An hour into the race, it is very much, I think, Luke, about these machines at the front now trying to stay out of trouble. If you're Osterman, if you're Boothby, the managers behind the scene, one message going through the camp surely is, let's not get another penalty from race control for the next 23 hours.
No, they can't afford that. I think Williams are going to look to try and make this move now, just to make sure that they are at the head of this pack for the pit stop phase. But yeah, I think Boothby with the lower rear wing that someone suggested in the chat makes complete sense. Of course, they're very slippery in a straight line, but that is going to make them slide through corners and be slower through corners, especially at this stage of the race, and that is why it's become 8 from 6. It's 6 cars battling for the lead. Now there's 8 cars battling for the lead, so the pace at the front is just slowing down significantly enough for people to catch up from behind. But they are now, it was 6th position they were going to fall into, now they will actually go down to 8th spot, although Osterman's got that penalty as well, so it'll be 7th, so they're going to lose another 1 position of Veloci, who leads this race with that 5-second penalty. So we've got a warning to car number 44 as well. Yeah, considering how the penalties have gone so far today, the fact that they've got a warning is very, very lenient.
Well, it also, I think, means that because it was a lap 12 incident, we officially can now say that most of the lap 1 chaos has been worked through, and we are starting now to get through everything else that's happened. We're on lap 24, so that's about 30 minutes ago. So again, just a reminder, race control, they're going to be busy. They've got infinite camera angles, plenty of work for them to do. On board with McCormack, though, and if you believe that you need a fancy sim rig to get started, Dara McCormack is proof that you do not. He started on a controller, yes, on a controller, and eventually made his way over to a wheel, and now one of the top talents across of the sim racing world. Even Max Verstappen can race from a controller if you really ask him to, but give him a wheel, he'd of course be that little bit quicker. 3 minutes to go as we cross the line. 2 minutes and 57 seconds now before the top of the hour. Back to find a defending Smith as Castorino tries to set him up and switch back towards turn 1. He'll be forced to the outside through Le Source. Again, remember, this is pro versus silver machine heading up to turn 1.
I'll tell you, Elvin Smith is not going to give an inch here for sure, because he used to race for this team. And, well, he's definitely not. There we go. So he's going to hold on to it. Castorino is now going to filter in behind and try and get the run over the top of Radion and, indeed, Eau Rouge up the Camel straight down towards Les Coms. Let's see how this plays out. We've also got the McLaren, which is very fast in a straight line of Rosera. Currently, it's actually got a really nice run there. That might be a slowdown. It is, isn't it? It's going to be a Castorino who loses out over the top of Eau Rouge. And ultimately gives up a free position to the McLaren. Elvin Smith's going to be looking in his rearview mirror thinking, brilliant, love that. I don't need to be too worried about anyone making an overtake. And yeah, he's free to go and try and chase down Jordan Sherratt. Although Sherratt has now got a 2-second advantage over Elvin Smith.
Trying to close up is Sherratt to Fleischer in the leading silver class car after a great effort in qualifying for the Veloci Academy that got them into the Super Pole. Their qualifying process rather lengthy. Took place yesterday, so the grid actually set a day before we go racing. Started in Q1 with 20 machines, whittled down to then 15 for Q2, 10 for Q3, and 5 for the Super Pole to round things off. So 65 minutes, that's the magic number that we've been talking about, the maximum stint length. Realistically, it's around 60 minutes though or so when we'd start to wonder if there would be any drivers coming down towards the pit lane, if there is going to be something slightly different. Dara McCormack, Luke mentioned Williams coming in slightly earlier at Suzuka in the first stint. What are we going to see from the strategy calls behind the scene at their headquarters? What are they thinking? What have they been calculating up? I just also noticed, Luke, Kisser in the Team HRT by Ren Velton car struggling a little bit right now. And here comes Osterman to try and make the move. Even with this 10-second penalty, the ITB car is on a charge.
Yeah, and if you're the number 4 car of Lars Kisser, you don't fight this because they're going to be miles behind you. And this is what happens. You fight it too much, you're going to lose out to Ren Welton here. So Ren Welton now with the run, and Lars Kisser's going to lose a much more than he probably should have done. Let ITB be aggressive. Let them do what they need to do ultimately because they've got that 10-second penalty. Don't cost yourself anything extra than you need to. I think they're just about going to hold on. So Lars Kisser will hold on. But just a scuffle he didn't really need to get involved in. So what he should have done there is pulled across the bonnet of the Ren Welton car, let the Osterman with 10-second penalty just go by, and then basically defend from the Ren Welton car. But now, as you can see, he's in a world of trouble here. So you've got Caracas as well for the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. And well, which Ferrari's going to get by? If potentially both of them, although the Scuderia Ferrari team is going to be boxed in. You can see there, just letting off the gas, not bump drafting. Ren Welton's got the inside line through Les Combes. But ultimately, what's going to save him is the fact that the two Ferraris are still side by side. Caracas takes a bit too much curb, looking to move up one position into P7. Isn't quite going to work out there, and Bastian Richter is going to keep hold of that position, but lose a bit of time. So ultimately, Lars Kisser has held on to that spot, but at what cost? I think he lost too much time there to the lead group, all because he tried to defend from Osterman when he really shouldn't have done.
One moment, right? It's all it takes to lose the draft and to now have to work that much harder to close back up. Officially 1 hour complete though here in the second rounds of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports for 2024, the 24 Hours of Spa Esports edition. And of course, with George Boothby, former Guitar Hero world champion, still leading the field, but with that 5-second penalty, just lurking over the shoulder right now. It is Dara McCormack that will grab the net race lead if it stays as it is. We sequence our way off of pit lane in the next handful of minutes. Remember, a lap here is a good 2+ minutes as well. So if drivers aren't going to come down to pit lane this time by, with about 4 minutes to go until that timer counts down to 0, and drivers must already be in pit lane, Luke, they will have to be forced to come in next time around.
Yeah, exactly that. It is this or next time right now. So what do? Do you split it? Do you do the opposite of what the driver in front of you does? I'm not sure you do. I think you've got to stick to your guns here and make a decision. Yeah, there we go. Because you're only going to lose time by making an off decision. Into the pits, though, comes, I think Osterman's just come in. Lars Kisser came in as well. Well, Osterman there has had it confirmed with a pit next to them. No one else decided to come in. So it's just Osterman. They're going to have a 10-second penalty to serve. We are not going to see them in the top 10 for at least this stint, that's for certain. They are now the first to blink. So everyone else will have to come in next time round.
See the Brabham Ferrari, that silver class car. Smith behind the wheel coming to pit lane as well. It seems as though few and far between are the takers to pit lane. The first time of asking as we begin to tick our way towards the sunset, not far away from seeing the drivers navigate their way around the Ardennes with just the headlights to pave the way. But by the time we get to that, both Luke and myself will have said goodbye to the broadcast, and you'll be left in the very capable voices of the rest of our great commentary team. Again, reminder, these drivers will be coming to pit lane this time by. There's no question about it, they have to. Otherwise, a penalty will be sent their way. There's Tobias Gronewold in the Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI car. And going back to the conversation about motion rigs and VR, neither of them, unfortunately, for Gronewold.
No, well, I don't know if they're unfortunately. Maybe you like looking at rigs, I guess.
I do. I love rigs.
Oh, okay, copy. So no motion rig here. See, just minimal inputs. What I really like to see from the top esports drivers is their inputs. It just I'm marveled at it, how it can be so minimal. When I'm racing, I'm turning the wheel so far to get any kind of turn in, and just to see them being able to do what they do, and ultimately you want the wheels facing as straight as you possibly can, as often as it possibly can. But that's the difference between being, very quick and extremely quick. To put myself in a bracket being very quick, that's just not the case. Sorry, just went on a bit of a ramble tangent there. I'll just ignore anything I've just said in the last sort of 3 minutes.
Well, you know, it's one of those things where you see them steering less with the wheel, but that's because the car is rotating for them, right? And so we often have this talk on broadcasts about loose is fast when it comes to the setup. It is something that holds true. Let the car do the rotation for you, but just then keep it under control. But it's going to be a bit of a pit party as we make our way down to the box with officially 1 hour and just under 4 minutes complete here. Stint comes to an end. The rest of the drivers who are yet to come down the lane will navigate their way through the final sector and follow in. Fidel Moreira at the controls of the Williams Esports Academy 777 down in 22nd spot. Jakob Osterman in the ITB McLaren to come out not far behind these drivers, though, in 25th it would seem. So that's a bit of a benchmark in terms of track position. 10-second penalty to be served there as well. Let's not forget a couple of other cars with penalties, but it's going to be interesting. Who gets in this pit stop phase of the race? Look, who have teams elected to put in for hour number 2?
Yeah, well, we're about to find out, aren't we? You know, is there anyone that's going to be brave enough to keep a driver in for a couple of hours? I don't think that's going to be the case. We go a little bit further back. This is P41, Fidelibus down there for the Vincenzo Sosprit Racing team. But I believe they would have pit as we go on board then with Jakob Osterman. So this car had a 10-second time penalty. Where are they going to filter in with everybody else? So they are the net race leader as it stands. But there's 24 cars that are currently in the pit lane. So everybody ahead of them right now is into the pit lane. You've got Aslan. They will definitely fall behind them because of that 10-second penalty. But I think they might be fighting to be in the top 20. Maybe around the P18 mark. I think Osterman and co. And Osterman stayed in the car, so they have actually decided to keep a driver in for 2 stints, by the way. Yeah, they're going to be fighting to be anywhere sort of handy in the top 15, I think. They're going to be just outside.
So, as... Oh, clatters over the curb. That was definitely not the quickest way through the chicane for the into the breach machine. More penalties. That is for the number 96 machine. Contact with the number 11. There, though, is the race off of pit lane. Already seeing a lapped machine heading up over the top of Radion. Dara McCormack, though, going to be off and away. Staying in that car, apparently, as well. So we are seeing some more double stints than I think anyone would have expected to see.
Jump them all.
Yeah, and he's, of course, led the Lamborghini and the AMG MSI machine. Those were the cars that were running with George Boothby. They had the margin then back to Lars Kisser. So there's been no change in terms of the leading groups. The margin, if anything, back to Richter to Caracas opened up slightly. It does seem as though Tinitza, Pfeffer, Klinkmuller jumping into the car.
Yeah, Boothby has stayed in. It's kind of almost to say, right, you've got yourself a penalty. You go figure this out now in the second stint and put us back in that lead position. He was able to make overtakes in the early stages of stint number 1 quite nicely. And actually, Osterman's up to P10, so he gained a few more positions than I thought he was. And look how close it would have been, actually. So 8 tenths, 1.1, 4 tenths, 9. So yeah, a couple more seconds and he's outside that top 15, but it is very, very closely contested. And for Dara McCormack, of course, staying in for a second stint. Can he drive away from a fresh David Tinitza? I think Tinitza will definitely be up for this challenge. It'll be interesting to see whether having 1 hour under your belt already, knowing the track conditions, whether he can just drive away and get himself a nice gap. But keep an eye out for Boothby, because he will be fighting, and he's up against, well, his former teammate, Brantis Caracas, right ahead of him. Yeah,
and it goes to prove as well that commentators often don't know what we're talking about, even though I will just be honest in saying that, you know, the double stint's quite unusual. So we'll maybe get word from Williams as to, you know, why they've elected to leave Dara into the car. Same thing maybe from Veloce or for the Scuderia Ferrari esports team, but that would be an interesting conversation. Bastian Richter still in that Renvelten car, looking to the inside of Klinkmuller, who's got to get up to speed as well. Richter will make the move to the inside, slide his way through the bus stop, and now forward to 4th position.
That's going to check this whole group. Oh, big spin! Oh, big spin! Caracas involved. I think he might have had a minimal bit of contact. He's all good. But that is the prime example of why it's sometimes beneficial to have a driver stay in for 2 hours over a new driver, because he's just fresh to the car. He's been caught out there having to, of course, adapt to the conditions, whereas, you know, Bastian Richter has had a whole hour to figure that out. It's another stint for him. So yeah, that is a prime example of why it can be beneficial. It works both ways. Of course, you can be very fresh getting into the car, and it becomes a sprint 1 hour as well. So there are, of course, positives for both. Is now Arta Camara, who's got into the car for Niels Naujoks, is into the slipstream here of that Mercedes AMG machine, running down then towards Lays.com, and he looks to go around the outside and then fakes him up the inside, and then ultimately does take that inside option even though it was defended against, and Klinkhamuller's going to lose another position. So big misfortune here for Klinkhamuller. He's gone from 4th down to 8th in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, we can't afford to let that rattle him too much. Drivers, sometimes we talk about the confidence being dinged from small things like that, but in some ways I don't even think it's confidence. It's more just that you start thinking about that too much. You've got to try as hard as it is to put that incident aside and to just focus on what you've got to do for the next 50 or so minutes before you're back out of the car, and then you can start going off and diving into the what you could have done differently, potentially what someone else could have done differently. You mentioned the time loss that the little fighting would have caused. The incident as well has meant that now these 3 drivers up front have got a 3-second buffer back to 4th, 5th and 6th positions. George Boothby's 5-second penalty now sits him in 5th position. He's really lost a minimal amount of time, all things considered, through all of that. Tobias Feffridge jumps into the car though, and as they start to navigate through some traffic, Luke, he's got to now warm himself up, avoid making that mistake that Klinkmuller did a lap ago.
Yeah, Tobias Pfeffer is a different level. They have not expected to see it. I'm not saying different level from from Klinkmuller, but I'm just saying a different level in terms of a competitor. He is just an animal behind the wheel, so expect to see the very best from him. It works both ways though. Obviously you can lose a lot of confidence by making a mistake, but every single driver behind you who saw it or who's looking at the relative, they're like, see blood. It's like a shark seeing blood, right? Or smelling blood. They're like, oh, that's a freebie. Oh, they're going to be all over the show. I can really push the boundaries here and force them into another mistake. So that is, the hard side of sim racing. If you make a mistake, everybody sees that as a weakness, and they will absolutely send it on you because of that and try and compound that mistake.
Riding through Eau and Radion for the 31st time is Dara McCormack back up front in the lead. Get a better sense now for, I think, what he's going to do in terms of pace. We were wondering if that McLaren may be a bit faster in a straight line. Were they going to be the ones kind of dictating the tempo? I was saying as well that I was going to try and get word from Williams as to what's happening in terms of strategy. Right on cue, Dominic Blyer is sliding into my DM, so he's typing right now. Strategy is pretty simple. I'll get you the update, Luke, as soon as I can, but this is the great thing about sim racing. You can send a message and instantly get some feedback from the drivers.
Yeah, Dom sliding into DMs. That's a classic Dom Blyer move. Not normally commentators, though. But as we move on into this race, we're on board, though, with Osterman. We're on board with Fleischer, actually, in behind Osterman. Osterman has moved up another position. You expect that ITB car, considering the 10-second penalty, you expect that car now to be flying, right? Under a bit of pressure, having to make more moves and get up the order a little bit quicker than they would have liked to have done. They'd like to be in the top 3, I think, at this stage of the race. That's the pace they had in that first stint, for certain. But yeah, they've just found a little bump in the road.
Let's go back to some of the silver class cars. Mertel Motorsport in the Honda NSX, directly behind one of our Mercedes. They've got the Williams Esports Academy car behind them as well, as JP Motorsport leading the crew down to, is it Bruxelles? What do you call this corner, Luke?
Bruxelles is what I call it, yeah.
And what do we call this next corner? Is it no name? Is it speakers?
Nothing. It's got no name.
Okay, no name. We're on the same page there. We're both on the same page. The next corner is Pouhon, not the double gauche.
Pouhon, yeah.
After that, is it Lafanya or the Piff Path?
I like Lafanya.
You like Fanya, okay. Isn't that the new one, though? Isn't Piff Path the old name?
I like Fanya.
Okay. And then there's Campus and Stavolo. Those are the next 2 corners, right?
I've never called this corner Campus, but I've always called the other corner Stavolo.
This one is Campus, sorry, that's what I meant. Back up front, by the way, we check back in with Davinton Nitzer. Look at that sim rig as well. We talk sometimes about, triple screens, single screens. You got that ultra wide, very, very laid back seating position as well.
That's straight back
very,
from
very calm.
Formula One Esports Championship wins. The position he's sat in right now, that is, that must be his preferred position, of course. Again, sounds a bit odd the way I say it. But yeah, it's not certainly a position I would like to be in sim racing.
No, it goes back to level of comfort, though, like you say, right? Because that's the position he's been sitting in for so long. Maybe that's how he has his sim rig just configured and set up the way that he wants. And every sim rig is so individual, right? And it's what makes, Luke, the you know, the in-person SRO Esports events that have been had in the past, both of course for real world and sim racing drivers, make so interesting, right? Because the drivers have to adapt to a rig that's not necessarily theirs, get comfortable with it, adjust it as they need to, whereas here at home they dial it in 100% perfectly basically for what they want.
100%, but can you imagine David Tinitza in a real GT car? He'd have his head in the rear seat. Not that they have them, but yeah, he'd be almost on the rear wing with his head there, the position he's in. But that is the beauty of sim racing. Yeah, you can kind of tailor it to your own needs. But yeah, when it becomes like a LAN event, it's a little bit more difficult. So yeah, there's lots of different sides to. It's a big slide there. It's a big slide there for Valentin Barrier. That might produce an opportunity for Aslan. Aslan stayed in the car for 2 hours as well, but they had a 10-second penalty there to deal with.
Yep, and already served it. Remember, on the left side, you can now see the penalty for the number 96, the ATS Corsa Esport team. So that is going to now be served in the second sequence of pit stops when we get to that in, 50-odd minutes time or so. Battle here. 19th position, Valentin Barrier started down in 43rd position for the Veloce Vex machine. Stayed out of the trouble up through Radion for the first lap, and then one by one has picked his way through a handful of the silver class machines. He's into the top 20 so far. Stayed in the car as well. So again, we have seen plenty of the double stints so far in this race. Next up, 5 seconds to close to a handful more of the silver class machines. But having already cracked the top 20 an hour or so into this race, now the next 23 or so hours will all be about trying to get into the top 10 and salvaging some sort of a result. This is that endurance of spirit of endurance racing, although a bit of contact there. Aslan, I think, is going to be headed back to race control for another review, and Valentin Barrier, all that hard work, now down in 23rd position.
Yeah, like, it will go down as the car from behind's fault there, but I still think that they need to race a bit cleverer, both of them, in a 24-hour race. I think if you see that coming, you've kind of got to realise there's going to be a slight overlap and there's going to be contact. And realistically, they've both just lost a load of time, regardless of whether, even if they don't receive a penalty, they've both just lost a load of time there, which they're not going to be able to recover. So yeah, I just think it's a little bit silly from both parties. Again, it was the actual car's fault. They've come in, it's always the car from behind's fault. But I just think they both need to race a little bit cleverer there for me.
Yeah, I'm going for a review and race control, that is for sure. I think my suspicion is penalty potentially looming. The second incident after a penalty as well, you tend to be looked at a little bit more harshly. Now, for the Veloce Vex crew, I hope there's no damage for them. We'll see what they can do in terms of... They are going to be fuming is the thing. Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. Imagine doing all of that work and then one little lazy bit of contact, because it was a small mistake as well there from the Axel BMW. Oh, that is, again, going back to spirit of endurance racing, fight your way back from that one now.
I still think, as much as, it's 100% on the car from behind's fault. But if you're Valentin Barrier, you see that coming, and I think you've got to take avoiding action there. I think it's a little bit lazy from in front as well. And not to say there should be any fault or get a penalty for that, of course not. But I just think you need to look after your race a little bit better, because some people are going to make mistakes. So you sometimes have to move your car to account for other people's errors, because, well, what happens is you lose 10, 15 seconds. Maybe some damage to the car when you maybe could have lost half a second, carried on your merry way, and all is good. And maybe even lose a position there. But I just think when you're looking at a 24-hour race, you've got to look at those scenarios and you've got to be able to deal with them a little bit better.
Yep, and the pedals work in both directions, right? Like, if you are being closed on, you can release the brakes and go, especially in that corner when there's not too much runoff, or walls rather, in the runoff to hit, you can potentially try and just leave a bit more room. So like you say, both drivers, you want to try and take responsibility to keep yourself out of trouble, even if the other team and the other driver has made a mistake. These top three, by the way, as we ride with Tobias Pfeffer, slightly pulling away from Bastian Richter and George Boothby right now. Boothby last lap did a 2:16.795 compared to a 2:16.495 for Dara McCormack. So maybe, yes, faster in a straight line. Does it mean faster over a lap? Maybe not. The Lamborghini, though, of David Tinitza, sandwiched by the pair of Mercedes right now, seems to be holding on relatively well. Tobias Pfeffer has made sure to make his bed for us as well, so that's how you know that he's ready for the stint that we've got in front of us. Yeah,
as we see the Lamborghini taking the literal Formula One Esports line there from a couple of years ago. Well done, Tinitza, just as a little throwback there. But yeah, again, just to clarify, I'm not trying to say Valentin Barrier is at fault any way, shape or form there. It's not his fault at all. But I think sometimes you have to just protect your own race a little bit and go, oh, look, I'll take a bit of pain here so I don't get hit. People are going to make mistakes. They are going to send it on you. And it doesn't make you any weaker. It doesn't make you a weaker target for people to come and have a go at you or try and make an overtake. But yeah, realistically, you could have been avoiding of that. Front three, though, separated by less than a second. They are sort of traversing off in the distance. I think Boothby and the McLaren there for the number 40 Veloce team, they have got a car that's set up to be leading a race. And the race pace now is just a little bit quicker because they're not in the front. I think they were a little bit of a cork in the bottle. They managed to get into the lead, and they're just a very difficult car to overtake because of the setup they've got on that car. But now they're a bit further behind. I think Dara's able to go a little bit faster.
I can tell you there's no rain in the forecast for the next 30 minutes or so. So there's no worry for these teams, for these drivers to be trying to figure out what's happening in terms of that potential for weather to interrupt the strategy. And go back to that strategy just for a second. Dominic Byer mentioned he was sending me a couple of messages. Strategy pretty simple for this race, to try and get as close to the 65-minute stint time as possible. Because it reduces, of course, the number of pit stops if you can do 65 minutes by the end, trying to cut out a pit stop, basically. The other thing is just better timing for the rain. So they're changing tires every pit stop. They're not double stinting tires by any means. There's a couple of different things to think about. That was a good run for David Tinitza out of La Source on the run up. The Camel does not make the move, though, but just got that little bit closer. McCormack showing a bit of a sign of a little bit of struggle there over the top of the hill.
Yeah, I think the front three have got such good race pace here. They can just travel off together and make a bit of a gap to the rest of the field. So I don't think Tinitza I don't think it's in his interest, realistically, to try and make a move and potentially have a battle for a couple of laps where it costs them a load of time. I think they're in a position now where they can probably stretch out this stint and gain, maybe by the end of the stint there'll be 5 seconds, maybe a little bit more than that clear, and then they can manage to race a little bit better from that period. So I would be very surprised if I see Tinitza start fighting for this lead. Tinitza is a very experienced campaigner. You look at the front three right now, McCormack, Tinitza, Pfeffer, those three, they're serial winners. In whatever series they've done around the world, in whatever sim they've raced in, they are all serial winners. They know how to get that job done. So don't expect anything too crazy or too out the box really from those three. They're just going to manage this together and probably pull a gap on the rest of the field.
And Tinitza did win this race back in 2021 when it was part of the SRO Esports Europe calendar, when he was part of the Ferrari Driver Academy esports team at the time. So he's got experience in this race in the past of coming up on top.
People forget, by the way, sorry to cut you off there.
Are you good?
People do forget that when this game first came out, it was in a beta form. They had an event in Monza. David Tinitza was a Formula 1 esports driver then, and he was at the peak of his powers in that series. But he won those first ever LAN events. That's back when the Jaguar was competitive, by the way, guys. That's how long ago this was. David Tinitza had never, it was obviously a new game. No one had ever raced this. But he was the fastest out there on this sim when he was actually fully competing on another game. So he is a very special talent. We always talk about McCormack. We always mention the Unicorn and Love guys who are now racing for Renwelton or for MSI. But, David Tinitza is one of the big dogs on this sim. So, yeah, it's sometimes forgotten about David Tinitza, but he is definitely one of the real strong competitors on this sim.
And he made the switch from Ferrari to Lamborghini, which is...
That's crazy.
Right?
Yeah. That is some switch, isn't it? That is... Yeah. I'm sure he's had a couple of bricks through his window as well. That's a ridiculous switch.
Yeah, but it's going well for him. It does seem as though, he's enjoying the time at the team. He's up there at the front right now, going to be very, very interested to see how the next portion of the race goes on. And again, that laid-back seating position, I was thinking about it, Luke. It is a little bit more akin to like a prototype GT3 combination sort of a thing. So the closest I look at the body shape of all the GT3s. The only GT3 car that I can imagine having that driving position in is the McLaren.
Yeah, right. It's an intended line here.
That is definitely an esports line.
Yeah, there was that line being used again in F1 a few years ago around this circuit, and it looks like he's just found maybe not a loophole, but he's just found something there, 'cause that's an intended line, and I'm just wondering whether running onto the AstroTurf there is it must be cooling the tyres down of some sort. It must be some sort of help for him to be able to do that. It's definitely not. He wouldn't be doing it if it's slowing him down. I can assure you of that.
Maybe it is that it's just not slowing him down, and so he's just opening up the run through Pouillon that little bit more. And again, that's where all of these drivers, they do all of their practice. They go and corner by corner, they dissect the track and figure out where they can gain these time through micro adjustments. And it's always impressive to see some of the things that they go and find out, as much as I'm sure frustrating for some to sit there and watch as they try and find all those little different ways to be even faster amongst their competition. Let's see what the lap time is going to be this time, though. I'm just comparing again to Richter and to Boothby. Are these top three just slowly pulling away? Cormac 16.842, Tanitsa 16.742. So around a tenth of a second difference between them, and they've really just 3 cars within 6 tenths at the line. Still both faster, though, effectively, than Richter and Boothby. So that gap to Richter up to 4-5 seconds or so. It's looking very, very promising for these teams and drivers, although very, very early stages. The thing that always defines a 24-hour race at the end of the day is, are you going to live through the night to see the sunrise on the other side? Well, David Tanitsa see at the very top of the Kemmel his chance to lead the race. Here comes the Charging Bull, the Lamborghini Esports team, and David Tanitsa at the inside of Les Combes take the point of the 24 hours of Spa.
Yeah, and again, he wasn't going to fight for that position, but if he gets a run, of course he's going to take it on. And Darren McCormack just managing the race perfectly there, just didn't lose any time at all. Lets David Tanitsa go ahead. Will now be able to potentially save a bit of fuel, meaning that, again, it doesn't mean they can go any longer. It's still 65 minutes, but it means that their pit stop will be shorter because there's already fuel in the car. So yeah, there we go. We're on the board here. Great work there from Steve, sorting out the cameras. Yeah, David Tanitsa is genuinely taking that line. I think you're right. He can open up the car a little bit more. He doesn't have to turn left early at all, to get the car rotated onto the tarmac, and he's intended to take that line. It does look a little bit quicker. So, and people will complain. This is sim racing, so there'll be people at home going, "Oh, you can't do that. I'll get my shower the cloud stick out." I've commentated in a real world motorsport. If there's something a real world driver can exploit, you can bet your bottom dollar they're exploiting it, and you won't see it until the race. It's as simple as that. They won't do it in qualifying, they won't do it in practice, but if there's something they can exploit, they'll do it in a race. So this is as classic motorsport as you can get.
100%. Like, again, it goes, the gray area of rule books are where in motorsport teams win and lose at the end of the day, finding all of those little things. That camera, by the way, what I saw from it, the right side tires are on the AstroTurf, the left side tires are still on the tarmac, it would seem. So it's like straddling. He's not actually running on the grass. It's ingenious. Again, it's very, very clever. A couple more penalties being reported. 5 seconds for the 717. So that is one of the pro class machines, the BMW for Team Nitro. So 5 seconds for them. There was 10 seconds as well for one of the silver class cars a little bit further down through the field. So still incidents taking place further down, and that's where some of these moves are being made as well. The Gladius competitions, Aston Martin, which may be good when the conditions do change, maybe a little later on, battling with one of the only Porsches in the field as Passoni holds 17th.
Yeah, 100%. You mentioned the conditions could change. Yeah, it could rain during this race. It could end up being a 24-hour dry race. Who knows? That's quite unlikely, I would say, though, especially at Spa. And people are talking about the BOP and which is the fastest car. So it's so difficult to get a real balance of performance because of conditions, right? You can balance the performance of a car in dry conditions. We see a lovely mood there from Abdeladze, and he cuts across the bonnet there of Klinkmuller. And Klinkmuller has not recovered, by the way, from that mistake earlier on. He's just fallen down the pack, and that was a textbook maneuver there. So Abdeladze, who was one of the stars of the series last year, absolutely proving why he was one of my stars anyway. As Lomi also makes a move as well. He's going to go ahead of Ramone, and move being made still in towards Les Combes. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh, BOP. Yeah, so it's so difficult to make a BOP for a series because you've got so many factors. So when it's hot, one car's going to be better than another. When it's cold, one car's going to be better than another. When it rains, it's going to be a car that's better than another. When it's dark and it's raining, it's going to be one car better than another. There's cars better through corners when it's hot than they will be when it's cold. Like, there's so many different factors to get a BOP, and the fact that we have sort of 5, 6, 7 manufacturers in qualifying at the top end says that they've done a pretty good job. That's the last time I mentioned BOP, because otherwise I get linked.
Yeah, you don't want the bricks through the window, especially since it's right next to where you're commentating from right now. So that would be a problem.
That would certainly be a problem.
Yeah, we're about 90 minutes in, though, and for the most part, we had the let's be honest, a big incident up through Radion on the opening lap. that caused a bit of a track blocker. Outside of that, though, it's been pretty clean. We've seen a couple of things down at the bus stop, some late attempted moves that have gone wrong. But for the most part, teams recognizing that this is a 24-hour race. To finish first you must finish. And of those starters, the 43 starters, I believe we've only had the one actual retirement so far today. I think that is the 52 Ferrari. Because Brabham Esports, I think, had a disconnection at one point. I'm unsure if they were able to rejoin the server and get back out onto track. Everybody else, 42 GT3 machines, are still out on track, which is crazy.
Yeah, so, sorry, I had Mike turn up to 200, by the way, and he just told us the reason why they couldn't rejoin, so I couldn't hear you, Arjuna. But yeah, no, they couldn't rejoin the server, basically, unfortunately, so they had a disconnect, we couldn't rejoin, and now they're about 57 laps down, or whatever it is. So, yeah, they won't be able to get back in the race, unfortunately. So I think they've decided to call it quits, unfortunately for them. And that is, unfortunately, the nature of sim racing.
It is, and you mentioned as well, right? Like sometimes you'll do these endurance races and you get involved in an incident on the opening lap, and if the incident is so big that you're not able to rejoin the race, sometimes that is a relief, because it's like, oh no, I don't need to go back out and deal with whatever damage that I have. There are some cars, I see there's about 10 of them that are one lap down already, and there will be a lap down for another 22 hours and 30 minutes at the very least, maybe go a couple more laps down in the future. There's only around 20 cars within 30 seconds of your leader right now. Such is the relentlessness of the pace from the pro class. Even some of those runners a little bit further down, the likes of Valentin Barrier starting the tail end of the field and having to work forward. He's 50 seconds off the leader, so it's stretching out, and traffic going to be a little bit more frequent at some point for these drivers to navigate their way through. And blue flags, let's not forget, could end up at the in the middle of the night, causing some issues for drivers as they work their way around and try and figure out who they need to be fighting with and who they don't want to be fighting with as well. As back towards the line, 38 laps officially complete. David Tanitsa still leading, although last time by, starting to see the fall off now in terms of tires. They've gone from mid 216s to low 217s.
Yeah, Bastian Richter is really starting to close that gap as well. He's gained about 7/10 of a second, so the Ferrari starting to come into fruition. Boothby just managing the gap to Richter. It's about 1.9 seconds. He may have lost a couple of tenths, but nothing too crazy. Jakob Osterman now 4.4 seconds. Keep an eye out on Osterman, because he will start to close up on that battle for a top 6. But yeah, the front three here, they are putting on a bit of a clinic, although Richter, if he can continue this pace, by the end of this stint, I reckon he might be around about a second off this lead.
Yeah, Ferrari definitely. It was the only car in the 216s, with the exception of Osterman last time around. So one McLaren breaking down into the 16s, only Ferraris, other than that, dipping their lap times just that little bit lower, but we'll steer away from the BOP conversation. Just looking forward to seeing how that turns out at the end of the race and who will still be in contention. These three, though, are probably the favorites. If you're watching on GT World on YouTube, on SRO Motorsports on Twitch, let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, and I guess what you think about the esports line that David Tanitsa has found on the entry down into Pouhon, Luke, because he is, you spotted it, and now lap after lap after lap, I'm noticing him do it as well.
Well, yeah, you give me credit for spotting it, but it's hardly hiding it, is he? But yeah, people will get funny about this. It's sim racing, right? People get angry about stuff that is just, out of the box there. I don't see anything wrong with it. I think you're finding an advantage, out there that is legal. It's not in the rule book. It's not breaking any rules. This is something that every driver can indeed do if they want to. There's nothing, in my opinion, wrong with it. I feel sorry for teams such as Williams, because if Williams were doing that right now, oh my God, they'd be receiving some abuse, wouldn't they? They really would be. But yeah, it's fine with me. I've worked alongside racing drivers for a very long time, and they will try and find any advantage at any opportunity in the real world. So it shouldn't be any different in sim racing. You just got to embrace it. It's not anything game breaking, I don't think. It's not anything that's I would consider is cheating, to be fair. I just think they found something and it's working for them.
I'll just cast people's minds back a couple of years to the real world. Do you remember, Luke, when out of the final corner at Spa, they would just run all the way out to the wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it's that same sort of a thing. I would be quite curious if we do get rain, what that line would be like in the rain. I suspect it would no longer be as optimal as it is in these sort of conditions.
NASCAR.
But exactly, there you go.
It will be the NASCAR line. I'm telling you now, if it rains, guys, you're going to basically see a whole different race circuit. We're going to be racing at 24 hours of Spa and Spa Plus. It's going to be great.
Across of the night as well, I'm looking forward to tracking how the temperature kind of plays around as well. Because one thing that, you know, I had to kind of get to grips with in Assetto Corsa Competizione is how important tire pressures are, right? Because you want to get the Pirelli tires into the correct window when they're warm. And so, you know, when we get into the cooler conditions, when we start thinking about the rain as well and the different compound of tires, maybe there's going to be some adjustments in terms of the pressures to make sure that you have the car performing under you. Because you brought up Klinkmuller struggling, Luke. I'm wondering if, not pressure related, I'm wondering if they've got a bit of damage related to what happened to them, that's slowing them down and maybe just upsetting the balance of the car similarly to what would happen in terms of pressures during the night.
Yeah, it could well be. You know, I think it would still be a combination of both. You could just tell that how easily after the incident a couple of overtakes on them happened. Again, it could be damage related. I don't think the hit was hard enough though, really, to give them any kind of serious damage. I think the damage more is psychological. It doesn't look like Klinkmuller though has recovered. I'm not sure exactly what his last lap time was. It's something you can bring up for sure, Arjuna. But yeah, it seems to have started to recover. Although he's got Castorino in behind, and every time we've gone on board with Castorino today, it's been like a highlight reel.
Looking at my data, going into ChatGPT, it's 2:17.607 for Niels Klinkmuller last time by.
Okay, so what are we looking at in terms of the leader's pace?
That's 6 tenths off because Tanitsa's just done a 17.0.
Yeah, so that is a big gap there. So I just don't think. Yeah, he might have damage, but psychologically, I think that was just yeah, a bit of a race ruiner. Sometimes you can, you know, have your mind completely punted when it comes to an overtake or something happens on track that you're not really in complete control of, and that is it. As we go on board then with Lewis Fleischer. And I can tell you, that is not the optimum line through the bus stop chicane. And
there was someone else that was off at that corner. It might have been the 223 McLaren for Genesis Esports. Here's Dara, though, back and charging to the inside. But Tanitsa's not going to let him have this one easy. We finally have a little bit of wheel-to-wheel and side-by-side action at the very point. But as they navigate through Lecom, McCormack on the outside gets the position. Tanitsa not fighting too hard. It is just, with 22 hours and 24 minutes to go, the rough and tumble at the front of the field.
Yeah, nice for us to watch a little battle there, but I just think, if I'm honest, David Tanitsa he kept his nose in a little bit too long there. Probably should have just let that go, very similarly to how Dara let him go earlier on. But yeah, Tanitsa now down into P2, and it'd be interesting to see whether the Lambo's just really good at the start of the stint, and then the Mercedes maybe a little bit better as the stint goes on. They are going to run to the end of the 65-minute window. We've been told that by Williams at the very least. So yeah, maybe the Lamborghini just drops off ever so slightly. But it's a lovely move there from Dara. What time did they lose to Bastian Richter? Well, they didn't lose any time to Bastian Richter. I guess that's really what's got to be the litmus test here, is if Richter closes in because of them two battling, then you've got to kind of look at it and go, yeah, you really should be doing that. Because right now a three-way battle is so much better, so much more beneficial for them than a 4 or potentially 5. And
to your point on Richter closing, he's not brought George Boothby with him. Boothby a bit more concerned, I think, about Grantas Kourakis in that Scuderia Ferrari Esports number 51. And then Jakob Osterman after that 10-second penalty. You've got to say, you know, to only be 10.8 seconds off of your leader with that 10-second penalty, it goes to show just how fast that McLaren is for Into the Breach Esports and what are they going to be able to do. Osterman, of course, has started that car and is going to do the opening 2 stints, and our expectation is that Luis Roters or Kamil Pawlowski will jump in. 3-driver lineup for them across of the 24 hours of racing. And congratulations to Kamil Pawlowski, by the way, celebrating his recent marriage, and plenty more going on for him in the world of sim racing. So plenty to look forward to. 22 hours and 22 minutes to go here. Wonder how much sleep he's going to get through the night and what his wife thinks about that. As Tanitsa over the top of Radion, almost off wide and into the pit exit rather, as it rejoins the track. Yeah, well, we'll get a few comments in the chat about the camera angles. Yeah, Steve, Mike and Ryan, who are behind the scenes doing all the camera angles, they are very, very good at their job, and they bring out some
I like to call them sexy cameras, because they are very sexy. So yeah, shout out to them. They do deserve some credit. When they start speaking in our ear, trying to give us some kind of facts, most of the time they're talking about absolute rubbish. But in terms of cameras, they're very, very good at that. Also, someone saying, is there any warnings for David Talitza? If he had any warnings, he wouldn't be doing it again. I can assure you of that right now. But again, he's doing nothing illegal. 2 wheels are staying within the track limits. Like, again, there you go. That's 2 wheels are left, and then you've got 2 wheels on the right. Really, it's as simple as that. Like, yeah, he's found something. Seems to be working for him. It doesn't seem, he's not gaining an incredible amount of time. He's still running with the lead pack, but just something that seems a bit more comfortable for him.
It's a line that we didn't see from his teammate at all, though. It was only when Talitza got in the car that we started seeing it. Wonder if any of the other teammates will elect to follow his lead as well and venture out onto that AstroTurf on the dive down in towards Puon, but that's a question maybe to be answered in roughly 30 minutes time when the 65-minute stint timer comes to an end and we see them back down onto pit lane. I see a question about any other fights right now. There are plenty of other close battles. You go back to the silver class, for example. Now after Fleischer's mistake in that Veloce Academy entry, new race leader, it's the 17, the BF Racing Esport Ferrari that has got the lead of class. They're not far in front of that Veloce Academy car, not far in front of the 223 as well. And now for the most part, Luke, the pros have migrated to the front of the field, and the silvers don't have as many pros in between them, interrupting their own fights in class.
Yeah, 100%. It does seem like the pros have kind of filtered their way to the sharp end. If we're going to look at the championship standings, BF Racing Esport, who are currently leading the silver class, they're only 5th in the championship. But the team that won last week's race, or a couple of weeks ago, CRT Pro, and I mean in dominant fashion, they're not even in the top 23. I'm not even sure where they are in this race at the moment. They are nowhere to be seen. Number 6, who's currently 2nd in the championship, are also nowhere to be seen. The Vincenzo Suspiri Racing team. And then there's car number 28. They're not even in the top, 9 cars in that series. So Veloce Academy are 2nd in that race. They are currently 4th in the championship. And then we go to the number 201. They're currently 6th in the championship. They are currently running in 4th in this race. So it is this silver championship, I know there's a long way to go in this race, is being turned on its head. Crazy.
Here's the speed from the Audi of Zoom Racing. Can it zoom around the outside of Lecombe? Don't think the answer to this one will be yes, as the door gets slammed shut on them by Team Nitro. Oh, it's 2 pro class cars that are fighting here already. That Team Nitro 717 has got 5-second penalty looming over it, but they just about get it sorted in the nick of time. Luke, all 3 of the podium sitters in the silver class at Suzuka, I think actually got tangled up in that lap 1 incident, because CRT Pro and ST Racing Esports, 1st and 3rd last time out, they're both 1 lap down right now and, on track and trying to salvage something as best they can. But that is the unpredictability of endurance racing, and in a championship like this, consistency is what often carries you forward. This race pays out 1.5 times the amount of points as the 3-hour race at Suzuka did. And so some would argue winning this race and staying out of trouble a lot more important, a lot harder as well, than staying out of trouble and winning at Suzuka.
Yeah, 100%. The 2 big 24-hour races are worth more points. Really, it's as simple as that. Just well pointed out there. Bischoff and Kolosov getting together there. How far alongside do you have to be to expect a little bit of room there? I think Bischoff can get looked into for that. He closed the door completely, and the Audi was, halfway alongside the car. So I think you've got to be afforded a little bit more room in Lecombe. Luckily, they're both still facing in the right direction. But yeah, I think Bischoff needed to be a little bit kinder.
That is the kind of thing that in the world of real motorsport, Luke, a driver would probably just expect to be given no room. But here in the world of sim racing, like you say, if you have a certain amount of your car alongside, there is that expectation that there's no my corner in sim racing. No, you always must leave enough room, and then a little bit more to account for, netcode and stuff. Enough room for the car to continue running. So you're definitely not wrong. And that 21 machine, the Axel Sport car that already has had a penalty, its 2nd penalty is 15 seconds. So it's more severe than the first one. If Team Nitro is found to be at fault for this incident as well, they've already had 5 seconds, they could end up spending a little bit more time down on the pit lane. But as they work their way towards Le Mans once again, it's a silver class car inserting itself into the mix. It's the leading silver class car as well. And look at that Ferrari trying to challenge, and now with more contact to Zoom Racing.
Oh, that Audi's been passed around like currency at this point. It's not ideal, is it? Yeah, Ramone tried to go around the outside and then just sort of drove into the side of the Audi. Yeah, got sort of doored off there. So I'm not sure. I think they needed a bit more room as well. So yeah, the Audi just not having a good time, unfortunately. So yeah, Kolosov will be hoping for a little bit more room. Ramone will probably have to give that position back up. I think if you're a team manager, you just go and just give that back and fight again and try and get the position. This is what I mean about the Veloce McLaren, by the way, is that they are very difficult to overtake. They kind of need to be in the lead to go out there and win this race in these conditions. And maybe that will change later on in this race, but I think it was well pointed out earlier, or well spotted earlier, that it's very good in the straight line, very difficult to overtake, which is what is being found here by Grantas Caracas. But ultimately, with that 5-second penalty, you know, Boothby being now in P5, it's very difficult for them to get back up towards the lead. I could be wrong, who knows, but yeah, I think it's a car built to be in the lead and just run the race from the front.
I think it was a very astute observation from our chat. Like you say, Luke, sometimes our chat is full of gems. Sometimes it's best to maybe not look and spend so much time looking at what's put in there. But again, if you're watching on, let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. We'll keep engaged with you as we get closer to the nighttime running. And that McLaren, it's a very similar situation, I think, to what they had back in 2022, where the rain might end up helping them a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. Nothing scheduled on the forecast in the next 30 or so minutes still, from what I can see following some of the streams of some of the drivers. But will there be streams on track? Fingers crossed at some point. Now, there is going to be one McLaren next weekend, Luke, in the 76th running of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa that I think lots of sim racers will be paying attention to, and that's the Garage 59 McLaren, the 158, where James Baldwin going to be back in the real car, competing in the 24 Hours of Spa. It's been a little bit of time since he was behind the wheel of a real race car, but we know just how quick the world's fastest gamer can be, and he'll be supported and cheered on by all sim racers around the world.
Yeah, well, last time it didn't go so well, did it, in the end, unfortunately for him. He was very, very quick. And there's one negative of racing in the real world for him, is that he can't show off his tribal tattoo. The more tribal tattoo you see, the faster he goes, but in the real world, he's got to wear a fire suit. It's a bit of a shame. But yeah, we wish the best of luck to James Baldwin. He's been one of the poster boys, I would say, of sim racing over the last few years. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders as it's grown. So yeah, it's nice to see one of us being represented in the real world.
And I'll be cheering on for that car for sure, and hoping to try and see Tim Heineman as well. There's a couple of other people, I'm sure.
He's a record holder, by the way, at Spa.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Some beautiful liveries, by the way, on display. Very, very distinctive. The RNL Raw car is being held off by the number 96 ATS Corsa, which does have that 10-second penalty. And behind them, they've got the Williams Esports Academy, distinctive yellow end on the front nose to pick them apart. Yeah, I was talking earlier about the cars that we've got on display. Good-looking collection from our teams. 3 very, very distinctive cars as we jump on board with Grantas Caracas back up front. And okay, this will be a great camera angle to see the top speed. Out of La Source, running up towards the top of the Camel. Luke, let's see how much of a legs advantage that McLaren really has.
Yeah, 100%. This is, the Ferrari you expect to close in, the Constantina effect, of course, and the McLaren will be able to get the power down, should be able to get the power down a little bit earlier, because we think it's going to be a very slippery wing. But you'll see the car will just drive out here, and it'll be very difficult for Ferrari to catch up. Look at the gap though between 3rd and 4th. The gap is now 2.6 seconds, so another 6 tenths being taken up by Baxter and Richter, looking to try and get with that lead pack heading towards the next stint. And that might be a chance for Richter to maybe bring the car in early and under fuel a little bit. I know they want to try and stretch out as much as they can, but if they can maybe shorten a couple of stints, they still will get that extra pit stop taken off. But ultimately they'll be back to the lead pack, which might be a little bit more important. But there we go. We saw there the Ferrari was not able to get anywhere near. But if you look at David Tanitza and Dara McCormack, those two, when they're running behind each other, they were able to overtake each other because of the slipstream. The Lamborghini, by the way, it looks like it might have just fallen off the cliff in terms of tyre wear, because Dara McCormack has been able to drive away.
Let's see what happens out through Pouon. Still Tanitza running very committedly on that line. So it does seem as though, even this late in the run, very much seems as though That's exactly what he wants to be doing, and putting and positioning his car there. Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI. This is technically no longer a Unicorns of Love powered car, but the drivers, all former Unicorns of Love drivers, as mentioned, the two-time defending winners here in this 24 Hours of Spa Esports edition. So if they were to grab the win, it would be technically 3 in a row, at least for the drivers and the crew behind the scenes. They're in a very, very good position. Both Luke and myself picked them. We did not pick that R&L Raw machine. That goes out wide. The Williams Esports Academy takes 2 for 1 and says thank you very much.
Yeah, Mariah was like, yeah, cheers, I'll have a bit of that action, and, well, got himself 2 for the price of 1. Beautifully done. A bit of a mistake was made for it to happen, but they're not going to be too worried about that. They're going to gallivant off into the distance and say, yeah, cheers, I'll have a bit of that action. Heading towards the end of hour number 2, we're about to see a potential move here to Caracas. Has got to run out of Blanchimont, and very cleverly there, I think, from Boothby. He didn't really fight that. I think that makes the most sense in this situation, and I'll be very surprised if he doesn't get a good exit out of the source, that this does not change once again. I think we've seen how quick that car is in a straight line, the McLaren, and I think before we get to Lace-Con, we'll see this reversed.
But if you are that McLaren and you think potentially that the Ferrari could pull you forward, is that something you're thinking about? Are you trying to then bridge that 3.3 second advantage at the line up to 4th position, and Bastian Richter has done a very, very good job to close up to your leading group. At one point that margin closer to 4-5 or so seconds up to the top of the track, still climbing right now. The slingshot to Slumwatt helped the McLaren. Caracas moves to the middle, covers off any move, and George Boothby forced to wait behind. I think this is good. This will now be a chance for both of them to try and work forward, but don't forget, Jakob Osterman's not too far behind them as well.
Yeah, and he's one of the fastest guys out on circuit right now, fastest lap of the race as well. I will say one thing there, Boothby got a very bad exit out of La Source, but his run over Radion and Eau Rouge was exceptional. So I think if he got a good run out of La Source, he probably would have been able to make an overtake in the end. Caracas is going to hold on, and it's a P5 then for the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team.
And just remember as well, if you're watching this on Twitch, on YouTube, saying, I'd like to do some virtual racing as well. Hi, first, yes. But you can play Assetto Corsa Competizione on a PC, yes, but you can also play on consoles as well. So no matter what your preferred choice of gaming platform is, you can jump on and play the official esports title of SRO. Although, as much as Max Verstappen is good on a controller, Dara McCormack is good on a controller. Luke, I have actually compared myself on a controller versus a wheel on a simulator. I'm sticking to wheels. I'm not good enough on a controller.
I started on a controller as well, to be fair. And for the first month of me having a steering wheel, I wanted to throw it in the bin and give it away. I hated it. But then there's a crossover period, and once you get past that crossover period, and to be fair, there are still some sims where the pad's a little bit faster. Ford is still a pad game. But yeah, once you get over that crossover period, it's not even close anymore, in my humble opinion. But yeah, there was a period of time where I was like, I don't want to use a wheel ever again. But yeah, now I couldn't think of anything worse in sim racing.
Than not having a wheel. Exactly, yes. And we've had the direct drive wheelbases have become so much more accessible, even in terms of pedals. Some of the technology that that is being revolutionized, whatever you want to call it, with pedals and feedback there. It's always interesting to follow the latest and greatest in terms of sim racing hardware. Now, McCormack, you mentioned the tire life on the Lamborghini. I'm looking at the lap times. I'm kind of just wondering if it's just McCormack's just that little bit quicker right now. Maybe not even so much related to the pace of the cars. They've got traffic to work their way through, and that has given McCormack a bit of a buffer. He's 1.3 seconds clear as they make their descent down towards Bruxelles.
Yeah, and unless they get let through here, this is perfect for McCormack. McCormack's going to be able to gain a nice, healthy little advantage. This might work out for Bastian Richter more than anyone else here. Again, I don't think that Lambo looks like it has any intention of moving itself out of the way. So yeah, as we head down towards Pouon, this is, a nice, it's perfect. Dara McCormack, he's going to be able to drive away and get himself, I reckon he's going to have 2, maybe even a 3-second advantage once it's all figured out. That's worked out in his favour nicely.
The clock is just past 6 p.m. virtual standard time, so getting closer and closer to the sunset. That will then see the drivers flick on the headlights and use them to pave and illuminate the path. And in about an hour or so's time, both Luke and myself are going to run away, leave you in the very capable voices of Paul Jeffrey and Ewan O'Leary for the next handful of hours. Then the likes of Lewis McLeod, Austin Belkey, Jesse Lee and Mike Nouse with a bit of a monster stint through the nighttime hours before we start to rotate things up and mix it up once again. 3 producers behind the scenes as well. Mike Yao alongside of Steve Proudley, who's controlling most of the action across the 24 hours. Great to have Ryan Gill join us as well. This is the shot, though, looking rearwards from your race leader. More traffic in front, yes, but the blue flag's being flown right now. Not seeing Tanitza get close enough to the other Lamborghini to really try and get to the inside out through La Source. Cormac looking very, very strong. And I'm going to say something, Luke, and I hope I'm going to be right. Dara McCormack, in 15 minutes' time, gets out of that car and hands over to one of his teammates.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't think there's any question in that one. He'll get himself out of the car, have a nice little break, probably a good 4, maybe even 6 hours of a break, judging by how they're doing things. And then he's all good. Unless they decide to just split it where, he does another 2 hours, and there's 2 of them that do the first 8, then they go to sleep for a big chunk of time of 8 hours, so they get a proper night's sleep, and then they come back and do some more tomorrow. So I don't know. I'm not a team manager. I'm just a commentator, so I don't know. Who knows? But there's David. It's at 1.3 seconds behind. He didn't lose as much time as I thought he would actually to Dara McCormack. Dara has got a healthy lead. Pfeffer then 0.3 of a second back, and they started 7th on the grid, already up to the top 3. They're doing a very good job, and they've gained 1 position in this stint so far. The rate that they're overtaking, they will be in the lead of the race sooner rather than later, but we know it doesn't quite work like that. We're on board then with Jakob Osterman. I'm sorry, no, we're on board with Pisoni. Osterman's the fastest back. Pisoni looking to make a move here on Lomi up towards Lacecom. Decides to back out of it, and yeah, that's the first time we've seen someone back out there. I think everyone's decided to send it through Lacecom, whether they make the overtake or cause some sort of contact. But we've seen a Porsche there for absolute res tech like Asliv race a little bit cleverly.
A little bit cleverly indeed. It goes to show as well that, down the pack, now that you've lost the draft of people in front, sometimes you don't want to make those moves so early. It's better just to stick behind. It's sometimes better to lift off earlier as well than actually pull alongside. All those little things in terms of racecraft that you develop over time. And it goes with traffic management as well. This is a unique experience, right, Luke? Because sometimes when we talk about traffic management, we're talking about the multi-class traffic when, maybe GT3 and GT4 are sharing the track together. So there's, cars of different capabilities making their way around. Here, it's the same machines that you're passing. It's just some that maybe have a bit of damage, have had some bad luck, some that maybe are going a little bit slow through some, issues that they've been through. It's a different sort of mentality when you see the blue flag to try and make your way around, especially remembering some of them are still in races of their own.
Yeah, 100%, and they will have to be fixed as well. Like, some of these cars may be out of position and fully fixed, and they're just going to be as fast. So you treat them like they're slower and they're a lap down, but ultimately they're still as fast, and that's where you can lose a load of time by running side by side, especially around Spa. The Spa is known as one of the best racing circuits in the world for that very reason. It's a great race circuit. You can run side by side through multiple corners around here, but you just lose time by doing that. So there's lots of different factors that can lose you time ultimately, and then you put yourself in a little bit of trouble. So right now we know the top 3 are pretty closely contested, but that can again become 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 the longer we go into this race by people making mistakes or getting caught behind drivers a little bit out of position.
I'll do a quick look at our chat right now. I see Amaris, the constant presence in GT World, watching as ever from Indonesia. Curious to see where everyone else is watching from. I'm on the west coast of the US. Luke and Steve are in the UK. We have an international crew of drivers as well from around the world, so hoping that we have an international audience as well. Did also see some questions about what happened to the Veloce Academy car. Well, their McLaren, of course, qualified very, very well. 5th in the Super Bowl session. Slightly less strong maybe in terms of the race pace, and slid backwards in the first hour or so. Not quite sure what has happened in the recent moments. We saw Lewis Fleischer have a couple of moments and a couple of incidents, in fact, as well. He's dropped down to the 28th position, and the leader now in the silver class category is the BF Racing Esport team, who finished 5th at Suzuka. Question about the Veloce Academy car may be answered as well by the fact that they did have a penalty I've been hearing about an unsafe rejoin, so likely will drop them down the running order just a little bit. We jump on board though with Jakob Osterman flying through Blanchimont and on towards the bus stop chicane, looking to the inside of the fellow McLaren. George Boothby in this second stint of the race is struggling, but not going to give this one up without a fight. Going to force Osterman almost off the track as they make their way around the left-hander back towards the line. But all as Grantas Caracas pulling away just in front of them. 1.3 seconds or so his margin provokes another send from Osterman up towards La Source with gravity on their side to break just that little bit later. But no gravel on the outside like there is in the real world now at Spa means that Boothby, if he wanted to, could run that little bit wider, build up some more momentum. What's going to happen though as they crest over the top of Radion? Car gets very, very light as you see sky for a moment and then see a little bit of tarmac, and here they go side by side down the Kemmel.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's one car that can make an overtake on the McLaren of George Boothby, it's another McLaren. And there we go. So it is Osterman that does move up into 6th position. And yeah, it just seems like the McLaren, just in general, has a lot more straight line speed, although it seems to be suffering at the later stages of the stint in terms of the tyre wear. But Osterman, remember that team, the ITB team, they had a 10-second penalty that they had to deal with at the last pit stops. And right now, they are around about 5, 6,
about 10 seconds.
About 10 seconds. And they were, what, 5 seconds behind with that 10-second penalty? So they've gained 5 seconds in this stint. Jakob Osterman has found some serious pace. Do not count them out, because we've still got 22 hours.
Yeah, okay. This is the thing that I've been kind of wondering about. We talked about drive time. You know, there's not much of a margin between 3 or 4 drivers in terms of how much more you're allowed to go. If you split the race up equally, could that be something that some of these teams are thinking about if they have technical issues, if the rain comes and presents itself? 3 versus 4 drivers, Luke. As a driver, I've always said, if I'm going to do, 20, 30, 40, 50 hours of practice for this race, I want to do as many hours as possible. So I would probably want to be doing 8 as, ooh, there was a McLaren that for a moment was getting a little bit squirrely, a Lamborghini getting a little bit squirrely with the visceral machine, blocking off the momentum from the Mercedes that sat in behind. This, the fight for 22nd spot.
Yeah, Battistella, they're trying to keep what Cesar behind. Well, no, she's trying to make a move there on Taz. And, well, ultimately it's not what quite worked out. Taz holds on, but now he's under pressure here from Cesar. So Battistella maybe going to lose a position down towards P1. Is there the opportunity, though, for Cesar to send one up the inside? Again, a very British police-looking car is that Mercedes. Again, it's a little bit more funky with delivery, but the colours are very much the same as a police car in the UK.
Hopefully just not with the same concerns when you see it in the rearview mirror, although I guess you would be concerned if you saw someone coming and attacking you full of vigor. To get back to what I was saying though, as a driver, I'd like to do as many hours as you can give me. As a team manager, I want my drivers to be as rested as possible, which would then mean giving them as little hours as possible and trying to sleep. So there's the counterbalance of that, doing 3 versus 4 hours, 3 versus 4 drivers rather, as another hour officially in the books. And Luke, 2 hours now done in this 24 hours of Spa.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's Williams Esports that lead the way from Lamborghini Esports, and then you've got the championship leaders who started 7th on the grid there of the MSI team, Mercedes AMG Esports team MSI. They're currently in 3rd spot. Oh, there's the contact. It was always going to happen between these 3, and the Mercedes there's gone, do you know what, I might wait for you. No, I'm not going to. There was a little thought there of, I might wait. I'm gone. And the BMW decides, you know what, I've had enough of this, I want to change drivers, I'm sulky and I've had enough.
I think it's a good idea as well, given that, we've been speculating that as many as possible will want to go long. They'll want to try and go as close to the 65-minute stint timer as possible. There is the reality that there's going to come a time when the rain, at some point, hopefully, becomes a factor, and so you're not going to end up being perfectly aligned on that 65 minutes anyway. What do you do at that spot? That's something to keep in mind. Back up front, Dara McCormack, 2.5 seconds clear. You blink, you let him run away, and his Williams Esports Mercedes not going to turn down that invitation. Tanitsa, could he be thinking at some point, maybe come in a lap early? If that Williams has got the legs on tires, maybe the number on fuel to push a little bit more, to go a bit faster right now. That Lamborghini last time by lost 3/10. We'll see what the time is at the line this time by.
Yeah, so the only reason that you bring the Lamborghini in, again, they've got to try and extend the stops. Dominic Blyer very kindly let us know they've got to try and extend it to get rid of at least 1 pit stop in this race, from the hour. So Tanitsa might want to try and catch back up to the Williams by bringing it in earlier and thus having a shorter stop, putting less fuel into the car because there's more fuel left in there. But then it's detriment to your race later on in the race. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword right now, and it's playing perfectly into the hands of Williams. Williams, the number 5 car, who came into today's race 8th in the championship. They did not have the best of days at Suzuka. Right now are looking very, very strong with just under 22 hours to go. To see a potential move here from our championship leaders.
And there's a lot of speed, a lot of speed. That Lamborghini went straight to the inside, tried to cover the inside. And Tobias Pfeffer forces the issue, squeezes himself into a hole that was surely going to close. And David Tanitza gives him the room. It's a bold, bodacious pass, and Tobias Pfeffer, Mercedes-AMG Team MSI, up to second.
I'll tell you what, as much as I want to give David Tanitza credit there for letting that move happen, I'm not sure he did. I think that was just an outstanding bit of driving from Tobias Pfeffer. I'd love to see, I don't know what angle I want to see. I would love just to see that again. That was brilliantly done. Pfeffer pinches Tanitza onto the apex on the entry to Les Combes, forcing Tanitza to be a little bit slower, not able to get the power down, and ultimately then opening up the second part of the corner and then being clear for the third part. Brilliantly done there from our championship leaders. And well, next up for them is Williams.
Wow, that was a great, great move. And I agree. Can we see that move on repeat for the rest of the race potentially? Yes, please. Pit lane infringement penalty for car 138. So that is the CRT Pro. Already one lap down, Luke. You were wondering where they were. Oh, this is really not the round 2 of the championship they were hoping for after the win a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and the only way that they can have a pit lane infringement is because either they cross the line on entry or on exit. That is a slam dunk. It's very easy to find out whether someone travelled over a white line.
Oh, it's even worse than that, Luke, because not only have they got the 5-second penalty, because it's 3 license points they've collected in this race, yeah, that pops up on your screen. They get they'll have 5 seconds to serve in their next pit stop. They've also got to do a separate drive-through penalty as well,
which at Spa takes about 3 hours, so that's not good.
Yeah, it's the we're 2 hours in. We haven't even mentioned that we are using the full long Spa pit lane, which means you enter at the bus stop. You don't release yourself from the limiter. So drivers on the right-hand side right now are still on the pit lane limiter, diving down to Eau Rouge and Radion. Luke, like you say, a drive-through penalty here. It is a very, very stiff penalty compared to Suzuka.
Yeah, so just to put that into context, maybe there's some Formula One supporters out there. They come out at the exit of the new pit lane, of the first start-finish straight, whereas here they go past the new pit lane, pit boxes, and the old, and then they come out at the top of Eau Rouge. So, yeah, not bad. We're about to see a potential move here from Jakob Osterman, looking to get past Grantis Caracas, and maybe a carbon copy of what we've just seen. No, just ran a little bit too deep there, and now you just got to lick your wounds and hope you don't lose the position of George Boothby behind that you spent so long working on. He didn't. Grantis Caracas played that beautifully, realised actually he didn't try and overextend, didn't try and gain any time that he wasn't sort of privy to, but ultimately holds on to the position. He's on board now with Valentin Barrier, another Veloce car, trying to make a move on Letao.
And that mistake, quote-unquote mistake from Osterman going deep, it shows us how good that move from Pfeffer really was to commit around the outside to make it work. Remember, Valentin Barrier has already been fighting his way from the very back of the field where he started, got tagged down at the bus stop going on about 45 minutes ago, been trying to fight his way back since then. He's now officially into 19th and behind the Ford Mustang, that 256 for low fuel motorsport. There's a big gap up the road after that. That will be about 6 seconds or so to a car that does have a penalty to serve, so still potentially there is the chance for a top 15, a top 10 for this Veloce Vex crew. And we mentioned the driver lineup that they've got Maciek Malinowski, Sean Arnold, and Jaroslav Honzik sharing the car with Barriere. Very, very cool this year, Luke, to see Yardier, Jaroslav himself, get the chance to go out there and do some real racing. And I'm sure everyone on his Twitch stream watching him with a big smile on his face as per usual.
Yeah, he's racing some Renault Clios, which is, in my opinion, the best car in sim racing. I love the Renault Clio racing, and I'm also quite good at it, so that helps. But yeah, he's having fun. There's about 100 cars or whatever in his races each time as well. It's ridiculous, actually, how many people are taking part in that championship. But yeah, he's having a good time. He's managed to leverage his participation in esports. It's been a long journey to then make his way into the real world of racing, something that he did when he was younger, and now he's able to pursue it as he's a little bit older. And yeah, all power to it. Fair play. I've known Jaroslav since right in his Project Cars competing days, which is a long, long time ago. But we've got a replay of the overtake. Take it away, Arjuna.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to say anything. I just want to watch it.
Just make
it's
noises.
Beautiful.
Ah, look at that.
Around the, and I think you are right in that you can't give Tanitsa too much of the credit here, because he does try and defend initially.
It's a great move. That's the only thing I can do. I've got to make a noise. That was that good. Sorry.
It's fantastic. Again, the level of racecraft shown between them, very, very high level, and Pfeffer being committed to Nitsa, recognizing that maybe it was only going to get worse if he tried to stick it alongside. Great to see. Pit stops, by the way, going to kick off because Osterman would be first to come in, and indeed, he's just made his way down to the lane in the into the breach McLaren. So along with Pisoni in the Porsche for Absolute Rest Tech, you've also got the Ford Mustang for Low Fuel Motorsports. We'll see Dara McCormack into pit lane this time by. There's not really much margin to play with, remember. Lap times being 2 minutes and the track itself so long, you don't want to risk that 65-minute timer. I think that's a drive-through penalty, Luke, as well. So if you go 1 lap long, that is instantly a, 60, 65, 70-second hit.
Yeah, 70-minute hit around Spa, something like that. So you lose a whole hour. Means when your driver's not allowed to race, it's that long. It's the biggest penalty in sim racing or motorsport when you have to do the endurance layout pit lane. We've got a 15-second time penalty for incident between 96 and 20. Car 20 for causing a collision. So car number 20 is from the silver class. Where were they currently in the
It's the RNL Raw, so that would have been the... You remember that battle that we were just watching?
Yes.
I think it would have been for that, and that was on lap 52, so yeah, just 3 laps ago, yeah.
They're currently 20th in the car number 20 in the championship, so nice little... They're doing their best to stay in 20th as well.
Yeah, there you go, some symmetry. And this is the pit lane. Look how much pain it is as a driver to just sit here and to wait. Dara McCormack going to jump out from what we suspect. Here come the rest of the field making their way onto lane. Can tell you that Rotors has taken over from Osterman, so driver change in that into the breach McLaren already switching around.
Yeah, all drivers now will be switching around, I would imagine. So again, it's quite rare to see drivers do more than 1 hour on ACC. Specifically this sim, they tend to do 1 hour, but it seems to be a big old change up this time around. That makes sense, and everyone does come in. Oh, that BMW didn't. So I guess they must have been involved in some incidents at some point, or they're a lap down actually. Otherwise, they would have had to have come into pit this time around. We've got Taz coming in, Felix Taz heading then from a P19 around this circuit, and another 44. They will have to bring the car in. There is Dara McCormack. So he's just stopped. He's now about to, get some fuel on board, get some fresh tyres on board, and then make the long run. And as you can see, there's a little red gate at the bottom there. That is where they're allowed to take the pit limiter off and go flat out. And I have seen many cars take that right-hander at the top of the hill and face the wrong way. So fresh tyres, you still got to be a little bit careful, but then you head onto the Kemmel straight. And there's a reason why you can't break that white line when you exit the pit lane. I guess we might even stay on board with this so we can actually show you exactly how the pit exit is. Here we go. We are going to stay on board. There's a reason why you can't break that white line on exit. It's because cars are going to be going absolutely flat out over the Kemmel straight. And if you move across that white line and you merge into oncoming traffic, that's where big accidents can happen. So here we go. If you take this too fast, you're going to head into those concrete bollards to the left-hand side. And now, again, it's just flat out loud pedal the whole way up towards the braking zone. There's the white line. Now you can merge over to the left, but you won't. You'll wait until you go past that crescented right-hander, and there is the race leader. So it is indeed Dara McCormack that still leads. Pfeffer has got a nice healthy gap now to David Tanitsa, but Richter is the big winner here. I think he's only a second behind. Once they cross that timing beam, yeah, Richter has closed up. Bastian Richter is still in the car.
Yep, some driver changes. So Tinko van der Velde takes over from McCormack. You can see them on the webcam there on the bottom right corner of your screen. Gronewold, Amulo back in. It does seem as though Birch taken over in that Renvelten number 72 will get a better sense for the time. But this lead that Williams Esports have in their Mercedes AMG number 5 is about 4 seconds or so. So it's a rather handy advantage. What can they do with it from this point forward? After coming in a lap early, Rotors has emerged just in front of the Scuderia Ferrari esports team, with Caracas handing over to Chris Hartveld. Eamon Murphy's taken over from George Boothby, Gregor Schill from Niels Naujoks, David Bertiels jumps into that number 38 as well. So yeah, driver changes across the board, in fact, inside of the top 10, as there is the Scuderia Ferrari esports team directly behind the McLaren already with tyres up to temperature.
Lars Kiss has stayed in. Manisha is new into the car. Edda's stayed in. We've got Lay, De Bond, Magnani, Gagliardini, Steinbrenner, Sean Arnold's now in the car. Basically, everyone's changed apart from like 2 or 3. So yeah, this is very interesting here. How quickly can your driver get up to speed is one factor, and is there a difference between the pace of your first driver and your second driver? This is where there'll be people trying to take advantage. So it's sort of settled into a bit of a rhythm at the end of the second hour, but now it becomes almost the start of a race again. So people are going to be trying to take advantage, pick people's pockets, and try and gain as many positions as early as they possibly can.
Keeping an eye right now in terms of the timing screen, just to try and get a sense for lap times for those that have come out of pit lane. For Luis Roters, he did a 2:17.337, so maybe still getting those tires exactly where they need to be. The expectation in terms of pace on fresh rubber is to get down into the low mid-16s and to really just try and make the most use of what you have. These Pirelli tires as well, let's not forget, they need to get into their tire pressure window as well, and the Lamborghini may be doing a slightly better job of that around the outside of Groenewold. Is it going to be as bold as what we saw from Pfeffer? He tried it, some contact between them, runs off the track, and as much as the Mercedes MSI car holds on, all this really does allow Tinko van der Velde to grow the gap for the race lead.
Yeah, it's just really silly. They both got cold tyres, trying to go side by side through Les Combes is only going to cost you both time. If the Lamborghini really wants to make a move there from Tobias Groenewold, you've got to back your ability in the latter stages of the stint and go, do you know what? Off you go. If you want to really have that position, off you go. But yeah, it's just cost them time. And right now, Tinko van der Velde, the gap was 2.5 seconds, now already out to 3.7. They're about to come through another timing beam very shortly. And I believe it's going to be maybe even a little bit more there. But yeah, the Williams Esports team, number 5, they have played this first 2 and a bit hours absolutely perfectly. They've just been handed time now by their competitors.
In the silver class, if you're wondering what's happening over there, it is still the BF Racing Esport team that leads in there, number 17 Ferrari, about 2.5 seconds in front of the 223 Genesis Esports by Genesis Risk. McLaren did get word, of course, that the car that was running up towards the front after a great effort in qualifying, the Veloce Academy 711, the penalty, of course, for them dropping them backwards, and they'll see what they can salvage from this race. The qualifying effort, though, will give them a lot of confidence going into the rest of the season. We've got plenty more racing still left to come. After this one, Aston Martin battling with, I think that is one of 2 Honda NSXs that we've got in the fields here today. As they sequence down towards Brussels, it's the Mertel Motorsports car defending from Restec Reparto Corsa.
Yeah, it certainly is. And again, Naves needs to overtake 3 cars before he's even anywhere near someone that he can call a competitor in his championship, because it's 3 silver cars up ahead, number 80, 71 and number 44. So yeah, you want to kind of get this done as soon as you possibly can, but there's no obligation for Hopper to get out of the way. Just, he can stay in front of you for as long as he wants. If he wants to be kind to you, then that would be lovely, but again, he doesn't need to be. Can you force the issue and just almost say, look, I am from the faster class, or technically the faster class, let me go by? But yeah, there's no reason for him to do so. Let's look a little bit further up, actually. Yeah, so Smith is currently, what's the timing being? Oh, he's quite far up the road, anyway. He's like 13 seconds up the road. So yeah, Naves just needs to be patient here. Still a long race to go. But yeah, this is not for a points position.
Yeah, and at least right now in the silver class, as they run, there's not too many pro class cars at the interspersed with the leading silver class cars. You can see that on the left, the white number boards are the pro cars, the silver ones obviously the silver class cars as well. And Luke had said it perfectly as well in the first hour of the race. The difference between the pro and the silver is not the potential, the ability to do one quick flying lap. The difference may end up being in the ability to do it for a consistent lap after lap, hour-long stint, to put together 24 of those stints to be able to succeed in a race like this, the 24 Hours of Spa. That is the difference really between the pros and the silvers, at least for the most part. And so at least for the time being, those silvers really front of their class, not having to worry about the pros. It will be Sean Arnold in the Veloce Vex McLaren that is really going to work through those leading 5 silvers before he's back onto the tail end of the Pro Class cars. It's 4.3 seconds the gap for your lead, though, so Tinko van der Velde, you know, there's no fighting right now from Tobias Groenewold. They did a 2:18.0 last time by, almost half a second gain for your race leader.
Yeah, Groenewold was the pole sitter and the fastest lap from last week as well, so, or the round one, I keep saying last week, but from round one. Groenewold is no slouch, but Tinko van der Velde just settled in nicely. Really has settled in the car really, really well, and is off to try and make that gap as big as he possibly can. He's still ahead of Groenewold, of course, who's got the experience of winning the last two events. That's why we put them as a favourite. He's currently second. Started 7th on the grid in the number 86. Nayamulo then 4/10 further back. Burnt in the Ferrari, maybe starting to close up the gap now, about 2.2 seconds. Lotter's dropping a bit further behind in P5. They got the fastest lap of the race, but it's Osterman that got the fastest lap. Remember, they had a 10-second penalty they had to serve during this race, so the fact that they are in a top 5 is very impressive. Hartevelt then is in 6th spot, and then you've got Eamon Murphy, who, for me, in the final stint, was driver of the day for Veloce. They managed to get P3, but I think he started 7th in the final hour of our first round of this championship, and he managed to get himself up into a podium spot, and actually Veloce being 3rd in the championship coming into today. So if there's anyone on the grid that you might see some overtakes from him during this hour or maybe two, it will be Eamon Murphy.
And that car was struggling in the last hour of this race, right? George Boothby sliding backwards a bit more from where he would have wanted to be after leading for the majority of the first hour. Let's see what he's going to be able to do with conditions maybe cooling off continually, and maybe getting closer and closer to some rain. Although having said that, I've looked back on to a couple of the streams just to check the next 30-minute forecast, and bone dry, at least for the next period of time. So Luke and myself are not going to be able to see the rain unless we very wildly start doing our rain dance, and our prayers are answered, but I think somewhat unlikely at this point in the race. I mentioned as well, right, this Intercontinental GT Challenge esports season is quite exciting, Luke, because we have the addition of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We have, you know, 2 24-hour races this season to look forward to.
We certainly do, yeah. We're going to head to the Nordschleife, we're going to head to the Green Hell for the climax of this series. 24 hours as well, so it's 2 24-hour races, which are worth a little bit more points as well. Big challenge, a new challenge for these drivers as well. So I'm really excited for that. That's going to be, yeah, just a bit of a monumental race. It'll be the first time we've ever held it there in this series. Yeah, it's nice. Nice little addition.
Yeah, we don't have the trips to, you know, Bathurst, to Kyalami like we may have done, but instead we have, you know, the 8 hours of Indy still, which last year was the season finale. The Mercedes that leads right now for Williams Esports, the winner there. The 3 hours of Spielberg, so going to be great to head into towards the Red Bull Ring and for that race. The 3 hours of Monza, I think that's going to be a wild one, knowing exactly what turn 1, lap 1 is going to be like there. And then, as mentioned, that 24 hours of the Nürburgring on the 28th of September is going to be the next time that we go twice around the clock, all, of course, for the prize pool of around 40,000 euros. So much excitement left this year, and yeah, that is all on the horizon as Assetto Corsa Competizione adds a couple more things, including that Red Bull Ring. That will be our first time to head to that track in this competition.
Yeah, one of the most picturesque places in the world. I've had the fortune of working there in real life, and it is just a stunning place in the world. Even the air smells different there. I'm not even joking.
Really?
You breathe in there and it's just like, oh, this is what air is supposed to be like. It is a very, very unique part of the world, and yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh, of course, while SRO does not bring the whole GT World Challenge paddock to the Red Bull Ring, the GT2 cars in the European Series have been racing at the Red Bull Ring over the last couple of years, so it's very cool to have that on a Assetto Corsa Competizione. Just another track to add as well to these for these drivers to learn and to perfect. At the end of the day, that's what they're out there doing week in and week out. Whether there is a big competition or not, they are out there and getting better every single day. Tinko van der Velde, that lead though, last lap, it shrunk by around 1/10 of a second. Tobias Groenewold was able to bring his pace back up. We'll get a better sense, I think, this time by as well, now with the tires fully into their pressure window and the drivers dialed in as well. 2:16.702 for van der Velde, 2:16.665 for Groenewold, another half a tenth faster. It's small margins, Luke, but over the course of the next hour, that's all that Gronewold's thinking about. Try and close the 4 seconds to be within touching distance by the time they come down pit lane.
Yeah, Tinker did have a car to deal with in terms of the braking zone for the bus stop chicane. Still behind them. Should be able to get past them, though, along the Kemmel straight. And these two just need to stop fighting. If they don't fight, they've got an opportunity to go and catch up. If they keep going side by side with each other, it's just going to cost them a lot of time. But yeah, Tinker van der Velde having to deal... There we go, you can see him in the distance there. I think Tinker's just got ahead. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he has. So the blue car has managed to get ahead. He might have lost a little bit more time. Actually, no, he gained a tenth of a second. So we had that slipstream then to work with, which was gained about a tenth of a second. And now that is a massive contributing factor. Where you catch traffic is massive. You catch traffic onto the Kemmel straight. If you're right behind them going up through Radion and Eau Rouge, you're more than likely going to lose zero time, maybe even gain some time in the slipstream. If you catch a car here, then you're going to be in a whole heap of trouble, especially if they're a lot slower, especially if they're damaged as well, if they've just had an incident. So that is a big factor that we're going to have to deal with or contend with over the course of the next 21 hours and 36 minutes.
And I'm looking on the left-hand side of my screen, and I'm seeing another 5-second time penalty for the ITB McLaren. So haven't officially had the word as to why that one is, but to finish first, you must, first finish and finish towards the front. That's a self-inflicted in some ways. A second penalty of the day. We're not even 3 hours in. Yeah,
and that is massive in sim racing. And it's massive, to be fair, in real world motorsport, a 5-second penalty in a 24-hour race. But it is, like, it's even bigger in sim racing because the gaps are just so much smaller. The difference between, the top-end drivers is so much smaller. So, yeah, handing a 5-second penalty around is, crazy. I think we're looking at two different PCs here because that was a completely different lighting. I honestly thought we were in a different race then for a second. But we're on board then with Duke Novicius, who's currently in the number 711. And, he is dropping in behind Gamaro. So we've got ahead of Gennaro, should I say. So, yeah, moves up position up to P26.
That was, I think, a cut of the track at the top of Radion for the RNL Raw Mercedes, and so a position gain for the Academy car as it tries to recover as best it can. Seems as though 5-second penalty has also just come down for the Silver Class leader. So race control, by no means are they quiet today, as Luke was pointing out. They are going to be kept busy by the drivers, and so BF Racing Esport, I saw plenty of French support for them in the chat. What has happened for them? We'll get word from race control in a few minutes' time, but the margin back to the 223, excuse me, is 3 seconds or so. So not sufficient to hold on to the lead, but there goes Amulo to second, sliding up the top of the Kemmel.
Yeah, I think there must have been a slowdown there as well. It must have been over the top of Radion or Eau Rouge. Over Eau Rouge, because the gap was about sort of 0.8 of a second. I'm not sure the Lamborghini would have closed in there, so just a few more mistakes being made, and it plays into the hands of Tinker van der Velde. Burnt maybe with a chance to close up, but he's not really, still 3.1 seconds behind. But yeah, Rotter's throwing away a 5-second penalty. Lay's going to give away a 5-second penalty. The worst thing, though, receiving a penalty and having to deal with it in the next pit stop is, if you're changing drivers, that driver that gets into the car already has a 5-second deficit that wasn't their fault. That must be so demoralizing.
Yes, but it goes the other way as well. Where I have been the driver that's given the penalty to my teammates, and I've felt very, very sheepish for doing it. So, there's either side of the equation. It's not a nice situation to be in. But if you're the one that's having to try and fight your way back, it does sting just a little bit. The very multicolored Ford Mustang just trying to hold on a lap down, I do believe, in this little battle, as the RNL Raw machine just makes its way around it down towards turn number 1. Race control, by the way, the word has come through. It was pit lane infringements that have seen a couple of these 5-second penalties for the ITB car, for the leading silver car as well as for the number 86 Mercedes AMG Team MSI. So there are some big names with 5-second penalties for minor infringements.
Oh dear, and that's just a schoolboy error. You can't be at this level with the level of experience of that 86 car. As much as it's a different team name, it's a different number. Those drivers have won this race the last 2 years running, or a few of the drivers have won this race the last 2 years running. You can't be making silly mistakes like that by cutting a white line. It's so obvious where it is. Like, it is, there's no grey area with this. You either cut the line or you don't. I'm assuming that's what it's for. That's the only pit lane infringement I can think of. If they get a speeding in the pit lane, it's a stop go 30. or is it a drive-through? What's the stop? No, drive-throughs for exceeding track limits 3 times or beyond the 3 times. A stop go 30s for speeding in the pit lane. So yeah, it has to be for cutting across the white line. Simple as that. Which is, I don't know. It makes me. It's like Connery with the
rejoins.
Yeah, that's my one where you cut a line. It's clearly there.
But it's a black and white rule at the end of the day, right? It's the same thing with the bump drafting that we had in the first hour, right? These are infringements that are clearly defined. There's no question about, oh, was it this car's fault for hitting the others? No. Did you cross the white line? It's a yes or no question. And you can see on the left side of the screen, Gronewold with the 5 seconds next to his name, rotors as well.
I know teams, Arjuna, I know teams that when a new championship's announced and there's a rule book that's put out there, they quite legitimately have meetings where they're tested on a rule book. And it's very clear when some teams don't have that. So yeah, just being meticulous in your preparation is going to save you incidents like this in a race, or penalties in a race. So yeah, there's going to be some team managers and engineers out there that are going to be pretty unhappy with how this has gone, but maybe they're only themselves to blame. They've been not preparing fully enough for these series.
I'm having a chat with some of the other commentators coming up later today. Ewan O'Leary's getting ready to go. Lewis McClain's going to be on. It's an exciting time. He wants to be here and listen to us, apparently, Luke.
Come on, Ewan, say hello. Go on. I know you're here.
Poor guy sitting here listening to us. I mean, it's too intimidating, this broadcast booth, Luke. We're both too tall. That's the real problem.
Yeah, no, that is a fair point. We are pretty tall.
How tall are you again?
I'm not as tall as you. I'm 6'3".
No, but you're tall. Yeah. So I'm not much taller than you, Luke.
I'm wider than you. I can tell you that right now. But yeah, I'm not as tall.
It's okay. I'm becoming wider as I get older. I found out.
Yeah, that happens.
I'm turning 30 this year, Luke, which I know is not that old. But the reason I bring it up is 30 in the world of sim racing. I'm decrepit.
You're retired. Yeah, you shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a sim, as we see. What is that? Yes, Imulo getting past some lapped traffic, dragging the Tobias Gronewold. Yeah, if you're over 30 in sim racing, you're done. That is it. You're game over.
Yeah, I commentate regularly on people as young as 13, 14, and 15, who, makes me sick indeed.
They're quick as well. It's mind-blowing. Like, we've got, probably 2 of the fastest out there right now, in terms of the up-and-comers. Probably got Luke Bennett and Dara McCormack, and they're 19 and 20 years old. It's scary. And you look at the ages of, like, I don't know, Josh Rogers and Seb Jobe. I'd say those 2 are probably the big dogs in terms of sim racing right now. And they're in their mid-20s. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy. It's also remarkable how mature a lot of these young athletes are, because
and it's remarkable how immature some of them are as well. Let's throw it both ways. But obviously for another day. My God.
It's remarkable how immature people that you'd expect to be more mature sometimes can be, because sometimes it's the drivers who are being very mature. And
that sounds like you're throwing shade my way, which is acceptable.
Oh no, not your way, Luke. Don't worry. You and I were both immature, but we know that. That's why we're here. Apparently, allegedly. It's funny though, having sometimes drivers being the calm voice of reason when you've got like the engineers and the team managers. You get a lot more excited and enraged about things than the driver who is actually behind the wheel. So it's very, very interesting sometimes to have a 17-year-old kid say, you know what, yes, I made a mistake. I know my team manager's not happy about my penalty, but it's okay. I did the wrong thing, blah, 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 blah. Very cool to see. Back over to your actual race right now, though, as they head out of turn number 1. Gronewold sits behind. That margin to Van der Velde is holding steady, Luke, around 4.3 seconds.
I know exactly who you mean in there, and they're not in this series. So, yeah, that is a very specific comment there, Arjuna, and it's made me chuckle.
Oh, that was very general, just to be clear. It's happened more than once, but I know what you're talking about as well. Yes,
yeah, for sure. We've seen some very. You think you've seen some fights in the real world of motorsport when it's on camera. It's obviously more Discord messages and stuff, but yeah, it can be brutal out there in the sim racing world. They say some very hurtful things, but then you see them in real life, and well, they all shrivel up, to be honest, and they don't say anything then. It's a very different world to the real world of motorsport is sim racing. It's very unique.
Yeah, and I love how we had that crossover, right, in the last handful of years, and how it's opened up both worlds in different ways, right? We've had the sim racing world with some of these the big teams. Or Williams Esports had already been in the sim racing world for a handful of years before, you know, COVID really kicked everything off. But there's been so many interesting partnerships that have developed, you know, in the real world as well. It's been cool to see sim racing take more and more of a center stage, not just in terms of the preparations, but, you know, talking about the ability to earn real championship points in sim races for those real drivers. So been very, very cool. I've just noticed as well, Luke, I can't quite believe this, 5-second penalty has gone the way of the 223. I'm going to guess that's also for a pit lane infringement, which means first and second in the silver class both have penalties for pit lane infringements.
I'm sure we didn't bring up that Ayamulo's also got one for Lamborghini.
No, we didn't. You're right. I didn't even notice.
It's like the Oprah Winfrey show. Everybody's getting penalties here, apart from Tinko van der Velde and Williams. Although now I've said that, I'm sure that something will pop up now. But they look like they've been well within the limits. And I guess they're all penalties for the pit exit or pit entry, because I've not seen any of them get involved there. There we go, pit lane infringement, as if by magic. Pit lane infringement again. I just to clarify that, and again, yes, I'm talking to you, Steve. Can you find out if that's officially for crossing a white line, or if there's anything else that potentially could be? Thank you, mate.
I think the answer to you, I'm not Steve, but I'll try and answer. I think it is that specific penalty must only be for crossing the white line, I believe, but I could be wrong. This was what I was just going to mention, though. Gronewold is not actually for a pit lane infringement. Where was their car contact with the 63, so the Lamborghini? Is that worthy of that's an interesting, if that's worthy of a penalty.
They cost each other time, didn't they, remember? So basically, the 86 overextended into Les Con, where they were side by side. So I asked the question earlier, at what point are they expected to leave room? That's where they're expected to leave room. It makes complete sense. Ayamulo was side by side. What, 3/4 of alongside maybe? Tobias Gronewold closed the door. There you go. As we're on board now with Lars Kissitt in behind Pertile. And is there the potential for a move here? That's very, very late in terms of braking, but he's absolutely nailed the apex there. Oh, that's brilliant. That actually is outstanding. And Lars Kisser makes a beautiful move there on Pertile. Again, Pertile's not done a lot wrong there. That was just perfectly executed from Kisser. Lovely old job.
And I think that Team HRT by Ren Velton car may have some of that damage that we think it had incurred in the previous hour of the race fixed up, because it does seem as though pushing the tempo just that little bit more, and the Mercedes does look to be pretty good. So what can we see from this point forward? There's confirmation that for the Lamborghini, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team, it was a pit lane infringement that's given them the 5-second penalty. So effectively right now, it's Tinko van der Velde that leads. He's got a 7-second advantage to Ren Velton's number 72. Then in third position, 10 odd seconds technically off your race lead, is Tobias Gronewold. This is crazy.
Yeah, no, you did really quick maths, and my brain can't compute. So yeah, I'd take your word for it. That's exactly what's happening. But realistically, the only thing we can really take from it is that Williams, number 5, and Tinko van der Velde, and Dara McCormack, and Fiala and Blyer, they have had a touch here, as much as they've driven really, really well. Everyone else around them kind of imploding a little bit, as we see Ruggiero making a move there on Gennaro. Gennaro was a lot further up before we saw the incident earlier on during this stint. Yeah, nice little move there from Ruggiero as we look back then to the AMG of Gennaro. And that is for position. So that is for position in the silver race.
Yes, and a silver race in which I think technically that 17 BF Racing Esport machine may still lead after its penalty if it can open up just even half a second. It is that narrow the margin it's looking for.
No, they are leading by half a second still, I think.
Okay. I don't trust my own math with them, so I didn't feel confident enough in saying anything. Back to the Lamborghini, though. We spent so much of the second hour, Luke, talking about David Tanitza and the line that he was running. Let's take a look at what his teammate's going to do out through Speaker's Corner. Has he not been doing it?
No, he's not been doing it at all. So, again, there was a line that was found by, again, I could be wrong, but I believe Lucas Blakely. He found a line in Formula 1 Esports a couple of years ago that was faster down that part of the circuit on the Astro turf. David Tanitza is a 2-time Formula 1 Esports champion. So it makes sense that he's, tried it, I guess, and found it to be either they're getting better tyre performance throughout a stint, or they're able just to maintain a bit more speed out of No Name by not having to turn left, keeping the car straight or opening up the steering a little bit earlier and running out on the outside there. And he's comfortable to do so, because I imagine if you get that wrong, it's a lot slower because you're running on the grass. And second of all, you might, because of the different grip levels you've got with the grass and indeed the tarmac, you will probably end up facing the wrong way. So I think it's probably high risk. I'm not sure how much they're actually gaining in terms of reward, although we might be about to see a reward for Ayamulo in a potential overtake down towards the bus stop chicane. Not quite close enough to do it this time around. But yeah, it's very clear that Ayamulo's decided, I'm not doing that. There's not enough to gain from that. So, yeah.
So we will keep an eye on our race control board and let you know when anything else is going to happen in terms of pit stops and pit lane things, because we are around 35 minutes away from that next sequence of expected dry pit stops. The forecast still does not show anything in the air in terms of rain for at least another 30 minutes or so, but the fact that there are 5 different 5-second penalties inside of the top 15, that's quite remarkable, and majority of them, again, for a pit lane infringement that hopefully will be less of a factor for them in the next parts of the race. So it's what, 6:50 virtual standard time, and what time is it in the UK for you right now, Luke?
It is 10 to 6 for me.
So it's about dinner time.
It's always dinner time for me, to be fair. But yeah, I've actually got spaghetti bolognese being made right now, so I'm pretty excited for that.
So the reason I bring it up, Luke, is it's what, 10 in the morning for me. So if you've got an international driver lineup, you've got to try and use them when it makes sense as well. So go over to the BMW M Team BS Plus competition just as the example, right? Because they've got 3 European-based drivers: Niels Naujoks, Gregor Schill, and Arthur Camera. If it was just them driving, they're going to have to stay up through the night. There's no other real way to do it. Instead, they have Filippa Bakita, who of course is based down in down under, and the ability to carry the team through the European night, the daytime. For her, it's an important thing so that the other drivers can go off and get some proper sleep.
Yeah, no, it's a big advantage, right? If you can be racing at a sensible hour for you. If you're racing during the normal time, you sleep your body naturally, unless you've been sort of training yourself to. And again, it's going to sound very specific, and people are going to be like, "Oh, that's a bit too silly." But no, if you actually have had to go and train yourself to be awake at this time in the last couple of weeks or a week or so, someone who spends a lot of time with real world drivers who travel all around the world, they are trying to get into the time zone of where they're racing, a week or so before they actually get there. It is as simple as that. So it'll be no different here. So if you can cheat that system by having a couple of drivers who are, completely off your schedule, thus being Australia to the UK, then it makes it a hell of a lot easier for your team than 24 hours.
As someone who used to make a very regular trip from Singapore to the US, where the time difference is literally flip the clock around, basically, just AM to PM kind of thing, I found that the best way to deal with jet lag was to just try and get on with your day like normal, except at some point you're just going to pass out. So I'm very glad that we don't have to deal with jet lag too much in the world of sim racing. I think in any 24-hour race in the real world, drivers are in a perpetual state of tiredness. And because we talk so much about, sprinting in these races rather than, preserving the car and needing to not want to change pads so much, for example, some of those unique things that you really are focused on in the real world, it changes the complexion of this race. We momentarily were seeing Christopher Hartfeld, who'd closed up to the back of the into the breach McLaren after their 5-second penalty, of course, on pit lane infringement. Second penalty for them of the day. They've done so much hard work, they're going to have to do it once more. We're still watching those second and third, 5 seconds off of your race lead as they dive down in through Puon and just navigate their way around in these conditions where the sun is setting. Luke, it's been a fun 2 and a bit hours to open up this race, but I'm very conscious of the fact that as much as we've seen some drama, 20 hours or so to go, we'll still be left with an hour of racing. There's so much more drama for us to go and figure out what's going to happen.
Well, 100%. We're only here for another 7 more minutes. We've got Paul, Paul's here early, by the way, the superstar commentator. He's here like 7 minutes early, guys, just so that you know. a little bit of a peek behind the curtain.
He just left as well,
And
just to prove you wrong.
Sound test, okay, copy. Ewan is here as well, so they'll be popping in very, very shortly. And like Paul was saying in the chat earlier, he was looking forward to being in the garden. He wanted to have a beer, but he's got to do some commentary. I can tell you right now, I'm off now for the rest of this broadcast, so I will be going off to have a beer. Paul cannot hear me now, but I just wanted to say I'm off for a beer, mate, and I'll be enjoying listening to your commentary for the next however many hours you are in. But we haven't mentioned this. It's Luca Burton, Renwelton Esports, currently in 4th position, and they will inherit second. They'll inherit second position quite comfortably as well. And they've just been going about their business in that mackerel livery, just doing their own thing. It's been nice.
I like that description. I'm stealing it, mackerel. And of course,
they disagree with me, by the way. I spoke to them last year at the Expo, and they're like, no, it's not mackerel. I'm like, well, you might want to change your thoughts on that, because it looks like a mackerel.
It's like when people tell us we're saying their names wrong. No, we're saying it right. Your parents have been telling you wrong the entire time.
Email your parents and let them know how it should be said. Exactly.
Yes, 100%. Oh, that livery, I've never heard that way to describe it. Well, I'm definitely stealing it. The team itself, though, let's be honest, there's been some changes for Renwelton behind the scenes, taking on some of the drivers that left the Unicorns of Love sim racing team just a handful of weeks and months ago, and they were already strong in this SRO Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship. Last year, they were second in the Silver Championship, had some very good results along the way, including the win at the 10 Hours of Suzuka. But yeah, this is them now in the Pro Championship, competing with the very best, and 7 seconds off of your race leader. Once you net out those penalties, still a very, very comfortable position, as yet another pit lane infringement to report from the second sequence of pit stops. That one is the low-fuel motorsport Ford Mustang GT3.
Tell you what, Renwelton must have thought their Christmases and birthdays all came at once when Unicorns of Love were no longer. Obviously, they've been one of the most successful teams in ACC over the last sort of 3 years, and Renwelton was just perfectly placed to go, oh yeah, we'll pick up a couple of those drivers already competing at the top level within ACC, and they've just gained themselves another couple of top quality drivers. So they really have done themselves massively well. So fair play to them.
And let's see what will happen as we get to the night. Just looking at that driver lineup, it's we've seen Bastian Richter, of course, already. Leon Burnt in the car now. Tim Pishman and Samir Ibrahimi will be the other drivers in the 4 driver lineup, so looking forward to that. That Mustang, by the way, the 5-second penalty that I just mentioned, that means that 1st, 2nd, and 4th in the silver class now all have penalties. So the top 10 in that class going to get a big shake-up in about 30 minutes time when we dive back down on towards the lane. But I think you are right, Luke, in that the 17 BF Racing Esport machine, it's got such a big lead right now that it's still, even after the 5-second penalty, will hold on to the points.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds I think the gap will be. Magnani in the 201 will go up to second, but they were, about 3 laps ago, I would say net 4 seconds behind, so they are flying. I don't know if you can just get a confirmation 201. I think they're the fastest car in the class right now. So yeah, I'll let you confirm that. As we see a potential move, this is for P2 on track. Regardless of penalties, it's still a fight for second. And Ayamulo says thank you very much up the inside there of the number 86, the Team MSI, Mercedes AMG Esports side. They're now going to be down into 3rd position. I think this is a little bit early to be thinking about pit stops and getting clear track in terms of going into the pits. I think Ayamulo just thinks he's got more pace, and he's now off to try and chase down Tinker van der Velde, because ultimately they're about 5.4 seconds back. With that 5-second penalty, it'd be 10 seconds. So now you've really got to push to try and sort of negotiate and make that gap that will be after the penalty a little bit smaller, or as small as it possibly can be.
I am seeing one thing on the timing sheets that's quite interesting. Just seeing that the timing of the lap time, seeing more 217s than anything. Maybe pace as the track rubber's in falling off. As me and Luke, get ready to say goodbye to you here in the broadcast booth. Let's go back in time. It's been an eventful opening 3 hours in many ways for this 2024 24 Hours of Spa, the second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship. And as they rose up through Radion, it was clear up through front, but 3 wide behind. It was expected chaos rising up through Radion, and a bit of a track blocker for those outside of the top 20 to navigate their way on through. What it did mean was the likes of Veloce Vex, who started at the very back of the field, instantly gained about 15 positions as, well, your race leader carved their way up through the top of the track. And held on to the race lead as Darren McCormack in that Mercedes Williams Esports car made his way on forward. This, though, the aforementioned bit of contact, one of the Ford Mustangs tangled around. You can see the chain reaction that was then set off as a result of that, and some big junk. No retirements directly from this incident. Plenty of cars to the pit lane for significant damage repairs. It was then the story, though, about George Boothby challenging his way to the front of the field and making the move on Darren McCormack. The McLarens are flying into the breach, trying to breach their way up to the front of the field. A little bit of off-track excursion as they passed the Veloce Academy car, yes, but they were one of the machines to watch. Down in the mid-pack, race control's been busy taking a look at a little bits of action here and there. The Coach Dave Academy car was fending off the challenge of a silver class competitor as they worked their way out through Bruxelles. You could see running off the track as well, Amadeo just being a little bit too slippery at the time. The battle for the race lead between the Lamborghini esports team and the Mercedes AMG Williams esports crew, once Boothby served a 5-second penalty, was quite fun. But Darren McCormack took the lead, pulled away before he came down to pit lane, and gave Tinko van der Velde a bit of a lead with which then to build and to start to establish themselves at the front of the train. This, though, up at the top of the Kemmel at Le Combe has been the site of a couple of different moments. Drivers trying to go around the outside. And what a wonderful pass we did end up seeing from Tobias Pfeffer. The confidence, it was bold and bodacious, given some room, yes, by David Tanitsa, but to get his way forward to second, two-time race winner, confidence being shown. Luke, before we say goodbye, that was a quick look at what all we've seen. What all do you think that we're going to see with 21 hours and a bit still left to go?
Ultimately, we're going to see, people taking chances and maybe changing their pit stop strategy. We heard from Dominic Blair that they're going to try and extend and go as long as they can, of course, to try and get rid of a pit stop, or maybe two. But there's going to be other drivers that are going to low fuel, try and do low fuel stops so they can maybe close the gap and get back up to the lead. But my biggest take is that Paul Jeffrey is going to be very jealous because I'm off for a beer to watch the rest of this race.
And I think I might try and join you. I'll be back with him at the conclusion, in the closing stages of this race. But it's been an exciting opening 3 hours of round 2 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Luke Crane walking you through the action. Very excited to pass it on over to Ewan O'Leary and to Paul Jeffrey.
Thanks very much, Arjuna and Luke. I did hear you earlier on, by the way. I was choosing to ignore you when you were trying to get me to speak to you, so I'm sorry about that, but I've admitted it now, so there you go. It is myself and Paul taking you through the next few hours. Welcome along, Paul. Good to have you alongside me with still 21 hours and 10 minutes remaining. We've been following this race for its opening few hours. There's been plenty going on. What's your assessment of the opening part of this race?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody watching at home. Thank you very much, first and foremost, to Arjuna and Luke. Luke, I envy your refreshing beverage in the wonderful English sunshine, my friend. Have a nice one, enjoy it. I've been sat outside watching this race right from the green flag in the glorious sunshine, wishing for barbecues and drinks. So my takeaway, Ewan, from this one, just like it's been since the beginning of time that SRO Esports began, you don't know who's going to have the advantage at any given moment. There's so much speed, pace, professionalism, fantastic racing out there on the racetrack. And it's a 24-hour race, but our guys and girls on track are just making it into 1-hour sprints between pit stops. It's incredible to have watched it thus far.
Yeah, it certainly is. I thought you were going to make a takeaway-related pun joke there, by the way, but I'm glad that that's spared us. But there we go. No, it's been really interesting to.
That's later. That's later. The puns and the jokes.
Yes.
That's midnight running.
Well, yes, this is true. Speaking of midnight and darkness, by the way, we are just about going to get a flavour of that, I think, a little bit later on. By the time we're just about leaving, I think we are going to start to see the darkness, and that's where you feel at times these races are really won and lost, when the darkness falls and you can't really see where you're going anymore. Not to say that the daylight isn't decisive, but the thing that's notable for me about this race is that it's going to get quite dark relatively early, but what that means is that sunrise will be with plenty of hours remaining, and it's not going to be one of those races where you think, right, sun's risen now, we're a few hours away from the end, so let's push on to the finish. The sun will rise with, I'd say, nearly half of this race remaining, not too far off half the race remaining, and that's slightly unusual.
Absolutely, and I think, Ewan, something that's really worth bearing in mind as well as the atmospheric conditions that we can see, the daylight or lack thereof as we get into the evening. It's also the track temperatures. It's Assetto Corsa Competizione, as we know, they've got a dynamic track. There's a lot of variables in and around just driving the car, and speaking to many of the drivers over many of the years in the different endurance tracks, in particular here at Spa-Francorchamps, when the track starts to rubber up and the temperature starts to drop, you can really dramatically feel the difference in the balance of the car that you've got underneath you. You may have a car, well, a lot of the drivers, they always say to me, we try and favour the nighttime running a little bit in terms of when our car's going to come alive. So we'll kind of tailor the setup towards that one. We'll put drivers in that are specifically briefed and prepared for those kind of conditions. And as you mentioned just a few moments ago, often that's not necessarily where a race is won or lost, but that's where you can break the back of a performance as a driver, and you can really either uplift your own performance or, even worse, lose it all compared to those around you. So I do think we are in a bit of a strange phase of this race, where we're kind of setting the scene almost for the later night running. So what you'll see now, when we come back on the box, or I'm back on the box at 7 in the morning UK time, it'll be a completely different story, I'm certain, by that point. And that's why, my friend, that these endurance races are just so much fun. It's a moving feast constantly.
Yeah, you've got to keep watching the whole way through. And speaking of losing races, by the way, maybe it was on our end, but some not good looking signs for one of the cars there. I think it was Daniel Naves in the 164. Don't know whether that was internet problems on their end or whether we just had a funky camera angle to look at him, but let's hope that it is the latter. It was indeed the latter, so no worries for him. Here is the battle for second place, and let's just do a little bit of a rundown of the top 5 in both the classes while we're at it, because we are just about 3 hours in. Tinker van der Velde is now leading for Williams Esports. Darren McCormack started that car, of course, and was involved in some really fierce fighting early on. Wasn't particularly stretching out a big lead, but now that we've had a few pit stops and things have gotten a little bit more spread out, they've really taken advantage. Williams there, they're ahead now of the number 63 Automobili Lamborghini Esports team, followed by the driver we're on board with at the moment, Tobias Grunfeld, in the 86 Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI. A bit of a mouthful. They're in third place, just ahead of the first of the Ferraris. That is the Renvelgen Esports team, followed by the number 7 McLaren for ITB Racing, who have had plenty of penalties so far, and some already beginning to speculate where they'd be without those at the moment. But that's the kind of thing you've got to contend with over the course of an endurance race. In the silver class, we've got Alexander Lee leading the way in the 17 Ferrari. That's BF Racing Esport. In second place is the 223 McLaren, run by Genesis Esports. Then in the third position is the 201, currently being driven by Lorenzo Magnani. That's Gladius Competitions. In fourth position, it's the first of the Ford Mustangs, actually, in the silver class, and I'm sure we'll talk about that car a little bit later on, because how good is it to have it here in this race? Lofu Motorsport have got that one running in third place for the moment, fourth place, excuse me, and then in fifth place it's the 204 Absolute Restech by Aslif car that is currently being driven by Luca Gagliani in the fifth position. So that is your top 5 in each of the classes for the moment, but still all very much to play for. I mean, look at the gaps sort of incrementally between the different teams at the moment. The first gap above 10 seconds is between 19th and 20th. That's just how amazing it is, in that sense that everybody up towards the front is involved in a battle of some kind.
Yeah, it really is, and it's testament to the quality of the drivers that we've got on this race. I mean, just to explain it to the people at home, if anybody's new to the world of SRO Esports, first and foremost, of course, a massive hello, congratulations for finding us, and welcome to the SRO family. These silver drivers, these are not drivers of a quote-unquote lower quality than the professionals. It is purely and simply the pros have signed up for a team. They've sort of established themselves as a name in the world of esport racing, and they drive for brands like Williams, Ferrari, Lamborghini, etc. So they're the pro drivers. They're the works drivers that are employed by a professional team to go virtual racing. Silver drivers, they've not had the opportunity to secure that contract, most likely, with the professional teams. So they don't have the pro classification by virtue of fact that they're not in a cockpit of a professional team. Does not mean they're any lesser driver at all. In fact, if we carve back through the sands of time in SRO Esports history, often you'll see multiple silver drivers very much in the podium and the win contention at the front of the field. The quality of these drivers is absolutely at the highest level. In any other competition where we didn't have a pro and silver designation, they would still be known as the big name front runners. So the class throughout this field, there are a lot of names that I don't recognise that are new in for 2024, but there are a lot of drivers that have been in the space for many years, and they are operated at the highest level possible. So it's not an easy proposition for any of these drivers or any of these teams, in fact. And if you're a pro, one small misstep, a little mistake, a pit stop error, a setup that's not optimal, you can find yourself squabbling with the silvers and just losing so much time. It's a real minefield, actually, Ewan, for these drivers. And I have massive respect for everybody because the level's just incredible this year.
Yeah, the level is very high indeed, and the championship in the 2 years that we've run it already, the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship, has been as close as, or if not closer, for the Silver Championship in 2022. Had a very dramatic finale. It was hosted here at the Spa 24 Hours between FS Racing and Vipperman Racing. A Aston Martin versus McLaren battle that year. They were first and second at Spa, only separated by 13 points by the end of the season. That's not very many in this points system at all. As by the way, we've got a battle for second place, and side by side there briefly on your screen through Piff Path. No look so far for Lorenzo Magnani, but yeah, closer than the Pro Championship in 2022, and indeed pretty much as close as in 2023. It was very good to see, and some really dramatic moments throughout the history of this championship. Hopefully a few more to be written over the course of 2024 as well. We're on board with Lorenzo Magnani though, and sort of sizing up in my own head how important this pass could be, because he's really on a march at the moment, is Magnani, as he goes down the inside now into the final chicane. He's just losing that little bit of time to the leader, who at one stage he would have passed because of the impending penalty for the number 17. Magnani trying to get into second and trying to get within 5 seconds of the leader, so maybe they can leapfrog into the lead at these pit stops coming up shortly.
And that's a nice bit of driving from Lorenzo Magnani there. Tried to have a look into the bus stop chicane, realised not a realistic opportunity. You've got to keep in mind there's 21 hours still to go, so you can't be too aggressive, but this is a big opportunity for Lorenzo Magnani. Now loses the downforce from the front splitter, courtesy of following so closely, and runs a little bit deep. But here we go, here's a big one. Car number 138 has got a 30-second stop and go penalty for collects 4 licence points. Ooh, that's a big one, Ewan. 138, 30-second stop-go penalty at this track. That's basically a full day, isn't it? Pretty much by the time you've got down to the lane.
That's the end of their race. yeah.
They'll finish serving that one when the checkered flag waves tomorrow afternoon. That's a biggie for 138.
Yeah, of course, we are slightly tongue-in-cheek, but it is a big penalty. There's no getting away from that. And by the way, 4 incident points in one race is quite sizable. 5 incident points in one race is a disqualification. So, in theory, they can't afford any other form of incident, otherwise they could well be disqualified. And by the way, that was related to the previous notification that just popped up. I know I didn't mention it out at the time, as we've got the 21 getting passed here by, I think repassed, is it, by the 44? No, maybe just getting lapped by somebody, or unlapped by somebody coming back through the field again. But it was the previous notification we got from Race Control. Car 138 given a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision on lap 70 with car 225. Now, 138 we keep talking about is the CRT Pro Aston Martin, and the 225 is the Genesis Esports Academy car, not the Genesis Esports car that's currently running in the podium places of the silver category. But as you say, first of all, to have 30 seconds of a stop and go penalty is severe anyway. But more to the point, they have got a long way to go in this race without getting involved in any incidents. Otherwise, they'll be likely disqualified, and that's going to be hanging over their head for the rest of the day.
And I think the folks at home are thinking, do a race without getting into incidents? Surely it's not that difficult. It absolutely is. 21 hours to go. As I say, the track is dynamic, it's changing underneath you. The car balance is changing as you wear the tyres, wear the fuel. The drivers are becoming tired. I know you say on average, they often go in for one stint at a time, on average. So that's about 65 minutes or so of driving. You come out, your teammates have a go. Theoretically, you take a rest. Now, I'm just a commentator. I'm not doing any driving whatsoever, but I've been glued to this from green flag, and I dare say I'll be glued to it for several hours into the night as well. So you don't rest. You can't switch off. You can't get out of the cockpit, adrenaline flowing, having been practicing all month to prepare for the race or whatever you've been doing. Take the headset off, hand over to your teammate, wish them luck, and then go and make a cup of tea and get on with your day. Doesn't work that way. It's in your mind. You're running through your own performance. You're strategizing your team's potential, your opportunity. You're liaising with your teammates. You're looking at the data. You're trying to understand how the race is unfolding. It's all mentally taxing. It's all going through your mind. So you're not 100% rested and relaxed when you get back in the car, even if it's several hours after the last time you were. Managing that level of emotional and mental fatigue. For some of these drivers, Tobias Groenewald, Dario Yamulo, Leon Burns, who've been around for a while, they're used to that. They've done that before. But some of the names that are relatively new to this race and this championship and this type of racing, that's incredibly difficult to manage it. So in terms of the 138, trying to stay out of trouble for 21 hours, very, very difficult. And I'm sure you can agree with me, Ewan, because I've certainly done this one. If you know in your mind that you can't afford another error, that makes that extra error all the more easy to do, doesn't it? Because it's there, it's in the forefront of your mind. It's a real challenge for that team, to be honest, to go forward for this one.
Yeah, it certainly can do. You've got to be pushing that to the back of your mind if at all possible. But as you say, as soon as someone tells you not to get involved in an incident, that it all of a sudden becomes very likely indeed. We have, of course, had plenty of incidents and penalties handed out in the especially in this last hour. You can see the amount of 5-second penalties next to the names of drivers in the top 5 especially. 3 out of the top 5 have all got penalties, and 3 out of the top 4 in silver have all got 5-second penalties as well. The vast majority of those are for pit lane infringements. The only difference is for car 86, currently running in third with Tobias Groenewald. That was for causing a collision with car 63, which it's still behind right now. That collision happened a very long time ago now, just over 20 laps ago, around 45 minutes, maybe more. So that's why they've all got 5-second penalties to serve. And it's making it an interesting situation, I've got to say, here at the front of the race a little bit, but especially in silver as well, because at the front of the race, Williams Esports, who are leading, don't have any penalties, whereas those behind them do. But it's the leaders, first and second in silver, who are being pegged back by those penalties. So that will certainly shake up the silver order more than it will in pro, because effectively Tinker van der Velde is going to be handed an even bigger lead after these pit stops are complete.
Yeah, it's really, really good news for the number 5, Tinko van der Velde, of course, the driver behind the wheel of that Mercedes AMG Teams Williams Esports car. Now, everybody knows coming into this race, you're likely to attract a penalty for one reason or another. Realistically, you're likely to collect quite a few. So you try and filter that into your strategy. You try and filter that into your planning coming into the race. Of course, you don't know when you're going to get said penalty or how that's going to react to the cars around you. So you have to have an element of being on your toes all the way through this race. And again, for anybody watching that's at home and new to this series, this is not just the drivers in the cars going around on their own and then swapping over to the teammate. They'll often have an engineer, a performance coach, a team manager in their ear as well. They'll all be linked together, they'll all be speaking. Somebody will be looking at the telemetry, somebody will be mapping out the statistics of the race, trying to understand where you are, where your optimal time is to pit. When we start an endurance race like this, it becomes quite straightforward. 64, 65 minutes. That's the tank of gas. That's when your pit stop comes in. But as Luke and Arjuna alluded to at the top of the show, sometimes you have a little bit of weather or a scenario occurs. You maybe have a penalty you want to serve, a drive-through, you maybe have a little bit of damage. And gradually over the 24 hours, that nicely evenly cut up 65-minute pit stop routine sort of falls by the wayside. Things change, and that's when you've got to be absolutely on the limit. As Alexandra Lee that we're looking at here, in the lead of the silver class, has got himself a bit of a pickle, Ewan, because that's a pro car in front.
Well, yeah, and the question here is, what do you do about that pro car in front? Generally, I know you were talking earlier on about the silver teams being no second-rate teams by any means. You know, they're not slow, but also they are slightly slower than the pro team. So that does prove to be a problem for them. Not really sure what the best course of action is for Alexander Lee at the moment. He's got the prospect of being closed in on by some of the drivers behind him in the silver category. All in the meantime, he's trying to get through on this BMW, and he's finding it quite difficult at the moment as well. And especially when you're a pro team in this situation, I don't know whether it's a common thing for these guys to sort of look down on the silver teams a little bit and say, you know, you are meant to be slower than me. I'd really rather you stayed behind me and I just ran my own race here. But, you know, these two cars are legitimately only separated by a quarter of a second at the moment. It's worth the pro teams remembering that. But it does, as you say, and it's probably the best way to put it, it does put them into a bit of a pickle here, as opposed to just what you do about this situation. Do you let them through? Do you force the issue if you're behind? There's no real right answer to this, and there's certainly a lot of wrong ones.
Yeah, I think at this juncture, with 20 hours, 51 minutes and change left on the clock, you're racing the clock at this moment in time. You're not racing the cars around you. So if you're the 717, you've got the silver driver behind. It's okay if they're close, but when you've got to start thinking about covering a line, or when you're looking through your rearview mirror, are they going to launch an attack? At that point, you've just got to let them go. You're racing against the clock. A motor race, contrary to popular opinion, is not all the cars against each other fighting to door handle to door handle. That's not what a motor race is. A motor race is getting from the green flag to the checkered flag with as minimal time loss as possible. Sometimes that means you've got to go side by side and race. Sometimes it means you've got to cut your losses and do what's the quickest way around this lap, the 7-kilometre lap, as possible. If you're looking in your rearview mirror, you're not going forward. You're not sticking to your plan. You're not watching your fuel and your tyres. Your mind is off that subject. So I dare say for that BMW, we're getting perilously close to that point in time where he's got to think, you know what, just lift a little bit early before I get to the braking zone. Let this Ferrari past, and we'll just focus on our own job in hand.
Yeah, I wonder whether that is what they're thinking about at the moment, because the pass still hasn't happened yet as we ride on board very low to the ground with this Ferrari. In fact, it feels to me as if this Ferrari, I always used to say the new Ferrari 296, but it's not actually really very new anymore, is it? It's about maybe half a year or so. Every time there's a new car added to ACC, the previous new car to me just becomes a, you know, well, not old, but, you know, just a normal car all of a sudden. Now that we've got the Ford Mustang, it doesn't feel like the Ferrari is very new all of a sudden, but it is, I guess, if you want to look at it objectively, it is kind of new. And I'm sure these teams are now very used to it, but it is a fantastic looking car, and great to have it on the grid and competing for a victory here, by the way. This is back with the Lamborghini and Mercedes battle between the Lamborghini Esports team and one of the official Mercedes teams as well, the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI in the number 86. Both of these two have got 5-second penalties. They'll both fall behind Leon Byrne, who's in the 72 Ferrari, and he'll get ahead of both of them after these pit stops if things stay as they are at the moment, and he's catching them anyway.
Yeah, and I will say as well, that's some beautiful camera work from the production team here at SRO Esports, Steve Proudly, Mike Yao, and the rest team behind the scenes. Absolutely fabulous shots. And one of the many things, I'm a big fan, you, and massive fan of keeping things realistic when it comes to esports and motor racing. But one of the big advantages we have versus real life racing we can place that virtual camera wherever we decide, wherever we want. It doesn't make a difference. It's not a safety issue. It's not an aerodynamic issue. It's just down to how much creativity you have behind the scenes to make it happen. And I do very much think that the team behind the scenes are the best in the business at these kind of things, and it looks really good as Alexandra Lee takes a look to the inside. This is the pass, not necessarily for class position, but certainly for track position. Lee runs, though, a little bit deep, gathers the curb for good measure. The BMW nips back up the inside, and Alexandra Lee wanted to get that one done clean, but it's not quite worked out on this occasion.
And this is exactly the problem. Look at who's coming through now. I think this is a car unlapping itself. These guys are all on the lead lap, so this will be someone unlapping themselves. And this is also the problem at this stage in the race. There's plenty of cars not on your lap getting in the way. I think that is one of the Ford Mustangs I was just referring to a couple of moments ago. It certainly is. The first of the Mustangs running down in 16th overall at the moment, by the way, 4th in the silver class, but it wasn't that Mustang that's running 4th in the class. Following along with YouTube chat this afternoon, of course, or indeed turning into this evening in Europe, and I'm going to take a wild guess that the number 17 BF Racing Esport team is a French team, at least in part, because they keep coming into YouTube chat and saying French in the French language, and I think they were encouraging their driver to dive their way past the BMW in front of them. It's not happened, and now it's going backwards slightly, but that's all okay. They'll try again in a few moments' time. What it has done is look at the way they've lost time as a result of the side-by-side. You were talking about the dangers of it a couple of moments ago. 4.4 seconds is the gap to second, but more interestingly, but the gap back to the first car without a penalty is only 5.2-ish seconds at the moment, with a 5-second penalty. That's very close.
Yeah, really close all the way through the field. In fact, actually, this has been, again, we always come to expect this one. Things will start to spread out as the night progresses, but as things stand, we are very, very close indeed. We're riding on board with the Brenwelton Esports number 72, Leon Byrne, behind the wheel. 4th position on the racetrack. 5-second time penalty for both cars in front of us, but now we are almost, if things continue like this, give us 2 or 3 laps and we're going to be in striking distance if we're Leon Burnt, and then that's another predicament for the Ferrari driver. Does he get involved? Does he allow these two to squabble? We're not a million miles away from starting the pit stop cycle once again, when that will be a fait accompli pass for Leon Burnt, so he's going to desperately hope he can close that gap, but not close it too quickly that he starts to get held up by the cars in front, and that'll be another thought process for him and the team as they'll be managing his pace over the next few minutes just to make sure that particular situation doesn't occur.
I would have thought it's going to be pit stop time here though for the leaders, and we're coming up towards the end of another 65-minute stint. I think that fits just about right with the first 3 stints gone. Generally you'll go 65 minutes, as we've been talking about previously. It fits quite well at this circuit. You can fit almost entirely into 65 minutes in one go. We'll see if they all come in on this occasion or whether I'm going to be proven wrong. And they're coming in. I'm quite pleased with that. But it's fairly easy to predict. It does make strategy a little bit easier. The top 4 all following one another in, and most of the others in the field will do as well. The silver leader has already been in the number 17, but Magnani didn't come in the 201, so we're going to have a very exciting rejoin, I think, where Magnani, or whoever takes over that 201 car if there's a driver change, will be right out near Alexandra Lear. Seems to have stayed in that 17 car, and it could well be a race off a pit lane for the silver lead.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We're looking at Devons now in the Genesis Esports by Genesis Risk McLaren, car number 223, 12th on the overall leaderboard, but of course, as you say, currently leading the silver category. Coming into bus stop chicane, will he peel to the right? Yes, he does. Thank you very much. Magnani follows him in pit lane. This is so difficult for a driver. One of the most mundane things in the whole world is making a pit stop in an endurance race, but ironically one of the easiest place to make a mistake, attract a time penalty or worse, and really throw your race away. Jack Oliver, that we're looking at as well, coming down pit lane in his ERE Race Esports Team 276, and I'm sure you've done plenty of racing before, you, and as have I, in ACC in particular. Just catching the pit lane speed limiter wrong, or just misaligning the car in the box, or even just fumbling the command to make the different things that you need to happen in the pit stop. So easy to do, isn't it? So easy to make a real fundamental error that ruins things for you and the team.
I always say that practicing pit lane is, especially pit lane entry, is one of the most underrated things to practice when you are preparing for a race. As Darren McCormack, by the way, gets back into the race leader's car, so, it should be Leon Bernou, whoever takes over the 72, out second. There he goes, dropping on the jacks, and actually it's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. A lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Tobias Pfeiffer gets at the wheel of the 86. Is that even the right Ferrari, or am I looking at a different one? I think I might be looking at a different one. Might have been a bit of a slow pit stop for the 86, but we'll wait and see how things all shake out. David Tunitzer gets back at the wheel of the Lamborghini. Bastian Richter is at the wheel of the Brent Velton Esports car. That's taken over from Bernd. And so there you go. Richter is into second as predicted. Tunitzer hangs on to third as predicted, but Pfeiffer's below Hartveld, or behind, Chris Hartveld, who's gotten at the wheel of the 51. So that's a surprise. The number 86 Mercedes of the MSI team have lost a lot more time in that pit stop than expected.
Yeah, Tobias Pfeiffer will be furious at that one. 7/10 of a second according to the timing tower behind the Ferrari of Chris Hartveld. There is Tobias Pfeiffer that we're looking at now in the MSI Mercedes-AMG Esports team. Worst part about it is, not only has he lost track position, but he's now in traffic, which is not where you want to be when you come out of pit lane. There we see Tobias picture in picture. You want to be able to condition the tyres, bring the car up to speed, bring yourself up to speed, without the need to really be worrying about who's around you and trying to fight for your particular piece of racetrack. And Tobias Pfeiffer, not only does he have to arguably push a little bit harder than he would like to at this stage, but he's also got a pretty challenging task ahead of him to try and find a way past the official Ferrari outfit with Chris Hartveld behind the wheel. So disappointing for Pfeiffer through that particular pit cycle, but I dare say that Mercedes does seem to have a fair bit of pace thus far in the race, and Tobias we know very well indeed. Bizarre, in fact, to see him in this livery and not the Team Unicorns of Love car. Very peculiar indeed. But Pfeiffer is going to be very keen to try and take advantage while everybody's a little bit getting themselves back into the swing of things. So I expect you in an overtake, or an overtake attempt at the very least, over the course of this next coming lap.
Yeah, there may well be. Team Unicorns of Love, of course, have got great history at this round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, because they've won the 24 Hours of Spa in the Pro class a couple of times. So not going to repeat that under the same banner here, I wouldn't imagine, but they could have some of their drivers going for another victory as well. And anybody really, especially inside the top 6 or 7, have got still a great chance of doing so with so much time remaining. On board with Tobias Pfeiffer we go now, and it's looking like he's not quite close enough to Hartveld to really make anything happen. So we'll stay behind for the moment. Down in the silver category, we have got Alexander Lear still leading the way in the 17 Ferrari. Marco Lomi has gotten at the wheel of the 201 car and is 2.8 seconds behind, followed by Elie Debons in the 223. So that's where the changes have been. There's just a change for second and third down in the silver category. And now we're going to wonder whether we get even more 5-second penalties, because don't forget, the majority of the ones we just saw served in that pit stop phase were down to pit lane exit infringements, going over the white line. Be interesting to see whether they've learnt their lesson or not.
Just imagine you're part of a team of probably 3 or 4 drivers. Maybe you've got 3 or 4 people in the background doing all the other things that need to be done to get you on the racetrack. You practice for over a month, thousands of kilometres. You absolutely train to the nth degree on every possible factor or thing that may happen during the race, so you're responsible. And then you're the one that has to go back on TeamSpeak or Discord or whatever afterwards and go, sorry boys, I forgot about the white line, and have to serve a 5-second penalty. All the variables that have been covered, and a simple mistake like that one can give you a 5-second penalty. Very difficult. It will very much be tail between legs time for that particular driver. But back on track again, Chris Hartveld still on the attack. On the defence.
Oh dear, the race leader's got a 5-second penalty for pit lane infringement. That's exactly what's happened here. So for all we were talking about learning your lesson and so on, unfortunately Darren McCormack's got straight into that car and he's unfortunately got a penalty immediately. There is the confirmation of it. And the 72 also with a 5-second penalty. We'll get confirmation as to what that's for in a few moments' time. I've got a feeling that everybody's getting one here for the same infringement. But in a way, they all sort of cancel each other out, don't they? If they're all doing it, then it in the end doesn't matter so much, as Tobias Pfeffer now is a bit closer to Chris Hartveld and might well give this a go into Les Combes. We'll see if he fires down the inside. It's going to have to be a late one. And he's barely alongside, but Hartveld was generous in giving him the space, and that allows Pfeiffer to go round the outside through the second part, gets in the inside at Malmedy, and he will go through. So Pfeiffer into fourth.
Bravo. That was a fantastic bit of racing from both drivers. Tobias Pfeffer putting the car out there in the risk zone on the outside, and then of course Chris Hartveld for being smart enough and gentlemanly enough to give him the racing room that particular move commanded. So good bit of driving from both drivers, both well aware of course that there's 20 hours and 37 minutes left in this race, but it's difficult. It's easy for us to say in the comms box, long race boys, give each other room, but when you're behind the wheel and you're in the heat of battle, not always is that your default position. So good bit of driving from those, and that means Pfeffer's up in a fourth. He's made that move following the pit lane change of positions. Let's see if that Mercedes has got enough pace to start gapping the Ferrari now over the next 10 minutes or so.
Having David Christie, who we know very well, coming into YouTube chat to ask us why there's so many penalties. Well, yeah, it's kind of the same thoughts for us, really. But
yeah.
We all know. We all know the factual reason, the fact that they've gone over the white line on the way out of pit lane. But why they're all doing it is puzzling me. I don't know if I'm just sort of having a selective memory here, and maybe this did happen in years gone past. But and maybe you can correct me. But to me, this didn't feel like a major factor of the previous years.
No, not at all. I was actually going to ask you the same thing before that manoeuvre happened. I don't know why this is new. Is it an update to the game? Is it some change that I'm just not aware of? But I've never really seen this before. And in fact, Ewan, I'm kind of glad that you mentioned, just as you were explaining it, that it's pit lane. We've heard pit lane infringement, but actually I wasn't quite sure what that related to until you said it's the white line. And no, don't know why that is. It's very, very peculiar.
I think so, at least. I picked it up from somebody else earlier on, so I may be misinformed as well. But we'll wait and see. Yeah, we're kind of having the same thought about whether this has happened before. I was just having one of those moments where I thought, have I really misremembered an entire race in my mind here? But because it's entirely possible. But no, okay, we're in the same boat, so that's fine. But someone else just pointing out something very true as well. I sort of brushed them off as somewhat harmless in my comment a few moments ago about, well, if everyone's got them, then surely it makes no difference. Well, that's not really true at all, because they do pick up an incident point every time they get a penalty for this, of course, and 5 gets you a disqualification, and never mind that, 3 gets you a drive-through. So all of a sudden it gets very, very serious very soon if you are transgressing that line too often.
Yep, it's got to be something that the drivers need to be very, very cautious of indeed. Chris Hartveld, we're looking at, by the way, car number 51, the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, not been dropped by the Mercedes, Tobias Pfeffer, and that surprises me. I thought Tobias would move forward quite quickly, but just behind, look, that is the number 7 McLaren also buying into this one. So Harveld's in a difficult position. He's got quite a bit of work to do if he wants to stay with the Mercedes, but I do think that McLaren will be in striking distance in the next few laps if things progress as they are at the moment.
Looks like it. He's gaining time hand over fist now. Is Louis Roters driving for ITB Racing, the first of the McLarens, and you can see the yellow position number. That's the fastest lap of the day so far. That may well come tumbling down a little bit later on, but we'll see what the weather's like later on. Before we get any true answers on that. Out over the line for the end of another lap. That's the completion of lap number 88. And by the way, we've still got, to my knowledge, 41 cars out on the circuit. I think we've had a fairly recent retirement, actually, for one of the pro cars. The 255 competition Aston Martin may have retired from the race. We'll get confirmation of that, but they're already 10 laps down at the moment. Also getting word through on another pit lane infringement. That's the 777 down in the silver category. Surely this can't be a feature for the entirety of the race. We're going to have nobody left. Everyone's going to get disqualified if they're not careful because of these pit lane infringements. It really is remarkable and something you don't see very often from drivers at this level.
Yeah, it is very strange, and David Christie in the YouTube comments has sort of mentioned he can understand 1 or 2, but 10, 15 people making a mistake. It does sound like something bizarre has gone off in the background. Hopefully we can find out what that is before we come to the conclusion of this race. Bit of research will be needed, I think, when I go off air, but very, very peculiar as Darren McCormack still leads proceedings. Car number 5, 7.152 seconds of an advantage over Bastian Richter, with David Tinitza and Tobias Pfeffer in 4th position. So, yeah, this one's been a bit of a slow burner in the middle section of the race, Ewan, but the gaps are all so close. Nobody's in a fighting position as such. But there are plenty of drivers that are all waiting for the next opportunity to do something to improve their particular racing efforts.
Yeah, they are at the moment the top 7 covered by a very small amount of time indeed. Just 16 seconds covering those positions for now, with Arthur Camara in 8th, nearly half a minute back in the first of the BMWs. BS competition, of course, in the 89. During 2023, they finished 6th in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship, after ending up with just the 1 podium to their name and a 7th place at this race 1 year ago. It's nice to have that continuity. We can sort of look at race results in the past and look at who did well and where. Williams Esports were 2nd last year at this race, for example, looking to go 1 better on this occasion because they've come so close in the past. But let's wait and see where they can get to, and it's a very long time to find out indeed as well. Something that has surprised me actually with the Williams Esports strategy so far was getting Darren McCormack back in the car right now. I mean, he did the first couple of hours of the race, which I would consider as normal to do a 2-hour stint, but then Tinko van der Velde only did 65 minutes, and now all of a sudden McCormack is back again. I'm not sure whether he's busy on Sunday and he needs to get his hours in early on, but if not, then that's a slightly odd strategy to me.
And what makes that even more peculiar is Darren McCormack was racing in a different championship yesterday that I was commentating on for Williams' team. So he's had a lot of time, dual focus, I suppose, on this particular race, the one that he was doing yesterday as well. And to front load the amount of time that he's in the car, you're absolutely right. A little bit of an unusual strategy. The Williams Esports team are chock-a-block full of talented drivers, so it's not exactly amazing as Darren McCormack is. It's not like he's the standout when everybody else is an amateur. They're all incredibly talented drivers, so not quite sure why that particular driver stint plan has been put into place by Williams. As you say, very possible that Darren has other commitments elsewhere at different timings, so this is the way that it fits. But Williams, certainly a team that have not just rocked up recently and are new to this all. They're very well versed on many different platforms in many different championships of racing, long distance racing, so there'll be a grand plan in the background. But the upshot is Darren McCormack gets a bit more time enjoying himself in the beautiful, resplendent, some might say, sunshine, falling sunshine of Spa-Francorchamps at the front of the field. Not a bad place to be, is it, on a Saturday afternoon in a Mercedes, the front of the grid?
Certainly not. The weather almost as nice as it was earlier in the UK, I've got to say. Although I'd slightly hesitate to say it's the same in Ireland at the moment. I don't know that for sure, but
it's raining, you can guarantee it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't imagine the weather's great. You were speaking about the event yesterday, of course. Darren McCormack was racing, but to my knowledge, he also did qualifying for this at about 8 o'clock or so. So I don't really know how he balanced those two, to be honest. I know he was out quite early yesterday and didn't go the distance that he probably wanted to. But even if that was the plan or wasn't the plan, to switch your mind's focus from, first of all, one sim to the other, and second of all, to one championship to another, two of which have wildly different formats, is a remarkable bit of adaptability that got them the pole position in the end.
Yeah, it's incredible, and that's again just another testament to just how high a level these drivers are. Now, we can do it at home. We can do an open lobby race in one sim and then an open lobby race in another straight after, and there's a bit of adaptation. You're not quite as good and on form as you would be maybe if you stuck to one thing all evening. But these guys are racing at a level that's magnitude greater than we'll ever, in the best will in the world, be capable of delivering. So to deliver the top level in your respective field on two different platforms on the same day and then the race the following day is just absolutely incredible. McCormack, really strong driver, as we've seen so many times. By the way, car number 96, the very attractively liveried BMW, I must say, is under big pressure for the run into the bus stop chicane. That is Fleischer behind in the 711 McLaren, looking one way and the other. No room to pass on this occasion. But that BMW, again, comes to that same scenario we spoke about just 10 minutes ago, Ewan. Do you fight hard for the position, or do you keep a weathered eye on that clock, let him go and just concentrate on your own particular trials and tribulations at this juncture in the race? Big question, not the right answer, not a correct answer, depending on your particular scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. It makes a bit more sense to fight here, considering these two are in the same class compared to some of the other battles that we've seen. But it looks like the Veloce Academy car is going to go straight through here. The McLaren on the inside, pretty fast in a straight line, very sleek and low to the ground, cuts through the air quite nicely, and does indeed make its way up to 25th overall now in the race. There is another 5-second penalty for the car 717. That is one of the pros. It is Team Nitro. Not sure where they are in the field, actually. I can't find them. 12th place, Marco Bischoff at the moment. It's just not on our left-hand side there for a moment because we're looking a bit further down at the moment. But 12th place for them. Another 5-second penalty. And plenty of speculation in YouTube about why this might be and so on. Dan Papel's saying, are the drivers just trying to feel how far they can go, and now race controllers sort of reining them back in now that they've gone a bit too far? Well, maybe that argument would make sense if there was loads of penalties for the first pit stops and then none after that. But we've seen consistent, really heavy amounts of penalties for a whole range of cars. So I don't feel like the strategy of sort of seeing what you can get away with really applies, because we've seen a couple of teams get it wrong at least twice.
Yep, absolutely. And while you were saying that one, we had yet another 5-second time penalty for the ERE Race Esports team car number 276. So there's definitely something untoward occurring here that I think everybody, all the teams will be in the same boat. They'll all be very surprised as to why this is happening, I dare say. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got the penalty to start with. And they'll all be doing exactly the same as we're doing now, scratching their heads, wondering a little bit, then digging through the game. Probably the spare reserve drivers will be going into an offline session and having a look exactly why this penalty is coming, how one can avoid it, talking to whomever they need to talk to try and ascertain exactly what's going on. And it is very peculiar, but it's also an opportunity. If we're on now the second or third round of stops and these are still occurring, anybody of the front runners that can understand why, mitigate against it and not do it, then in that occasion they're going to have a big advantage over some of their immediate rivals. It's free time at the end of the day. You know, and I know, and everybody watching at home knows, find 5 seconds on a racetrack, very difficult. Get a free 5 seconds if everybody around you is getting a penalty. That's a lot of free time, and you would be remiss to not go out there and try and get some for yourself.
We're up to 6, by the way, for just for this most recent round of pit stops. I'm not even going to attempt to count up how many we've had in the race so far, because that would take too long. But 6 so far in this hour. Race control reminding us as well that it is not a new rule. This is an existing rule that has been policed before, and so it is not a surprise, let's say, to these drivers. And again, you just wouldn't expect it from these guys at the top level. And at the moment, it's quite remarkable what we're seeing. Good to get a bit of a view further down the field as to some of the battles in silver we've not been talking about, at least not for the last 45 minutes. On board at the moment with Mohamed Thasbi in the Spa Esports number 21 BMW. At the moment looking for 23rd position with Rafael Hansen in the Mercedes just up ahead. And This will be the kind of battle we're going to see a lot, I would imagine, for the next couple of hours. Maybe lower down in the field, not important for the overall sort of win of the race, and maybe not even for the class win in silver, but important in the relative terms of these two teams' races. And so they've got to work out between themselves, as you mentioned earlier, whether to fight or not, and how they're going to interact with one another when they do get close, as they are now.
And I will say the Axel Esports BMW does look the quicker of the two cars at this juncture, a little bit late into the braking zone for the Source hairpin. Almost collected the back of the Mercedes in front, but good bit of driving from Mohammed just to dodge out of that one at the very last minute. That's lost him quite a few car lengths though, which is going to put the Axel Esports BMW on the back foot a little bit. This is one of the best overtaking spots on the whole Spa-Francorchamps circuit, all the way down the Long Kevel Straight into the braking zone for Lecom. You can go on the outside or the inside. It very much depends on the placement, but you still got equal good opportunity. The BMW, we know, is sparky in a straight line, it's fair to say. So he will have a good opportunity, will Mohammed Thasby, in the next couple of laps, if he can just cut out those little mistakes, which it's so easy to do. Again, you follow another car, you watch where they're braking, you can very easily miss your own spots, run a little bit deep, get sort of sucked in to the progress of the car in front. And on that same kind of topic as well, Ewan, if you're a little bit faster than somebody and you come up to the back of them, unless you clear them very, very quickly indeed, it's so easy to then regress to their speed and lose that bit of advantage you've got, and then you're just giving so much time away down the road. So I dare say the number 21 will be moderately enthusiastic at least to try and lever his way past that Mercedes. PDQ.
Where are we wedging these cameras, by the way? I can't even tell where this is in the car. Are we on the left, the right? We're on the front, clearly, but I think we're on the left. But where on earth could this camera be on a BMW? Answers on a postcard, please, because we've got some fantastic camera angles, only I just don't know where they've put this one. And as you were talking about earlier, another advantage of not being in real life is we can literally put it where you want. I don't think a team in real life would be very pleased if a camera crew came around and said, right, we're going to stick a camera right in your front nose here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of front end on that BMW, so you've got their choices of where you can shove one in, as once again the BMW monstering the Mercedes through the bus stop chicane, so a lot more aggressive on this moment in time. It's not doing him any good though for corner exit from bus stop, so drops back a few car pace again. Do we spot our braking point on this occasion? No, we don't. We missed the apex by a country mile. Does the 21 just behind us. So he needs to really clean these things up. We need to just, these little mistakes, these little sort of missing the apex here and there, being a couple of yards away from the ideal racing line. That's so compromising over the course of this lap at Spa. It's a long track, lots and lots of corners, half a tenth per corner, you make a mistake. That adds up to multiple seconds over the course of a lap. So the longer we're behind this Mercedes, the harder we're working the tyres, the harder we're working the fuel consumption, the harder we're working our mental agility as well. And if you are Mohammed in the 21 behind, you're going to want to make a move ASAP.
I think that was possibly the best example we could have got at just how important it is to get a good run out of La Source, really, because we saw Thasby go a little bit wide on the way in there. You mentioned it at the time, just missing the apex slightly, and that really put an end to any attempt there was going to be at Lecom, and it has given him a bit of work to do actually to even catch up back to Rafael Hansen again here. So it's going to have to be a lap or so again before there's a real chance. It's one of those battles where there's not actually that much in terms of pace between the two of them, and so sometimes it can be a battle that's very slow to develop. Normally battles that happen quickly are due to a big speed difference. Well, there doesn't appear to be a very big speed difference between these two.
Yeah, lovely racing here. 23rd and 24th position, of course. Overall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th and 10th in the silver class. Apologies for having to count out loud, but I'm not the brightest of chaps. Talking and counting at the same time ain't possible for me. But a good little race nevertheless. And again, evidence if ever we needed evidence for the folks watching at home. It's not always about what's happening in first, second and third. The intensity and quality of the racing is just as high in the middle and at the back of the pack. It doesn't matter where you are, it's still pushing as hard as these guys and gals possibly can in these GT3 spec cars, and it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful for us in the box and the folks at home to be watching two drivers at the top of their game, going hammer and tongs. Although, could do we getting a little bit closer and maybe trading a bit of paint? I think never hurts, does it?
Well, it probably hurts them. It doesn't hurt us. We'd be cheering them on. We'd love to see it, but for some reason don't expect that to happen with more than 20 hours remaining. Although you say that, I said that endurance racing gets more and more elbows out with every year, it seems, these days. As we go inside the helmet now of Thaspi, we're getting some onboard cameras this afternoon, aren't we? This is fantastic. A look at really what the driver can see. Chucking it into Lecom, the right and then the left, and then the run through Malmedy, just opening out the corner as much as possible, using that curb on the left-hand side as well, and now down into the very long downhill right-hander. What's immediately apparent when you go on board with these drivers, though, is just the amount of road that they use. Look at the way they go into no-name corner, for example, all the way up the right-hand curb so they can open up the left-hander. And we always know and talk about the exits, track limits are something we always talk about, but it's worth talking about the entry as well, and just how they utilise the road to open out each corner almost as if they're trying to do the entire track without turning at all.
Absolutely, but doesn't this BMW look absolutely brutal behind the wheel? Look how many stabs of the wheel he's needing to try and balance the car. The back end's trying to overtake the front end's trying to push straight forward with understeer. He's really got to be quite aggressive on this one, coaxing the car into the corners, just really whispering to the car, get it up on its tippy toes, be very gentle, be very calm with it, asking 7 or 8 times on some occasions just to try and get that front end to bite, for the weight transfer to settle down, for the car to bed into the racetrack so it can sort of slingshot you out of the corner. And when you're driving with that level of requirement of steering input, requirement of sort of engagement with the mechanics of the car underneath you, it becomes so difficult to have the pinpoint precision you need. This is why we've seen him going deep into some of the braking zones, being a little bit further away from the apexes. This is going to be fascinating now. Let's have a look into the hairpin to start the lap. Hard on the brakes, there we go. Are we going to catch the apex this time? Yes, we are. Very firm turn of the steering wheel, one motion into the apex, onto the throttle again straight away. But this does not look at all like a car that is particularly comfortable at this stage, and as a driver you don't mind that one. You enjoy working hard behind the wheel, you enjoy the visual experience of driving a car virtually, but then you look at the clock and you've got 20 plus hours to go. It just hurts the soul to know that you are very much stacked against it with a lot of racing still to go.
Let's look at the inputs as well. I think that the thing that's noticeable to me there is that slight lack of modulation that you have to do with these cars compared to some others. Of course, traction control and ABS really do help you, but it's worth remembering with cameras like these. I mean, maybe that corner not the best example, but even despite those driver aids, you still have to manage the throttle and the brake. You can't be 100% on the brake and then completely off it again. You've got to manage that even with ABS, and you can't just smash onto the throttle anytime you like. The traction control won't save you from everything. You've got to make sure that you are sort of in control of that as well. So it's a very interesting, makes for very interesting viewing, that does, for me, just to see quite how they get around this circuit in the fastest way possible. And at the moment, Mohamed Thaspi trying to do that while getting through on Raphael Hansen. Worth noting as well that according to the sim, he's got the Singapore flag next to his name, which means it's probably getting quite late in the evening for him now, but clearly pushing on into the night, as plenty of people will be doing here in this race. On board with Tobias Moborg next, as we try and see one of these Audis making a move on one of its cousins, you could say, in the form of the Lamborghini. This is 30th overall, and that was a pretty aggressive chop across the nose of the Genesis Esports Academy Audi. And, well, they sort out their differences, but Moborg stays behind and is yet to break into the top 30.
Well, the crystal ball on my desk is waving its arms around wildly, saying Bell's disaster over the course of the next few laps. That was some very aggressive driving there from the 45 against the 2.25 on the braking zone into Lecom.
Oh.
A big slide from Tobias Moborg there. Good bit of car control from the Genesis Esports Academy machine, but into no name, on the gas, on the curb, get it sideways, that one's going to wake you up if you were feeling a little bit fatigued into this stage of the race. Big moment for the 225.
Yeah, that didn't look very nice at all. And I don't know about you, but this seems like a recurring theme that you do sometimes see with the Audis, where they do tend to step away from you sometimes and get a little bit out of shape from time to time. That's quite difficult to contend with. Well, Moorburg was able to catch it on that occasion, but to me, you wouldn't really want a car like that for a race of this length, because you've got to control it for 24 hours. Surely if it's stepping away from you, then when you're more tired, you're going to be... Eventually, that's going to catch up with you, surely.
Oh, absolutely. In an endurance race, you always, if there's a balance of scales of where your compromises lie, you will always hemorrhage a little bit of lap time if it makes you more comfortable, confident and consistent in the car. Always. 24-hour racing, yes, the faster, nervous car will be better in terms of lap time, but of course you've got to do it for 24 hours. You've got to have 3, maybe 4 drivers take over as well. Everyone's got a bit of compromise in because they all have different driving styles. They all have different wants, needs and requirements. So as a team, you've got to find that comfortable balance between outright speed of the car, but also giving a platform for the drivers to be able to perform on without being too nervous, without being scared of the car snapping away. I mean, I use this many times, and it's a really simplistic thing to say, but for me, it really does highlight the point. If I raced against you on a 1-to-1, and you were half a second a lap faster than me, but every 5 laps you made a 7-second mistake, I'll thrash you at the end of the race because you're losing more than you're gaining from pure performance. And this is a scaled down version of this in a 24-hour race. Give away a 1/10 of a second a lap, but have a car that your drivers can take to the checkered flag without losing silly amounts of time in different errors. And you've got to do that one, but you obviously start to get greedy when you're looking for performance, don't you? And you start to just chip away a little bit of the comfort factor for a couple of thousandths of a second advantage. And yeah, if you're not careful, that's your job as a driver, is to argue your point that you need the platform versus the engineer that thinks, yes, but if we just do this and make it loose at the rear, we can find another 1/10 of a second at the bus stop chicane on rotation. It's like, no. You need something that you can take to the checker, all of the drivers, and get as much out of it as you can physically as a driver as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right to use that example, although, yeah, as you mentioned, it will be scaled down for these guys. They don't lose very much time to one another at all. They're very close across the board as it goes. Apologies if you've been watching this for a while and we're sort of reiterating quite a lot to you, but in case you've not been with us since the start, all of the 5-second penalties to the left-hand side, you can see, or most of them, are for pit lane infringements, as they're called. And we've had some statistics through about just how many we've had of those so far today, because I said earlier on the maths would be too difficult for me. Someone else has done it for me. Someone more clever with a few more fingers has done it for me. So I'm pleased about that. 15 pit lane penalties so far for crossing the white line out of 36 overall, which is 41.7% of all penalties is a pit lane infringement. That's pretty remarkable, really, when you consider other races that we've seen in the history of sim racing. Basically, it's pretty remarkable, and it's shaping this race in a way. Last stint around, it was the Silver Cup class that was getting really affected by it. The leader was just about able to hang on to their position. This time round, it's the overall leader in Pro who's got to take 5 seconds, and we may well see the lead change as a result of that, although if they were to stop right now, they would keep it.
So here's something that's nice to have a look at. The first time since we've really been in the box, got a good look at the new Mustang GT3, new to Assetto Corsa Competizione, of course, a free DLC for owners of the game. So if you've not got it, or you're on the fence about buying ACC, this might be enough to tilt the scales of balance in the favour of purchase. Beautiful car. Alpha Venturi are currently running that one, this particular model, in this race Fadley rack map that we've got on board. Of course, very successful in the world of SRO Esports Asia over the years. Fadley, very quick driver indeed, rocking the number 818. He's 33rd in the race at this moment in time. And jeopardy for Rackmat, of course, is he's very firmly in the midst of all the silver class runners. So that's a double penalty, isn't it? You've got cars in front of you, which compromise your performance, of course, and there are also not even cars in your class, so you have to overtake them, but you're gaining precisely nothing in the grand scheme of things. So not at all ideal for Fadli Rahmat and the Alfa Venturi team at this stage. And that Porsche of Cardinali ahead, he needs to get through that one and the rest of the field very quickly indeed if he wants to be even remotely in with the chance of having a sniff around for people in his own class a little bit further into this race.
Yeah, long way away from doing that at the moment. We'll have a bit more of a chat about whose livery looks best a little bit later on, but it's probably still a bit too early in the race for that kind of thing. And we'll also chat about the Ford Mustang as well, of course, which is a great addition again to the ACC platform. A good evening to Valentin Barrier, who's just made his way into YouTube chat after getting out of the Veloce McLaren. They're running now with Jaroslav Honzik, Jardier, you may know, in 16th overall, but behind some of the best Silver Cup cars. I think that puts them 14th overall, 13th in the overall pro standing. There is the Czech driver making his way down towards Eau Rouge again. Not sure whether this is his first time in the car or not, but there he is. He's even provided an onboard camera for us as well. One of the more advanced setups, although I think he's only... it looks like quite a wide screen actually, doesn't it? I was going to say single monitor, but it's not really, is it? It's quite a big monitor. And it looks like he's got maybe his chat beside him, his telemetry. I'm not sure. I'm presuming he's streaming it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yardier will, of course, be streaming it. Great YouTube. Don't know who Yardier is? Go Google it. Google is your friend, or other search engines are available. Go and give him a little follow as well. He's a good man. Does a lot of virtual racing in a lot of different championships, a lot of different series. Of course, he's broken into the real world racing as well in a Renault Clio. Back at home, done a bit of racing in his formative years, and then goes virtual. Gets back into the car and by all accounts is having an absolute ball. And what he can do, Ewan, that I absolutely no idea how the man can do it whatsoever. He can live stream, engage with his audience, read the chat, do the shout outs he needs to do, and still drive really, really, really quickly. And that, as a man who can't do these things, who's done many talker drives over the years, I can do it, but I'm not quick, or even less quick than I am normally. And that impresses me and sickens me in equal measure how someone can be filthily talented like Jardier and still entertaining the muses folks that are watching. So yeah, good man, and he's having a good run so far in the Veloci Vex McLaren SRO number 39 machine, 16th as you say overall, 13th in the pro category, but I do expect that car to claw its way through the order over the course of the next 20 hours and 6 minutes and change.
Yeah, it is. And his ability, by the way, to stay remarkably positive about everything all the time is quite amazing as well. Always seems to have a smile on his face and always seems to be enjoying what he does, which is great to see. I think we're about to enjoy a battle for the silver class lead, by the way, because we've just seen Alexander Lee get closed in on by Marco Lomi, who's the new driver in the 201. Alexandre Laird's been in that car for at least a couple of stints now. He stayed in during the last pit stop, but Lomi got into that Aston Martin and initially wasn't really making any progress at all, but has certainly made some now, and he's looking for the lead into Les Combes. It's not going to happen this lap, but the pressure is on now. Yeah, this is going to be a ding-dong battle. Marco Lomi is an incredibly talented race car driver in virtual space. Fantastic driver. Good to see him here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge SRO Esports competition. And as you say, very much making a bid for the race lead. Alexander Lee in the 17 Ferrari held that lead for quite some time, being behind the wheel of said car for quite some time as well, it has to be said. So the big question is, can Marco Lomi, a little bit fresher, a little bit more recently jumped behind the wheel, can he use that to his advantage, or will Alexander Lee keep track position, which is usually king in a race? And what I'm very interested to see is, will the Ferrari start defending heavily, or is he just going to go about his business and make it as though Marco Lomi has to force the issue? And that's going to be really, really big to see how much time they do or do not lose to the Debons and Honzik chase of cars behind. Yeah, this is probably the most interesting battle on the circuit as a result of the stakes that are on the line here between these two. There's a look through the rear window of the Ferrari. Frankly, I didn't think there was one, but there you go. I thought it was all cameras these days. What's happened to the world? Anyway, the Aston Martin homing into view, and you're certainly not going to miss it. Look at this, the closing speed, although through Blanchimont, just losing a little bit of time with the dirty air maybe and struggling to stay close. That can be a problem on the way down towards the final chicane, but it's not a problem going up to Les Combes because it's pretty much a flat-out run up through Eau Rouge and Radion. The corner you've really got to worry about is La Source, and it's coming up right now.
Yeah, I do think that was maybe a little bit of strategic driving from Marco Lomi there. Blanchimont flat out, you don't really want dirty air anyway. But it does feel like he breathed off the throttle a little bit because this is where it's at. This is where you want the overtaking manoeuvre. He's going to give a little bit of a breathing space to the BF Racing car up front through the Eau Rouge Radion complex corners just to maintain the aero balance of the Aston Martin. Then get yourself plugged into the slipstream. We're going to get bigger in the mirrors of this BF Racing car. Not close enough though to get alongside. He'll look to the inside, there we go, just to fill the mirrors, just to give Alexandra Lee something to think about. Try and put him off in the braking zone. Now we monster the curbs in the Aston Martin. Now we try and be as close as possible to that Ferrari. Why? Because we want to show the nose again at Bruxelles. We want to give him something to think about. We want to put him off of the ideal racing line. Then down into no name, same again, stay close, fill the mirrors. What we're trying to do is focus the attention of the car in front on our rear view mirror. And then when we get into pith path, that's the opportunity to throw the car alongside and try and force the issue. But I think, saying all that one, Lomi not quite close enough on this occasion, but I certainly think that Alexandra Lee's got this one covered. You need to think outside of the box if you're going to make something happen.
See, this is not without its risks as well, of course, this battle, the very existence of it, to be honest, because the gaps to those behind are not too far away. I mean, these guys are down in, 6th and 7th in class, but they are not that far away at all in terms of off the lead. I think they're about 20 seconds off the lead. And speaking of good liveries, by the way, it's a very nice one for Visceral Esports, who've had a bit of a change of look here on this Lamborghini, a bit more yellow and sort of gold shading than they used to have behind one of the Williams Esports Academy cars. Relatively new livery for them, of course. You will have noticed the more darker blue Williams Esports car leading the race. This is their new look Academy car, where the white that was prevalent throughout the previous liveries pretty much been replaced by yellow, so you can distinguish between the two team cars. But it's Silver Cup where the action is at the moment. The pro drivers not necessarily close enough to battle with one another, unless maybe you are David Tunitzer and Tobias Pfeiffer. They were quite close over the line, but these two are closer, side by side into the corner, and that's a bit too late on the brakes, I'm afraid to say, for Felix Tuschwinzer-Hacker in the 44 Visceral Lamborghini. He'll have to give that place up again.
Yeah, not too many of those you want to be doing in a 24-hour big race. But Alexandra Lee, look, under pressure again, Ewan.
Here we go for the lead in silver. Lomi looking to the inside this time, a lot closer to the front of the race into Les Combes, and through he will go in the 201 Aston Martin. Gladius Competitions get to the front as Marco Lomi overtakes the McLaren of Alexandre Lee down the inside at Les Combes, and so that is a new leader for the first time in a few hours in the Silver Cup.
Yeah, beautiful execution there from Marco Lomi. He's been planning that several. Got the job done, second time of asking. So now we'll keep our eye on that one as well. Let's see if Marco Lomi has the pace in the car to start gapping the Ferrari behind. That's going to be crucial. Lomi does not want to get into a yo-yo effect sort of battle with Alexandra Lee as we look at the Visceral Esports number 44 machine. Beautiful livery, as you say, both cars actually looking resplendent in the Spa-Francorchamps sunshine, but at the moment it is the Williams Esports advantage as the big old Lamborghini, difficult car to drive is that Lamborghini, doesn't like curves, it has to be said, and I think Felix having a good time of it at this moment in time, but he will be becoming increasingly frustrated at the prospect of that Mercedes not getting out of the way over the course of the next few laps.
Yeah, the thing I've always found very difficult to deal with the Lamborghini, certainly in real life, is the reliability that they've got, that they have struggled with historically. It's been a bit of a problem for them, and it's meant that they've struggled to really win stuff. but it's not necessarily a problem in ACC. Of course, our technical failures are very much relating to the wheels and so on, if indeed they do go wrong. Internet connections, I'm sure we'll see someone disconnect at some point throughout the night, so there you go. But yeah, it can be the problem in the Lamborghini. Meanwhile, past fifth place as Louis Rochers gets past Chris Hartveld. And on the left-hand side of your screen, David Tunitzer has been caught by Tobias Pfeiffer. So after quite a while of quietness in the Pro class, we've got a couple of battles now, but surely that battle for fifth, is only going to go one way. That's just Rochers redoing the pass that was sort of undone by his penalty in that previous stop.
And the big noise here is the Tobias Pfeiffer machine in 4th place. We saw him come out of the pit stop cycle probably 20, 30, 40 minutes ago, and I'm not quite sure exactly when it was. Time goes so quickly in these things. But he came back. He had to clear a couple of cars, which he's done very nicely indeed. Look how quickly he's close to the rear of David Tunitzer. We know Tunitzer, multiple champion in many different SRO competitions in the world of Formula One, in all sorts of different things. Rapid as rapid can be. The Automobile Lamborghini Esports team, a very professional outfit as well. And now Tunitzer leaves the inside door open. Not enough of an overlap for Pfeiffer behind. The Mercedes doesn't have quite enough stopping power to get alongside the Lamborghini. Good launch from both cars out of the bus stop chicane. But David Tunitzer, not quite as quick at this stage as I would have expected. But the big one is Tobias Pfeiffer has had a dig around and he's found ample lap time in that Mercedes, and this is looking like probably one of the strongest cars on the track. And as things stand, when the 5-second time penalties are applied, realistically speaking, this is going to be very firmly in the fight for the race lead at this stage of the race. So good stuff from Mercedes AMG Esports team MSI driver, the German driver Tobias Pfeiffer.
Yeah, experienced at this race, of course, with Unicorns of Love, and who could bet against him on ACC? Very rapid driver indeed. There is a sense for me here, though, that these two should... oh, my goodness, look at this. This is... I wonder what manufacturer we're on board with at the moment. I don't know. Anyone? I don't have any guesses, to be honest with you, after seeing that. No, they do, for me, have a bit of a sense of working together here that's necessary, because look at the two drivers ahead. 2 5-second penalties. They'll be served in about 15 minutes time, because that's when they'll come in to make their pit stops. Surely there's a sense here that these two have got to maximise those penalties up ahead by working together here as David Tunitzer takes that very strange line on the way towards Puon.
Yeah, Tunitzer don't want to catch a bump on that particular line, otherwise that will send him straight to the scene of the accident. But Tobias Pfeiffer does not care one iota about this one. The 86, as you say, interesting. Actually, I wouldn't have thought that of you, but now you've said it, you make a really, really good point. Are these two working together? Are they being smart? Are they going back to what we were saying at the beginning of our stint on the broadcast? It's about saving time from green to checker, not racing the car that happens to be in front of you. These are two, like, obscenely talented drivers, despite being very young, are reasonably experienced in this world as well now. If anyone's smart enough, it's these two drivers and these two teams to know that the long play, the sensible play, don't squabble, don't fight. We'll find out now into the bus stop. Will Pfeiffer look to the inside? No. So Pfeiffer very clearly sending a message to David Tunitzer. Don't worry about me, son. I'm not going to throw the car up the inside. Forget your rear view mirrors. Just focus on seeing what we can do about Bastian Richter and Darren McCormack in front. Let's bring that delta down. Let's put ourselves in the opportunity, the window of opportunity to jump them when they make their stops and serve their 5-second time penalty. So good spot, Ewan. Very, very well made point, and I actually think you're bang on the money. This is some formation flying from these two because it helps their net race result at the end of this event.
Well, let's see. This will be the real thing here. If Pfeiffer just decides to stay behind and push him, then we definitely know what's happening. But if he goes for it now, then we can throw it all out the window, and he is going to go for it. Tunitzer's losing a bit of time here, and he realises it. There is a sense of working together because Tunitzer just lifted off to allow Pfeiffer to get that racing line on the way towards Lecombe, but now they can maybe get into the formation that they're quicker in. As I say, last time round, they lost a tenth and a tenth and a half, respectively, to the two cars ahead of them. They can't really afford to do that too much more. If they lose too much more time to Bastian Richter, they won't overtake him for second position. It's looking like a pretty far-flung desire now for them to try and catch Darren McCormack and get within 5 seconds of him by the end of this stint. But let's wait and see on that front. Pfeiffer does just look a little bit quicker though. Not entirely sure what's happening with Tunitsa, or if anything is indeed happening, if it's just the speed that they have at this moment. But either way, they are reversed now. As we look at Bastian Richter, can he stay away from those two just sufficiently to get into the pit lane before them and come out ahead of them as well? He's got about 6 laps to do so. I think that's how many laps we'll have remaining here. Maybe 5 laps until we've got a pit stop, but not too many anyway. And then we'll be in for at the 4th time today.
Well, it's always enjoyable as a commentator when you spend a few moments explaining something and then the drivers on track go and do the exact opposite of what you've just said. If I had £1 for every time that happened, I'd not need to work again, and I'd be racing if this real thing, such as its frequency. Bastian Richter, though, we're looking now. Spa Esports, car number 72, second on the field. Then Darren McCormack, our current race leader, 106 laps in the book. Fascinating to me now. If that position change from Pfeffer and Tunitsa was indeed orchestrated by the drivers, does Tobias Pfeffer have enough performance and lap time to pull David Tunitsa closer to Bastian Richter in front? He's about 300th of a second away from that 5-second window that he needs to make the overtake. Darren McCormack, he's another 6.6 seconds clear, no problem whatsoever for the Irish driver in the Williams Esports car. It's just a case of stroking it home to the next pit stop and then handing over, having himself a refreshing beverage and probably going and racing in another championship the way Dara's going at this moment in time. Why not do 3 in a day? Live the dream.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him, especially. He does do a lot of driving. You do get these sort of different types of drivers sometimes. Some who, like Dara, sort of do as much as they possibly can, and maybe more than what someone from the outside would advise him to do, but you're not going to stop him. And second of all, you got the type of driver who really just focus on one thing at a time. Now, I'm not sure whether that would be true for this championship, but there certainly are championships around the world of sim racing where some of the participants have that as their only focus for an entire year, and that's the way they work better, having that one common goal to look for the entirety of the year. But Dara clearly likes to mix it up with lots of different things, and it's all about preferences as an individual driver. For some drivers, the amount of driving and racing that Dara does would be too much. I think that much is clear. But for other drivers, the sort of focus on, and maybe for Dara, focusing on one championship for an entire year would kind of get a bit stale to him, maybe. I don't know. But it just seems to me as if he does thrive off the fact that he mixes it up a lot, and it keeps things all very fresh. If you're switching between championships all the time, it keeps things fresh with lots of different formats around the world of sim racing.
Absolutely. If you've got it, flaunt it, and he's absolutely got the talent, so get out there and maximise it. Third and fourth place car just past a little bit of traffic, no need to worry about that one. The BMW does a good job getting out of the way, not compromising his own race pace and also not compromising these two drivers that are trying to find their way past. Last time around, a 2:17.290 for Tobias Pfeffer, so about a second or so away from his ultimate pace. Of course, tyres, fuel, all make a difference, as Lewis Fleischer now in 25th position, looks to the outside and gets the job done before we even turn into Lecombe. So that's a very nice overtaking manoeuvre from the Veloci Academy driver.
That's so that's all resolved, but as they make their way on to the end of another sector, the first sector for Pfeiffer and Tunitsa. See what the gap is going to be up to Richter. It's only growing at the moment, 5.3 seconds now between second and third. Still though, these are gaps that we can't really shout about too much for the moment because of the early stage in the race that we are still very much within. The top 7 still covered by just less than 25 seconds, but as opposed to the early part of this race where Williams Esports were in amongst a pretty big battle for the lead, it was in the second hour where Darren McCormack finally pulled clear and he got a second's advantage at the front of the race for the very first time. I thought it was going to be one of those races where the draft was very important all day long, and turned out it was important for 140 minutes. No, sorry, not 140 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes. Big difference. And that meant that we saw eventually a race leader pulling clear, but clearly there's still plenty of other fights going on. We just saw that one for the lead, of course. Lomi still ahead of Alexander Ley there at the in the Silver Cup leading battle. We've got a three-way battle here for 18th position. This is 5th in class, as being caught, unfortunately, Jack Oliver in the 2.76. He'll be looking over his shoulder.
And of course, let's remember that Jack Oliver and Key behind both have 5-second penalties at their next pit stop. The reason we know that one is because the red 5 plus 5S next to their name on the timing stack. So if you're the Visceral Esports number 44 machine, you do want to make your way past, of course you do, because you've got a forward march to continue. But you don't want to take too much risk. You don't want to put too much effort in to that overtake unless it's an absolute slam dunk safety first overtake, because you know you will jump them at the pit stops. Pit stops aren't a million miles away yet either, so you can afford just to keep a watching brief, doing a good job on the periphery of the top, in fact 20th position actually, so in the top 20 overall and 7th, 8th in classification in the silver class. So good job from the Visceral Esports Lamborghini squad at this moment in time, and Felix Tazinwara Hacker behind the wheel at this moment in time.
Yep.
My apologies for the pronunciation as well there. I realised as it was coming out my mouth that was a bad call and should have just stuck with the car number.
No advances on that from me, but so we'll give it a go. I've commented on him before actually, so I should be a bit more familiar, to be honest, but it's been a while, to be honest, since I've been on an ATC entirely, so there you go. But this is the battle for 5th in class, and it does seem, unfortunately, like it is Jack Oliver losing speed here rather than the other two gaining. Lost 4 tenths on that last lap, and that's pretty significant in this kind of field. Although on this last lap, he's kept them at bay quite nicely. See if Tasminda Hacker will give it a go again into the bus stop chicane. I just wonder how that previous battle has sort of affected Halaki and Tasminda Hacker here, because they are both coming off the back of the Lamborghini going too far down the inside, getting back on again, and they were both forced off the road, and there's a bit of a palaver really at the final chicane. I just wonder whether that's put the Lamborghini driver off going for any kind of move at all. Has it made Lucky look over his shoulder a bit more than usual? We just don't know.
Yeah, it's risk management, isn't it? I mean, risk management, wow, that could not be any more boring apart from sort of tax returns and accounts. But risk management is something you have to do in a race car all the way through the race. I want this position, I'm going to take this position, work out where the theoretical safest and most realistic place is to overtake, and then line yourself up for said overtake. And then before you commit to it, commit to the point where you can't pull back out again, you've got to be 100% confident. Is the risk I'm putting my car and my race prospects in higher or lower than the percentage chance of getting out and through and past the car? If you are the back car in this trio of vehicles, you know they've got a time penalty. So that weighting versus risk and reward becomes much heavily weighted towards, is it worth the risk because I've got a slam dunk pass if I just hold on to the pit cycle. I dare say though, Matthias Ladke is now starting to get really held up by Oliver ahead, so this might become a decision point for the Lamborghini sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's he's going to get sandwiched if he's not careful. Wonder whether the penalties will just dilute this battle slightly, but don't forget 2 of them have got one, so that could well still lead to a battle. 3 different manufacturers represented, of course, as you may have noticed. The Aston Martin at the front, Mercedes in the middle, and the Lamborghini bringing up the rear for the moment in a race that has great variety actually in terms of its manufacturer selection right the way through the field, from the Mercedes leading the race, as they have won this race in 2 years in a row, looking to make it 3. Ferraris at the front. We've even got the new Ford Mustang to talk about a little bit later on as well, as it's now included in the ACC lineup. But right the way through, so many different shapes and sounds and sizes and all sorts to enjoy over the course of this race. With 19 hours 45 to go though, we're not too far away from another pit stop, and I'm a bit disappointed actually, because we've just discovered this battle for 22nd, and it's a 4-way battle considering we're more than 4 hours into this race.
If ever there was a poster for why we love long distance endurance racing, may this be a picture that resplendent upon it. Fantastic stuff. 4 cars in the heated battle after 4 hours of track action. Raphael Hansen, 24th position. We're looking at now. He sees an opportunity. Escape stays right to the pit lane for the Porsche, and Lewis Fleischer is the car that's the leader of this particular trio. I dare say, though, coming down into the braking zone for the Source hairpin, he's going to be a little bit vulnerable, but Ladke now on the charge, Ewan.
We don't know where to look. Matthias Ladke goes to the outside now of Oliver, and it's a long way round there, and he's given maybe a bit too much space there. Maybe it was a bit too generous to the Aston Martin actually through the first part, because he's given himself a very difficult tack through Malmedy, and he will be shoved up on the curb and he won't get through. So he stays 19th. At least he didn't lose any places. Now Lewis Fleischer is still ahead, at least in the Veloce Academy car. I think there were 1 or 2 looks into La Source, but it's never really a great idea to have a look at La Source, because you just know that the Camel Straight is coming up straight afterwards, and anything you do at La Source really is affected by that.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to get eaten alive if you're not optimal on corner exit from Kemal Lachkino now, side by side. So here we go. This is the Mercedes versus the Mercedes. Same cars, 2 different liveries, and I do think that the Williams Esports Academy driver manages to clear that one nicely. It's an Aston Martin, in fact, behind, not a Mercedes. My mistake. And Matis Ladke does just about hold on, but I think Naves is going to be under big pressure from the Lambo behind. Oh, hello. Look here.
Yes. There's the battle for 3rd place again, but that's not going to change. I wouldn't have thought in the next few moments. They're only able to hold the margin now. Sebastian Richter looks like he's put in a good enough stint now to hang on to 2nd place. There should be another lap after this one for them, question mark. Maybe. Let's see when they get to the line. Here goes Judgment Hacker down the inside as well, and this time it's more reserved on the brakes. It's late enough to make a pass, but early enough to stop in time, and so through go Visceral Esports to follow Williams Esports Academy as well. That's a change for 5th place, by the way. These are major places in the Silver Cup standings, and you've got to remember, if you are on the 276 Aston Martin team, that the race will come back to you. It's not so important that you're losing those positions right now. It's where you finish at the end.
Yeah, precisely that one. It will hurt us to watch a couple of cars clear you and start to scamper off down the road, but actually in the grand scale of things, that is just where you are in this stint. That is where you are in this particular part of the race. If the car's going away from you, it will come back to you again, because you're going to be driving it for another 19 hours and 42 minutes. Don't sweat it, don't overdrive it, stick to the plan. Imagine it's a test day. Don't suddenly think, I've been passed, I need to drive a second a lap faster. You've not been a second a lap faster up to this point, you won't be now. Drive to the limit of you and the car that you've got underneath you, and trust the process. It will come back. That's why you have a team behind you. It's very difficult in the heat of battle to understand that, but when you take a step back from it, that's all part of the repertoire and the armoury that these drivers and teams need to be successful at events such as the one we're at now.
Yeah, absolutely. As Darren McCormack goes on to his in-lap now at the end of stint number 4 in this race. I had another couple of questions in about David Tunitz's line on the way towards Pouhon, by the way. It is a reference to the sort of F1 Esports line that they all take down there. Sort of means that you don't have to pull the car to the left out of no name and go round the grass. Instead, you just go straight through, balancing the car on the AstroTurf and the tarmac. First of all, let me just clear one thing up. Why on earth is there a strip of AstroTurf there, thin enough, just about thick enough for a tyre's width, but nothing more than that, with grass separating it from the rest of the road? What is that all about, first of all? But second, because it's there in real life too, I don't know why that's a thing. There must be a good reason, but I don't know it. Second of all, can't see how it's particularly quicker, really, to do it, and I think that's the speculation that a lot of people have got, to be honest, that it isn't indeed much quicker. It's just the way he's comfortable running it. I mean, you mentioned earlier, Paul, he'd better not hit a bump wrong and he'll go flying out there. I mean, I don't know how possible that is, because surely there's only one line to run when you're there. It only seems to me to be about a tyre's width wide.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at his relative times compared to those around him, it's not finding him any advantage taking that line. Of course, it's, as you say, it's the line he's become used to and comfortable with through the F1 Esports, etc. But for me, personally, it feels like it's just inviting opportunity for something to go thoroughly wrong. And I would be avoiding that one like the plague if it was me behind the wheel. But That's why I'm a commentator, and he's a multiple world champion in many different things. He knows a lot more than I do, as Darren McCormack jumps down pit road in the Williams Esports from the race lead, and no doubt will relinquish his drive to one of his teammates as they serenely continue at the head of the pack.
Yep, so Louis Roters was the first driver actually in the field to come in, as in first in the list. Osterman has gotten into that car, so worth bearing in mind as everybody rejoins again here. Jakob Osterman, that is, for ITB Racing, one of their 3 drivers. We go back to the battle between Plaki and Tezrin Zahake. Clearly they've got a bit of time up to use up yet in the 65 minutes, because they are still running around out there on the circuit. Top 8 come in, all following one by one. You'd imagine that will continue for quite some time, really. They'll serve the penalties at the top there, and then make sure that you don't cross the white line, for goodness sake, because some of these guys are getting quite dangerously close to hitting incident limits in terms of infringement from race control. I think McCormack's getting out of the car, but we'll wait and see. But as I say, such an important rejoin coming up here.
Yeah, and it's like so deeply embarrassing as a driver to have fallen foul of such a simple rule when you're on the top of the game with everything else. So be interesting to see if those 5-second penalties for pit exit infringements reduce somewhat during this round of stops, as again we're watching this little battle that will continue at the appropriate 60 or 80 kilometres per hour, I think it is, if memory serves me correct, here at Spa-Francorchamps in ACC. There we go, down off 50, so I'm wrong altogether. Why do I even bother sometimes? As Tinkle van der Velde is now behind the wheel of the number 5 and escapes the pit lane speed limit and accelerates on his way to retaking that race lead.
Yeah, maybe this is making a bit more sense then, if they're exchanging every hour. Now, difficult to see quite from the onboard, but that looked pretty good to me in terms of staying within the white lines, and they'll certainly still be first. How far ahead is Bastian Richter going to be, ahead of the likes of Pfeiffer and Tonitza here? We'll wait and see as they make their way out of the pit lane. I think those 3 are staying in their respective cars, but let's get a viewing on that now. There it is, 6.8 seconds, and there's the gap. Goodness me, it's not indeed the same drivers at all. I've got that all wrong. Everyone's changed. Leon Byrne is back into the 72. In the 86, it is not Tobias Pfeiffer anymore, but Michael Tauscher. And for the Lamborghini esports team, it is now Daniel Savini who is at the wheel of that one as well. So 3-way battle for second place. That's the good news. But have they all stayed off the white lines? I really hope so.
And very interesting, look at the difference, even though it is all game defined, so it's not real people changing the tyres, putting in the fuel, swapping out the drivers. So you should imagine, in reality, it would be identical through and through, but just the way that they attack the pit entrance, the way they attack their particular marker for the box, and then the way they attack pit exit. Look at the difference in the gaps. The Mercedes, now driven, as you say, by Michael Tauscher, has gapped Danny Savini in the Lamborghini by a reasonable amount. They came in painted together pretty much, and now it's a 1.1 second gap between the 2 of them.
Certainly is. So it'll be a bit of a concern to the Lamborghini team. So it's really getting dark, by the way, overhead at the moment. It almost seems sort of misty and foggy in the distance. I don't know if that's just me.
It's Spa, isn't it? It's probably going to rain in 5 minutes, knowing Spa-Francorchamps. Sunshine 1, throwing it down an hour later.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm just trying to. I'm just going to get a live weather update from somebody who's actually in the race, or try to find out if there's anything I can find out about weather while I'm up to this. But I'll keep looking while we're just continuing to chat here. Sun definitely going down as well. That's to be expected. I think by the time we leave in about 90 minutes' time, it will be just about dark by that time. Not sure quite whether it will be fully terrible yet, but the shadows are getting pretty long already, and then the nighttime shift will really begin. But in some ways it feels like this race has barely begun and we're getting into the nighttime phase already, but that's the pattern with 24-hour races these days. They seem to start later and later in the afternoon.
Yep, absolutely. It makes some beautiful golden hour shots. Of course, Dynamic, the official photography partner of the SRO Esports, will no doubt be producing some wonderful images. Gary doing great work as always. And 19 minutes then, 34 seconds left on the... Sorry, no, it's not. 19 hours and 34 minutes even left on the clock. Tinko van der Velde, as you say, is the current race leader. Leon Burnt, great work in the 72 Ferrari. He's been one of the big winners, I think it's fair to say, Ewan, over the last maybe hour and a half worth of running. He's really wrestled that car up into contention very nicely indeed, despite the dramas that we saw earlier on, despite him being married down a little bit further in the pack. Leon Burnt done great work in the 72 to sneak that car up into second position. Danny Savini getting back into the swing of things as well in the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team, just 1.3 away from that man, Michael Tauscher. Tauscher following, keeping a watching brief on the Ferrari head, but again, I think that'll be a strategic drive at this juncture. Don't really challenge too hard, don't go too hard, just stay with him, settle ourselves into the race, understand where the strengths and weaknesses lie of the respective cars, and then just you've got to do this, don't you? You have to let the race come to you in an endurance race. If you try and force the issue, or you try and force luck and performance on your side, that's when things start falling down very quickly indeed. So Tauscher, watch him brief as there's some racing here.
Yeah, very true. Just had a look at the weather, by the way, and it's not going to rain for at least half an hour just yet.
Aww.
That's the insight we get for ACC. You can look at half an hour ahead in Sim, and we can't see any rain forecast for the moment. So it will stay dry, probably to darkness now, I would have thought. And now, because I would imagine at this stage, if it clouds over, then it's going to feel like darkness anyway. So we're going to probably see dry and daytime running to start this race, but what are we going to get overnight? I wonder. That's all still to come. We have got some people who I presume watching here today, by the way, not maybe very familiar with ACC and quite what's going on at all, but and maybe some of the inner workings of the game, so it's probably worth explaining some of them to you if we possibly can here, Paul. Somebody asking how the driver changes work in ACC, such a prominent fixture of this race, because slightly abnormally in the rest of sim racing, endurance racing anyway, they do plenty of stints in one go actually on other sims, but in ACC driver changes are done almost every time. So how do they get it to work?
Well, I mean, unlike a lot of the LAN events, see SRO, of course, GT Pro Series that we saw last year was a LAN event. For the Intercontinental GT Challenge, it's an international series and the drivers are racing from home. Well, sir, let's say that again. Some of the drivers are racing from home. Some of the drivers, like the Lamborghini and the Ferrari Esport team, they'll race in complexes at their respective teams' headquarters. So everybody's virtual, everybody's in their own car. When you normally come into the race and you've got a stint strategy, you know roughly when you're going to get behind the wheel as an individual driver. So what must happen is there's a driver that's behind the wheel, they'll select that they want to, they'll warn their pit crew that they're coming in for a stop essentially, if you're related to real life. They get a radio message saying your pit crew's ready. Then you get a little menu that will come up on screen. Remember, this is for the driver that's behind the wheel. It'll ask them preset questions such as, do you want to change tyres, how much fuel do you want to put in, what tyre compound do you want, etc, etc, etc. Do you want to make some changes to the car, whatever it might be. But the important thing for the question to your answer, Ewan, is it'll say driver swap, and then you'll have to pick which driver you want to go in the car. The other guy will confirm it. You don't need to physically be next to each other, you don't need to physically sit in that person's rig. You'll come down pit lane, you'll stop in your box, and then the computer trickery will do what it needs to do to engage and empower the new driver to take control. They'll take control before the car drops off the jacks, and then the new driver has the car in the condition in which you left it. The pit crew will have done what they need to do, fresh boots, fresh tyres, fresh fuel, etc. Then the new driver gets to run away with things and have their bit of fun for 65 plus minutes on the track. Why we don't see double, triple, quad stints, etc. is actually, I heard the guys talking about this at the top of the show when we had Arjuna and Luke Crane in the commentary box. It is a very interesting point, that one, that often we do see drivers just for performance reasons keeping one driver in for one stint and then a new driver going in for the next stint. Just as a fresh driver, they've all got a maximum amount of driving time they're allowed to compete in, depending on the number of drivers, 3 or 4, that are registered for the race. My personal preference is to keep a driver in for a minimum of a double stint, but it does seem to be trending, roughly speaking, for the majority of the field that they go for one driver, one stint. Although I dare say we'll see more double stint action in the evening hours, because that's, for Europe at least, much less sociable timings, and then that's when you try and leverage drivers from different regions, different time zones around the world. So night time for us in the UK, for example, but if you've got someone from the US in your car, it's the middle of the day for them. So you try and work it around the roster of drivers that you've got available as well. But like everything in motor racing and endurance racing, the factual reasons why you do things depend on the circumstance in which you find yourself as a team and driver, and what you think will get you to that checkered flag quicker than those around.
Absolutely, well explained. Thanks very much. And if you, by the way, have a question, then you can pop it in chat. Even if you feel like a bit of a potato for asking it, it's fine. We can answer anything. So there you go. That's what we're here for. 19 and a half hours to go. Let's have a quick rundown of the top 5 in each of the categories, because we haven't done one for a little while, and we've just had some pit stops to shake up a couple of the positions. Williams Esports are still leading, 6.1 seconds now their gap, in a very similar margin actually to what they had before the stops, despite a 5-second penalty that they just had to serve. Tinker van der Velde took that car back out onto the circuit again, ahead of Leon Byrne, who took the number 72 Ferrari out on the circuit. That is the Renvelten Esports team, and they just survived a 5-second time penalty to get out ahead of Michael Tauscher, who's now at the wheel of the MSI Mercedes. In 4th position is the official Lamborghini Esports team. Daniel Savini is at the wheel of that one. And in 5th position, the number 7 ITB racing car, with Jakob Osterman at the wheel of that one. Down in the silver category, Lorenzo Magnani is back at the wheel of the 201 Aston Martin. The Gladius Competitions car is leading the way all over again. Earlier on, it was the turn of the 17 Ferrari, of course, to be leading. That's now being driven by Matteo Noldi, with Cody Sherritt in the 223 McLaren in 3rd position for Genesis Esports. It's the Ford Mustang, the 256 in 4th position. That's for Low Fuel Motorsport. And then that's followed by the Visceral Esports Lamborghini, now in the 5th position after some of the overtakes that we saw take place in that last hour. So that is where we stand in the race. We're just under 19 and a half hours remaining, and it has been a good race so far. I've got to say I've enjoyed this stint so far as well. Got just over an hour to go until we vacate the booth here, Paul. It's been entertaining. Still very close at the front of the field, but not too much in the way of big drama. None of the big names who were at the front an hour and a half ago have crashed or anything by any means. It's been a relatively clean stint. Some of the gaps have changed for sure, but no huge drama in terms of someone getting out of the race.
Oh, Ewan O'Leary, what have you done? A commentator on a live broadcast has said none of the big names have crashed and there's been no big drama just yet. Commentators curse, everybody. Live and in action. Give us a couple of minutes and everything that you've just said will come true. I am absolutely sure, but no, you're right. It's been very entertaining up to this moment in time. While you were giving us that rundown, by the way, of the top 5 in each category, I asked the chat on GT World YouTube if they've got any questions for us, and they do. So the first one is Adiel, I think it is, A-I-E-D-A-I-L. Apologies for the pronunciation. He asks, are there big differences between the cars? Very long answer, cut very, very short. The cars are massively different, of course. They're works cars from the individual manufacturers, Ferrari, Mercedes, Lamborghini, McLaren, BMW, Audi, and now, of course, Ford as well. But they have a balance of performance that's developed by SRO, Stefan Rittel Organisation, Motorsports Group. In real life, balance of performance, of course, can be a dirty word. I know we all know this one. But the idea is there are certain measures taken against the cars, usually versus weight and power, in order to equalise them somewhat against each other. So the theory is each and every car should be just as capable of winning as each other. In SRO Esports, of course, we've got the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform, so that comes with a balance of performance performed by Kunos Simulazione, the development team that create the sim. And then, of course, we do a custom balance of performance based on the rigorous testing that happens behind the scene with the SimGrid people, with the organisers of the event as well. That custom balance of performance is articulated to all the teams and drivers, and then the theory is all the cars should have broadly similar performance. They'll get their lap time in different ways, but theoretically the ultimate lap time is the same. Hope that answers your question. I said it was a short answer, I lied. It was a long answer, but not quite as long as it could have been.
Steve proudly just slightly lightly jabbing you for it there.
As always, I always have Steve in my ear criticising something somewhere down the line. And that's not even when we're commentating, that's just...
Steve, of course, our broadcast director for this afternoon and indeed this race. So a big thank you to him for everything he has put on our screen so far. I've got to say, what I've been enjoying most is these onboard cameras in strange places. I've really enjoyed it. Seeing where we've been able to fit onboard cameras throughout this race so far, it's been great to see. Battle for second place has been developing while we've been going on with that, and I think, did we just have a new fastest lap of the entire race that time round from Michael Tauscher, or was it just a new fastest lap for this thing? So I'm not sure actually, but Tauscher's certainly going very quickly, there's no two ways about that, and he's catching Leon Burt now on the way towards Lecombe. We'll have a look in the inside, I would have thought, but he's too far back to make a move, and he will stay third, but he's applying the pressure now.
Yeah, this is great, this one. This is really, really nice. What I love, real and virtual, it's irrelevant. They're both replicated 100%. Can't you see the body language of the cars? And when Michael Tauscher in the white Mercedes at the back of this shot, the car almost feels like it's lifted up on its toes. It almost feels like it's sort of vibrating with electricity. Make no mistake, the body language of that car is saying to me, Michael Tauscher wants to get a shake on here. He wants to pass the Leon Burt-driven Renwelton Esports Ferrari ahead. And I dare say he's going to find a way past if he carries on this form, because Tauscher is a man on the move at this stage of the race.
You're going to say on the moon, but he might be on the moon soon.
He might be over the moon if he makes the pass, I suppose.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, very good.
Thank you very much. I'm here all week.
Very good. We'll see in this battle for second. They are actually both catching, or did at least on that last lap, catch Tinko van der Velde, who did a 16.6. Bernd went about a tenth and a half quicker. Tauscher went 3 tenths and a half quicker. It doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but don't forget that Williams Esports stretched out a margin very sort of painfully slowly, if you like, with few tenths every lap, and maybe less than that on average, and that's where they've got out to this current margin. We are a bit too early in the race to start calculating just how much you have to close in per lap to be there by the end of the race, but it is surprising how quickly that point in a race turns up on you. To give you an example, the winning margin at the end of the Suzuka race, which is the first round of this championship, was 19.8 seconds, and that's after just 3 hours, of course, so that just shows you how big gaps could get towards the end of this race. As we have a look on board with the Ferrari, I swear we were looking at the rear view mirror of a Ferrari earlier on. It turns out they've got a camera as well.
Oh, that's just flexing. That's just flexing the camera placement skill set. That is absolutely wonderful. First time I've worked with Steve and Mike many times in the past, and that's the first time I've seen this particular shot, and that is absolutely beautiful. On board the rear view camera, of course, because it's 2024 and we live in modern rarefied times that they don't have mirrors anymore. That's the old school. It is, of course, a rear-facing camera in these GT3 cars to complement the mirrors as well, and that's a beautiful shot of a very angry-looking Mercedes. Getting squirrely, actually, is the Mercedes. Nice bit of car control from Tauscher there. A little bit left and right, seesaw at the wheel, Playdays bus style, but he keeps it pointing broadly in the right direction, and the chase continues. Very nice.
Certainly does. It's the headlights just making a bit more of an impression on the tarmac now. It doesn't even look as if the Ferrari's got them on, but I'm sure they do. Maybe it's just I'm not quite looking in the right camera angle at the moment, but clearly not. No, maybe they're not on. Clearly they don't think they need them just at this stage. They will certainly be required at some stage. We always talk about the level of darkness you get around here, and that always seems to be the case around Spa and the Nürburgring especially, and those are the two 24-hour races that we've got for this season of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship. It's because I feel like this is not a scientific answer, but this is just my hunch. The sort of ambient light that you do retain quite a lot of, especially during the summer months that we're in at the moment, they're sort of blocked out by the trees almost, and so it gets very dark very quickly, but also stays very, very dark over the course of the middle of the night, and so headlights very much going to be required, and it can be a very difficult part of the race going through the night, not least because of the tiredness, but also because of not being able to see very well. But these drivers will be pretty thankful, but this is the short end of the year as far as darkness hours goes for a 24-hour race.
Yep, absolutely, and I can second that one thoroughly. Being a Spa-Francorchamps in real life many, many, many times. In fact, I'm there 2 weeks this. Well, I'll test the light, seeing as the race that I'm commentating on is at the very, very end of the day. Yeah, it'll be a long day. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It becomes a very dark environment for these drivers, and Spa is one of these circuits. Thankfully, is one of these circuits that don't have floodlights absolutely everywhere, making an artificial daylight. It is proper darkness at certain points of the track. And in the real life Spa 24, of course, when you get to the bottom of Eau Rouge, there's a full-on party and party lights going over the racetrack and fireworks, and everything's illuminated. So it's a absolute visual delight for the eyes, it has to be said. And it's difficult, actually, as a driver, I would imagine, to not kind of get semi-distracted by that a little bit sometimes. Go, ooh, pretty. Oh, corner, bang.
Yeah.
End of race.
Yeah, and it's the smell that I hear about from drivers actually a lot, especially at the Nürburgring. People having barbecues and stuff. I think, oh, that's a nice sausage.
Yeah, and, honestly, there must be nothing more annoying than you're working, you're sweating, you're in 10 layers of Nomax, you're racing against somebody, and then it's like, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. That would put me right off.
Yeah, absolutely. It does. You mentioned there all of the lights around the Eau Rouge and stuff. That's sort of like, you know, around the pit building and that area and stuff. That lighting's not actually very bad. That's okay. But it's around this part here when you get very dark. Look at we have got some camera angles today.
Oh,
I don't know
10
what.
out of 10 sunshine.
Look at this out the window. This is the view from up on height on the way down towards Eau Rouge. So there's a little look at the inside workings of ACC. There you are. The windows are real. It's not just an outside-facing building. It's certainly real, and we've been able to use a lot of it here today. But currently enjoying this battle. Not only are they fighting with one another, they're actually catching the leader. 4.8 seconds now.
Yeah, so my earlier prediction that Michael Tauscher was very much on a charge. He does seem to kind of like drop back, not drop back. Obviously, you can see he's very, very close to the Ferrari, but he just seems to have taken a more sedate posture in that car, doesn't he? It doesn't seem like it's quite as agitated and quite as hungry to nip at the heels of the Ferrari. So clearly, at one stage a lap or so prior, it was doing pretty strong. Lap times 2:16.1, I think that was just on the screen there, but not quite in prime attacking position just yet. Although we've got some traffic, and traffic usually in these sort of scenarios really does help sort of level the playing field and present opportunities that maybe wouldn't necessarily have been as forthcoming.
Now, is this a replay or are we live here on the way towards Les Comps? No, it is live, isn't it? Side by side between a couple of drivers for 25th position. Daniel Tudor on the outside here for the ATS Corsa Esport team, and it looks like they've gone right round the outside and through here. Although Stefanella doesn't necessarily want to give this one up. He's going to have to in a Silver Cup battle that may well just be the reason that the race leader Tinker van der Velde was losing time in these last couple of laps. The gap came down to 4.3 at the line, but look at the traffic now that the second and third are going to have to negotiate. I can only imagine van der Velde was in a similar predicament.
And this is very difficult for Bernd and Tauscher, actually, because while these cars are squabbling amongst themselves, it's often very difficult to recognise when you've got a car on a different lap fighting to try and find a way past. And as a car that's being lapped, you also don't want to give too much time away letting these cars pass. You want to let them pass in the most convenient for you way possible. So massive, massive risk now for our second and third place drivers.
Certainly, as we go round the right-hander and up the hill now towards Blanchimont again, they're going to have to try and clear this Aston Martin in one go, which is going to be a bit of a tricky task here. One will get through, Tauscher will not, and that's going to frustrate him a little bit here. This is where the race leader lost so much time. I thought it was just a problem with speed for van der Velde, to be honest with you. I thought he was maybe just struggling on the exit of the pit lane compared to these two, but that's seemingly not the case. It's traffic and it's difficult to contend with. People think that traffic's not a factor in these races that aren't multi-class 24-hour events, but it certainly is a really determining factor in how it ends up.
Oh yeah, even in fact, if anything, it's slightly more than racing, because of course the cars that you're lapping, it's because you've got to that point in the race quicker than they have, but it's the same class. It's a GT3 car still, no difference in performance, so you've absolutely got to rely on the car that you're lapping playing ball with you as well. The Aston Martin did a great job, in fact, actually, of letting both drivers pass relatively trouble-free but without losing too much time of his own, so good bit of driving there. And we're right on board with Michael Tauscher now into Lecombe. We can see the squabble impact markers in front, still trying to find a way past each other. So this is a big opportunity. If I'm Michael Tauscher at this moment in time, I am thinking this is my chance to try and do something about Leon Byrne ahead. But if you're going to do that, you need to be a damn sight closer than he is now.
I think he'll be thinking, get out of my way as well, to be honest with you. But that's not the point. They'll, of course, have exactly the same rights to be on the racetrack as they do. Let's not forget that. It is not an F1 system where you have to jump out the way a ridiculous amount of time early after seeing some blue flags. You've got to work your way through, battle your way past, and that is proving tricky at the moment as these two go a lap down. They're 25th and 26th. We were just watching a side-by-side battle between them, Daniel Tudor and Federico Stavanella. Now the Porsche has been put behind them, and that will leave us with just 24 cars on the lead lap. I do wonder how many we're going to get on the lead lap by the end of the event. That's all to come a little bit later, but lap traffic, as you say, is going to be such a key factor in this race. We've already got one car 3.5 laps down at the moment, so that just gives you an idea of how many times the leader may pass one certain car on any given day.
And credit where credit's due as well to those that have found themselves in some kind of strife in the early running as they're the bus stop. Not enough room though. The BMW doesn't. This is all getting a little bit stupid, I think it's fair to say. Leon Byrne contact with the BMW. The BMW now's gone, oh crikey, they're not on my lap. Bail out of this one, son, as fast as I can. But that's Michael Tauscher's opportunity. Shows his nose to the inside. Not enough of an overlap. Tauscher, though, that was a gift-wrapped and delivered opportunity, but he just wasn't close enough. The Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI driver, car number 86. And now he's going to go again for the run-up Eau Rouge.
Here we go. Very much in the wheel tracks at the moment, Michael Tauscher. Surely this is going to be a move on the way towards Lecombe. He may well feel he can make some more inroads into Van der Velde than Byrne is able to do, but as we close up behind, he doesn't go for it. He realises the importance of working together here between the two teams. He realises that it's important to stay single file after the trials and tribulations of having to overtake those few cars and losing so much time. They're seeing that gap go out to 6 seconds. He realises that actually they need to try and bring back some of that time they've just lost and not make it even worse by fighting again.
Very, very, very interesting from Tauscher, because I would have certainly, I'd be very confident to say at this moment in time, Tauscher is the one with the more pace of those two cars. He seems to be the one that's a bit more confident in traffic as well, a little bit more decisive than Leon Byrne. And I think it's fair to say, and I mean no disrespect to Leon whatsoever, but Michael Tauscher is a driver that we're very used to seeing in this kind of position. Leon, not as often at this end of the field as Tauscher has been over the years, let's say, although obviously I'm not saying either of those are faster or not than the other. It is just how the cookies crumbled over the last couple of years. So Tauscher, I thought, would have been quite content to have made that move and started to be the one that carves the gap down to Van der Velde behind, but clearly got off of the throttle, had no interest in attacking Leon Byrne. So these two working together as one. Let's see if that one pays off, though, and whether it would have been better to have had the Mercedes ahead of the Ferrari at this stage, at least.
Absolutely. Well, a very interesting battle, I've got to say. Interesting to see how these two are interacting with one another. But what is clear is that they're putting lots of time into Savini here. The Lamborghini Esports team just falling by the wayside a little bit in these last couple of hours. After being real front contenders, they still very much are, but they're certainly not the team they used to be in terms of their contention for the remainder of this race. There's a look at the track map on the right-hand side and just how busy it is out around the circuit throughout the field. Still, I think, got 41 cars in the race, maybe just 40. You can see the 77 in pit lane there. Not disappeared yet because it's not retired, but I'm wondering whether they are close to calling it a day at 5 laps down. We'll wait and see on that front, though. As we go into the middle sector again with this battle for second place, there's Savini. Just gets through on another lap car. He's finding it a bit more difficult, I think, to get through these lap traffic than the guys in second and third did.
Yep, young Italian Danny Savini, relatively new into the world of the automobile. Lamborghini Esports team, and you're very right, is also having a bit of difficulty in traffic. Something interesting though, Ewan, and I'm going to take a bit of a roll of the dice here, that this is what I suspect was being done, but I'm not sure if this is truly the case. When we were down Kemmel Straight and coming into Le Combe, Michael Tauscher went massively to the right-hand side of the racetrack to absolutely telegraph to Leon Burnt ahead, look, I'm here. I think what he was saying is, I'm here, I think I can go faster. Let me past, settle in behind, and let's work on Van der Velde together. But I definitely think that sort of age-old car communication between drivers is Michael Tauscher saying, I am quicker at this stage, give me the position, we'll still work together, but have me as the point man for a little while. And whether that's true or not, I'd love to find out. If we could speak to any of the teams, I'll go through my Rolodex of contacts to see how I can ping. But I do think that was very much a case of Tauscher wanting to play the team game, but thinking maybe the advantage for him.
I don't know what he was trying to say really with that. I put him to right-hand side, because in another series, you would say, well, Tauscher, don't bother doing all of that. Just save a bit of fuel if you can behind Burnt, and let him do all the work if possible. Maybe bump draft him if you're there, but otherwise save fuel. Well, that doesn't really help you in this series, to be honest. There's not really a point to saving fuel because you are limited at 65 minutes anyway. It might give you a shorter stop, I suppose, but even that is not really a huge advantage to be gaining, to be honest. So.
And for the length of the circuit as well, when it's 7 kilometres long, there'd be so much fuel saving. Extra fuel that the time you'd deficit would be so significant. You'd struggle to do that compared to, say, Brands Hatch Indy or something.
No, they're never going to do an extra lap anyway, are they? Because they're limited by 65 minutes. So they're all sort of resigned to one pit strategy anyway. It doesn't matter how many laps they're going to do, but it just matters in terms of pit stop time. That's all it comes down to here. That's why we're seeing so much uniform strategy at the moment, but that will of course change as we go through the race. It will get split apart for sure. It's hard to believe really, isn't it, but looking at this situation at the moment, that in the 2 previous editions of this race, in the previous 2 years, we've never had more than 2 cars finish on the lead lap of this race. Unicorns will have won by an entire lap in 2022, by a minute and 20 odd in 2023, so it is getting closer, I suppose. But that's quite remarkable considering the situation we've got at the moment, with still 6 teams covered by 12.7 seconds.
And that is it's interesting you should say that, because clearly I was around for both previous editions, and the history books will suggest, wow, they were 2 dreadfully boring 24-hour races then. 2 cars on the lead lap. But in reality, they were absolute barnstormers, absolute cracking racers, just like we get in here now, although we've got 19 hours still to play, so lots of fun still to be had. But absolutely cracking racers. Things change towards death, of course, towards the end of the race. Sometimes the pros and cons shake out, but make no mistake, look at the history books, see the statistics. They don't tell the full picture. They were great racers, just like we're having now. But as you say, the proximity of cars to each other is getting smaller, quality and skill level of drivers is getting higher. And I say that every year, I think, it can't get any better than this. Then everybody comes back next year and one-ups me again. So really, really, really impressive collection of very talented individuals on track and behind the scenes.
Certainly is. Looking forward to seeing how many are on the lead lap by the end of the entire race, to be honest with you. It's the kind of thing that abnormally interests me a bit more than it should, but there you go. One thing I have noticed, I think it's not an unkind observation to make, no pit lane penalty infringements, no white line crossings this time around. Would you believe it? We've gone from raining 5-second penalties earlier, someone said in YouTube, to none at all, which is a very stark contrast. And clearly everyone's cleaned up their act.
There'll be a lot of drivers in a lot of teams very sheepish indeed by being the only one that has got the 5-second penalty amongst their particular group of drivers. But of course, we did say that when it was happening last time. People will see this, they'll go away, they'll study during the stint, understand what's happening, why it's happening, how to mitigate it. They'll pass on and impart that knowledge to the guy that's going to get into the car. And that's exactly what we're seeing, pretty much 100% record of all 41 drivers, however many we've got left, all behaving very, very nicely. Last time around with 19 hours, 4 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Little chance we've got a lull in activity. Shout out to everybody watching on Twitch and on YouTube. I've got the GT World YouTube channel open on my screen. It's great to have you all with us here for the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Just to reiterate, as we said earlier, if you've got any questions for Ewan O'Leary or myself, Paul Jeffrey, drop them in the chat. We'll try our very best during quiet moments to answer any questions you've always wanted to ask but too afraid to do so. Now's your time. Go for it.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of compliments coming in for Steve Proudly for his cameras, by the way.
Because he's a legend, that's why.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm sure he'll appreciate all that. So there you go. But so someone saying, were they cutting the pit entry based on, we were just talking about pit lane and pit stop infringements. I don't know if it was entry or exit actually, but I think it was just exit, because it is quite a tricky pit exit. And I think that's the thing we haven't fully sort of talked about and considered. We've sort of brushed over the fact really, but we're not using the Grand Prix pit lane that you see in Formula One. We're using the entire length of it. So we use the Formula One pit entry, but also the endurance pits, as it's called, which is used only for the very big grids, for the Spa 24 hours and the like, where you go down the hill, and then the pit exit is effectively, to me, it's a tighter but at slower speed version of Eau Rouge and Raidillon, really. But instead of the prospect of spinning and hitting the wall, which is the sort of fear factor you get going through the racetrack at full speed, you've got the sort of less fearsome factor of just crossing a white line. So you're more encouraged in your subconscious mind to actually do it. But race control have come down very hard on it very early, and it's clearly worked because it's put an end to it within 5 hours.
And I will say as well, Ewan, you can feel it in the sim, but I've been lucky enough to jump out onto the track a couple of times, Spa-Francorchamps, and the exit at the top of the hill of the main big GT pits is bumpy and slippery like you would not believe. I mean, we were going some when we did it, but not obviously middle of a race, full chat, trying not to lose a position fast. So I can only imagine that how difficult it is to sort of manhandle and muscle a car on a brand new, cold, low pressure set of tyres, fat with fuel, first time you've been behind the wheel, you've gone on the loud pedal, you've gone uphill, it's unsettled over the brow, then you hit a big bump and you've got to do a lot of squirrely arm stuff to try and get it or keep it pointed in the right direction whilst checking for rejoin traffic. It sounds, I mean, I've taken the mick a little bit during the broadcast of like, oh, you're going to be sheepish about having made that mistake. But actually, it sounds easy not to do that one in the commentary box or watching at home. But behind the wheel, it really is quite difficult to keep the car within the confines. In fact, at the end of this broadcast, I implore everybody at home to just have a go for yourself. Attack pit exit as hard as you can, and you'll see just how squirrely and bouncy it really can be on that particular part of this Spa-Francorchamps circuit.
I've said earlier as well, it's an under-practiced part of racing as well. I always used to find this when I was used to race back a very long time ago, to say it quietly. You'd sort of enter pit lane for the first time in the race thinking, crikey, where do I brake here? Because you know where you're going to brake for all of the corners. Of course you do on the rest of the racetrack, but what about for the remainder of the circuit, the entrance of the pit lane? Sorry, I was just distracted mid-sentence there because Tauscher was just adjusting something on the steering wheel. It looked like he was anyway, on the left-hand side of the camera. Not entirely sure really what they can do there, or if that is indeed him changing stuff. But there you go. Yeah, as I said earlier, it's a really under-practiced part of your day as we just get towards 19 hours to go, by the way. We've got a battle developing in the top 5, and it's not just this one. Daniel Savini didn't get through the lap traffic quite as quickly as Jakob Osterman, very clearly. Certainly not as quick as these two either, who we're riding on board with at the moment. So all of a sudden, Savini is under the pressure, and Osterman is looking for a way through, you would have thought, as the ITB Racing team try and recover from some penalties that have set them back earlier in the race.
Yeah, a nice little squabble developing there. Nice little squabble as well that we're still looking at here for second and third positions as well. Of course, these are in the pro category, so a bit of housekeeping for people watching at home. The pro drivers can be easily signified on the timing stack on the left-hand side of your screen, because they're the ones with the white square and the black number on. Tinko van der Velde, let's use him as an example, leader of the pro category and leader of the race overall. Silver drivers are denoted by the grey square with the white writing even. God, it's not even midnight yet. You can tell the first one of those is 13th position, Magnani in the Aston Martin. He's the leader of the silver category, 13th overall. Difference between silver and pro: pro drivers have a pro contract, race for a works team. Silver drivers do not. Difference in lap time for the drivers, negligible. Very, very high quality throughout the field. So that's the two classes. And as you say, in the pro category at least, a ding-dong battle is ensuing as we ride on a beautiful camera with Jakob Osterman, ITB Racing, car number 7, position number 5, Danny Savini, next in line to be attacked.
So answers and guesses where this camera is, if you want. I think this one's a bit more obvious, isn't it? It just looks like the splitter to me, just below us here. But Jakob Osterman is looking quick, that is for sure. Here he is, right in the back of the Lamborghini, down the inside. Savini not really giving too much fight to this one either. And that's been noticeable to me in the last couple of hours. The Lamborghini Esports team have had one thing in common during all of their battles that we've watched so far, and we've seen all of them. We've seen all of the passes they've had in the last couple of hours. They've not always been the ones being overtaken, but when they are the ones going backwards, they don't ever put up much of a fight. Again, Savini there, lifting off so that Osterman could actually take the racing line for Lecombe there after making the pass.
And one of the big reasons for that one is it's racing. Sir Alex, of course, of the Automobile Lamborghini Esports team, very accomplished esports racer in his own right. Really does, alongside the whole team and the drivers, the entire operations class, let's be honest with you. But Alex, as a racer, he knows as well as absolutely anybody that it's a race to the flag, not against your rivals. If you've not got the pace, and clearly for Danny Savini, for whatever reason, he doesn't have the pace on tap at this moment in time as Jakob Osterman, it's inevitable the overtake's going to happen. Let it go. Don't lose any time. Sneak in behind the back of the McLaren. See if you can take some learnings from it while you're at it. Get through this stint, and then the race will come to us further down the road. So I do think that's some very intelligent racecraft indeed from the Lamborghini squad, and I dare say that's going to start paying them back a little bit later on, although hopefully that's before Grantas Caracas gets in on the fight as well, 2.3 away in the Ferrari.
Yeah, it's not been the best couple of hours for Lamborghini, unfortunately. So we go back to the battle for second place. Working together, really, these two at the moment. Next battle for the next highest position is for 15th, but that's not even for a position in class. It's Sean Arnold and Cody Sherratt, two McLarens, but one is in the pro class, the Veloce car, and one in the in fact, is it both Veloce cars actually? 223? No, it's not. Excuse me. It's Genesis Esports, the other car. There is the Veloce Academy car running at the moment. 711 is a bit further down. You can see Universius down in 8th place at the moment. So a decent run for them inside the top 10 so far. On board with the Mercedes now. Inside the helmet of Michael Tauscher we go. Watching all of the wheel inputs. And the way, again, that they just use the road here from sweeping from left to right through every turn. Trying to maximise the speed as much as possible. Not sure whether the rev lights are slightly mismatched with how the revs should be, but it is notable that he's not using all of the rev range at the moment, seemingly ever. He's shifting up very early.
And that could also be an element of a little bit of fuel save as well there. No need to push the car quite so hard at this moment in time, because quite frankly the cork in the bottle is the Ferrari in front. So all you're going to do is get really up to the rear diffuser of that car. Then you've got the risk factor of being too close for comfort. A little bit of a mistake leads to a bit of contact. So it is very firmly, it's a bit like watching Formula 1 actually. You know that both of these guys aren't going absolutely flat chat at this stage in the race. It's just the long-term thing, and there is a few changes on the steering wheel again. So traction control, brake bias, they're the kind of things you want to change. You want to change the brake bias, push it forward for the big stop at the bus stop chicane, just so you can keep the rear nice and connected. That's what I like to do. I like a forward brake bias when I'm driving, so I don't like to lock the rear axle. Lock the rear axle, you're going to start to want to pirouette the car. You can use that one to help rotate the car sometimes, having it a little bit rearward, but for me, at this juncture of the particular stint that they're in, the car's getting a bit tired, so are the tyres. I'll be wanting a little bit of stability, a little bit of safety, and there we go, look. Little couple of changes on the steering wheel again, because when we come to Le Mans, he's going to want to help. He's going to want to use the brake to help rotate the car through Le Mans. So that's when going a bit more rearward is going to be a little bit more beneficial to you as well. And I have big respect for people that can make those kind of changes on the fly, because that completely knocks me off my rhythm when I try and do that myself.
I'm in agreement with you, by the way, on the brake bias issue. I certainly like it to be more front biased as well. To be honest, it's just more comfortable, I think, than having the rear stepping out. But it is worth noting that Tauscher's making a lot of changes on the fly here. We've noticed that the last couple of times we've been on board with him. I mean, what can he realistically change here? And as you say, that surely there is a point where he's almost becoming too overcome and distracted by that it's affecting his pace. At the moment, clearly it isn't, but I would imagine you can definitely reach that stage with the amount of things you've got available to you. Fiddling with everything all the time is not a great idea.
Exactly. It all depends on what you're comfortable with. I think Michael is famous that he was pretty much changing from corner to corner in an era when very little interaction with the steering wheel was had by other drivers. So it is all down to your personal preference. It's the way that you've got the car balanced. And we need to remember that these people, and talk about Michael Tauscher here for heaven's sake, I could do 1,000,000 laps on this track and not get within a second of that man. So my mental capacity is 95% keeping the car on the straight and narrow. His mental capacity will be about 40% driving it, and the rest of it's talking to his team strategy, playing with the dials. It's just a different game altogether. But they do have, as you say, they do have some things they can change. Traction control, brake bias. I'm not sure if they can change the ABS or not. I can't quite remember. But if you know what you're doing, you've got the capacity for it, you've got the experience and the knowledge of what these things can do, it can bring you significant benefits. But as you say, Ewan, and you're very, very right in that one, I would go down the rabbit hole with that one, I think, and then become more concentrated on faffing with the controls and actually pedaling the thing as fast as I can.
I always used to have that problem with the Formula 1 games and Formula 1 cars, basically anywhere actually. It's you get very overcome by fiddling with stuff, because there is a lot of things to think about, that's for sure. But that's why these drivers are at the top level as they are. Meanwhile, Tauscher will stay behind here of Leon Byrne and just sit in and hope that the gap is going to close. But at the moment, it is not happening for them. Last time around, they lost a bit of time, although it was just a tenth of a second. That is still a tenth of a second they could really not afford to be losing. They are at least getting a bit of a gap back to the drivers behind, I suppose, but even so, they're not making too much of an impression on the race leader at the moment either. It's very difficult to know how much significance to give to the race lead of Williams Esports at the moment, because it is such a narrow lead. But at the end of the day, we've seen this race won by very big margins in the last couple of years, and it's just making me wonder at what point the race is sort of forward to those margins, because we're nearly a quarter of the way through this one already. And as I said earlier on, the gap's extended in the top six now a little bit, but we've still got six covered by 14 seconds. It's pretty ridiculous, really, at a time in the race where you'd expect the gap between first and second to be 14 seconds.
And isn't it delightful that it's that way up? Absolutely. I mean, we've seen this already when we had the little battle pack of traffic, 10, 15 minutes or so ago. Times, a 6 and a bit second gap is very comfortable indeed, thank you very much, for Tinko van der Velde. He just needs to find a battle pack or someone that's a little bit reluctant to let him go or doesn't recognise that he's the race leader. Because of course, as the first car at the front of the field, you're the first one to wake the traffic up to your presence. That 6 and a bit second gap can disintegrate instantaneously if the cards fall in the wrong direction. So it's certainly a nervy time for Van der Velde, despite the relative comfort that it looks like he's currently racing under. But again, we've been around the block a few times, you and I, we've seen our fair share of endurance races. It's all about trying just to scavenge together as much comfort as you possibly can for if and when you're going to need it a little bit later on. And Van der Velde, a 10th here, a 10th there, they'll keep him focused, and it also gives the Williams Esports team just a little bit more wiggle room when things inevitably go a little bit bonkers further down the road.
Absolutely. And, up into Les Combes they go again here, and they continue the stalemate. So 5 hours gone, just over. That means the pit stop will be just under 15 minutes away now for these two, and then there may be a change. But again, I find it very difficult to talk too excitedly about the pit stops, because in a sense there's very little that you can do here with 65-minute stints. There isn't a whole lot you can do to get your way past, but I think Tauscher will certainly want to. And again, there will be two different sets of drivers, most likely, if we're looking at recent trends, to battle out the next stint. So it may not really matter anyway if the two drivers about to get into these two cars really do have a different level of speed to these two compared to one another. So we'll wait and see on that front as well. But very few, it's notable actually that very few teams, especially pro class teams, have decided to do anything different on their strategy. Generally, they're coming in all on the very same lap, and I think we're going to see that again in 14 minutes time as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that always absolutely confounds me in every race that I ever do, not just the endurance ones but also the 1 hour ones with a dated pit stop, pit window. Everyone seems to do the same thing, and is the definition of madness not continue doing the same thing and expect a different result? Go against the trend, buck the trend, make a short stint. If you can see a little bit of clean air, it'll all wash out over the course of the 24 hours, but I'd be very tempted to do a 40-minute stint, take myself away from the heat of the battle. This car, for example, the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI, I honestly think that Tauscher has more speed than the 72 in front at this stage. But I know what they're going to do. They'll stop at the same time, they'll come out in the same position, and they'll continue as they do. If I am the 86, I would stop 5 or 6 minutes early, assuming that I've got some fresh air behind me to slot back into. Stop a little bit early, compromise my strategy for now, but it will even out towards the end of the race, and then go like stink in clean air, on brand new tyres while he's on old rubber, and then launch my way very clearly past him when he's made his stop. To me, very obvious, but I've never really seen anybody roll that dice unless they're in worlds of pain much further down the running order.
Yes, because, well, the reason why I wouldn't suggest that will happen at the moment is because any short pit stop right now is sort of going to disadvantage you later on, especially if he decides to pit a couple of laps early. Now, I'd understand it more if he maybe short fuels himself just a little bit and gives himself a lap or two less fuel than he has been otherwise. I would understand that a little bit more, but then again, you can just win that time back again later on in the race if you're in the Remvelten camp. So doesn't really give you an advantage. It just means that you're using a shorter part of your stop earlier on in the race than the others, and that's not really a true advantage of where you are. So I think that's the more likely thing to happen. I don't think they'll be coming in early, but personally I think this is a legacy of the 65-minute stint rule, which means that everybody runs out to 65 minutes and pits, but what effectively happens is people are trying to maximise it as much as possible so that they can get a short final stop, as short as possible final stop. Now, I think there'll be 22 stops today, so the first 21 stops will be pretty much full fuel for a 65-minute stint, and then that final stop is going to be the all-important one. Who's got what fuel on board? Where are you in the race? And where can that get you in the race? There's a long way to go until we get to that 20-second pit stop of the day, but that's effectively what this entire race is geared up towards.
Yep, absolutely. See, for me, I like rolling the dice. I like a bit of intrigue and drama. I'd be fairly confident we're going to get some weather at some point over the course of this 24-hour race. And I've never ever seen or participated in a 24-hour race where my pit strategy was the same as the one that we decided going into it. So for me, I am absolutely, if I was Tauscher and if I was the 86 crew, get out of this particular, be confident that you've got the speed more than the Ferrari. Get out of it, get some fresh air, put some lap times down, clear this car, start running to your maximum pace, and then everything will even out when we have the weird and wonderful midnight pit stops due to heavy torrential rain or whatever may come our way. But it certainly seems that Tauscher doesn't fancy that particular strategy at this moment in time. And again, look at the time deficit, 5.8, nearly 5.9 seconds. The Ferraris off the back of Tinko van der Velde. So they're definitely not doing themselves any favours. We've been, half an hour, 40 minutes where these two have been painted to each other, if not, in fact, more than that, in fact, nearly an hour. They've been painted to each other. So it's just got to start getting a tad frustrating. You really need to start thinking about going a little bit off strategy here to do something about it. Otherwise, at the moment, the Team MSI car, I think their race has been dictated somewhat by what Leon Burnt and the 72 are capable of delivering.
You mentioned rain, by the way. We're still not expecting it in another half an hour. Still got no rain on the radar. I don't think we're going to get any.
Come on, YouTube chat. Collective cheer for rain. Let's go.
Everyone start dancing. No, we're not going to see it, I don't think. It may well be Lewis McGlade and Austin Bulkett to take you through the rain. They might not see rain either. We'll wait and see by the time they get here. But it's not looking especially good for us to see rain at the moment, to be honest. Just very cloudy, but it has been quite cloudy for a significant portion of this race now. I think it's just accelerated the amount of time it's taken to get dark, really, because, well, sunset times do tell you one thing. The actual weather can do something entirely different. On a very sunny day, if you've ever noticed, especially at this time of year, I think it's the longest day today, isn't it? Or tomorrow. You notice there's sort of a very light. Oh, it was the other day. There's sort of a very lightly light bit to the sky almost all night if you're awake at that time in the morning, and it never really goes away. Well, the clouds are not going to make that particularly possible. There's a look at the sky. It does look threatening, doesn't it? But it's not in the next half an hour at least.
There we go, live weather observations with Ewan O'Leary, only available on the GT World Sports Twitch channel. There we go, finger on the pulse of the virtual weather. And you're right, it does look a little bit cloudy, it does look a little bit overcast, but it's Spa, it always looks overcast on a sunny day anyway, so could go either way yet. Let's hope there's going to be a little bit of the wet stuff later on down the line. It would certainly make things more complicated, shall we say, for the vast majority of these teams and drivers out on the racetrack, and complexity is where excitement does come from. So if you're listening on the YouTube channel, on the chat, do a little bit of a rain dance for us. #rain in the chat. Let's see if we can make it happen. Let's see if we can encourage the software to put a bit of the wet stuff down and spice things up.
I wonder how many of the... by the way, someone asking whether we'll be commentating for the entire 24 hours. Certainly not.
Yikes. I've done that before. It's not fun.
don't fear. You'll be able to get rid of us soon. We'll be handing over to Lewis and Austin soon. But Paul, Jeffrey, we'll be back with you later on. I'm not back later on, unfortunately. I'll just be a spectator with everybody else for the remainder of the race. But what I was going to sort of bring up was the feelings towards rain for these teams, in a sense of, I always used to like rain as a driver because I knew that I would beat drivers who were better than me on a normal day, but they would immediately be like, oh no, it's raining, and they'd be slower with that mindset, and they wouldn't be as practiced with it, whereas I would see it as an opportunity more than anything else. I wonder what these teams are thinking about it, because generally people don't like rain, but there could be some of these teams seeing an opportunity in some moisture overnight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anytime you get a variable onto a racetrack, real or virtual, is relevant. It does present opportunity for those that are willing to go and grasp it. It's a little bit more risky, of course. It becomes less of a precision sport. One of the things, I don't want to say dislike, because I don't dislike anything about sim racing, I adore it. But one of the things I'm less fond of in virtual racing versus real life stuff you're limited for the amount of track time that you get because the series doesn't run at, the track's being used for something else, or the horrendous costs that are associated with it. In sim racing, you can do a gazillion laps in any car, any track that's available. So it becomes almost in sim racing at this kind of level. These guys are so well versed and practiced in what they're doing. It's hitting your marks, it's executing what you already know. It's kind of mechanical. The ability that they've got to wind off lap after lap after lap, almost near identical times and racing lines and performance. Throw some wet stuff down there and it becomes a lot more like rallying. It is a lot more like you come to this corner, you've got to gather it up when you're there, you've got to get through it as fast as you can, and it's all based on reaction and gut and what's happening, and sort of just man versus machine in a much more organic and natural way. That, of course, some people will be more averse to risk than others. Some will take it a little bit more cautiously and build up to the speed. Some will do the Gilles Villeneuve thing, go at it still flat out, crash, and then lower the level of where you need to be. And that's where, as you say, Ewan, that's where the opportunity can come in for some of those people that are maybe a little bit further away than they would like to be through circumstance or through just not having access to the outright speed on this particular event. And I adore that kind of thing because there's nothing more exciting to me than seeing the bit of the underdog come good. And if you're the big name drivers like Leon Ateki in 8th, Nils Naujoks down in 9th, who else have we got? Michael Romagnoli down in 20th position. Any kind of thing that mixes things up and gives opportunity, they'll be praying for that sort of opportunity to drag themselves back into this contention.
So, 18 hours 39, just less to go in the race. Tinker van der Velde still leading ahead of Leon Byrne and Michael Tauscher. As you can see, the sun setting at Spa. It's round 2 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship in 2024. And it's myself, Ian O'Leary, and Paul Jeffrey with you for another half an hour. I hope you're enjoying the coverage this afternoon as we take you all the way through the entire 24 hours with our team here at SRO Esports. We'll be through the night and back out the other side through sunset and sunrise. And hopefully with the closest race yet in the 3 runnings we've had of this one in a championship format. Anyway, don't forget that this won't even be the only 24-hour race of this calendar. Previously, the longest race outside of Spa, which has always been on the IGCC calendar, has been at just 12 hours. That's been at Bathurst the last couple of years, but we're going to the Nürburgring this season as well, and that means that we've got even more 24-hour racing to bring you later on in the season. That will be our finale. We're returning to a 24-hour finale for the first time in 2 years. So hope that you'll subscribe to the GT World channel, which you probably all already know about anyway, and join us for those broadcasts as well. We'll bring you the entire season here on this channel, and very much looking forward to doing so. It's great to have the Nürburgring in for a 24-hour race. And I can't wait to see how it races, to be honest. We've not really seen it before.
Yeah, Nordschleifer is a iconic, legendary racetrack. Fabulous for thrashing road cars around. Not quite sure exactly how difficult that's going to be for a GT3 in a virtual world. Certainly in this championship. So deeply competitive, as we've seen, well, since the inception, basically, of SRO Esports, all the way back down in 2019, I think our first year was. So to see them on the Nordschleife, to see a circuit as beastly as that one is absolutely incredible, and I cannot wait to see how these drivers get on with that one. As Jukka Vincius comes in pit lane, 23rd position, car 711, dives down early.
As does Jakob Osterman, actually, a lap early there, but deciding that it's not worth the risk to do another lap. They're right on the cusp of their 65 minutes, by the way, so they'll all be thinking, well, if I crash on this lap, then I'm not only going to crash, but I'll break the rules as well. So Osterman doesn't want to take that risk, neither does George Boothby in the other McLaren, and that's a sensible choice, you would argue, as well, for George Boothby. Don't forget, he was leading the race earlier on. That's a bit of a fall from the front for him, I'm afraid, down in 7th place now.
Yeah, a bit of a drop down looking at Lorenzo Magna. A quick one, though, before I've just typed an answer, but I'm going to respond anyway in voice. Simone asks, how many drivers for each car? 3 or 4 drivers, depending on what the team have elected to choose for this particular round. Why you would choose different driver numbers depends on exactly how many drivers you have in your stable that are comfortable and confident and happy to go racing. And I'm looking down my entry list. Mostly, it seems that 4 driver teams is the preferred choice for the pros, at least.
Yeah, just 2 3-driver teams in Pro, which gives you the idea that it is not necessarily fancied over a 4-driver setup. I think 4 drivers is a good number, really. 8 hours in a 24 is quite heavy, but we've got 3-driver teams in Silver as well, the BF Racing eSport car, which is currently chasing down this car that you're watching on your screen at the moment, driven by Lorenzo Magnani. Although not anymore, because the Ferrari's come into the pit lane, but you get the picture. They're a 3-driver team. Other than that, we've got mostly 4 drivers. One of the Ford Mustangs, the 104, is a 3-driver team, as is CRT Pro. The 138s that are tantalisingly close to disqualification, unfortunately, although thankfully in the few hours we've been here, they haven't been getting involved in any trouble or getting any penalties, and that's exactly what they've needed to do for this. Otherwise, if they get another one, they will be disqualified. Meanwhile, Tinker van der Velde comes into the pit lane. Are we going to see this trend continue with 1 stint per driver per time, or are we going to see that changed up with van der Velde staying out there? And indeed, are we going to see Williams Esports using a 3rd driver for the first time tonight?
Yep, so here we go then. Tinko van der Velde, car number 5. Of course, they've got Dominic Blyer, Wojtek Fiala, Tinko behind the wheel, and Darren McCormack, who we've already seen on track. So a very enviable cast of talent behind the wheel of the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports. Leon Burnt, Michael Tauscher, Danny Savini, Grantas Caracas, and Leon Oteki. Also down pit lane, so the entirety of our top 6. Now Yox joins them. The entirety of our top 7. All electing to make their next stop. We'll kind of keep on top of that one as best we can as to who swaps over into different cars as that particular session continues, as Marco Bishkoff, that we're looking for Team Nitro, the 717. 10th position so far. Will he make his stop as well in the BMW, make it a perfect 10? Yes, he does.
Yeah, I think the Silver Cup leader will come in as well. This Veloce Vex car will too. Sean Arnold, unless they're on a different strategy. No, they come in too. I think Osterman is the first driver out there now who has already stopped. There he is, Jakob Osterman. Now he should be 4th if he gets ahead of the Lamborghini eSports car, and he should do, you would think. We'll find out though, because he's still got a pretty long way to go until they get to the exit of pit lane just yet. But it is quite interesting to note that they've gone for that earlier stop. It was started, I think, last stint by Louis Rokers actually, but maybe it was started just before that. It's just given them a lap earlier in terms of when they've gone into the pit lane. Don't know if there's any reason for it really, other than well, no, I actually can't think of a reason for it, to be honest with you. But anyway, let's see if they get out into 4th place, because already out the pit lane, the Lamborghini, and there's on board with Nicholas Hubin, who again is right behind the 72 Ferrari. But Savini was not able to, or whoever's at the wheel of the Lamborghini now indeed, was not able to get anywhere near Osterman, who's right up to speed, and he's comfortably in 4th place.
That's worked out really nice for the ITB squad, and Osterman absolutely on a charge. So Nicholas Hubin, remember, brand new into the car for this race. Tim Piechman as well in the Ferrari in 2nd position. So their new drivers, Dominic Blyer for Williams is a bit further down the road, but their new drivers just getting into warming the car up, warming themselves up. Jakob Osterman on an absolute charge. So I reckon this McLaren is going to be very, very firmly knocking on the door of the 2 cars ahead. So that 2-car fight for 32nd position turned very firmly into a 4-car fight with advantage for Osterman at this stage.
Yeah, so it's a new driver at the front of the race as well. Dominic Blyer now at the wheel of the Williams Esports number 5. Piechman still has got into the 2nd place car now, as has Nicholas Hubin getting into the MSI Mercedes. So it's all change at the front of the field all over again. Lorenzo Magnani has gotten out ahead of everybody else in the silver class. Matteo Noldi should come out into 2nd position. I think will do as well, but we'll wait and see how how the silver class actually shakes itself out once they've all actually completed their pit stops. But there is Dominic Blyett, first time at the wheel, and straight up to speed for him. No chance to ease himself in or anything. He's got to be on the money right from the beginning.
Yeah, really good driver, Dom Blyett. Another one that was today on a different platform as well. Certainly working the talent roster out very hard indeed. A couple more changes further down. Number 63, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. Danny Savini out. David Tonitsa behind the wheel. Then the number 51, Mikhail Statsenko, gets back behind the wheel. George Boothby stays on board the number 40. Klinkermuller is in the number 4, so he's getting his turn behind the wheel of the Mercedes. Then it's Gregor Schill and Castorino. Castorino, I think, if memory serves, was in the previous stinters. Here we go, Ewan. A passive position potentially.
Maybe. Finally, the positions may change. Huben takes a different attitude to this battle with the 72 team. And the MSI Mercedes gets into second position. They're now nearly 7 seconds behind Dominic Blyett. And in some ways, a lot of damage has been done by the waiting of Thomas Pfeiffer in the previous stint. But Nicholas Huben puts an end to that now. Finally gets through on the Remboldt Ferrari, and he can set his sights up ahead. Now, can he do anything about that Williams Esports car in the lead?
Yeah, no flies on Nick Huben whatsoever. Got the deal done instantaneously from taking control of that Esports team, MSI. That really does need short. That's far too long to say fast. But they're up in a second position. Big question now. Can Huben find some speed in that car? Can he gap Peachman behind? And can he close down? As here we go, Mohamed Alif is in a whole world of pain. 3 cars trying to occupy space for where there is only one. Mohamed Alif around the outside in the ATS Corsa Esports team. The number 96 is being hung out to dry though. There's another BMW trying to buy into this particular fight. But Alif gets the line, holds on and stems the flow for now.
Is that BMW? Is it Ford? Or am I going mad?
They're both massive cars.
They are absolutely huge, aren't they? The Ford is especially long, I've noticed, since it's come out. Very, very long. Trying to see.
It is. You're right. Good spot. Eagle eyes.
They look very similar, don't they, in the darkness? Goodness me. But there you go. From behind, it looks a bit more obvious, just because of the tail lights, to be honest. Alif getting on the outside, though, through Blanchimont. That's not going to work, and I think Perez was very much banking on the fact he wouldn't try that, but he's gone for a cutback through Blanchimont. I don't think I've ever seen that before. As he goes for it now down the outside, the Ford very much wanting to get through on both of them, even though it's not on the same lap as these two, by the way. Not sure whether it's unlapping itself or putting a lap on these drivers. Is it the 28 or 104, maybe? It's the 104, it says it there. It says it. So it's just trying to unlap itself from these two. And that's going to be extra frustrating as well, as Alif actually gets a drive-through penalty for some reason.
Oh, it is all kicking off. I said it was going to be at night time this happens. Well, it's getting dark, so that's good enough for me. But Mohamed Alif, as you say, drive-through penalty, real shame. Good bit of driving from the Ford to not get too heavily wrapped up in that one, although they are very firmly a lap down all the way down the running order. In fact, is the 104, 37th position. So he needs to clear this particular battle pack very quickly indeed. Mohamed Alif needs to just calm things down a little bit. Drive-through penalty he'll have to serve within 3 laps. And that's a real shame, Ewan, because that was turning into quite the battle between these two. 26th and 27th position.
Yeah, it certainly was. That's a warning, by the way, for Fabrizio Campanella in car number 44 for a collision. And there's also some more incident notifications to come through here. And I'm afraid the pit lane infringements are back again. Just one this time, though, so far. 5 seconds to the 225. That's a pretty well-placed car in the Silver Cup class from memory. Trying to find where they are exactly in the class, actually. But struggling for the moment. I'll get to that in a few moments' time, if possible. Where are they now? We'll find them in a few moments' time. But the other penalty we've got is for this car that we're currently following, the number 96. 10-second time penalty for ignoring blue flags, which is interesting, considering they've just had a car go through that will have blue flags be waved at them because of this car, which is a bit of a turn of fortune for you, if you like. But they're now receiving a drive-through penalty because they've exceeded 3 licence points in one race. You've got 2 to use up, then 3, it's a drive-through penalty, and that's what they have managed already within 6 hours here. So that really discourages you from getting involved in incidents, those licence points, and so Alif is going to be not only not involved in this battle for 26, but he's also going to have his position inside the top 30 under threat.
Yeah, real shame for Mohammed Alif. A real chat, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet in the world of virtual sports. A very, very competitive driver as well, and the ATS Corsa Esports team will not like to see that red DT next to their name, particularly because here at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, the pit lane, as we use the full double pit lane for the GT pits, the drive-through penalty is all the more painful for the drivers. You are forever at the pit lane speed limit. It is so painful to see and hear the cars going past you full chat while you're trundling it down at a very pedestrian pace indeed. So Mohammed Alif will not be very happy at that one. He'll see him peel off over the course of the next couple of laps. And as we say, real shame. A lovely fight was brewing between Perez and himself in 26th and 27th position. And of course, they'll have to be very careful indeed, won't they, Ewan? Because any more penalty points, and it's going to be a good night to you for this particular race.
Certainly will. Battle of the big cars on your screen at the moment, with the Ford Mustang driven by Ali Karadin, and then the number 21 BMW being driven by Alessandro Ottaviani, battling over 24th position overall. Now again, this is not a battle for actual position. They are in different classes. The 8 to 18 is a pro car, but Ottaviani is a very fast driver, by the way. He's a very multi-sim and multi-talented driver as well, which is not something you can get from everybody. And he will be applying the pressure here from the silver category, the lower, in theory, category of the two. But I'm not sure how he's going to quite find a way past this Ford. All he really needs to do, Karadin, is just park the car perpendicular to the road and no one will be able to get through.
It is certainly a hefty piece of machinery. It is too hard to get it slowed down for the bus stop chicane.
Oh, dear.
It runs very deep, tries
that's
to get
terrible.
in pit lane. That is not clever driving at all for the Alfa Venturi.
That was Mikhail Statsenko in 6th place. That's not only a bad rejoin for himself, but he's taken out Statsenko in 6th.
Yeah, that is poor Statsenko. I think he managed to keep the car pointing in the right direction, so maybe a bit of damage, certainly a bit of time loss for Statsenko, but that is very, very poor indeed from the Ford. I dare say there's going to be some keyboard clattering back at base and some penalties will be coming your way, sunshine. But Mikhail Statsenko will be thanking his lucky stars. That could have been a whole lot worse for the Ferrari driver.
Well, that was not ideal at all. And not a good entry to pit lane at all either, I think it's fair to say. I've not had my eyes on the YouTube chat in the last couple of moments. Apparently, a bit of an agreement between Hubin and Pietschmann meant that we were getting a bit too excited over a battle that was just someone being waved through, so apologies about that, but whatever. We're not meant to know these things. We're just here to get excited, and that's fine. The other thing the people are asking about is the licence points. We've sort of taken it for granted that people may know what they are, really. We've got a few people asking what they sort of are made of. Correct me if I'm wrong, Paul. Effectively, it's made up of... you get a licence point anytime you get a penalty, effectively.
Yeah, it's essentially... I'm not going to go into the full technical details of what, where, when and why, but it's a very effective deterrent. Do something wrong so many times and you will get a slap on the wrist. Do it wrong one time too many, goodbye to you. And that's what follows these drivers through. It helps keep the driving standards. It helps make sure that everybody knows exactly where they stand in terms of what they can and can't do. And I do think it's been a very effective introduction to the series, and it's managed to, first lap aside, keep everybody pretty well behaved thus far.
Yep, it has been well behaved. Nobody disqualified, which is a good
there's
thing.
time.
Well, of course, yeah, but to get that many in, just less than 6 hours is pretty impressive, really, and not in a good way. So we're pleased to have everybody still in the race, who is indeed in the race. And I got to the bottom, by the way, of where the 225 was. It's Christian Venter, who's actually down in 37th overall, but there you go. Doesn't really matter too much for the course of the race. Just had a new fastest lap in as well on that last lap from Jakob Osterman, who's really on a charge now in third position, just 1 second behind Nicholas Huben, who's also catching Dominic Blair. Or I say catching, he caught on the last lap by about a quarter of a second. If he could do that a few more times, then he'll be there in very short order indeed. But I get the feeling that Blair was interrupted by that McLaren just in the background there that he had to overtake probably on that last lap, and maybe even worse with the amount of traffic that they had. So Osterman is the one who's really on the charge in this early part of the stint.
Yep, absolutely. The early stop last time around really well for the ITB squad. Of course, is going to have to stop earlier again when we get to the second round of pit stops, but Osterman going like the clappers at this moment in time, 0.8 of a second away from Nicholas Huben, and very firmly looking to put that McLaren in contention. This is unfortunate for Huben. This is forcing the 86 to go a little bit faster than he would ideally like at this stage in the race, just to fend off the chasing McLaren behind. Dominic Blair in the thick of the traffic as well for the Williams machine at the front of the field, which may explain some of the deficit reduction to Nicholas Huben behind. Blair trying very hard indeed, harder than theoretically he should need to find a way past that Aston Martin. The Aston eventually bails and allows the AMG Mercedes Williams eSports car on through to Blanchimont, as we go back now to Simonietze in 35th position. Not seeing much of this car, the 104, in a battle of his own with Santamaria ahead.
Another Ford Mustang. I was having this argument with someone on a broadcast the other day, by the way. The way this car looks has actually grown on me a little bit. And I know it's more difficult to see now because it's dark, but you can...
That's why it's growing on you.
But, very good. No, it had been growing on me before. But the thing at the start for me at the Ford Mustang was that I said the only redeeming feature about it was the noise, really. And someone said to me, well, I don't think the noise is that great, to be honest. Where do you stand on, first of all, the new look of this Ford Mustang, the way it looks on this GT3 grid, but also the sound that it makes in amongst the variety we have in this division?
For me, variety is the spice of life, which is one of the many reasons I adore GT3 racing. The fact that you've got a Mustang in all its kind of bulbous looks and squared off edges and bulkiness, and it's still competitive with the likes of McLaren 720S, which is just aerodynamics on wheels, is absolutely fabulous to me. I really, really do like the Mustang. I think it's great to have the blue oval back at the top level of sports car racing. Hopefully that kind of encourages the squad to go and do some other things as well in GTs and fast prototype type cars. But for me, glorious to have the Mustang back. Glorious sound, probably not quite as nice as it could be, but I think she looks and sounds rather attractive indeed, and unfortunately it's not quite fast enough, it seems, in this race, but it's absolutely wonderful to have them back racing, and even more so because a mate of mine, Frederick Vervisch, drives for them this season, so I'm cheering Fred on from a distance as well. It's great to see him at Mustang.
I'm already getting pelters for saying the Mustang had to grow on me, so there we go.
You never admit things like that in public. It's like I'll not tell anybody that I don't like the racetrack. But too late, I've said it.
Yeah. By the way, just a brief observation here. It looks darker when you're in the cockpit, doesn't it? Compared to the off-board cameras. For some reason, yeah. Okay. Oh, right. Steve's telling us that the helmet cam has got a tinted visor, which is why it looked dark. Basically, he's just telling us we're idiots.
We're far too simple a people to work this out for ourselves. Come on, banana skins at this time of day. This is the midnight.
That's
these banana skins, not us.
That's a hospital pass of a direction there from Steve Proudly there, just leading me right down a garden path into complete idiocy. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There you go. There's there's a small light surroundings, but yeah, it did have to go on me, to be honest, and it's still no, even now that it has grown on me, it's still no BMW Z4. So there you go.
Choice pick, my friend. Nice. I like those.
Sounds better, looks better, is better. This hasn't won the Spa 24 Hours, has it? No, exactly. I don't care that it's not done it before. It's not won it. So there you go. But anyway, getting sidetracked slightly. This is the battle for 34th in the field. This is very much down towards the back, as you can see on the leaderboard, which is showing us that we're down to 40 in the race. A couple of Aston Martins have retired in the last few hours, or last few hours actually. Tobias Schön, the 77, was the last driver in the Firefly Esports Pro Class car, and the 255 competition car, last driven by Vacislav Abeladze, has also retired now. So that's a couple of Aston Martins gone. As we have a look at the Iesi down the inside, not quite going to go for it on that occasion. Just to round that circle, the other retirement was Rafael Malhau in one of the Ferraris. That's the only silver class retirement we've had so far for Brabham Motorsport, who still have one bullet in the gun because they've still got the 62 out there on the circuit, although that is an Audi, rather confusingly, rather than the Ferrari they've gone with otherwise. Kieran Prendergast currently driving that car, you can see just behind these guys, to the tune of about half a minute or more, quite a bit more actually, behind this battle that we're currently watching at the moment. So we're not too far away, Paul, from stepping out of the booth here, but we'll have a look at highlights before long. But just tell us a little bit about your assessment of these last few hours as we've gone into the darkness here.
I think now we're coming into the magic time of the race, aren't we? Spoke about this when we took the shift on, if you remember, Ewan, that it's kind of almost feels a little bit like we're preparing for when the temperature drops, when the darkness falls, and when the drivers are really going to start pushing, trying to carve out an opportunity. The pace has been high, there's been some clever strategic work, there's been some good overtakes. It's exactly what we expect from an SRO Esports race. It has been frantic from beginning to end, and so far I really wouldn't want to place any money on who's going to be in the podium when the sunshine comes back up again in a few hours' time.
Absolutely. Before we leave you though, let's take you through some of the highlights of the race so far after nearly 6 hours of the Spa 24. We got underway under a slightly gloomy sky in the middle of the afternoon with a good start at the front of the field, a nice side-by-side racing between the Mercedes front row lockout that we had overnight with the qualifying session last night, heading forward into this race. But as you saw in the background there, it wasn't smooth sailing for everybody. In fact, far from everybody had a smooth start to the Spa 24 hours this year, as you're about to see in a few moments' time. The leaders got things sorted out. It was the number 5 Williams Esports car that eventually took the lead, and they haven't held it all the way through up until right now, but they do still hold the lead at nearly 6 hours later. There was a view at how the Veloce car got its way into second position. The battles continued on. This was Williams Esports working its way past the Lamborghini Esports car for the lead of the race in the second hour, as the front group was reduced from about 7 or 8 to just 3 in the second hour. Later on, before the second pit stops, the Williams Esports would get away from the battle, thus leaving these two to battle for second position. This was Tobias Pfeiffer making a great pass on the Lamborghini Esports team car, which would be pushed down to third position at the time in the race. A little bit further back, battling through the field, MSI were again. They dropped back with a couple of penalties and had to work their way back through. This was the number 51 Ferrari they had to overtake. Chris Hartveld was at the wheel of this one at the time. Battles were going on up and down the field, though, and that's been the case throughout the entirety of the race, including in silver, where the number 201 Aston Martin with Lorenzo Magnani took the race lead and still hold that, indeed, by just 2 seconds. Up in Pro again, this was the resurgence of the number 7 ITB Racing McLaren, who are now knocking on the door of second, by the way, in live pictures. Speaking of the pass for second, this is how Nicholas Huben got past Tim Pietzman about 20 minutes ago. That was how Huben got into second. And then a few laps later, Jakob Osterman was cruising up to the back of the Remvelton Ferrari, and there were going to be no questions really asked for this battle, to be honest with you. The McLaren went straight on through. The Ferrari tucked into line. And that's pretty much how we've got to this position now. Notwithstanding some of the other incidents that have gone on. Unfortunately, this Ford didn't make a very good decision at all. And this affected the 51 Ferrari. We were just talking about it. No longer Chris Hartveld at the wheel, but Mikko Statsenko for the first time. The Scuderia Ferrari Esports team spun around with that incident at the pit lane entry. That wasn't the best moment of the day, Paul. Far from it, but we've had a good few hours here. And we're set up nicely for the next 18 hours.
Yeah, it's been absolutely sensational, as it always has. There's always a star in the early stages of the race, and there's always a star as we fall into the night time. This is going to be where a lot of the drama will take place. There'll be people happy now, will be very much not that way inclined when we go sunny in a few hours' time. And for me, Ewan, I think Williams Esports have all the cards to hand at this moment in time, but they are looking very threatened indeed for the likes of Jacob Osterman, Tim Peachman, and of course the Lamborghini Automobile Esports team just a bit further back, so anything could happen, and it probably will.
Absolutely, it will. The darkness very much is descended upon us. It is just coming up to 10 p.m. Central European time and 10 p.m. In Sim as well, so it's time for us to bid our farewells. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside Paul Jeffrey, and taking you through the next few hours is Austin Bulkey, but first, Lewis McGlade.
Let's boot the Northerners out of the commentary booth. Get rid of them. Of course, thank you to you and to Paul as well, with some interesting opinions again, more about the BMW Z4, but each their own. We'll discuss this ad nauseum, I'm sure, over the next few hours. Austin, great to be in the commentary booth here, of course, for the SRO Esports Spa 24 hours, but exciting start to the race. Plenty of highlights, some positive, some negative.
Yeah, it's crazy to think we're only, a third of the way, through this race, and it already seems like we've had an entirety of 24 hours kind of condensed into 6. So it's just crazy, less than 6 even. We've still got 10 minutes before we're 25% through this first quarter of the race, but there's been a lot happening already on the track. Quite frankly, it's surprising how many fantastic overtakes we've been seeing, but honestly, it shouldn't be a surprise due to just the fact these cars are all homologated to run this close together after 6 hours on track.
Well, battle for 26th overall, a little bit further back down in the silver category that we're seeing here. Of course, the Visceral Esports car, the number 45, the second of their two cars. We've got the 44 as well, that's running quite a bit further up in the silver category, going into battle with the R&L Raw car. I guess that we're not super surprised at the fact of being less than 6 hours into the race that we've still got plenty of battles. I distinctly remember it was the 2022 SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa, where there was changes for the race lead halfway through the race. We were getting ready to head into the night stint and sit back for a little bit, and they started battling for the lead, and me and Paul Jeffrey were like, nah, we're staying for a little bit, we're watching some of this. Absolutely excellent stuff, and as we fair, I expect very much the same thing this year as well.
Yeah, for sure. It always seems like that too, especially nowadays when you look at 24-hour long races like this. You expect the nighttime to just be boring, kind of drab, kind of dreary, not a whole lot going on, because there's the old adage that when the sun's out, you try to give it your best, and then you set the car up for when the sun is out. So when the nightfall comes, the car gets a little bit grippier just because the tires aren't as hot as things go on to say, but it all depends how you set your car up. So you're mostly just trying to get through. It's a miracle if the car is still running when you wake back up in the morning as a fan, so tons of years go by. You watch a 24-hour race from France or the one down in Daytona, you go to sleep maybe around 2 a.m. You try to stay up all night, you don't quite make it. You wake up about 6, you go, oh no, I fell asleep. Where's my favorite driver? You look at the scoring pylon, you just hope that they made it through the night. But anymore, you can be on it for the full 24-hour race, so not really a surprise that you see these battles for the lead just at 2 a.m. or something, or midnight, when you expect that things should be all quieted down per se.
Well, here comes a close fight as well. It's obviously MSI versus ITB. They've been close. They've switched over, of course, with the Renvarten car as well, that's a little bit further behind. But Jakob Osterman has been flying. As to be fair, he was at the previous round and the season opener, of course, back in Suzuka, which saw a fair share of drama. It was ended up being won by the MSI esports team. Obviously, ITB ended up finishing down in 5th position. Williams, who are leading the race, I think they finished down in 7th, if I remember correctly. Of course, they were a driver short in the previous round because Dara McCormack was too busy enjoying his birthday and whatnot. And also, there were only a three-driver team, because obviously it was a 3-hour race. You wouldn't need 4 drivers. But alas, Williams Esports, they're only 5.7 seconds ahead. It's not really that far.
No, it really isn't, especially when you consider the fact that you're racing, it's nighttime, any mistake can really just take all those 6 seconds away, and then you're fighting just inside the podium spots like these drivers, or you catch lap traffic at a bad time. Let's say you go to zig and the lap driver goes to zig as well when they should be zagging to the other side of the racetrack. All of a sudden you have to back out of the throttle, or you might even need to just go off track and take evasive action if that happens. So, you know, it's motor racing, anything can and will happen. But yeah, these MSI guys have been doing a phenomenal job all race long.
Yeah, indeed. There is Nicholas Hoban behind the wheel, of course, looking pretty relaxed, pretty chill. That will probably be the case for at least another few hours. I don't suspect anyone to be struggling with fatigue. And that said, to be fair, these drivers do so many 24-hour races that they don't typically struggle in the way that you used to in the world of sim racing, where these were proper slogfests. They are still slogfests, but it's because they've done so many of them. These are fairly, in a sense, routine. They've already got their game plan. Like, without even thinking about it, they already have their plan.
Oh, for sure. And to be honest, this isn't like if Joe Schmo and even myself get in a sim rig and all of a sudden you've been racing for a couple hours, your knees start to hurt. You're like, man, my arms, this wheel, maybe my force feedback is a little bit too strong as you see these two cars navigating through the lap traffic there. But look at Nicholas. I mean, he's just cool, calm, collected. Whenever I'm in a race car like this, tailing behind a driver I'm racing very closely next to, my heart is pounding. I can hear it up in my eardrums. I'm on the limit of grip, and he just looks as calm as can be, trying to just hunt down this McLaren for, what is this, the 5th or 6th time today in the race?
Yeah, I mean, look, he looks very serious, I'll say that. Some excellent gloves as well. Got to give a shout out to those. But he looks, like I say, just kind of getting through the race, getting through the laps. Probably not desperate to get past the ITB racing car at the moment, more so because the gap is actually kind of coming down between themselves and Dominic Blyer at the front of the field. They are approaching pit stops as well, and so there is the whole kind of methodology of what's the point in trying to make the move if you're just going to come into the pit lane anyway. You're not really going to gain anything from making that move. Like, you might gain a couple of tenths, if that, but that's only when you're in clean air. You will lose more in trying to pass, so what's the point right now? That's why you'll see Nicholas Hoban probably just sitting behind until we get into that pit lane sequence.
Yeah, well, the car is probably just comfortable for him right now. He's probably just content to ride behind this McLaren. Obviously, like you mentioned, kind of at the end of the fuel stint. The tire's probably not handling their best right now either. So if you can just kind of tail in behind that McLaren right now and just lift at the end of the straightaways, you might be saving yourself a little bit of fuel. And some of these guys, it might be cutting it close. We've seen that a couple times where some drivers are really just on the ragged edge of making it one more lap or having to pit one lap early just to make sure they kind of stay on the safe side. And it really just depends how the car is trimmed out. It also varies by driver. You know, it's not a set consistent formula of you do this many laps before you run out of fuel. It's sometimes down to driver preference as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I have had a little investigation whilst checking out a couple of drivers' streams and stuff, where you can see all the information when it comes to weather and the information they've been dished out at the moment. No rain expected for the Spa 24-hour for the next half an hour, but of course we know how things change in ACC. Let's see if there is going to be a move here and see if Nicholas Hoban's going to go through. He's obviously right up the rear end of the ITB Esports car, but you can see that by pulling out of the slipstream, that's not necessarily about filling the mirrors. That's more so about just kind of, sometimes it can be easy just to pull out of the slipstream, get a little bit of cool air into the car rather than just lifting, and probably just wants to kind of just hit that air, cool the car down a little bit and just chill, really, you know, without having to lift the throttle off. Just there was no intent of a move in there, is what I'm trying to say. Just more so just again, just poking his nose out. Again, it's not about filling the mirrors. It's not about trying to force that mistake from Jakob Osterman. He's not going to make that mistake.
No, exactly. Yeah, Jakob is not even close to making a mistake right now. I mean, for as much as that car seems on edge, especially in light calm, it just kind of seems a little twitchy up there. And I'm not sure if that's net code, because sometimes it looks like he is absolutely on the limit of grip up there in those, I'm not going to say slower corners, but compared to these, they are. The rear end just looks a little bit twitchier than I think he'd rather it be. But, you know, as we always say, loose is fast. But going back up to Nicholas as they were going down to Kemmel Straight, you could see up there he was gaining with that draft, and all of a sudden it just kind of held constant. He just let off the throttle. I think, you know, him poking the nose out there, it helps to fill the mirror a little bit. It's mostly just to say, A, I'm right behind you, and B, he's kind of just making sure he can see his braking point. That's what I usually do whenever I pull out, just like that. Just maybe a half a car width or a whole car width. I'm not close enough there to lunge up the inside and take that position on you, put you in a bad spot. I'm just trying to make sure I know where I'm going to brake so I don't send us both off the track.
Neither of them diving down pit lane as we approach 18 hours left to go, 6 hours complete in the race. So neither of them really looking too close to pit lane, which is expected. Again, they'll be going for slightly over an hour. It's a long pit lane as well, so as much as you can do an hour, you're trundling around in pit lane for about 90 seconds or more. So realistically speaking, your stints will be longer here than at most other circuits. Also, there's a lot of places where you can save fuel and such around the circuit. Again, we'll be expecting those driver swaps. So these will be the last laps for these drivers for a couple of hours. Paul Jeffrey quite rightly pointed out that obviously as you go into the night, you'll then start to see drivers doing double stints, probably less so triples. Triples aren't really that common in ACC, but where they do 3 stints on the bounce. But generally, you'll see them up them to 2. Normally, we actually only see 1 stint per driver. Just because you don't actually lose anything in the pit lane from changing the drivers, and you might as well just keep doing it, and everyone does, just to kind of keep the rhythm to it as an hour-long sprint and such. There's a couple of other complicated reasons as to why you do it as well, but you'll see those doubles and maybe triples from some over the night, more so to give other drivers actual substantial breaks until the morning.
Yeah, and that's what you'll see, just because, like you mentioned, one of the drivers can go to sleep. Otherwise, you get out of the car and you have at most 2 hours before you have to get back in the car if you're on a 3-man team. If you're on a 4-man team, a little bit easier. You get at most 3 hours. And that is maybe a cat nap. Maybe, you're not going to get actual sleep in those times. And it's really hard, too, to get out of the car and instantly go fall asleep. I can't think of a single time when I've been in a race car in one of these endurance events, gotten out of the car and fallen asleep in less than 45 minutes. So if now you're telling me I only have about a half hour to sleep, because you can't just wake up and immediately get in the car and do the better part of 185 miles an hour down the Kemmel Straight. That is not how that's going to work out. So you do need to kind of double stint it up. And, again, if you're on a 3-man team, you're guaranteed at most 2 hours, becomes 4 hours. And if you're in a 4-man team, it goes from 3 hours to now 6 hours. So it gives a lot more opportunity for these drivers to sleep. Now that you're going to do a lot of it, but sometimes you really need to at least get a couple hours of shut-eye in.
See, I don't know about you. I always felt that the idea, at least, of sleeping in a LAN environment, or like let's say you've all met up and you're all kind of racing from the same place, whether it is an actual LAN event or not. Sleeping in that is actually easier than at home, because it removes one stress point, which I think everyone has had in an endurance race. When you've gone to bed, you're like, right, I need to get 2 hours of sleep or whatever. You're absolutely exhausted. You lie down, and all you'll think about isn't even the car. It isn't about where you are in the race. It's, is my alarm definitely going to go off? And
without a doubt.
that's a hard mindset to shift.
Yeah. Well, but even then, it's a stressor, right? And the stressor is what's going to keep you up at night. So even if you're tired, I've been tired and I stay up laying awake about stressors and stuff all the time. So yeah, you are stressed out about that. And it's really difficult just to fall asleep, because you're right. In a LAN event, you could just have your buddy come over like, hey, dude,
exactly.
Kind of shake you awake and get you back up and in the car and say like, hey, here's some coffee or caffeine for you. Take this. You got 15 minutes before you need to get in the car. So, if you got to go to the bathroom or do something, do it now. Otherwise, we're going to be kind of ticked.
Yeah, exactly. And in our ears, Mike Howe also said, from a production point of view, from us as commentators, I'm sure, if you're running a team, your drivers, whatever, like anything where your role isn't like directly kind of replaceable, like you have to really be awake to do your shift. No one else can really do it at that given point, whether it is a driver or anyone behind the scenes, production, race stewarding and all that kind of stuff. That is the most stressful bit, in my opinion, is just not knowing if your alarm's going to go off. And it's what genuinely, it's why for a lot of these 24-hour races, you just don't sleep. For the most part, you'll get maybe like, your 20 to 30 minute little power naps or whatever as you're kind of like hunched over the desk, or maybe like trying to get slightly comfortable in a seat or whatever. Like the most people will not go, I'm definitely going to go to bed and get some shut eye. You're not going to get it, not in this.
I've only had that happen once in my entire endurance racing career. I've probably done 10 24-hour events, and only once did I knew I could fall asleep when I felt like it and wake up when I felt like it, and that's because I got both my drive times done in the first 14 hours of the race. And I was like, when I wake up, the race is going to end at like probably noon. I probably wake up at about 8 or 10 o'clock. I'm fine. I don't need to care. And it's because, oh, by the way, we had like 7 guys in the car. I mean, nothing like this where it's super serious, where you can only have 3 or 4 guys. We had 7 people all climb into one car, and it was, I'll be honest, it was a lot more fun just being able to actually go to sleep. But, and the thing is, too, we talk about a lot of stuff in racing, and most people just don't get it. Not to sound cool or like we're off in a corner by ourselves as some racing nerds, but if you have an important meeting the next day, or if you got to start on a road trip and you have to get on the road by 6 o'clock, otherwise you're going to hit traffic and it gets all crazy out on the roads. It's that same kind of, I need to wake up at a certain time, and you're stressed out about it before you go to bed. It's something universally everyone that has an ounce of responsibility can identify with.
I actually had that whilst coming, coincidentally enough, to the real 24 Hours of Spa last year. I was staying at a friend's house because we were doing a nice little road trip over to Spa. So I was like, right, we'll get some sleep, and then we'll set off nice and early in the morning. We had the Euro tunnel to catch. I think we had to leave like 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that. And I could not sleep, not for a moment. For one, it was too hot and sweaty. It was also pouring it down outside, and I was just stressing. Even though there were other people there to wake me up, I was just like, but I've got to drive the first bit, so I've got to be awake for this and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh, God, this is horrible. Disaster. Either way, I will tell you the concentration factor is definitely being kept up in the race, most certainly from Jakob Osterman, who's closed down a second whilst we've been waffling to Dominic Blyer. Also, David Tinitza, as you can see here, has closed down the gap just a touch to Peitzman as well. So that gap is comfortably under a second, and will the Lamborghini Esports driver go for a move? Surely you'd have to say. Did see in the YouTube chat, what would happen if one driver falls completely asleep and won't wake up? Does the team get a DNF? I'm pretty sure that sounds like a slightly larger medical issue, but each to their own. The team would be most likely DQ'd for the race unless they've completed their driver commitments, but I'm pretty sure their attention would be elsewhere in that team if that were the scenario.
Well, I think he just means mostly if they don't wake up on time, right? And if that happens, the 2 or 3 drivers at that point that are awake would just keep handing off the car and hope that their sleeping team member, whenever they woke up, would then get back in, because like it was talked about, I think Arjuna touched about it at the top of the race, was there's a maximum drive time requirement, and it's not like iRacing where you have a minimum time requirement, and it's like 25% of the race or something silly. It is 8.5 hours, or 8 hours and 40 minutes, something crazy like that, where you pretty much are dividing the race equally into thirds or fourths. So you really have to be careful about what you're doing. But look at this. I've been watching this race, and I've been watching David for hours go on that outside, that green, that kind of astroturfy part of the track. I'm digging that line. I just know that if I tried it, I would most certainly wind up in the tires, but I am just digging it. Very, very ingenuitive. I'm just loving it, but it kind of freaks me out every time.
Yeah, the first driver I ever saw do that in sim racing was a driver who, I'm pretty sure they were in BS competition at this point. Obviously, I used to be teammates with him. It's a guy called Jonas Raivio, who I'm pretty sure he was driving for BS competition at this point, who took that line coming down the hill into Puron. And I remember seeing it being like, that is one of the most absurd things I've ever seen. Each their own. It's just it's crazy. It's not as bumpy as it looks like it should be, just because like it's a perfect width for your car to fit on. But that's more Tinitza's, I guess, is trying to give a little bit more room to the cars that he's overtaking coming down there. A bit more for the traffic. I don't know. I can tell you, it's not really going to be much faster. Snitzer might make a move, not here, but surely into Les Combes. There's no point in making a move into La Source because you've got 2 kilometres of basically flat out running. Oh my goodness, that was almost certainly some form of connection there for Weitzman, because the way that car spun was as if it had been absolutely detonated by Snitzer, who was miles off the back of it.
Yeah, that was crazy. It just looked like it spun right out, like it was forced around. I don't know if that was netcode or what, but I will say, even just coming out of that switchback there before they went onto the front stretch, that chicane just before the start-finish line, that Ferrari looked all over the place on that rear axle. So I wouldn't rule out a little bit of some slippage sideways, and I think the internet kind of just, the laws of sim racing kind of finished him off there. Hopefully neither of those drivers have too much damage. I don't see any on the front end of that green Lamborghini, but it looks like maybe some separation and the front fascia to the fender. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, definitely at this time of night as well, where we're starting to head into the real dark bit of the race. Of course, still a little bit of light around, but that will be disappearing off, and we'll be in total darkness. No, he's just taking that line all the time. Fair enough. I will say, as a meme, I don't mind it. Seeing it lap on lap, I absolutely despise it. But each to their own. I will say, if there is damage on it, we are approaching the pit sequence, so should have enough time to repair it. Also, about that spin for Weitzman, it could have been a little bit. Obviously, you turn traction control off and try to put your foot down, but it's the way the car spun there. That doesn't seem like a natural spin.
It seemed a little forced.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with the amount of laps these drivers have done, you don't typically see mistakes like that at La Source, because even in a GT3 without traction control, I promise you, if you tried driving if you went on this, turn the traction control off, even an hour into a stint, and tried really putting your foot down, you actually have to work quite hard to spin the car there.
Yeah, it'd probably have to be wet outside as well, whether it, even more than just damp conditions, because usually, like you're saying, it's more of a lazy spin out of there in those cars where that just clocked sideways, like Kramer carrying an entire set into his apartment, just hook it. But anyways, how about Jakob Osterman? He's been catching up to Dominic Blyer. He's got that gap down to 3.9 seconds. I don't know if this is Dominic kind of just pacing himself, or if maybe this is the rails kind of coming off the car here, because Jakob's been catching him by quite a lot.
Well, I mean, I've got to say, Jakob Osterman, I remember when he was, effectively a silver driver. He was always racing in what was effectively AM categories or whatnot. This is obviously a couple of years ago, mind. And how he's built himself up as a driver, becoming one of the stronger drivers on ACC, and certainly with the ITB Esports team, which is still relatively new to the world of sim racing. He's certainly finding a bit of a home for himself, and the McLaren seems to be getting better as the conditions are getting cooler, especially towards They are not a sim racing team per se. They take part in a lot of esports, things like Counter-Strike, or even things like Trackmania, where I've seen them take part in an awful lot of events. They are a strong team, but they are their focus in sim racing for the last year or so, it's been getting them better and better. We'll see on replay. See, I don't know. I agree. I think it seems like too aggressive a spin for Weitzman that it would have just been on throttle, but we could be completely wrong.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. Odds are I think he's really been struggling with that rear axle there, and I think, internet on likely his side said that he got spun out because obviously on our screen that Lamborghini was maybe a foot behind him, so I don't think any contact actually happened, but right. I think his client definitely registered that contact, unfortunately for him.
I will say, I mean, to back something up, ACC-wise, we don't typically see netcodes and stuff in ACC. It's relatively rare. It happens sometimes, but it's really rare. Certainly that distance between two European drivers, it's like I genuinely cannot recall a time where I've seen two European drivers make contact, obviously when there's air between them, with a netcode. So maybe it was just a mistake from Weitzman. I don't know. Maybe there was a little bit more to it. That curb on the inside of T1 is a little bit nasty as well, just with how it bobbles. But either way, we'll probably never know. And I can tell you what that will be from race control. Even if there was contact that was a netcode, it'll be nothing, because it doesn't matter. All we know is that Peichmann went slightly round. Tinitza made contact with him afterwards, which is absolutely fine, just because that's how the car's pointed. It actually puts Peichmann the right way, and they both got on with it. So, like, they've lost a bit of time. They've maybe damaged the car, but other than that, nothing else has happened, and it's certainly nothing that race control will require to take a look at. I'm sure we'll probably look over a couple more replays of it, maybe with a couple of onboards to really navigate our way through and discuss the situation. Still looks weird.
Yeah, it's still odd. And like you're saying, it got shot out of a cannon sideways. That is extremely odd, even to look at. Again, that's just crazy.
Again, some events do. Some moments do leave you a little bit confused, confuddled, and speechless. But well, that's certainly one of them. That'll put us in our position of pretending to know everything. We certainly don't. So that's fine. That's why we are in the commentary booth. Gregor Shields closing up though to Klinkmuller, and of course the Mercedes there, the number 4 car, is starting to feel a little bit of pressure from the BS competition. We are getting a few closing gaps, of course. We had that one as Tinitza was closing up to the back of Peichmann. We've had the one as Osterman's been closing up to the back of Don Blyer. Now we've got this one as well. I'm sure there's plenty of other ones up and down the order which are getting closer and closer.
Yeah, and again, you can see all the, different timing and scoring bits on the left-hand side of the screen, all the different gaps there. You can see Gregor just 1 second behind there, that Klinkmuller car, that number 4 Mercedes. I tell you what, this car just looks very put together for me. Gregor, obviously a ton of talent, way more than I could ever hope to have. That's why he's with BMW and does such a great job for them. But this car just really looks very put together, and he's getting a lot of speed out of this car. Odds are, I got to wonder if they've set their car up for more of these kind of transitionary temperatures and setups kind of deal. And you can change a little bit of that, right, depending on what time you come in, change the air pressure of the tires just a little bit. But I'm kind of wondering, just how much of this race is spent at night. Maybe this is one of the cars that's just going to come alive now that the sun is set.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously the most important thing to do as you're heading into the night is to adjust those tyre pressures and make sure they're right. That said, because of how many 24-hour races these drivers have done, again, like when they're setting up the spreadsheet for this race, like I am absolutely sure that everyone's spreadsheet is based off of another 24-hour race that they've done. So they've already got the tyre pressure data. They've already got like all this stuff which they'll apply. Because there's no way that, and to be fair, if you did, I'd be very baffled as to the decision as to why. There's no way that you would just start a completely brand new scratch spreadsheet for this race just because why not? If you've got that data there, which most of these teams do, generally speaking, you should probably use it, as it will most certainly help going through the race. These adjustments stuff, you want to adjust those tyre pressures knowing what's going to happen. Right, it's this temperature, which means that we should be on this tyre pressure. We know from our experience that over the next hour, it's probably going to drop an extra 2 degrees Celsius at this point. And so we want to be in the best time for the most maximum time in there. So maybe we drop it by 2 PSI or KPA, depending on how you're running your numbers. It is what it is.
Yeah, no, exactly. And usually you'll just kind of pick an average of, well, the tires are going to be, they're going to feel the best right now, but you're going to have the biggest fuel load. So maybe pick that middle point and set up for just in the middle of Gregor's stint of whatever he's doing right now. So it feels a little bit too bad one way and a little bit too bad the other way, but for a good half hour right in the middle, you got 15 minutes of not great on the other side, but that half hour in the middle looking a lot better as Gregor has shrunk this gap. He's continued to down to just 0.6 of a second now. Starting to feel the effects of dirty air on these higher speed corners. Not going to really be a huge detriment to what he's doing there, and especially he's already been running them down by quite a little bit here, trying to catch up to Nils. So he's been doing a whale of a job, and it's only going to get closer and closer, I think, as this run continues on. I'm kind of curious if, again, maybe the tires on these Mercedes are just starting to die a little bit as we get closer and closer to that pit stop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, this is how things can run around here. The pit stop's quite late. I actually don't recall as to the last time they were in the pit lane. So it was a fair while ago. So it's probably not a million miles away. It's a bit of a mistake there from Gregor Schill, running in a little bit too deep in the source. Help him get a decent run off the corner, of course. But still, silly mistake to make. Some of the best drivers in sim racing have made mistakes around here. Me. I've been a few times around here in 24-hour races. I'm not sad about it. It's fine.
Oh, I was practicing for a 24-hour race in the Chevrolet on iRacing around the rain, and I probably wrecked that car about 10 times, and I only did about 14 laps overall, so it's really easy to make a mistake, especially going up there through a Rouge and Radian. It's just, the car is on the absolute limits of grip, so, and no, you know, turn one, very, very easy. Just overstep the bounds of grip a little bit. That's all Gregor did there, but honestly, no harm, no foul. He continues to close up there 2-0. And I just looking at it from a mathematical point of view, these drivers have a maximum stint time of 65 minutes. If they hit that each and every time, 6 hours, right, at this point in the race, 6 hours, so about a half an hour. So I expect them to come in within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I would expect for them to make their next pit stop. But you just mentioned we don't know a lot. That's why we're up here in the booth. So we'll see how it turns out here in a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. That I will say the 65 minute limit. I mean, I've had a lot of opinions on that over the last few years that I've been doing stuff either at SRO Esports or over at SimGrid or wherever. I don't like things that limit strategy. If you have the fuel to be able to go longer than 65 minutes, I think you should be able to use that. But yeah, it is what it is. There's other things as well. I know Ewan O'Leary's not here, so it's fine. He's bailed. But we've had many not an argument, because we're both in the same agreement. Anything like IMSA and stuff where you're doing fuel and tyres at the same time, absolutely cannot stand that. I can't. I'm just like, great. So you're just going to change tyres every single time. There's no like advantage to not change. There's no interesting strategy in there. It's just sort of like, well, just change the tyres. You might as well.
No, exactly. There's some different forms of motorsport where you'll see them come in and they'll like only change the right front tire or both the rear tires or maybe both the front tires. And it's just crazy to think that some forms of motorsport have it made in that regard. I can think of a left-hand turning series where basically now that all 4 tires just have a single lug, or wheels I should say, you practically can change all 4 tires at the same time you fill up on fuel. And it takes a lot of the gambling, in my mind, kind of out of the question entirely. So I definitely agree with you there, and we could go on about that. It's soapbox moment time for a long time in great detail.
Also, the sound in pit lane in that is less cool now. Because let's be honest, when it was 5 lug, like, and also like that was a skill to line up all 5 of those, bam, 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 and then like, you know, put them back on again, and then run around the other side, and then bam, 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 like that. That was sick. That was so good. It's not as fun just on, off, on, like boring. Bring back 5 lug nuts on everything in Formula 1. Let's get it done.
Oh, that would be awesome. I can only imagine. I'm sure, though, they'd figure out to do all 5 lugs at the same time, man. They'd engineer up some, but I'm here for it. I'd love to see it. But speaking of loving to see it, Gregor is loving to see that he's catching up to Niels. He's just right back there, about a half a second back. And I'm kind of curious here, Lewis, if he might, how much is he pushing right now to see if he can't get by, or maybe he's just riding at this point, kind of just happy with where the car is.
I think, again, as we are closing in on those, I think most people are just riding around. They're just relaxing at the moment. They're leaving themselves in the window of a potential move, but without going any further than that, like not putting on any silly moves where they're potentially going to lose an awful lot of time. It's more about ticking off the laps and making sure things are right. By the way, if you're sat there wondering, right, how are we getting this far into a stint? Again, there are 2 major things. For one, again, if you're reaching 65 minutes with your driver limit, most people are going up towards up to 64. That will obviously add 4 minutes per stint over the hours to what you'd normally expect. So a lot of people with GT3 racing expect to pit on the hour. But also the point that we made a little bit earlier on is because the pit lane is so long here, you spend so much time in it, that also takes the sticks. You don't burn that much fuel in the pit lane, but you're in it for basically 2 minutes just cruising. Not really using that much fuel, and so both of those add to effectively making the stint longer. If you're wondering also about stint time as to when that is activated and when that is deactivated, that is entry and exit to pit lane. So If your timer is ticking down and you get to 64 minutes and 59 seconds, but you enter pit lane exactly at that moment, you don't get a penalty. It's absolutely fine, provided you're in pit lane. You don't have to be in your box, but you do have to be in pit lane. And again, that time will start once you leave pit lane.
Oh man, sorry to interrupt you there, Lewis, but Niels got very sideways and Gregor almost made contact with him. Kind of I'm sure a man-to-man handshake going on there, driver to driver, as we go now full screen. This is just looking back at Gregor. That's that BMW back there. They were going through that long right-hander of Brussels, and just, I'm surprised Niels saved it. I'm also surprised that Gregor didn't A, get into him, and B, huck it up the inside of the outside. That took a lot of dedication and sportsmanship in my mind.
Yeah, indeed. That was, I say there's a couple of scary moments and sketchy moments out there, as I'm just again checking in to see whether we've got any potential chance of rain. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, at least for the next half an hour, the answer to that question is no. What's Spa without rain? Boring, that's what it is. We want to see some rain. Let's get some out there at some point during the evening. You never really know. It can come out of absolutely nowhere. And again, the drivers and teams, they have effectively the weather system game. If you've never played ACC, it will tell you 30 minutes in advance. It gives you 3 intervals. Well, I'd say 3 intervals, it gives you 2 intervals now. It tells you what's going to happen to the weather in 10 minutes, what's going to happen to the weather in 30 minutes. And it's not an estimation. That is the important bit. It is exact. If it says it is going to rain in 30 minutes, it is going to rain in 30 minutes. Pretty much exactly to the second. So when they see that pop up, they'll already be preparing, right, so it is going to rain in 30 minutes, so blah, 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 how do I do that? And prepare themselves. At the moment, they're staring at it, and it's saying that it's going to be dry for the next 30 minutes, so they know that for this pit stop, it is certainly not anything to worry about.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, you have to look at that like gospel, because it is telling you the truth. It's not like the weatherman or weatherwoman on TV that can just stand up there and lie and keep their jobs all day long. It's truth. It's a matter of fact. I will say, though, it's not like a light switch. It gets wet and wet more and more over time. So you do have a little bit of wiggle room in there, right, to maybe complete a lap where you pit a little early and expect it'll happen, but it's gospel, man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it can change quite quickly, although to be fair, it has been a while since I've dealt with weather on ACC. I distinctly remember it can happen pretty quickly. It can be a dicey affair. I hope we do see some rain, though, at least at some point in the next 17 and a half hours. Although you know what's going to happen is we'll get 17 and a half hours into the race, or so from now. So we'll have 3 minutes left to go, and it'll say, oh, it's going to rain in 10 minutes. The worst.
Yeah, that's just a terrible, because you feel kind of robbed of the opportunity to go out there and put your skills on display. And as commentators and viewers, race fans, you always want for there to be a little bit of rain out there, because it's just a tinge of what's going to happen next. It just increases the craziness to the race and all that what's going on. So you do love to see that.
Certainly so. Another question coming in: Do we control the cameras? Woo-hoo!
Absolutely not.
Absolutely no chance. Thank you for the credit, though. I will take some of that. Of course, we absolutely do not control the cameras. You would see nothing apart from maybe opinions on what are good and bad cars, good and bad liveries. Thankfully, the work is done behind the scenes by Steve Proudley and Mike Yao, who bring us the broadcast, or a couple of other people as well jump in. Obviously behind the scenes it's tricky for these broadcasts. Ryan Gill is also another one. I didn't realize Ryan Gill was jumping in on that. He's obviously someone who's done some commentary as well. But a lot of people juggling the scenes behind the scenes to bring you this broadcast, at least to the quality it is, because we would make it so much worse.
The silent assassins behind the scenes. Yeah, so Ryan Gill doing all the extra camera work right now. As you see Gregor Schill, that's a side view of him. Look at those giant monitors. I couldn't even imagine having one of those on my rig. I feel like my computer would explode, and he's got two of them. One right on top of another, currently just still trying to chase down that Mercedes in front of him, right on the tail end. Just not a whole lot going on for right now. You saw him kind of poke his nose out going down the Kemmel Straight, but still not having much of it. I think he's just content to ride for now.
I think my big issue with having a monitor like that is, have you ever tried picking up one of those ultralights? Because they're not light. They're not
No,
light.
They're not.
And
they're very heavy.
The angle it is at, I'm just looking at that being like, nah, that's going to fall over at some point. There is no way that's staying up there. Either way, the 711 has jumped its way down pit lane, so we are seeing the first takers into pit lane for this sequence, of course. So that's obviously in the silver category, but I do expect that we'll see the top category work their way into pit lane fairly soon.
Yeah, probably in these next couple laps here. I would say that the most they can go from this point on is probably 2 laps. I mean, you're doing 2 minutes and change per lap times. You see Gregor Schill finally makes it too wide. We'll see if they can get through here. Leaving quite a bit of room. Pinching. Ooh, a little argy-bargy there. Gregor's going to clear himself. Let's see, though. I wonder if Niels is going to try chuck it back up the inside. It looks like he's going to play nice for now and just tuck in behind Gregor.
Well, George Boothby and Jakob Osterman are both in the pit lane, so the McLaren's not going quite as long as the others. So those jumping into pit lane, of course, it was the 711 is the Veloce Academy, or as I'm sure Zach Sweeney will call them, the Veloce Community Team, into the pit lane. Of course, the other Veloce car being George Boothby behind the wheel. We'll be passing over the control to the man with the pink headphones. It'll be Eamon Murphy jumping in. I'm sure Jakob Osterman will potentially pass off to one of his teammates as well. Again, the likelihood of double stints pretty low at this point, but either way, it just shows that it's time for some of these drivers to have a bit of a breather from Spa.
Yeah, a lot more guys and girls ducking in the pit lane here. As you can see, they're currently looking at the 44th silver category car of Campanella. He's right up tucked behind that rear wing of that McLaren. McLaren going to pull off and dive down pit lane. That's kind of what we've been seeing. The McLarens, I don't know if they had poor fuel mileage on one stop, Lewis, or it's all the stops and they're kind of just, at this rate where they have to pit 1 lap earlier than everybody else. They're kind of just limping it around to get that extra lap. But man, look at them over on the right-hand side of the screen. This is the longest, slowest, hardest pit road to go down. It's the most aggravating ever.
Yeah, exactly, and it does actually come with one slight problem, which is slightly counterintuitive. Thankfully, all these drivers will be well aware of it, which is one thing that you should never ever, if you're new to sim racing and new to driving, one thing to never ever do coming through the pit lane at Spa: clutch in to try and save that extra little bit of fuel for some reason in pit lane. Don't do it, because the speed limiter that you have, it's only active when you're effectively in gear and on throttle, to agree. If you're in neutral, then there is no limiter active. It's the engine that limits you in the pit lane, and so if you have that in neutral, you're going to speed in pit lane. I distinctly remember when this circuit was new laser scanned on obviously we ran this layout circuit, and I'm pretty sure, I think 4 drivers sped in pit lane. One of them was going almost 80 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, which I thought was very impressive.
Yeah, well, again, it limits you based on your rhythms, right? Revolutions per minute of the engine. So as soon as you engage the clutch, now there's nothing talking between the engine to the rear wheels, or the drive wheels, at least in most scenarios. It's the rear axle. But you push the clutch in, and half the pit lane, dare I say most of it, is downhill in one way or another. So if you start clutching at one part of pit lane and don't stop clutching until you get to your pit box, I can see you doing about 80 kilometers an hour. That kind of checks out, and that's a hefty speeding fine to have to pay when you stop at your box.
Yeah, do you think that will hold up in court? Oh, sorry, I didn't realise how a pit limiter worked.
Not a chance.
I don't think if I told the officer that was why I was going 80 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, I don't think that would hold up. But I obviously never ever go 80 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, because I'm a good boy. or something. I don't know. A lot of the top runners are also into pit lane as well, so obviously the expectations of the order might be thrown around a little bit. Very curious as to where the ITB car, Kamil Pawlowski, obviously taking over from that excellent stint from Jakob Osterman, running in 12th position, but we'll see how close he will be to our race leaders in Williams Esports once the rest of the contingent have come down pit lane and completed their stop.
Yeah, we still look at Hansen here, 71 silver. Now going to look at Pawlowski in the 7. Again, last spot on the podium as they run, but again, lots of drivers still have to make their pit stop here. And again, I think they're running out of time. Sorry?
Not the two ahead of him. Tauscher and Van der Velde both have made their stops.
Yeah, very true.
So what that means is that the ITB car has lost a position in the pit lane, of course. They did such a good job to close that gap down to, obviously it was Dominic Blyer behind the wheel of Williams Esports, got that gap all the way down to around 2 seconds before the pit stops, but obviously had to stick a little bit more fuel in. Had been burning quite a lot over their 65-minute stint as we hit the reset on that one. So go for another 65 minutes, so they'll be stopping with 16 hours, roughly 20 minutes left to go in the race. Keep your eye on that timer. To be fair, if they keep the pace up as to what Jakob Osterman will be was pumping out, it wouldn't be too long before they can maybe sneak their way past Mitchy Tauscher again.
Yeah, very true. They're good catch there, Lewis. I was looking at my pitwall.live timing, and for whatever reason, it didn't update on the screen. So on my screen, Blyer was still in the car, and I was like, oh, it couldn't be made a pit stop if he's still in the car. But yeah, so again, the top 6 or 7 cars now have made their pit stops as they run.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, I think pretty much everyone is. They're just filtering through the pit lane now. Those drivers, it'll update once they've come round to at least the first sector split, and even after then. So we'll give you the full update as to the standings. As we'll see a move here, the 2-2-3 getting to the outside and sneaking their way past the Lamborghini of Gorka. So moving up a position in the silver category. Of course, that is inside the top 5 now. Within the silver, effectively the amateur category. Do remember with the 2 categories that we've got here, if you've only just joined us for SRO Esports Intercontinental GT action, there are 2 categories in action. You've got the pro and the silver, and whilst they are in the same race as each other, they can't take points off of each other. Their points are only relevant to their own respective championships. There is no overall championship, there is just pro and silver.
Yeah, great point, because, you know, and to be honest, I think a lot of people talk about this is why, if you're in a silver category, would you go up there and fight with the drivers in the pro, and vice versa? You know, why are you kind of mixing up with drivers that aren't your same class? They're only kind of hurting them. There's still a race going on. You have to drive your car to the best of your ability. If that means passing somebody that's in front of you, by all means, go up there and pass them. It's a motor car race. You're going motor racing. That's just how it is. You still see Sherritt now. He's at the front of this long train, 4-car train here. Lambo, then McLaren, Lambo. So that's just how it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I say one thing that we've not actually seen for a little while, at least not in our 47 minutes being in the comedy booth. We've not seen any real interventions from race control, which I think is pretty handy. If anyone did join us for the Suzuka race, we saw plenty of interventions from race control, including multiple teams that got more than 3 incidents. If you get 3 incidents or 3 license points, then you receive a harsher penalty, a drive-through, and then it'll be a stop-and-go penalty, and then it's a DQ. We actually saw one team get 5 instant points, and then they were DQ'd from the race, got themselves a lovely disqualification to open up the season. We've not seen too much of it. We've seen a few teams that have got quite close up the sharp end of things, but realistically speaking, things have been relatively more relaxed, at least from race control's point of view. Just to give you a bit of an update as well from this as well. As much as we were talking about the 7 closing in, and obviously how ITB has been closing into the race leaders of Williams Esports, and of course they lost out the time in the pit stops, kind of then went a little bit under the radar that Mitchy Tauscher and of course the MSI Esports team, they've actually closed the gap down quite a lot themselves to Williams Esports.
Yeah, down to just at 3.1 seconds there between the two Mercedes, the 5 and the 86. Much closer now than compared to before. We've continued to talk about it, though. The ITB Racing machine, this mostly red McLaren now in the 3rd position, and number 7 machine. Just kind of riding around here, still in the podium, but really just lost out on a considerable amount of time through that pit stop sequence, but not necessarily out of things. They're just a second behind second place there, Tauscher and the 86, and they're only about 4.3 seconds or so behind Van der Velde. So still in it in overall terms of things.
Yeah, indeed. And to be fair, again, I don't think they'll be particularly shocked by that, will ITB, and they've got the pace in hand. The McLaren's pretty quick round here, at least when it comes to race stints. So should be able to close that gap back down again, and we could well be seeing a 3-way fight for the race lead by the time we complete 1/3 of the running here in the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa. Look at the battle for 5th position though. Samira Brahimi and Jonathan Riley, 2 Ferraris, one of them being Randwelton Run, the other one being Scuderia Ferrari branded, battling for 5th position. They're now 6 seconds behind David Tinitza, who has stayed behind the wheel of that Lamborghini, interestingly enough.
Well, I mean, interestingly enough, but I think it's just some of these drivers, different times of the world, right? Depending on where you are, maybe now's this time you start double stinting to give your teammates more of an opportunity to rest. And sometimes you just feel fresher than others when it comes time to get out of the car. There's been a couple times where, I'll stop for a pit stop and, all right, you get ready to get out of the car? I can get in if you want. You're like, you know what? I'm actually feeling good right now. I'll stay in the car. I kind of like how everything is handling. I'm in the zone. I'm good to stay in for another hour, and everything kind of just gels at that point. You're just in the zone. So it could be one of those two. Hard to say.
Yeah, also, Tinitza is the strongest driver in the Lamborghini Esports team, of course. He's the one that you would expect to do most of the work in that squad, to be perfectly honest. Of course, he's the 2019 F1 Esports World Champion. Rather frustrating, that's probably not the right place to do it. He's the only F1 Esports World Champion that doesn't follow me on Twitter. Like, that's annoying. You know what I mean? He doesn't even use Twitter. He still says he's a Ferrari driver, but that's fine. I'm not sorry.
I mean, to be fair, none follow me on Twitter. Not that I use my Twitter now. I guess we should call it X a lot. But the problem with calling it X is I don't know what you call a tweet. Is it an X? I don't. Oh, I guess it's true.
So
but
boring.
Yeah, I don't know. It was better when you had a word for it, a tweet. I liked it more. But speaking of spoiled for choice here, on the left, Tom Gorka. He's that middle there, that 44 Lamborghini. He's got the McLaren up in front of him. That Lamborghini just behind. Not battling for position, just a lap car. But you see the Mercedes there, just behind that second Lamborghini. That is that 777 car, just behind them. And on the right side, Jonathan Riley still trying to hunt down that car, the other Ferrari up there. Both those fighting for the top 5. And that blue Ferrari, let's not forget too, a little bit skatey. And before that last pit stop, so kind of wondering if they might have. Nice battle here before they go on the chicane.
Yeah, there goes Gorka getting down the inside of Sherratt, maybe making the move, maybe completing the move on Sherratt. Lovely move. Don't know if there's any relation between them and Jordan Sherratt, but either way, it is a name. That's fine. Great move though, coming in from Gorka. I am wisely informed there is a relation between them, so that's fascinating. Obviously, Jordan Sherratt being a fantastic driver, both in sim and in real. So either way, getting one done on him there, because Tom Gorka said, I know you overtook me earlier on, I'm going to repay you the favour and try and check out the distance now.
Yeah, and then the worst part and all that for Sherratt was not only did he get past for position, but he also got passed by a lap car. So there's kind of some insurance factor before he can pass that Lamborghini he's fighting with. He has to pass another Lamborghini. Speaking of similar makes and models here, 2 Ferraris fighting over this top 5 position. I'm liking Riley here. He really looks well put together at this point. I don't know if Brahmi's saving or how much he's really just gelling with the car. Not that he's making mistakes. Mistakes aren't something you often see at this level of motorsports, but just not putting the laps together as well as Riley is right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, sometimes that can be the case. Some drivers do jump straight back in and get in the rhythm immediately. Other drivers, it can take them a couple of laps longer. to fully find their rhythm and get themselves right involved. And maybe that is the case for Samir Brahim. That doesn't really seem spot on though, because we've seen Brady put on some mega stints in SRO Esports over the last few years. At the moment though, he's staring at his mirrors, seeing Jonathan Riley closing in and knocking at the door. Bit of lap traffic as well. One of the Mustangs up ahead of them, which could be causing slight bits of frustration. There is Jonathan Riley with a absolutely 100% legit background. That is completely real, right?
Definitely. No green screen action there, and his hair does move like that. He's found a way to twitch it just ever so slightly like that. Definitely not a fan at play to keep him cool whatsoever. I have to wonder if this lap traffic is what's got Brahim kind of held up here just a little bit. He caught him at a decent pace, but it seems like as soon as he's now gotten up to the back of him, there's kind of just, we like to talk about that invisible wall, of air, and not a ton of dirty air in these GT3 cars, but just enough to kind of upset you a little bit. And again, we talk about Spa. It's hard to make a pass sometimes when cars are, again, so comparable in terms of lap time. You can be fast enough to catch a guy, but you're not faster enough to pass him, and it's really just about making that move. You saw Brahim kind of flashing his lights before they went down the backstretch, especially into Brussels, trying to get that Mustang to move over and out of the way. But right now, that blue oval is more than happy to kind of hold form and stay where he's at.
Well, I mean, I've got to say, they are embroiled in their own fight, of course. It'll be Gope out behind the wheel of the Mustang there, trying to keep up. I believe that isn't actually full position with him directly ahead. It'll be Gerhardt, I believe, who's behind the wheel of the car directly ahead of them. That is actually a genuine fight for position. That's why they kind of don't really want to jump out of the way right now. So it's kind of like, it's one of those ones where you're fighting for a position far higher on the grid, and yes, there are blue flags. The blue flags don't necessarily mean that you have to get out of the way. They're there to tell you not to fight, and not fighting and getting out of the way are two very different things.
Exactly. It's kind of one way you stand off to the side, you move out of the way for him. You say, oh, let me open the door for you. Whereas one of them is you walk through the door and maybe you just swing it open far enough so the guy behind you can get in. You're not being nice, but you're not being rude and completely just dissing him in that regard. And you are correct. That is Gope and Gerhardt there. Gerhardt in the Porsche just up ahead. So two battles out on track. Both... I'm not going to say one is more important than the other, but I feel like both battles think this one's a little bit more important. I'm kind of surprised, though, you wouldn't just be the first one to get out of the way. Maybe blink and then tuck back in behind Riley. When he makes a move, follow him through just like that. So kind of like that move there. But we'll see if he can complete the second half of that, or he's kind of just stuck where he was before, just continuing to have to follow that Porsche.
Yeah, just thinking that now was the time to bail and jump out of the way for the ST Racing Esports squad. Of course, Gerhardt just up ahead in that Porsche might well do something very similar in the very near future, but it's one of the LFM cars. I mean, look, you've got to say there, this is a harsh opinion, but there is this whole thing of realistically, the higher you are on the tower, the more important your battle is, whether that's from a broadcast perspective or a rules perspective or whatever. Like, that is the case. That doesn't mean, though, that they are entitled to the freebie, so to speak, because there was quite a mistake there coming in from the Mustang. There's a difference between importance and what you're deserved, what you're expected to do, and so it's like, again, it's all a very slippery slope. But at the moment, they finally worked their way through. Brahim and Riley have worked their way past the back markers, who hopefully will continue on their excellent fight, because it was looking pretty tasty. And let's be honest, who doesn't love a little bit of the Mustang? We've got to give it some love, constant.
Yeah, it's a new car. Not the biggest fan myself. Personally, I've kind of got some skin in that game, but we're not going to talk more about that. I will say, though, I'm curious to see how much this battle heats up now that the two have kind of gotten sorted out, per se, between those two Ferraris there battling for that 5th place position. But, man, speaking of train of cars here, got a Mercedes behind an Aston, then a BMW, and I think, yeah, that last car in the train, not for position, just kind of vibing, if you will.
Yeah, certainly. So this is all the fight for 7th position in the, or 6th position rather, in the silver category. You've got Letao, you've got Rek, you've got Alessandro Ottaviani as well, who is a driver I've commentated on an awful lot. Of course, I don't know whether he's still associated with Veloce. Is Alessandro Ottaviani? Certainly he's done things like WTCR Esports and stuff for Veloce. He used to race for virtual drivers by TX3 all over the place in sim racing. Has done things like Le Mans Virtual and the like. Alessandro Ottaviani is a driver who has probably raced in more bigger races than most people in the world of sim racing. I don't want to sound really harsh actually now that I say this. He's rarely towards the absolute front, but always has an awful lot of speed. Normally a lot of these large events, they are team events, and normally he's not in the strongest of teams for them. He's kind of like coming in as, in a sense, a pro driver, I guess, but either way, I don't know how equipped he is to tackle ACC. We've seen him a few times in this, but it is always good to see as Valentin Gopelt trying once again to get past this Porsche of Gerhardt.
Yeah, he had a really big wiggle there, just coming through Blanchemont. That was fast. I don't know. He's got a lot of speed in that car, but I think it's just really not cooperating with him at this point for that ST Racing Esports Gopelt, though. Looking strong, just a little bit of a slip up, but not really having to pay the penalty. There's more than enough room at that point of the track to go ahead and gather the car back up. Did a great job to say that thing, keep it in one pace, continues to have himself in the race, still trying to have a shot at this 32nd position here from the Porsche of Gerhardt, so he's still in it.
I did mention earlier on that I thought that might have been the LFM car, but obviously that is completely wrong. It's the absolute ResTech by Asilith car, because the LFMs, aren't they both? I think they're both in Mustangs. There aren't many Porsches though. It's one thing that both myself and Luke Crane noted the previous round of the championship is there really is not many Porsches. In fact, the only 2 Porsches in the entire field belong to the absolute ResTech by Asilith team. So they're the ones repping the brand from Stuttgart, but it's not really been the choice car at the moment in SRO Esports. It could still be a solid one, but we'll never know.
Yeah, well, it's hard to tell, and some of that is just something new comes onto the scene, right? And as soon as that happens, you kind of want to gravitate to that. It's kind of that new toy that you want to go and play with, and it was always something you struggle with as a kid, right? You have old, reliable, and it's nice, you like to play with it, but then you got a shiny new toy over there in the corner. That one looks really awesome. You say, everybody says, I want to play with that toy. I want that one instead of this old, it's got kind of dusty, kind of banged up. I don't know if I want that old one. I want that brand spanking new one. So that's what a lot of teams are doing, and you can't fault them, and it kind of just is a way to spice things up too. Pick a different car. Maybe you like this one more. So I can't blame them either way, but sometimes it's a comfort thing too.
Yeah, I think a few teams that maybe would have taken the Porsche have taken the Mustang, as we're going to see a battle between those two head their way back down into the bus stop chicane. Once again, Gerhardt feeling the pressure from Gopelt. Obviously, they're looking for a move. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right, of course, you've got that battle for 5th position between the 2 Ferraris. Of course, I'm sure against the whole thing with GT3s chopping and changing constantly, I'm sure a lot of drivers would have jumped from whatever car they were into the 296, obviously, before, and yeah, that's just how it goes, isn't it? Everyone's always jumping into the latest machinery. GT3's been around for quite a while now. There's a fair amount of history within the category, so you can even jump back and find some of those old cars. And maybe you've even got a crazy opinion that you like the BMW Z4 more than any other GT3, apparently. That is Ewan O'Leary's opinion, as here comes the Mustang sweeping its way through, and also the side-by-side for 5th.
Yeah, look at that, extremely close racing there. Looks like Riley's still going to have to settle right now for the 6th position, but man, that was close side-by-side action. How many times have we seen that today? Now they're going to go through that long right-hander here. Brussels, not really an opportunity for an overtake unless the driver ahead makes some sort of mistake. How about that move, though, by Gopelt? That was just one sweeping, just cleared himself before they even had to brake, and I think some of that was Gerhardt maybe lifting a little bit just to help complete the pass, tuck back in line. Still 17 hours to go. You do not need to be fighting for every position tooth and nail at this point in the race.
Yeah, that was the lift that Samira Brahimi didn't want to give to allow Jonathan Riley to sweep his way through. So the Remvelton car is going to hang on to that 5th position as the battle between the two Ferraris carries on. I will just update you a little bit on our race leaders. Mitch Tauscher is closing in on the rear end of Tinko van der Velde at a tiny pace. Over the last, let's say, 20 minutes, it's come down by maybe a tenth or two. That is not particularly fast. I would expect if it is going to change, it'll be more dramatically towards the end of the stint rather than right now. And even then, probably even in the pit stops, the MSI Esports car were really quick in the pit lane last time. Maybe they didn't have to take quite as much fuel as those around them or something in that vein. No idea. But either way, they had a quicker pit stop. That's the more important bit to note from that one. Kamil Pawlowski just dropping off the rear end a little bit of that MSI Esports car. At the moment, over the last few laps, it's gone for about 1.3 seconds back out to 2 seconds as we return to the fight for 7th in the silver category because Letao, see again, it's 8th. Never trust the commentator's maths. Letao is able to keep wreck, and Ottaviani is dropping off the rear end here a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the struggle is at this point, and not to be offensive when I say that in terms of what the struggle is, but look at I don't know if maybe the car is just set up for not this point, but man, Leoto through that chicane there, very, very kind of spaced out there, especially for that right-hander. I don't know if he might be struggling for grip as well, but I tell you what, Rec is certainly on something right now. Going to have a big draft here down the Kemmel Straight. I don't think he's close enough to make a lunge up the inside, but he's getting to the point where you can strongly start considering what your options are, kind of sizing up the competition at this point in this battle here between the two of them.
Taking a lot of the curb on the exit of Malmedy then as we start our descent into Rivage or Bruxelles, as you quite rightly say. Again, this is one of the things with Spa is all of the corner names. They're different depending on which track map you're looking at. It has been the bane of my existence for a long time commentating around here, and it's fine, each their own. If you're going to add corner names and stuff, you can't change
consistency, right?
Yeah, but let's be honest, there is no consistency because so take for example Malmedy. It's not on every track map, so some people classify it as the end of Les Comps. And that is correct, because it is the end of Les Comps, but it's also correct that it's Malmedy. It's the same as the corner after it. It is correct that it's Rivage. It is also correct that it is Bruxelles. That's annoying. That's the worst.
Yeah, it really makes you feel like you're uneducated, or it kind of gets into a judgy where, I call it Rivage, I call it Brussels. I don't know. I just wish, again, like you said, some consistency is all I ask for. Maybe they should just come out and say this is the actual name and the other name bad, but I don't know. To each their own, I guess.
I think it is more likely that the Nürburgring will come out and give an official number for the amount of corners of the Nordschleife. That's more likely than Spa committing either way to corner names when it comes to circuit likelihood, i.e. neither of them is going to happen. And I joke and jest because there is the thing is even on the Nürburgring they're like, well, there's sort of like 170 odd corners, and you're like, but how many are there really? They're like, all right. Depends what you define a corner. It's like, right. Brilliant. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, back on board here with Rec, 23rd place overall. This is for, I think we said this was 8th position in silver, considerably closer this time, just by a foot or two. But again, the closer you get, the better off the slipstream is. I think he's thinking about it. No, thought better of it. I like that. Just being patient. 17 hours left in this race. You don't need a position right now. Still got a long ways to race, but you can see, size up that competition. I think next lap, if we go to that the same kind of view with the same part of the track, I think he's going to try to take that spot there off the Kemmel Straight into Les Comps.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's about making the move in the right position. It's not just about whether there is a position up for grabs. It's about making it in the right place, because around here that does make a fairly significant difference. If you make a move too early, you can just get repassed immediately, or if you even make a move anyway, you might get repassed immediately. That's what the slipstream's like around Spa. Ryan Gill, our broadcast strength, the one who's in control of the cameras right now, has poised a question, I think, just to irritate me. It is a great question, though, about what is your opinion on some tracks classing 3 corners as 1 or calling corners 10A and 10B? Now, that, in my opinion, is a crime because 10A and 10B, and like you're kind of classifying them as 2 different corners, but they're the same corner. A and B, nah. Then some people, like sometimes with the chicane, it's like, do you count it as is this 2 separate corners? It is 2 separate corners, but you know, is it 2 separate corners? Yeah, do you classify that as turn 20 and 21, or as it would be in some places in America, like Road Atlanta, 20A and 20B? So now we're going.
It's even
on
a C sometimes.
I think Road Atlanta genuinely is in one of my top 5 tracks on planet Earth. But the one thing I cannot forgive it is how it counts its corners, which I think is disgusting.
I would say it's probably my absolute favorite track to race on in the sim, but yeah, how they count the corners, I completely they ought to be ashamed of themselves. But I tell you what we haven't talked about, though. How do you guys feel about ovals? You got 2 turns, 2 corners it looks like, but there's 4 turns. I've never understood that 2 by 2 here. Looking at it, hard to say. This is a tight one. Look at that, almost elbows out in that regard. I think Riley's going to have to just slot back in line there, but boy, that was close. That was something.
Still cannot complete the move on Samir Abrami as once again he looks to the inside, coming down into Rivage, and not quite completing that move, but alas, having a settle with Samir Abrami ahead. I mean, to be fair, again, the thing with ovals, you don't count the tri-oval, but you know, it's 1 and 2 and then 3 and 4, but then you go through these 2 corners and they don't exist. And this comes from someone who likes over racing. I've always enjoyed a little bit of NASCAR. I've always enjoyed a little bit of IndyCar, whether it is watching it, taking part, or whatever. But I just don't understand. And it's where if you're ever at a point where you're designing a circuit, ignore that, I'm just throwing my phone straight over the bin, is if you're going to commit to building a track, whether either it's a fictional one in sim racing or whatever, skip corner numbers. Don't do it. Just don't do it yourself. You're going to cause yourself more problems. Just give names, because then you don't have to worry about it.
Well, until somebody on the internet goes, well, I'm going to publish a track map, and what are the corner numbers? I'll put my own on there. So I don't know if you want to be the person that gets them assigned to your track, or you just tell people, the track is my baby, I'm doing that. Because consider, you talk about a tri-oval. What about a quad oval? Like Charlotte or Atlanta or Texas, is that 6 turns? Is that only 4? I don't know.
Yeah, it's all very uncomfortable, but that's fine. That is fine. Each to their own. That's what, again, to be fair, corner numbers around here, what's turn 7 here? No one knows without looking. Whereas if I go, what's no name? Everyone instantly, you know. What's pure? You know. It could, because there aren't corner numbers around here. You don't really know. Drivers will most likely know, because they're more aware as to where marshal posts are and stuff, because it's more clear communication between themselves and race control and stuff. As here comes the move once again from Jonathan Riley. We'll talk over this and then we'll go into the discussion.
I think he's got him now.
Done, surely, indeed. Samir Abrami has to settle with a little bit of a snap on the rear end of that Rem Velton car. Now it is Jonathan Riley through.
Yeah, excellent pass there by Riley. You could just tell the body language, and that his car was a little bit more ahead there on the right side. You could just tell he was going to clear himself. Just a little bit slidey there out of Abrami, but I can't complain. That was some awesome racing. I'm interested to see what kind of gap Riley can build on Abrami now that he's through.
Yeah, exactly. You would assume the Scuderia Ferrari eSports car is a little bit faster at the moment, based on how things have been looking over the last few laps. So things could be shaping up in favour of the 51 as we look back to this battle between the 276 and the 71. Don't count out Alessandro Ottaviani in the 21 just yet. Not too far off the rear end of that battle. You say Road Atlanta is like one of your favourite tracks to race. Does that mean, is it your favourite track on the planet? If not, what is? I'm curious. Always like this conversation.
It's probably my favorite track on the planet. I just love the S's up through, and then the back chicane before that fast right-hander at the start-finish line. I'd probably say that's my favorite. What's yours?
Whoa, that is an interesting conversation.
I'll take a podium.
Cardinale is going to try and battle his way with Perez as they head their way down the hill. Perez has gone out wide, and here comes Cardinale down the inside, close to an overlap coming down into Rivage, but it will be the number 11 car just about hanging on, a little bit of contact between the pair of them, and it sends the Ferrari out slightly wide, but the inside line though down into no-name speakers, X, whatever you want to call it. It should be the Ferrari to hang on. My number 1 track on the planet is Bathurst.
I respect that.
Yeah.
That's definitely in my top 5.
Yeah, honestly, I've been through my top 5 on a few broadcasts, but I want to hear everyone else's top 5s. What are your top 5 racetracks on the planet? Drop it in the YouTube chat. I find it a fascinating conversation. Mostly because you can tell when people have started watching motorsport, because a lot of them become F1 circuits. And you're like, ooh, why? Ugh.
Yep. I will say that side-by-side battle, Kyalami out of Ryan, love Kyalami. That is such a phenomenal racetrack.
Great.
I was just going to say, the battle between Cardinale and Perez, I almost felt like Cardinale was a little bit too nice, because I felt like he lifted a little bit early into that right-hander there for Brussels or Rivage. But I tell you what, he's hungry. He wants his position back. He's fighting for it like it's the last hour of the race here, and I am here for it.
Anthony Neatspon with Watkins Glen is better than everything else. Go back to engineering that Ferrari, mate. Get back in there. Watkins Glen? Goodness me. Zolder? Oh my goodness. Well, let's focus on this racing, because I'm being taken by storm in this chat. This is crazy, Steve. I've never seen it so wild as Cardinale's got to the inside of Perez as they drag their way down the hill. We're surely not going to see some side-by-side Dwayne Rouge and Radion, are we? We've got the Veloce car, I believe it is, closing in on the rear end of this. Not sure which one it is of them closing in, but either way, it's looking for a potential way past the visit. Further up the order, and I think that is going to be a slower run coming in from Perez.
Yeah, just a little bit of a lift there. We'll see what it's going. You can't run side by side. Surely one of them's going to have to lift. I don't think they can go through here side by side. Yeah, like that move by Cardinale. Hey, he was ahead. I think Perez. It ball's pretty much in his court at that point. You're going to have to lift.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Yeah, there comes a point where if you're side by side coming down the hill, whoever's on the inside or has the car ahead, you've kind of got to let them go into the corner. You can go side by side to a Rouge and Radion. I've seen it a fair few times. It's just, it's never.
You're probably going to wreck.
When there's a crash, you're both sat there being like, well, that was stupid, wasn't it? Whereas when there's not a crash, you're like, wow, we're the greatest drivers on planet Earth or whatever. So it is what it is. Monza, Spa, Red Bull Ring, Nordschleife and Monaco. I will say 2 of those circuits are in my top 5.
Yeah, Monaco's probably in my top 10. Love Red Bull Ring. That's probably 5 or 6 for me. I do really like Watkins Glen. I will say, though, I like the Cup car layout. Maybe I'm not a big boot guy. I suck in the boots, so naturally I just go to whatever NASCAR races on in that regard.
I agree. It is always personal preferences. Pagenaud's also got a drive-through penalty in the Mustang a little bit further down. My top 5. I've been criticising others, so I'm going to say mine. It is Bathurst is number 1. Nordschleife is number 2. Okay, fair enough. Number 3 is the Snaefell Mountain Circuit, so it's the Isle of Man TT. Number 4 is Red Atlanta, and number 5 is Monaco. And I will defend Monaco, right? Is it a good race? No, it never is. It's always boring, blah, 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 blah. There is the update as to why the 104 got the drive-through penalty. It's for exceeding 3 license points in one race. So they're the next team to have done that. Basically, when you have an incident, you get a license point for said incident if you're at fault. If you get 3 of them, you get a drive-through. If you get 4 of them, you get a time penalty or a stop-and-go penalty. If you get 5, then you're clearly not learning and you get a DQ. But Monaco gives something which no other circuit can give. Qualifying to the Saturday at Monaco, I promise you, the best lap that you will ever see, like of the year, The greatest lap that you'll see all year is almost always in Monaco qualifying. It almost always is, because it's just that getting close to the barrier. It is relatable as a street circuit because you yourself have driven around roads that are fairly narrow, obviously not at those speeds or anywhere near them, I hope anyway. But you've also got that kind of relation to proper street circuit. Whereas something like, let's say, Singapore, sure, it is streets, but because they're so wide and open, it's not what I would classify as a traditional street circuit.
Well, I don't know. I have to disagree with that last one. I mean, Baku is one of those where it's a lot more wide open, but it is still a street circuit just because the 90-degree corners, you just have a city and you make it into it. Monaco was built at such a time where everything was a little bit more narrow. You even see that I live in Michigan, right, where Detroit is, even Royal Oak sometimes, very narrow streets because horse and buggies, just the roads didn't have to be wide back then. As time has progressed, the cars got bigger, the roads have got bigger, cities are just bigger now. But I will say the best lap you're going to see all year, it's got to be Monaco. Every year, with the exception of Lewis Hamilton, I think 2019 or 2018 in Singapore, that was just a perfect lap. So
even Max Verstappen 21, Saudi Arabia, which was one corner away from being one of the best laps I've ever seen.
Yes, yeah. One corner or one wheel.
Yeah, right. But honestly, like most of the time, it's that lap time at Monaco. I still remember seeing the onboard lap from Daniel Ricciardo in 2016 when they first reprofiled the chicane. Like very few laps were beaten. 2017 Bathurst, Scott McLaughlin's lap. Of course, Mount Panorama, obviously in Super Pole qualifying, to grab the pole position in fantastic fashion. That was one that I would say was a better lap than we'd seen anywhere else in motorsport. But like I say, they're very rare, and normally, like your Monaco laps, up there because that is the circuit. That's what makes it exciting. Someone's chucked Thruxton into the mix. I live 20 minutes away from Thruxton, so I'm not going to back that.
Paul Ricard, I'm not going to say you have a bad opinion, but it's a parking lot, no offense.
Do you know, this is, I think, so me and Darren McCormack have had a few conversations. Obviously, we've known each other for a little while now. He's an excellent racing driver here in the world of sim racing, arguably one of the best and one of the fastest in ACC. One opinion that we do not share equally is Paul Ricard, because I can't stand it. He's like, no, it's a great track. It's great. And it is because, at least here on ACC, the racing is genuinely quite good around there. It is a boring track. It is not fun, in my opinion, to drive at all. But racing-wise, I mean, you get some thrilling battles that just last hours. I remember seeing a 1 hour long battle between Darren McCormack and Niels Niox in GT4s around there.
Yeah, well, I rank mine based on how it feels, how fun it is to drive around a lap. Like Road Atlanta, my favorite track, but it's almost impossible to pass there. It's really hard. Even lap traffic is difficult, but one of the most fun circuits to drive on. Paul Ricard, not fun to lap by yourself, but phenomenal racing. So I guess it's not my top 5, but I feel like overall it's more of a 5th to 10th for racing, but for racing on by yourself, driving it, not even close.
What's your opinion then on, and this might be a controversial for people, Circuit de la Sarthe? What about Le Mans? How do you feel about that?
There's enough elevation changes through the back half of the track that I like it. It's a more fun track, but I feel like it's, I don't know, there's the history part of it too. Whereas Paul Ricard's kind of newer when they just redid it, but Le Mans is outside my top 10 for sure. Just because it's so much, I can be way faster than the guy behind me, but if he can just stick on in the draft, he just sticks with me, and it annoys me.
I am going to commit here and take a very deep breath, potentially ending my career as a commentator, and give my opinion on Le Mans on this broadcast. I think as an event, it is the 24-hour is arguably the greatest event in the world of motorsport. Maybe I kind of want to lean a little bit more to the 500, but Le Mans definitely up there. There's all the history, etc., etc. As a circuit, hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's one of the most overrated circuits on the planet. I think Indianapolis, an absolutely incredible corner. The Porsche curves are excellent, and that's about it. Tetrousse is quite good, but it's a bit awkward, but I actually quite like it. The rest of it is just straight chicane, straight corner, straight, and that's about it. The Porsche cars are excellent, Indianapolis is excellent, Tetrousse is cool. That's like it's a little bit boring to drive. Sorry.
Yeah, race control, two different things. Not to interrupt there, but a pit lane infringement, not very often. Man, the race control has spurts of time where they are extremely busy. Case in point, in the beginning of this race, and then I feel like since we've gotten in the booth here, Lewis, they've been pretty silent. But I will agree with that. I mean, you have a lot of breathing room, and some circuits it's nice, some circuits it's bad, but they have like 3 or 4 different areas where you have time to catch a breather. I'm not sure if I could back that.
Yeah, I mean, like obviously again, it is a 24-hour race that I will almost always pay very close attention to when it's happening in real life, and it's obviously a bucket list race for a lot of people and blah blah blah. But the actual circuit itself, I mean, the event itself surpasses how the track is by a long way. You're going for the event, not for the track. Whereas Spa sometimes something like this, you're going for the track as well as the event. You're like, they're kind of like 50-50. Whereas like Le Mans, you're going for the event, not necessarily the circuit. But anyway, move on from my point, because we're looking at the battle for the race even silver. We need to waffle slightly less and focus on and by we I mean me, slightly less and focus on the race, because we do have a battle for the silver lead.
Yeah, you got Alessandra right behind in the 17. He's still trying to, I mean, very, very close battle. Of course, we're looking over the rear spoiler here, the wing, I should say, of the 201 car, currently leader in this silver category. These two have just really gapped themselves from the rest of the field by about 8 seconds or so, maybe closer to 9 or 10 even. They've been doing a phenomenal job, but I mean, look at how close they're getting to it. Again, this is not a ton of dirty air, but this is the point where you can start to feel a little bit of that downforce is going away, and that's, you can just barely start to tell. Go a little bit wide, swinging out these corners. That's why, just not all that grip in the world that you're maybe used to when you're maybe a couple tenths of a second even further back. I don't think we're going to see a move this time by into the chicane. I don't think they're close enough to get a good run through Manchemont here, but I tell you, down the Kemmel Straight into Le Combe, I think we're going to see something. That's how close this battle is.
Yeah, surely. I mean, Catania is starting to feel the pressure, of course, in that in the Gladius competitions car, because let's be honest, the BF Racing Esports machine is certainly knocking at the door. Ferrari versus Aston Martin. And Aston Martin, which by the way I think has one of the best deliveries on the grid, and Luke Craver got this back into Suzuka. Absolutely love the Gladius Racing, the Gladius competition livery. I think it looks fantastic. But Alexandra Lee might say, well, it's time at the front of this field, at least for the time being, might be coming to a close. Is there going to be a move into Le Combe this time?
I think so. I think right now you see Alessandro just a little bit back, and he's going to try to get a good run here. You see a little bit of a wiggle there. I like that. Nice and tidy. You start to see him getting closer and closer. I think we might see it. He's going to have to get a lot of draft help, though, here. I don't know if they're really well far down. Just poking his nose out. Not even close enough. So, unfortunately, no action yet. I have to agree, though. Love that Aston Martin paint scheme. Something about, orange with a little bit of red and that purple on there just fades nicely. It's just one of those, if you need something you can always fall back on to make sure it looks good, that's one of them.
Any team, so I absolutely, generally speaking, I don't like using gradients on liveries, cars, graphics, whatever, because it's a hard thing to use well. Because actually getting the colours to kind of complement each other as you're going through the gradient, it's a lot harder than you think. You can't just go, oh yeah, those two colours, do that, it'll work. So when you actually see it done right, and in this case, done and separated as well, and the way it worked, honestly, chef's kiss. That is a nice livery. Also, it's asymmetrical, which I've always had a little bit of a soft spot for an asymmetrical livery, because again, you've got a little bit more that you can do that. I don't love it all the time, there's a time and a place for an asymmetrical livery, but if you can make it work, it does look pretty nice indeed. But at the moment, they don't care about their own livery right now. They care more about hanging on to the race lead and whether that Ferrari, that pesky Ferrari behind them, is actually going to go for a move.
Yeah, I will say, I think, just like I said, asymmetric paint scheme, don't always do it, but soft spot in my heart. The same with the gradient. I think the gradient here, I'm sure if you asked them, maybe the secret is it's blue fades to purple, fades to red, fades to orange, or a light orange, and I think that's how you work out. You can't just do two colors, because if you pick, say, red and green, you wind up with poop in the middle, and you can't have a poop streak going down the center of your car. You just don't do that. But man, look at how deep that Ferrari can go on the brakes, especially in these corners. I'm not sure if that's setup wise or that's maybe just Alessandra getting everything out of here, kind of Ricky Taylor style, being just deep on the brakes. But we'll see how he goes up into down the Kemmel Straight this time by. A little bit closer. I based on what happened last lap, I don't think he's close enough to make a move this lap either.
No, exactly. It seems that the Aston Martin, as soon as it comes through the Kemmel curve, it's just got enough to at least keep that Ferrari at bay. But is that going to be coming to a close fairly soon? No, not for now. But I will say, Lee's getting closer to making that move. It was closer that time than it was in the previous attempt, so maybe it's going to be getting closer and closer. And there will be an attempt on the next lap potentially for the race lead again in the silver category. As much as we've said before, if you are joining us for the first time here this evening, we're approaching 1/3 complete in this race. Of course, we're only about 40 minutes away from it. If you have got some swift maths, 8 hours is 1/3 of 24. Thank you. I'll see myself out. There are two different races effectively going on at the same time. We've got the Pro and the Silver. As much as they're all taking part in the same car on the same circuit right now, they're effectively in their own championships. A Pro cannot take points away from a Silver category driver. A Silver category driver can't take points away from a Pro. There is a Pro championship and a Silver championship. They have their own respective championship battles and thus races, but they obviously can affect their races directly because they are on the same track at the same time.
Yeah, less multi-class endurance racing in the sense that there's different classes of cars, more just different classes of drivers. We'll say where you have the pro and the am kind of that we like to call it. Going back to the track conversation, Brands Hatch, another great track. It's very fun to race on. I always like Brands Hatch, especially all the different layouts. They all have different parts of them that are nice to race on. You get a lot of nice tight racing around Brands Hatch. I'll tell you what though, this battle here on track for the lead in the silver category, I think what was helping Quintanilla so far before was he had that Mercedes that lap down Mercedes was in front of him, has since pulled over, and I think that's why we're continuing to see that Ferrari there of Alexandre get so much closer now going down the Kemmel Straight.
It does almost look as though Alexander Lee has a high-vis seatbelt. I will back up the Brands Hatch thing. I had the fortune last year of commentating not only on GB3 and GB4, obviously on the British GT weekend, but all the Ginetta stuff as well. Commentating on 15 of the 16 races that weekend. I had a great time. Just so much. You can get some really quality racing around Brands Hatch, despite it being so tight. The only problem with that weekend is it was absolutely disgustingly hot. I went to Donington Park a few weeks before that in August, and it was freezing. We had to leave early because it was absolutely it was Baltic and horrible. And then in September at Brands Hatch it was 32 degrees Celsius, absolutely roasting. It is a great track, honestly, superb. Can't wait to go back, and certainly one that could deliver some good racing. GT3 is maybe a little bit too big for a bit of Brands Hatch. That's the problem with somewhere like a Brands Hatch or an Alton Park potentially, which I'd even argue is maybe a bit more enjoyable to run, maybe a little bit better. Is you have to be careful with what kind of cars you take around there, because there is such a thing as too big, too fast.
Yeah, definitely. Couldn't agree more. But it's still a fun track. It's just things happen so much faster than they should because you're in a car that's too fast or too large. We say quote-unquote large for that circuit. Mr. Lee still not close enough to get it done, but still giving a lot of chase here to Quintanilla. We'll see if he can continue to do anything. He gets close, and he's close enough to make the pass. It's just not in the right parts of the circuit. I think this Aston just has a little bit too much leg, if you will, to go down the Kemmel Straight that I don't think the Ferrari in behind has.
Axel Sports then, Alessandro Ottaviani on the move, filling up the the mirrors of Wretch. Obviously, dropped a little bit far off this guy. I think it was 3 seconds behind the last time we checked in on Ottaviani. But it does seem as though the Italian driving for the Malaysian-based team is looking to make a move in the fairly near future as Ottaviani is knocking at the door. Look at the gap though between the tower. Now 7 seconds. That tells me that potentially Rex had a bit of a problem in the last few laps.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about just how surprising it was to see Ottaviani this deep in the field and not really making any headway. So this tells me either he wasn't really trying that hard, or the car has kind of just come into its own here. Maybe it's more of a long run setup and everybody else has a sort of a short run setup. So interesting to see at this point in the race that he's finally on the attack, but thankfully he is sort of back on the attack, trying to make some moves here, trying to hunt down this Mercedes for one more position, trying to get the 23rd spot there from Wreck.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, it's 23rd overall, but it's for a slightly higher position within category. I think it's 9th position in the silver category. But again, never trust the commentators' maths. You have to literally look at the tower and then count the positions all the way down. And then you'll know exactly what they're fighting for. But right now, Alessandro Ottaviani doesn't really care about that. He's just looking for the position. But when will it come? It's been a bit of a struggle for him to maybe make a move on that Mercedes. Same as what we're seeing in the towards the top of the silver category between Lee and Cantonea. But at the moment, there is no switch at the moment. It's very difficult to race at Spa.
Yeah, it's just really difficult too that, you know, Lee is really only faster in the parts of the track where you can't make a pass. So he's trying to have to deal with that right now. And I think part of it too, Cantonea's car has kind of fallen away a little bit as well. You saw him kind of get elbows out there as they were going through Le Combe, kind of forcing one another wide. You know, the more you do that with each other, the less patience you have for one another. So at some point, you just expect for one guy to just ship it up in there and try to clear himself and see if the move works, because he just gets so aggravated that you're being raced so hard. I mean, we say don't race the heck out of a guy, or don't try to force a pass because you have 16 hours left. But at the same token, you know, don't run a guy ragged to the edge of the racetrack and defend like your life depends on it because there's 16 hours left. So, you know, two sides of that coin, we'll say, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, if you're that car behind and you're kind of thinking about that move, if you're thinking about, you know, how much time's left to go in this race, to be fair, sometimes a lot of drivers, all they're really thinking about is how much time are they losing at the moment. You know, whilst they're sat behind, they're thinking, well, you know, if every lap I could be going a couple of tenths faster over a 16-hour period, that actually adds up to an awful lot of time. Or maybe there is an opportunity for a pass coming fairly soon, because in about 15 minutes' time, we'll be seeing all these drivers returning to pit lane and preparing themselves for the next venture in this race. Although, let's be honest, most of them will probably switch over drivers. I would suspect most will. That said, we are probably close to a fair amount of double stints. Obviously, Tanitsa is on a double stint at the moment in the Lamborghini Esports car, running in 4th position, but most others, I think, probably a little bit hesitant with doing double stints too early.
Yeah, well, and again, we talked about this a little bit before as well, but it depends what part of the world you're in. You know, for instance, if you're in the United States, I'm on the Eastern Standard Time zone. It's still light outside. It's only 5 o'clock. I am nowhere near getting ready to go to bed. If you want me to run 2 stints for you because you're tired, maybe my teammates over in Europe somewhere or Asia, by all means, I'll run 2 stints back to back for you so you can get some shut-eye. So it just kind of depends where everybody is located. But if you've got a bunch of guys, maybe you're in the UK, you're not tired yet, you want to stay up late, continue to single stint. And it also really depends too if you've got 3 or 4 drivers, you know, that extra drive time of either one guy for 1 hour or one guy for 2 hours to split that up. It's a big difference.
Well, I will say we do have a lot of people working behind the scenes when it comes to this. Dynamic photography, of course. That is Gary Paravani, someone who's sick of my voice, who was grabbing some photographs throughout the race. He's picked up a few from Golden Hour. He's decided to skip over Golden Hour and take a few into the night. I do love taking photographs at night time, and Gary Paravani picking up that. Excellent.
Yeah, he is just one of the best at going in. He gets excellent angles. I mean, look at that. It's just phenomenal. It's hard to believe that a racing simulator can look that good, and it really does take a truly good eye to capture all those great angles and photographs. And just there's things that go into photography that unless you know about it, unless you're an absolute just gold at the hobby, you're not going to get it. You're not going to pick it up. Anybody else who tries to take this picture, it's going to look worse every time.
Yeah, to be fair, I've dabbled in sim racing photography, and you touch them up. You can get a little bit, you can get really into the nitty gritty. I quite like taking photographs in ACC. There's a lot you can do with it actually. Despite looking good by default, that's the thing that separates a lot of the photographers. Taking a photograph in game, cool, but it's how you edit it afterwards and make it. Give the. It's not just about color correcting. It's not just about sticking it on Instagram and adding some of the filters and stuff. There's a lot more that you can do with it these days. A lot of tools that you can apply, whether you want to redo your own motion blur, color correction, various other bits. There's a lot you can do. Sometimes though, you can maybe do a little bit too much. But again, the first thing you got to do is pick the right angle. Lovely photograph from Gary, and I'm sure he'll be taking lots of them until 4 o'clock in the morning. Probably not. He needs his beauty sleep. He needs all the help he can get, to be fair. Bless him.
Calling him out.
Just casually calling out. To be fair, if he was on this broadcast, he'd be calling me out. But there's a reason we don't trust Gary Paravani with the commentary booth. So it's fine. He can sit there and take his photographs. Either way, we've got 6.5 hours left to go. About 10 minutes away from the pit stops. I know a few people are asking questions once more about as to whether we're going to get any rain. No. At least not as far as I can tell. We've not got any rain scheduled, at least for the near future, as here comes the move and the switch for the race lead in the silver category. That will be Alexandre Lee. So it must have been a poor exit from Cantonea, because Alexandre Lee's already swept his way through before they even got to Blanchimont.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what might have happened there behind the wheel. That Aston, it's hard to tell too. Maybe just a slip up or something goes on his computer. It's hard to tell. Maybe even a cat walked by his desk. Just a momentary lapse of concentration is all it takes. That's the difference of 1 or 2 tenths on the racetrack. So Alexander now through on to the silver category lead, and now Cantiana has to play the second fiddle right now. Has to see what it's like.
Yeah, again, very, very curious indeed. Back up to the top of the pro category, though. Tinko van der Velde and Williams Esports have pulled out second over the recent past, over this stint, over Michi Tauscher. It was just dipping below 3 seconds. It got to about 2.7, at least as close as I saw it. Tinko van der Velde has opened that one back out to 4 seconds at the moment as he tries to break Michi Tauscher just a little bit. But the important bit, though, is as we approach 1/3 complete in this race, the top 3 are separated by just over 6 seconds, which is wild.
Yeah, for as much as we were saying that 5 car was kind of looking, like it's licking its wounds a little bit at the end of the last run there, the last stint, we should say, before pit stops. As soon as that 5 car came back out off pit road and onto the racetrack, it's continued to pull away. It looked like there for a little bit it lost 2 tenths right to Tauscher. He had gained a little bit of time. I think that was just making up some lap traffic, or how much you really want to trust the tires, right? When you come off pit road to see when are they fully up to temp, or how does the car feel like at this time of night. So Tauscher did a little bit better job coming off pit road and being on it immediately. But boy, Tinko has just done a phenomenal job to continue to pull away. And how about Pavlovsky too? Is kind of staying with these guys, right? He's not completely out of touch. He's staying up there. He's still in that podium spot and not doing too bad himself.
And you got to say, with the McLaren as well, at least in the hands of Jakob Osterman in the previous stint, that McLaren got quite good as the stint went on. He was very strong, was closing down the lead quite a bit to Dominic Bly, who was behind the wheel of Williams Esports. So maybe the expectation is the McLaren does quite well towards the end of a stint and is able to close down on those Mercedes, and maybe that grouping will close back up. Again, do remember as well the previous pit stop, the 86 had a faster pit stop than both the 5 and the 7.
Yeah, I will say though, in that last run, I mean, the McLaren and the 86 were running down the 5. Jakob did a great job at the second part of that stint, right? The last maybe 20 minutes, maybe the last third, he was running down the leader with the 86. So they were both running down the 5 car towards the end of that stint, and you know, Pavlovsky's doing that this run as well in this stint, but not quite to the same degree where they're just eating up, you know, a tenth or two every single lap. If anything, kind of commentators cursed him, and he's lost about 0.3 of a second in the last lap and a half or so.
Oh, Austin. There's no such thing as the commentator's curse. Don't be one of them. There's only bad luck and bad driving. And that might have been slightly more on the bad drivers, I think. I think what it really is the top 3 are basically running on identical pace. When we get to the end of this stint, I guarantee if you look at them, their average lap times will be almost the same, because the gaps really haven't changed in the last 55 minutes or so between the top 3. They've kind of remained about that 4 seconds between first and second. Again, it's grown a little bit in favour of Williams Esports, but realistically speaking, in the grand scheme of things, if you look at things as an overall picture, something changing by a second or so over an hour, it's really not much.
No, and I will say too, Pavlovsky did put down the fastest lap of any driver in the top 10 or so. He put down a 2:16.4, and this is just looking at pitwall.live. So again, there's a link up there in the YouTube chat if you want to look at all this stuff. It's free to look at a lot of the stuff that you can look at with the timing. If you want to upgrade some of that stuff, it's free as well. I'm just using pitwall.live to tell myself all these different timing and scoring and stuff. And like you mentioned there, Lewis, 2:16.7 for the leader, 2:16.6 for Tauscher, and then Pavlovsky, like I mentioned, a 2:16.4. So fastest driver up there in the top 10 is that McLaren, that number 7 machine. And look at this, as we started to talk about the lap times, all these guys are putting down. Van der Velde gets kind of caught up, we'll say, with some of this last lap traffic.
Yeah, and it could cost him a fair amount of time here, which could be a couple of problems for Tinko van der Velde. We'll keep our eye on the gaps, because this could be a frustrating moment. Van der Velde will commit to a move to the inside to try and work his way past the R8. Next up will be the McLaren of Sherritt, of course the one that's running in 18th position at present, and surely will try and clear as soon as possible. But I'm sure, like I say, when you come across a few bits of lap traffic, there's some nervy moments, but you've got to remember that all of those behind will also have to come across it. And also, if you did take a quick look in there, one of them is the Williams Academy car, which they'll have to work their way past, which I think that one, if anything, might put up a little bit of a fight. Cameron Pavlovsky then into the pit lane. I do remember the ITB Esports car did pit earlier on the previous stint by, I think it was a lap or 2.
Yeah, 1 lap. But they've kind of been doing that all race long. I don't know if that's something they did first just to kind of sequence himself a little bit earlier than everybody else, and sometimes there's a big advantage to doing that.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe the McLaren couldn't do the formation lap and an extra lap, which is why they would have pitted a lap early. Other teams might have been able to do so, and that's why we're seeing quite a few McLarens coming at this point. Could be a whole multitude of reasons. There we go then. Car 96 has received a stop-and-go penalty for breaching 4 incident points. We did have a few teams breach that back at the previous round, of course, at Suzuka. The 96, I do believe, is the ATS Corsa Esports team car. So they've received a stop-and-go 30 for exceeding 4 license points in 1 race. Oopsie daisy.
Yeah, and what was that, 5 points, and you get disqualified for the race. And we're still less than a third of the way through this race, so that is, you're marching on thin ice now. You better start minding your P's and Q's, and maybe make sure that you kind of realize you're quote-unquote on parole at the probation, we'll say at this point. So you need to start doing a little bit better to not rack up that extra point and effectively end your race early.
One more mistake, basically, is what that is. One more mistake, and your entire team's done. And to be clear, by the way, it doesn't matter about the driver in that scenario. It's not about, let's say, whoever's behind the wheel now. If they make another mistake, the entire team's out. It doesn't matter about the driver. It could be a driver that's been clean all day, makes one mistake now, but because the team has already made 4 license points giving mistakes, then the team will be out. It is a team competition. Into the pit lane then our race leader goes, dragging down a lot of those back markers, and of course Mitchy Tausch, you might have seen that, a white Mercedes drag its way down onto pit lane as well. So the drivers running in first and second onto pit lane. Of course the ITB car has already left the pit lane, but obviously it'll be a fair way behind this grouping now. We'll have to wait and see where they end up, as well as who is behind the wheel of that car right now.
Yeah, honestly, I'll be interested to see if they double stint with Van der Velde in the car, keep him there. He's been doing a great job. I will say, too, a lot more consistent towards the rear end of his stint, we'll call it. So I would expect they'll keep him in the car. But again, down to a multitude of things. Interesting to see, though, as well. You look at the top 5 drivers out on track, all the way down to Ibrimi on pit road this time by.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, a couple of drivers and such coming down to the pit lane as expected at this point. No major surprises in all that, but again, our questions are who stays in and who goes. Kamil Pawlowski is one of those drivers who is staying, so maybe we are entering the time of double stints at this point. Obviously, teams like Williams Esports, this is the other thing that we need to talk about. Some teams like Williams Esports have 4 drivers in this, other teams only have 3. It's perfectly within the rule set. Does change certain driver commitments in the race, but realistically speaking, if you've got 4 drivers behind the wheel, things are easier than if you've got 3. You've got that extra little bit of leverage overnight.
Yeah, Arjuna, though, did bring up an interesting point at the top of the broadcast to say when you have 3 drivers, the maximum drive time over the course of 24 hours is 8 hours and 40 minutes. But if you only have 3 drivers, it's 6 hours and 30 minutes. So you're losing 10 minutes of kind of give or takedness on that. So you have to be more mindful of exactly when your guy is getting into and getting out of the car. So you do have to worry about a couple different things like that. Not everything is easier, but by and large, I'd rather be in a car with 4 guys instead of 3.
Yeah, exactly. And with to pose a slight headache on that, we've said about the driver stint being 65 minutes. When you've got 4 drivers and it being 6 hours and 30, it means that you may have a splash and dash, but not to add fuel to the car, to get a driver out, in a sense. Because you may be getting quite close. There's a little bit of a headache with that. Because if you were just doing hour-long stints, it would be absolutely fine. Because you're going 65 minutes, if you do 6 stints, well, that's longer than 60. That's 6 stints is longer than 6 hours 30 minutes in this, because you're going 60. Actually, no, it's bang on, isn't it? I can do maths. I'm going to leave now.
No, well,
I'm leaving.
You get there eventually. That's all that counts. You know, you're also doing math in your head. You know, unless you got a piece of paper and a pencil or a whiteboard, it's all different. But interesting to see Nicholas now back in behind the wheel. That number 86 Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI machine. So they're going to continue with just 1 stint per driver, not double stinting just yet. And Darren McCormick back behind the wheel of that number 5. So Pawlowski, he stayed in the car, but the other 2 Mercedes, they've switched drivers.
I am so glad for the last 5 years of my commentary career I've been really pushing this idea of never trusting the commentators' maths, because boy, I was wrong. That's fine. We'll move on from it. It's absolutely fine. You're absolutely right. Darren McCormack jumping in behind the wheel after excellent qualifying for him to go and grab pole position. Obviously, he did miss the first round of the championship to Darren McCormack because he was too busy celebrating his birthday. He's an old man now. I'm pretty sure he's 20 now, but I'm not. I think he might be 19. I don't remember. Old.
All downhill after that.
Yeah, exactly. Ancient. Either way, he's getting on a bit. He's been in the world of sim racing for a long time, as McCormack, and has shown an awful lot of pace in that time. And at the moment, he sits 5 seconds clear of Nicholas. I could imagine that gap might actually grow in the hands of McCormack, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm interested to see how these 2 different cars kind of, they're having to go through a lot of traffic right now, and that's going to give us a very, very bad impression of what their single car, single lap pace is like, lap over lap over lap. But I will say, too, I feel like McCormick is, again, one of those drivers I can't remember. And again, it's all temperature dependent, right? The setups and air pressures they have in the cars. I do think you're right. I think McCormack is, if he isn't going to pull away, he's going to stay consistent. And I always say that because Nicholas has been pretty good at the end of these stints, and sometimes that's just how much a driver turns the wheel in the corner. Some drivers are just harder or easier on tires and fuel than others, so I'm interested to see as well what Pavlovsky could do now that he's had a stint in the car at nighttime in there in the rest of the field. You can see he's taken up a good chunk of time now, got that gap down to just 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, indeed. As like I say, some of the gaps will always chop and change. Checking back in with Jaroslav Honzik, who actually, fun fact about Jaroslav Honzik, he raced around here in the real life, of course. Does race in Clio Cups, Clio Cup Europe, I think it is. I don't know, again, there's a lot of different divisions, whether it goes to Clio Cup France and Spain and stuff. I commentated on Spain once at Valencia. They all split apart, and then they come back together for certain rounds. But Clio Cup Europe here, I think 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, obviously Jaroslav Honzik raced round. I don't imagine that will have given him any pace advantage around here. Alas, what I will say is they didn't have a great start to the season, did the Veloce Vext number 39. They picked up quite a few penalties back in Suzuka, dropping right the way down the order and not having an ideal time of things. This time things are looking slightly better for the team, but they are still a fair way back from the rest of the pro category.
Yeah, 15th place overall. Might as well, 13th place in category. Suzuka, I kind of feel like, was just an outlier for the way to start the season for a lot of teams. Like, I can't remember a time where we've had that many penalties. Just a crazy topsy-turvy race. That's kind of been what 2024 has been in the world of motorsports. A lot of stuff that you don't normally see. Personally, I'm here for it. I like the kind of craziness, right, that it brings, but it is sort of odd, especially what that first race brought us for this SRO kind of endurance calendar.
Yeah, I mean, so me and Luke Crane didn't see eye to eye, because when I said this was a short season, he then added up all the hours, 80-something hours of racing this season. But 2 of those races are 24-hour races, which takes up an awful lot of the hours of racing in a given season. So I still maintain when it comes to amount of races, there aren't that many, and most of the races are 3-hour races, so it is still a relatively speaking short season. That's what I'll stick to. Of course, and things will chop and change in that season so dramatically. So if you're already starting out the season on the back foot, and then you have teams like MSI Esports, who of course won the first race of the season and are running in second place in this season, if you're already letting a lot of points go in the first couple of races, yeah, things aren't ideal if you ride on board with Karel Pavlovsky.
Yeah, just going up the hill here, back, making the left-hander. Coming up to the chicane. And just up the road here, 1.1 seconds, you're going to see that Mercedes. That's the white car. That's the 86, Nicholas Hilbin. That's for position. Lost a decent amount of time there fighting that number 223 McLaren. Again, not for position. These are lap down cars, so just have to make your way through them. Again, in regular endurance racing, there's an ebb and a flow to things. Sometimes you get good luck past them, sometimes you get bad luck. Pavlovsky really hoping that 223 car kind of stayed off to the left there to let him by. No such luck there. That's Adam in the 223 there. A 19th place overall, silver category.
And Karel Pavlovsky will need to kind of get after this a little bit. He needs to take advantage of the fact that he's not fresh in the car. He's done a few laps. He's in the rhythm of this car as they'll try and work their way past. Like I say, Tarek Adam squeezing their way down the inside. They're going to go now.
Good bit of sportsmanship there.
I think he used to race for Williams Esports. As one thing that with drivers in sim racing is they all blur into one now for me. It's kind of like if someone tells me, oh yeah, Pertley, he used to race for Veloce. I'd be like, okay, did he? He didn't. But part of me would doubt myself for a second. I'd be like, that doesn't seem right, but I'm going to go with it. Just because, again, Things chop and change in sim racing so quickly. You've got the Williams Esports Academy car directly ahead of Cameron Pavlovsky. I don't think they're going to put up much of a fight despite Darren McCormack lead.
No, I don't think so. No, I mean, not at this point, too, right? You let the second place guy, you let Nicholas go. Didn't put up too much of a fight. I think as soon as Camel gets up there, they're going to give him just the same amount of trouble, quote unquote, right, that they gave Nicholas. So we should see him pull over. I would expect by the chicane, but we'll just kind of have to keep our eyes on that and see. Credit to Pavlovsky really on the flashing lights there down the Camel Straight, got that position into Lake Com. He really had to do that instead of letting two different lap down cars in between this battle for position here. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to get him into the chicane, so we might have to see if he can get there by the Camel Straight. But again, just agonizing, right, with the person you're racing with to be separated by a lap down car.
Did see a question in chat about what's that on top of the car. I'm going to assume it was a car that had the radio antenna that had the lights on them, because there are like radio antennas, and some teams or some cars do have lights, small LEDs on that. Maybe it was something else, I don't know. But alas, there are many things on top of the car and many lights on everything. There's actually one thing I quite like about GT3 racing is how there are LEDs, especially if you come to the real thing, right? In the middle of the night when you're watching cars go round, everything has an LED on. There's just LEDs everywhere. There's strips of LEDs all over, and part of me really likes it because it kind of, for one, it makes it a little bit easy to see what's what at night time.
It personifies them, you know, like
yeah, exactly.
No, I do love that too, and I especially love in the 24 Hours of Daytona this year too. You got to see all the new stuff. There's lots of things. I love the different bits of LEDs on the car and how the different shapes of the headlights and taillights. Those work. They do a phenomenal job. And some teams, you know, the strips of LEDs at different parts on the car, I just really love that as well. It just adds a different personality, you know, to what's going on out there on the racetrack. And it's a lot easier to kind of tell the different cars apart.
And that kind of leads me on to the one thing that I am not about with the new Mustang, which we might have to find one to pull up on camera, because I distinctly remember when V8 Supercars had a night race at Barbagallo. Obviously, they have a Mustang. Certainly at this point, their Mustang slightly smaller than the one they've got there. You saw one in the background. It looks a little bit boring because compared to the V8 Supercars one, I don't know if you remember, they had the Mustang badge on the front grille. It was backlit. There was LEDs behind it that it made it look so cool. And this is just the front of the car with headlights on it.
Yeah, the Dodge Viper did that as well. I think back to this is a decade or so more ago, but the Viper emblem in the back was backlit when the brakes would turn on, and I do love a good backlit badge, if you will, to agree with your point.
Again, they're being inventive a little bit with lights and such an important thing. As there is Jaroslav Honzik making a move, not necessarily for position that will gain the 39 any point, but getting past the 201 there of Sinotti is an important move, just for track position more so than anything else. Up now to 14th overall, does not gain any extra positions in doing so, but like you say, just gaining that track position, which will be very, very important. Now has 5 seconds to close down to Alexandra Lee, which will be difficult.
Yeah, but Lewis, it goes back to one of the things that you touched on earlier, is that, okay, you're just behind this guy and you're only a little bit faster than him, but you know, a half a tenth of a second per lap, over 16 hours left in the race, or much less the 40 hours that's left. You know, a lot of these guys who grow stint times, that adds up to a lot. So yeah, you do want to pass that guy. It kind of is a big deal to make that pass. And even though you're not in the same class, it doesn't really benefit you points wise. It's still time, and now you get to set the pace to try to see if you can't run down and be with, you know, for Hansik's case, drivers in the same categories. You get up there to Frank in the 717 car, you know, Kosov in the 789. Start to kind of get yourself more points in this race.
This might be a question more so maybe for you might remember, but any NASCAR fans out there. What was the year? It wasn't that long ago when they did. I'm pretty sure it was the All-Star race, and they had the cars underlit. They had neon.
Oh, that was 2020 at Bristol. Yeah. And,
Yeah, it
well,
was Bristol, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked cool, but unfortunately it was OEM based. So like every Chevrolet had a gold color, and every Toyota was red, every Ford was blue. I think it would have been much better for them let the sponsors decide.
Yeah.
You know, because I just very cool color, very cool idea, but the cars too. You know, when you're that low to the ground, and of course for airflow and all that, there is no room for the light to escape underneath the front of the sides of the car. So it's just the rear end. So it's kind of tacky, I guess, but it was neat. But yeah, 2020, the year of the great COVID.
Yeah, I was going to say, is the one thing with NASCAR is the tolerance, the margin for the side of the car between it and the road surface is very low. So you're not going to get much popping out from there. Like I say, maybe it's a cool idea. I like, again, any LEDs and stuff. Any extra colour at night time. Because otherwise you get this, where it's basically just a lot of white headlights coming towards you. I have had a photograph from the broadcast from Le Mans last weekend, which was at Mulsanne Corner, and it was just white. Like, it was just almost in the entire shot was basically just white because of all the headlights coming towards you. That, as a cameraman, must be absolutely blinding.
Well, it's also difficult too. You know, you watch the Le Mans broadcast, and no offense to the broadcasters of that race, but it is very drab. It's dreary. To their credit, it's the middle of the night. There's not a lot going on sometimes at Le Mans, but it's like a pitch black screen, and you can just see two little white dots of headlights. I'm like, oh, I can't really tell. Is that a Cadillac? Is that a Toyota? You know, as it comes through. Thankfully, we've still got a little bit of light, so you can kind of see what colors the cars are. And again, it's GT3 racing, which, in my opinion, best racing money could buy on the planet right now. There's still a lot of differences with all the OEMs and their fascias, the headlight designs, and all that. So we are very thankful, I guess, for both those two things.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are approaching 1/3 complete, looking at Kamil Pavlovsky now closing up to the rear end of Nicholas Hoban. Once again, the race lead has grown by nearly a second, though, since Dara McCormack's taken over the Williams Esports car. So he's got some pace in him, has McCormack, and he is certainly showing it right now.
Yeah, how about Pavlovsky, though? I mean, he's caught right up to the back of that MSI Mercedes. That gap now just about 0.8 of a second. Probably going to see it drop maybe a tenth or so as they cross into strike this time. But no, actually, it just goes up a little bit by just over maybe 1/100th of a second, just about. But Pavlovsky's doing pretty good right here in the middle portion of the stint. But yeah, to your point, Lewis, tires running away with this thing. The gap was about 4 seconds, I think 15 minutes ago. It's almost 6 now.
But if there is one thing that we've all discussed this a little bit before, if you go to bed now, go to sleep, tuck yourself in, have a nice night, wake up in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, I promise you that order's going to be completely different. That's the whole part of this. Yeah, it's the chops and changes. I can't remember. I did actually, to be fair, I say that now. I did commentate on a 24-hour race not that long ago. I fell asleep. I woke up and the order was exactly the same in the top 10, which was devastating to see. But even at this level, technical issues, odd mistakes, maybe even a cheeky bit of rain coverage. You just need 20 minutes. I actually say this: 20 minutes of rain makes more of a difference than 2 hours of rain.
I agree. Well, just because there's a lot more different things to do with strategy towards the end of the race. I think there was a Formula One race. They went to Sochi. I forget what year it was, but it rained like in the last 5 laps or so, and it kind of like progressed as it went on. And that race was much better because there were only 5 laps to go. The rain was very short relative to the span of the entire race than if it was 20 laps or half the race, because you have different people thinking, if the rain's only going to last 20 minutes, I am hitting for wets. I'm going to stay on my slicks and I'll just drive through it, and I'll go as slow as I need to. And then you have the guys that put on the wet weather tires, haul in the mail, put down fast lap times because they have tires that can deal with all the rain, the wetness on the racetrack. They changed tires again and they still beat the guys and stayed out there on slicks and didn't pit at all. And so I completely agree with that.
believe that was 2021, where Lando Norris decided to try
Yes.
and me out on the slick tyres for slightly too long.
And didn't Lance Stroll, like his engineer, asked him, like, "Hey, can you stay out there on slicks?" And he goes, "Yes."
Oh,
and
yes.
the very next corner, slid into the barrier.
Which is hilarious. So there is that, at least. So yeah, I think that was 2021. We're not going to talk about that too much though, because I'm pretty sure some fans will step into the chat, and then we're just going to have conversation after conversation about things no one wants to talk about. It was 3 years ago. Let it go. Darren McCormack will be leading by a very solid margin up to now nearly 6 seconds. We're looking at the battle though for second, because Kamil Pawlowski and his second consecutive stint is closing back in to Nicholas Hoban. Will take quite a lot of the curb on the right hand side coming into Lake Com. A little bit of lap traffic up ahead of them as well. In the silver category, by the way, is Alexander Lee, who's on his second stint, leading by what has become a very comfortable margin for them over the 201, the Gladius car. I don't fully know as to what actually happened during the pit exit.
Yeah, well, I mean, more credit though. How about Pawlowski? I mean, he continues. We knew that the McLaren really starts to come alive at the end of the stint, and he continues. I mean, he's still chasing down Nicholas. I'm really curious how much faster Pawlowski would be going right now if he weren't behind this Mercedes. Even with the Mercedes, look again at the pit wall .live timing last time by. Darren McCormack put down a 2:16.4. Nicholas with a 2:16.5 and Pawlowski with a 2:16.4. So doing a really nice job. But how about though Stutsenko? He put down a 2:16.292. That Ferrari's absolutely flying in that 5th place spot.
Yeah, really going from strength to strength at the moment. I mean, like I say, we've seen some excellent battles in a couple of hours that we've been on the broadcast thus far, and I suspect we'll see a couple more excellent battles as well. But will Pawlowski be able to find his way through? I get the feeling, right, for the ITB Esports team, pressure might be building a little bit, because the thing is, they're not going to be looking at the gap between themselves and the 86. They're going to be looking at the gap between themselves and the 5. That was an aggressive move from Pawlowski down the inside, trying to get past the lap of traffic. You know, that's the gap that's important, and they're seeing it go very much the wrong way at the moment. So they might be thinking, we've got to get past Nicholas Hoban immediately.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it's one of those situations where you're there, you're fast, you see him blinking right now, and part of it too is all this lap traffic that they're having to deal with as well. You see him just going wide there for Kamil, trying to let them by just as fast as they let Hoban by just up there. So Pawlowski now back through. I think he's a little bit too far back to make any sort of a move this time by into Lake Com, but it's one of those situations where you're just chomping the bit. I mean, you need this position. You've been behind him for so long. I mean, Pawlowski, pretty much the only rear bumper he's seen is the 86 car in the last, hour and a half he's been out there on the racetrack. So, yeah, I can imagine he's pretty tired of it.
Yeah, which getting sick of seeing the back of a certain car is actually kind of bad in a race. That's where you start getting a little bit frustrated, especially if you're feeling a little bit tired and fatigued. So, update from Race Control, who haven't actually chucked out too many things in the time that we've been on the broadcast. Alas, they have chucked out this one, Brabham Motorsport. They have picked up a 10 seconds time penalty for contact between themselves and the number 72, which of course is the Rembrandt Esports Ferrari. At the moment, I did wonder why Pikespool has dropped off quite a bit from the rear end of Stutsenko. Also, there is a 5 second time penalty for a pit lane infringement. We've seen quite a few of those thus far in the day. That is for the 164, which is the ResTech Reparto Corsa car. So they have picked up a 5 second time penalty in the Arto behind the wheel at the moment, down in 19th position. So Race Control seeing a few things, dishing out a couple of penalties here and there. Probably even a couple of those pesky incident points with them as well, or the license points rather. Remember, those license points add up pretty quick. We've already seen some pretty substantial penalties come a cropper because of it. I would be amazed if in the next 15 hours and 59 minutes we didn't see someone get disqualified from this race for breaching those license points. Of course, we are only a third down, and I'm pretty sure quite a few teams have gone through more than a third of their allocation.
Oh, definitely, without a doubt. I mean, the amount of times race controls kind of had to step in and give a team a penalty to this point in the race, kind of, now there's a lot of cars out there, but absurd at this point, the amount of teams that are on their fourth or, third or fourth strike against them. I mean, when you get, it's baseball, they say third striker out, but you get 5 now. There's a lot of teams already on their fourth, and we're just barely cresting into the 15 hours to go in this race. So you're going to have to start really minding your P's and Q's the further and further we get into this thing. And Spa is a difficult track to drive. It's very easy to go over the track limits and maybe just, I don't know, kind of be a bad child in that regard. We saw a couple teams get penalized right for pit road infringements. So there's a lot of racing left to go.
Yep, there certainly is. Got to wonder though about your opinions on Spa. We've had our track discussion earlier on as to who we think's what we think rather of the top 5 circuits in the world of motorsports, blah 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 blah. Where do you rank Spa?
Middle of the road. Just it's okay. It's just all right. It's just really hard, I guess, for me to be consistent there. And so much of it is how fun is it to drive or race on. But I've also done so many laps here. Like I've done more Spa races, I would say, than a lot of other races. Just it's not my favorite place, but you're on a touring series or in a league, and you go to Spa every single season, and you go to other tracks less than once a season. So I think when you get something forced down your throat, you don't like it as much. So I would probably say it's top 15 circuits for me. I'm curious for your thoughts though, Lewis.
Honestly, I completely agree. I think Spa is a great track. It really is. And it is one that I would recommend everyone needs to come to see in person and blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Like, it is excellent. Doing the odd race around here is pretty good fun. But I think it was 2021. Might have been 2020, but I think it was more 2021. Must have been. I distinctly remember a period where in 5 consecutive weekends there was... it definitely was 21. There was the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa. There was one on iRace. There was a different one on iRace. There was a different one on ACC. And then there was the real one as well on 5 consecutive weekends. And I remember that after that, I was like, I'm done with Spa. I'm sick of it. Because
I would imagine, too, a month later, the Grand Prix comes here as well. And
right. And you're just like, nah, I've seen enough of it. Don't get me wrong. Again, coming here in real life, it is quite a treat. Having been fortunate enough to commentate on races around here as well, that is a very on the real one. It is a different. That's a different kettle of fish. But in sim racing terms, I think it's fairly mid because it is so overused.
The people that love it so much and force it down everybody else's throats that you go from loving it to kind of just liking it, and it's a real shame, but I don't know, what can I say? Like, it can only be forced down my throat so many times before, just kind of, I'm glad we're coming here, but, it's not my favoriteest place on the earth.
Look, there's a lot worse tracks for us to go to. So,
yeah, I could fly rail off to.
I remember I had a couple of conversations with people about motorsport circuits, like people that I know. They're not on sim racing like that. But they do watch Formula One. And they were talking about, there's this circuit in Formula One. Do you like this one? I'm like, no, I think it's terrible. And they got to a point where they kept asking me every round. They turned around and go, do you like any track in motorsport? And I sort of stood there and I looked at them for a second. And I was like, oh yeah, good point. Because basically every single one of them, I hate that. No, I really don't like. I hate that. I hate that. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I've got to the point. It's like, as long as it's not F1, I'm fine.
Yeah. Well, there's so many tocadromes in there, and they're fun to race on by yourself for a couple laps, but after that, you just kind of get sick of them. And plenty of F1 circuits are fun. I like them. Albert Park is phenomenal. I'm a big street circuit guy myself personally, but most of the tilty stuff is just, I kind of don't like it. Even the stuff in the Americas that's kind of tocadrome style, not a fan.
Yeah, but then I will say Hermatilga has actually made some of some of the better circuits in the recent past. If anyone knows what the Bilsterberg is, great track. Because it's not designed for anything to do with F1. It's designed to be effectively a club track, and it's excellent in that. And it's absolutely bonkers as well. So you can design good tracks, obviously. It's a lot of the limitations of Formula 1 and what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable, and a lot of limitations on that side. So whatever is what it is. You said Albert Park, though. Now, I have a slight problem with this.
Sure.
What about modern Albert Park? Current Albert Park?
Still good. I still like it.
Really?
Yeah.
I cannot.
I just, for whatever reason, I'm okay with like, oh, it is what it is. You know, it had to be done. You know, for better or worse. But it's still fun to drive. It's, you know.
I actually really gelled well with old Albert Park, and I know a lot of people will sit there and be like, but it's only had one corner tightened like properly aggressively, which is obviously what was 13, now 11, and they had a chicane removed. Other than that, it's pretty similar, but it's wider, which means then the average speed goes through like the turn 1, for example, because the average speed there is so much faster than it used to be. I just cannot find the flow. It's so much wider coming down to the hairpin afterwards. I don't know. Like it's still enjoyable, and I still enjoy watching racing around it. But I feel, even with the removal of the 910 chicane, it's kind of lost a little bit of its character and its spice. But yeah,
I don't disagree.
It's fine.
But
I'll allow it.
I will say though, like you gelled with the old one, I more so gel with the new one. Right? That's just when I got into sim racing. It was the new Albert Park. That just age, or when I got the simulator games that had the new Albert Park, I just grew up with it. So you go to the old one, you watch the races, you go, oh, it's kind of cool. It'd be fun to race that track, but I gel more with the new one.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I will say there are some circuits which get modernised, and then some people really can't stand it. And then I say that there are certain things that have been improved about it, and then everyone's like, what are you talking about? Cough, cough, Silverstone. Which a lot of people will always say old Silverstone is vastly superior to new Silverstone, and I say they're both good and bad in their own rights. They both have their own issues, problems, and their own positives, but each their own. On that one is Eamon Murphy. We do have a webcam on. I am bitterly disappointed. No pink headset for Eamon Murphy. Where's it gone? I think he must have broken it or lent it to Robbie Stapleton. Either one.
Probably, yeah, one of the two. They both seem very likely, and sometimes too, you prepare for a big race like this, and you kind of go, I really can't risk if a problem happens. I have to get a new headset because I can't be without a working one for 23 and a half hours of race. I need a new one. So maybe at this point you go with, maybe that one's brand new out of the box. It's reliable. You make sure, you get the pink one out when it's less important,
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, nah. The pink one's always got to be on. Come on, Eamon. You're better than that. Although I will say I have once had my headset break and then have to use earphones for a race once. Yeah, that I know. I've seen some people who race with earphones all the time, and they're like, yeah, this is how I race. No, thank you. Never again. Never, ever again. Especially as at that point in my sim racing career, this is a long time ago, I was racing on a controller back then rather than on a wheel. Now, the problem with that is, let's say, for example, you need to push in the earphone a little bit more. You have to take your hand off the controller to do so, meaning you have no steering. At least on a wheel, you've still generally got one hand on the wheel, so you can kind of adjust it a little bit. But regardless, it is not ideal. Headsets all the way, thank you very much. And anyone driving with speakers instead of headsets, you're crazy.
You're an animal. I used to be one of them, and my dad just turns around and goes, dude, you're wearing headphones. Why does everybody else have to hear your simulator all the time? And I'm like, you know what? You're right. Why am I doing this? And then even when I moved out, finally, I still put it off through my headphones anyways. What are you going to do? But yeah, I couldn't imagine racing with earbuds in. It's just gross. And yeah, so earphones are earbuds in case you're in the U.S. side of the world and you're not used to earphones being a thing. They're earbuds for us, little tiny dots that you put in your ears. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. You want to walk down the road with them. playing music from your phone, not trying to pick together a sim race. The thing is, what you just even if the reason why you'd want to race with a headset, and why you'll see a lot of these sim race runs headsets. So I'm sure there's a lot of people watching me like I casually play a lot of these racing games on my TV and play it out the speakers from there, and I'm absolutely fine. The reason why you'll see a lot of the sim races with earphones in rather than, or sorry, headphones on rather than speakers or even earphones, is because of like the definition of the noise that you get. For one, is far greater, and there is a lot you're listening to behind the wheel, and some of it is more subtle than you think, and that is even to a point where you may not fully realise. For example, you are listening to when you're about to change gear and all that stuff. You listen to the engine. You're also listening to the tyres, to how they're kind of like taken to the road surface, you know, how they're screeching, how they're pushing it. You can hear that kind of grip. You're hearing all the cars around you, and obviously, you know, with a lot of this directional sound and stuff, you can hear how close they're getting behind you, where they are ahead of you, left and right, and you're using that to guide you a little bit more when you're involved in the battle. And that as well, the game for most of these drivers isn't the only thing going on in their ears. They've got teammates, they've got race engineers, you know, stuff like that already going on in their ear. If that's all coming through speakers, there's no way you're going to be able to pick out the fine details of that.
Yeah, just like too, all the rumble strips as well. You listen to those, I do as well, kind of to gauge where I am, how far I am off track. Also speed, you know, the faster you hear that rumble, you know, if you're doing 180 or 160 mile an hour, changes a lot, kind of the tone, the frequency, right, with which you pass them. Also, if you wear earbuds, your microphone, you have to like pull it up to your mouth, and if you have a set of headphones, a mic is just attached. If you don't have a lot of money to have a freestanding microphone like me, it's all just built in my headset. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got a little three-way fight here. Just saw Mateusz Ledacki making a move on today, up on the Kemmel Straight. Miato also sat on the rear end of that, but do remember that Miato in that 164 Aston Martin does have to stop for 5 extra seconds when they come into the pit lane. It's just a 5-second additional time penalty. It does not need to come in to serve it as a stop and go, which, let's be honest, stop and go around here. We did see a stop and go 30. That's basically solid position in the race gone, purely because a drive-through is pretty bad, but a stop and go 30, the fact that you got to return to pit lane and, you know, stop in the box for 30 seconds, and it's not a pit stop, you're not gaining anything from it, it's purely a penalty. That's brutal.
Yeah, especially with how long the pit lane is here. And again, if it is a stop-go 30 kind of penalty, it will say instead of +5X, that red box, white text in there, SG30. And it can be 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90. It could be 5 or 10 seconds, anything race control kind of deems necessary, but usually it's a 30-second for a stop-go penalty. And I mean, that's basically like, what, a half a lap or something. By the time you get through pit road, stop at your box, wait for 30 seconds, leave again, and probably minute 30, a minute and a half, or 2 minutes even. Just nuts.
I think it's pushing 2 minutes.
Oh!
I think, yeah,
Argy.
Very close there behind us. I think that might have been today and Miato going into a little bit of side-by-side with a couple of mistakes. Back up to Eamon Murphy there in the battle for 6th position in the pro category, and of course overall. And yeah, I was trying to say, I'm pretty sure the pit lane, that's because the pit lane is not only long, it's also slow. I'm pretty sure that it adds maybe a solid, like, I think it was like 80 or 90 seconds going through pit lane. Or it might be slightly. I think it's a minute just driving through it. So it would be 90 seconds if you had to stop go 30. It's something in that vein. I'm sure someone will tell us. Excellent battle, though, of course, for 6th and 7th. And an excellent question in chat. I'll let you answer this one. Do the commentators know every livery and driver from the top of their head? Austin, off you go.
No, absolutely not. There's too many on the track, and we were talking about it before too, Lewis, when you said somebody could tell me, Ian Murphy drove for Valachi at one point and then stopped and drove for somebody else, then came back to Valachi in the same season. You might think, well, I don't know if that's true. It doesn't sound believable, but I'll just take you on your word for it because there's too much going on. Real life. In the sim, it's just too crazy. The amount of talent we have coming up and the talent that's been there, it's just, my brain can only get so full of what my fiance would consider absolutely useless information.
Yeah, of course, we do remember we are only in round 2 of this championship as well. When it comes to like liveries of cars, generally we're pretty good at remembering, which ones are which. Mostly for the fact of, and this is more down to the teams, is that teams want their brand to be, well, as on brand as possible. They want it to look the same. Exactly. They want it to be the same if they're racing in the SRO Esports stuff, as to if they're racing in SimGrid, as to if they're racing in NFM, as to if they're racing elsewhere in the world of sim racing, on iRacing or whatever. They want the livery to be the same. Look at Williams Esports. They are the same across the board, which means that at the briefest look, we can step into this broadcast with no prior knowledge. We still instantly know, boom, there's the Williams, there's this, there's that, etc., etc., etc. Car 104 has just picked up a 10 seconds time penalty for ignoring blue flags. So whilst there are blue flags out there and they're a little bit more advisory than what you get in things like Formula 1, doesn't mean that you can completely ignore them, and race control will most certainly step in if you have been doing so. The ResTech Reparto Corsa car then receiving not only that, but also a stop and go 30 for exceeding 4 license points in one race. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, well, and again, they already had their 3 strikes, ignoring the blue flags, got them to 4th. Now they have that stop go 30. But Lewis, you talked about this earlier when we were sharing the booth together, and it was the blue flags don't mean get out of the way, right, and let everybody by. It just means don't defend your position, run your race, hold your line. If you're going to get past, let it happen. Assist them a little bit, but don't pull right over. So there's a fine line between running your race and defending for a position from a car you're not fighting with, right? And that's where race control really steps in.
Yeah, and also it's about impeding the car behind, right? That's the thing. If you're running at the same pace, right, which quite a lot of drivers are running basically at the same pace, where you're maybe costing the car behind a 10th or 2 a second lap, that's okay. If you're impeding them by like half a second a lap and still they're not, again, getting out of the way is really the wrong way of putting it, but you know what I mean. Let's put it that way anyway for now, for context. If you're not allowing them to pass or allowing them the room to at least make that move, you're defending constantly. That's where you're ignoring blue flags, and that is where you are going to pick a penalty from race control. Not typically something that you see. It does happen, obviously in every 24-hour race it's going to happen once or twice. Someone's going to pick up on it. But for the most part, these drivers are generally fairly good at playing with the blue flags pretty well. So naughty moment there for the 104, and again the stop and go 30 will make what was already fairly painful something fairly painful, and make it much more so.
Yeah, and again, to go back on that, 5 strikes and you are DQ'd. You are done in the event. You park your stuff in the garage, go home. I don't care how many hours you have left in the race, you are effectively finished for the affair. So now one more incident, one more slip up on their part for the other 2/3 of the race. 15 hours, 40 minutes left on the time clock here. They pretty much have to tiptoe around and be absolutely perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, that's just sometimes how things go. 0.6 of a second separating 6th and 7th position. Big gap up now for the race lead. What was it? It was 4 seconds when we started this stint of the race. Dara McCormack has been absolutely flying once again. The Irishman pumping in great lap time after great lap time. 6.7 seconds clear of Nicholas Odom at the moment, who, let's be honest, is no slouch themselves. So it shows the dominant position that Williams Esports presently have in this race. Kamil Pavlovsky, though, interesting enough, has been closing up to the rear end of Nicholas Odom over the last few laps. And so there could be a battle for 2nd position in the near future. We're watching the battle for 6th.
Yeah, Kamil Pavlovsky is kind of been yo-yoing around. It kind of depends, they'll trade lap times back and forth, and really depends especially on the lap traffic they have to fight with. Look at Murphy, look at the inside. I think he's going to do it. Yeah, not too much. Whoa, gets loose.
Eamon Murphy then goes around in that battle with Peitzman. We'd have to take a look at that from a different angle. But it does seem as though Eamon Murphy just dropping it a touch. I distinctly remember when Veloce were on their way to the 2022 Intercontinental GT crown, of course, here in SRO Esports. I distinctly remember a certain... He's going to hate me for bringing this up. Sorry, mate. They did win the championship in the end. But Eamon Murphy did bin it quite hard in tricky conditions, it must be said, on the Camel Curve, which is not somewhere many people have binned it. But he did bin it there. So maybe there's a slightly common theme with the Irishman and Spa. Anyway, we'll move on. We'll head up to Darren McCormack. Sorry, Eamon.
Yeah, no, Dyer's been doing a phenomenal job. Get a kind of in-car view. Look at him, the Irishman, doing a phenomenal job. Just been lights out. He continues to pull away from the rest of the field. Just put down a 2:16.5 that last lap. Rest of the field, very, very hard to find another 2:16.5. The only other person, Kamil Pavlovsky, and that's kind of right where he is. More laps than not, just kind of been quiet, consistent, kind of matching lap times with the rest of the podium, but not quite fast enough continuously to go up there and pass Nicholas. There you see Nicholas barely coming into shot there, that white Mercedes all the way in the back of the car there behind McCormick. Ooh, that's a Mustang. That's a lap down car, so not fighting them for position.
Just look at him. Look at how stressed he looks. Oh, wait. He doesn't look stressed at all. He's just cruising. He's just
kind of
chilling.
bored.
He does look kind of bored. To be fair, yeah, no, don't know why he always look kind of bored. He did have a bit of disappointment in ESLR1 last night, where he got knocked out in the very first part of proceedings in that, and added to the frustrations, wondering how he was going to deal with this one. Well, the best way to deal with a bad evening of racing is just to jump straight on the next one and have a great evening of racing. And that's exactly what is happening. Eyes focused forward and ahead for the Williams Esports driver in their ACC side of things. And at the moment, it's working out for them. The only question, the only bit is he potentially using his tyres maybe slightly too much at the point?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but to be honest, it's one of those things where, you know, if you watch Days of Thunder, it's, you know, like 40 laps your way, 40 laps my way. But anymore, you know, these guys are so talented that they know either you run your tires hard for the first 40 minutes of the stint, and the last 20, they're not going to be terrible, but they won't be great. You know, guys are going to run you down, but I think in Dyer's situation, he's ran hard enough, fast enough for the first 40 minutes of the stint that it doesn't matter how bad the tires fall off. They're not going to fall off bad enough that Nicholas and Kamil catch up to him. They might start to reel him in a little bit, but we'll see. And I think Kamil's been on one of those things. That whole 7 car, the McLaren's just been really good about speed over the length of a stint. You know, just really consistent for the entirety of a stint. And that's why you see they're not the greatest when the stint starts, but they're really good at the end of the stint. And I think that's just setting yourself a pace and then sticking to it the entirety of the 65 minutes. You're out on track.
The only problem is that basically what they need to do is they need to get ahead of the MSI Esports car
right
early in the stint. And then keep them behind for the first half of the stint, and then start to use their good pace in clean air. Because what's happening is they're closing up the back of the MSI Esports car, and then potentially when they should, theoretically speaking, based on that, have the highest percentage of advantage over the rest of the field, they aren't able to take advantage of it, and they're kind of left there twiddling their thumbs with that advantage in their hands, and then they have to pit early, at which point then they're on the back foot because they're on a heavier car for a little bit, for a lap, which is what then drops them behind even further. It's very, very tricky indeed.
Yeah, well, you saw it too, right? When we first got into the booth, the 7 car was in the second position, and the 86 could kind of tail it, right, as they both caught up to the 5 car, and they were both faster, right, than the 5 at the end of the stint, but kind of equal pacing in terms of each other. And I think part of this is the 7 can do a great job to keep up with the 86. He's faster. The 7 car is always faster, but you kind of get that roadblock, right? That second Mercedes there, and that's why these last, you know, this stint and the one before, the McLaren didn't really do a great job of catching up to the leader, and it's mostly because the 86 is kind of playing blocker for him.
Yeah, exactly. And as much as one thing that we will add with that is, as much as they are both Mercedes and they are both officially Mercedes-backed teams, Mercedes-AMG, Williams Esports, Mercedes-AMG, MSI Esports, they're not teammates.
No.
They're brand affiliates, but they're not teammates. They're not going to work together to try and win the race as a, you know, and get a 1-2, and if, you know, they do end up in 1 and 2, they'll sit there and be like, hey, that's pretty cool for Mercedes.
Yeah, good job Mercedes, good job each other. All right, that's it. Yeah, that's
exactly
good good point to clarify that.
Yeah, it's not as if, let's say, for example, Hladaki in the Williams Esports Academy car was able to work their way up to second position. It's a 1-2 for Williams Esports. Not the same thing, because that they would be celebrating until the early hours of the morning, being like, wow, that's crazy, an unbelievable performance. Like I say, you want to see a Mercedes winning, although to be fair, if you're Williams Esports, I think the only time they'd want to see a Mercedes winning is if it's them. The fact,
pretty much.
If they see the 86 winning, they're sort of being like, why wasn't it us? Why weren't we the ones winning?
No, and that's a good point, right? And it also depends too, right, how much you're backed by any certain sort of manufacturer at that point. But you do kind of hope, right, the professional side of you wants your manufacturer to win, even if you're not the driver that delivers them that victory, right along with Kamil Pavlovsky here. It looks like that lap car I saw about was not a Mustang, it was another Mercedes. Still lap down car, and now instead of splitting the difference between first and third, it's splitting the cars up between second and third position.
Goodness me, this McLaren does look a little bit twitchy. You can see even there with the onboard camera of Kamil Pavlovsky in the bottom right, really pushed his car to the limit. Let's see what it's like for Tom. Oh, miles away from the apex as well. That's a good sign. And a couple of snaps of oversteer, and there comes the understeer. It's I will say it's not looking fun to drive.
Well, fun is relative, right? I mean, you hope to get sideways in the car, that's kind of fun, but right now you'd rather not have to do with that heartache, right? When all of a sudden your heart rate goes from 120 beats per minute to 150 when you get sideways like that going through the corners. But I've said it since we got in the booth to use those before, that McLaren looks twitchy. I don't know what it is, if it's how Kamil's driving him. I assume it's just the setup, right? Kind of the McLaren sort of way to handle some of these corners. I think it's just kind of twitchier, and your hands have to be busy because you know you're going to have to catch yourself.
Yeah, I mean, look, I noticed this, obviously, I think Paul Jeffrey spoke about this a little bit earlier on. People were asking about, do these cars all drive differently? Every single one of these cars have different characteristics. They all do take to the circuit differently. They're as close on pace as they're going to get. They're relatively close on that side. There are still some that will be better than others. It's just how it goes. It's very hard to balance all this stuff. But all of the cars will drive differently, and you as a driver will find more comfort in the way some cars drive. And there'll be other cars where you'll sit there and be like, no, it's absolutely impossible. I distinctly remember Josh Rogers in 21, especially at that point, right at the peak of his powers, one of the best drivers in the world of sim racing even now. Back then, arguably pound for pound was the best driver in the world of sim racing. I would have backed that one up back then. Had taken part in SRO Esports at Paul Cup, and I remember him saying, coming down into the scene, so the corner at the end of the back stretch, he was saying every single lap they went into that corner, the rear end would step out. Every single lap. It was like you're basically gambling every time you're going through it, trying to catch the car and get back on with it. Now, I can tell you, I would have done one lap in practice, would have had that snap, would have obviously crashed and gone, I'm never driving this car ever again. And then moved to something which is a bit more of my capability. I'd lean towards something maybe slightly close to a Merc or a BMW, which is more neutral on that side, if anything a little bit more understeery. You can make them oversteer, of course, but generally speaking, they lean a bit more that way. It works more for my driving style, as I am a touring car bandit, as they call it.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. My style of driving more suits the Mercedes, especially the more I've been on this sim. I'm really excited, once they get more of the Corvettes in the SRO competition to get them added to this sim. I'm very excited to drive them, but it's just one of those situations where kind of the mid to rear engine just doesn't suit my driving style. It's sort of one of those things where you have tools in the toolbox, and most of the tools in my toolbox are set for rear wheel drive, front engine car. And it's one of the things where some guys have tools in their toolbox for all of them, but they prefer one type of platform versus another.
Yeah, sorry, I am a bit more of a front wheel drive specialist, unfortunately, which I know will probably make you feel a little bit sick. The idea of, but I remember when front wheel drives used to make me sick, and then I drove one once and was like, oh, actually, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. And then I started driving it quite quickly, and I was like, I like this, because if there's one thing that all sim racers will do, is something will be absolutely terrible, right? And then they'll set one good lap time in it, and now it's great. This happens with circuits. Most drivers are like, this circuit's terrible. This circuit's terrible. They have a solid round around there, and they're like, circuit's great. No,
I kind of like this place.
I've never doubted. I've never doubted this place as being. This is excellent.
Yeah, I love it every time I come to this track. Now I couldn't agree more. For me, the problem with the front wheel drive cars, the torque steer. I just don't like it. I feel like something's breaking. You step on the power, you get the torque steer. Like, whoa, what's wrong with this? So I much prefer the rear end to walk than the front.
Yeah, that's fair. But then I did get told, which I felt was someone trying to make me feel slightly better about my own driving. But there was a bit of an argument between Kevin Siggy, again, great driver in the world of sim racing, and Eric Strana, who is head of esports or something for the FIA. I'd never remember what his role was, but he used to be my teammate back in the day. And he said that getting a car out of oversteering is far easier than getting a car out of understeering, which made me feel a lot better about people telling me that front-wheel drives are easy to drive, because actually getting around a lap time and dealing with the understeer and the torque steer and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so in that I'm great, or something. I don't know. It's different things. I still maintain if you want to be a better driver in sim racing, you've basically got to be able to drive everything, and in that sense, you should try driving everything, because you'll learn some things in some weird cars that will assist you in odd ways.
No, definitely. No, I couldn't agree more. You know, whether it's hopping into a dirt car at your local dirt track, or even getting on a dirt simulator, whether you do oval racing and you consider yourself a road racing purist, and vice versa. Anything you do, right, can help you more overall. And it's kind of what college is for. It makes you more of a well-rounded person, educationally speaking. It's the same thing for racing and racecraft, racing everything. You know, seat time helps you. You won't think it is, but you'll get in something else. You'll go, hey, I picked up a couple tenths here. I don't think I was running this fast before. It's a lot easier for me to get around here faster. I can better anticipate what the car is going to do in certain situations.
I think your talk there of dirt racing is actually very apt, because a lot of drivers kind of turn their nose up a little bit to dirt racing, whether it is dirt ovals, rallycross, whatever. They turn their nose up at it, but you learn so much car control from that it will make you more comfortable to run a looser setup. Stick a bit more oversteer in the setup, make the car a little bit more dancey around the circuit, because you've done dirt racing where the cars do slide around. They are dancing a lot more because of the lower grip. That will make you maybe not faster, maybe not better, but more adaptable, and that's the major thing. There's a lot of that to kind of deal with in standard road course racing, that kind of people, again, maybe they turn their nose up. But then again, I know some of the best drivers in sim racing only really drive GT3s. Dara McCormack, to be fair, most of this grid, right? Because they only really race here in SRO, or rather on ACPC, where predominantly it's all GT3 racing. You don't typically see them jumping into other categories of car. It's just GT3 racing. I always wonder how they adapt to that, or whether they will be able to.
No, that's a phenomenal point. And I will say, I don't think just having a dirt background will make you faster, but what it will do is make you more comfortable in a race car with a loose setup. And we always say loose is fast, so if you're more comfortable with a loose race car, you're going to be more comfortable with a car that handles or goes around a racetrack a lot more faster than someone else. So will it make you faster just because? No, but it'll make you better off in a more loose setup, which we typically like to say is loose. So in a way, yes. In a way, no. Side-by-side racing here.
Yeah, Hladaki dropping back behind Miato at the moment. Of course, Miato does have a penalty to deal with when he comes into the pit lane. This is for position. One of them in the silver category, that on the right-hand side. Of course, that one on the inside is the Williams Esports Academy car that Hladaki is behind. And the Restec Reparto Corsa car trying to find a way through. The pro category driver that's running 14th in the pro category, just trying to make some progress at the moment, being frustrated by that 777.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, the Miato machine, that 164 from Restec Reparto Corsa, they've really been on a rise up the field, right? If you were in here a couple hours ago, you'll have seen that 164 a lot further down the field. They've been slowly but surely kind of, gut-wrenching gouging their way up here to continue to get more position. So yeah, whenever you're held up behind a driver and they start to fight you back and forth again, it's for position overall, so it's more than okay. Race control is not going to have any problem with that. But overall, yes, they're fighting for position. In class, though, you know, they're not going to get any different amount of points from what's going on there. You just want to make sure that if that guy is truly faster than you, he gets by, and if he's slower, the last thing you want to do is get passed by somebody that needs a rabbit in front of them, and as soon as they lose that rabbit, then they're all of a sudden a half a second slower, because there's people out there like that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, like I say, there's maybe a little bit of time wasting between the two of them there, but either way, they have finally worked their way through. Dara McCormack leading by quite a way, 8.3 seconds over Nicholas Hoban, and I will say, I do believe personally, I think that's just pace of McCormack. I don't think the 86 is struggling at the moment. I don't think the 7, because the thing is, the gap between the 86 and the 7 has been pretty much the same, and we know the 7's pretty quick at this point in the race. So as a clear benchmark, they're relatively similar to what they were in the previous stints compared to what we saw. Dara McCormack has just been a different level to this stint, and I'm not surprised by that. That is the kind of quality of driver. Dara McCormack is arguably one of, if not potentially the best driver pound for pound on ACC.
Yeah, well, too, you could just look at the rest of the gaps, right? From Savini, Doniston, Cinco, even Ketchman. They're all pretty consistent gaps from what we were seeing before, so it's not like the 3 places have, you know, uniformly gotten faster or slower, right, and kind of been caught up by the rest of the pack. They continue to just eke themselves further and further out in front of the field. None more, though, than Darren McCormack. He's just on another level.
Yeah, and just seems to continue to find more and more pace and build himself up in the SRO Esports Intercontinental GT Championship. And like I say, 8.4 seconds. That seems like a large margin. It's not really. You know, again, we're talking about 8 hours and 40 minutes of racing until this point. And yes, I know that gap has grown an awful lot in the last hour or so. Doesn't necessarily mean as though it's going to stay kind of in that vein. I wouldn't expect them to close back up. We are approaching the pit sequence. It'll be within the next sort of 5 or so minutes. Where we'll see the drivers work their way into pit lane and potentially hand them over. So it could be damage mostly done out from the 5 now, and we'll have to wait and see as to where things are going to roll out on the next stint.
Yeah, we continue to look at the 717 car there. Maximilian Frank just on the rear end there. There's 789. That's the Audi. This is for position. A in class, B overall in the race, separated by just about a half a second there. A little bit over 5/10. Continues to kind of ebb and flow, get a little closer, get a little further, just kind of tailing it for right now. And this is what we've kind of continued to see, Lewis, right? Is every time we get to sort of the end of one of these driver stints, certain cars, certain groups tend to get a little bit closer together, right? As maybe one car's tires are falling off, and another car's tires are still there, more so. And it's been really interesting to continue to watch these battles kind of start and stop.
Well, this is the whole thing. I've done a few races on ACC. It's probably the platform that I've raced the least, but if there's one thing that I remember from my time racing on ACC is making sure the tyres are in their operating window and remain in their operating window is actually really tough. Right, that is actually quite tricky because they kind of they can be overheated or overpressured very easily. Kamil Pavlovsky for Into the Breach is into the pit lane. So maybe it is ITP Esports at the moment. Obviously, it does mean that McCormack and Hoban, Savini and the likes will all be in the pit lane next lap.
Yeah, we've continued to see since the drop of the green flag there. That number 7 McLaren usually comes in about 1 lap earlier than the rest of the field. And it's not like it's 1 lap earlier every single stint. Like a detriment, like 5 laps earlier. At some point later in the race, it's just 1 lap shorter every single time. Like I think Lewis, you said that they might have burned a little bit extra fuel on the pace lap compared to most other cars, so they've just been kind of off sequence by 1 lap. I don't like that strategy, even if they intentionally did, just to kind of separate themselves from the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. good or bad, we don't know. Maybe we'll find out in 15 hours and 20 minutes, and maybe they will be looking at it thinking maybe it didn't make that much of a difference. As here comes a look to the inside, Maximilian Frank trying to get past Kolosov as they work their way down to the bus stop chicane. Got to be careful with going for a move at this point, because there could always be that potential of going for a move, of looking for it, of trying to commit to it. But then the driver you're battling with wants to get into pit lane, and that's where an incident happened. We saw it with one of the Mustangs a little bit earlier on. Of course, that was not announced in, so it's fine. As we'll see, Maximilian Frank once again close down on Kolosov. Pit lane, Alexandra Lee, Eamon Murphy both down onto it. So again, we'll wait and see if Darren McCormack does indeed pounce as well and works his way down. We'll have to wait and see. I suspect, well, there we go. I was going to say I suspect he'll come down to pit lane this time by. That's exactly what happens. Darren McCormack into the pit lane. Has dived his way in. Nicholas Hoban as well. Savini, Stasenko, Parchment, they will all also follow and work their way into the pit lane, of course. And we'll probably see a driver switch as well. I mean, I'd suspect so. That maybe we're going to see double stints. But realistically, I think Darren McCormack might jump out. I'm sure those an hour-long stint is pretty exhausting for McCormack behind the wheel at this point in the race, especially putting out that kind of speed. As we can see him working into the pit lane, obviously down into the lower half of the pit lane as they work their way down the hill. This will be where McCormack's box will be. It'll be on this side rather than on the Formula One or the Grand Prix side of things. So McCormack into the box then. But we pumped up onto the jacks, saw the Ferrari also in the pit lane. That'll be Alexander Lee that was in the pit lane there. So we stare back to Maximilian Frank and Kolosov in that battle for what is 10th position overall. Of course, 10th position in the pro category. No silver drivers ahead of them for the moment as we head down into the bus stop chicane. Where are these moves going to come from? Will we decide to go for a move before you come into the pit lane? That'll be the bigger question for them.
Well, too, I mean, do you make a move coming into pit lane, right? I mean, we've all seen those. I think it happened at Spa, right? Or maybe the Chinese GP, right? I think Sebastian Vettel overtook Kimi Räikkönen coming onto pit road. There's always the opportunity to do that as well. Not so much as soon as the walls are on both sides of you, right? But, you know, there is an opportunity, maybe be a little bit cheeky on the brakes. You're trying to catch somebody out.
Yeah, but like I say, you're asking for so much trouble when it comes to trying to make that one stick, and maybe cause your fair share of drama, your bits and bobs, as we'll see. Jakob Osterman back behind the wheel of the ITB racing car, so hopefully we'll need one of those impressive stints. Dominic Blyer is behind the wheel of Williams Esports, but Nicholas Hoban remains behind the wheel of the 86. There's more big slides coming from Osterman.
Yeah, well, I mean, it'd be good to see Jakob back in the car right now, 1.6 seconds back.
Well, certainly so. Of course, we've got ourselves quite a way into this race. Still 15 hours and 15 minutes left to go. It's almost coming up towards midnight here in the UK. Of course, 1 o'clock in the morning out there in Europe, where quite a lot of these drivers are racing from. We'll catch you up, though, with proceedings and roll through some highlights, of course, for the SRO Esports 24 hours of Spa and show you exactly what's been going on. Of course, it was a long time ago, over 8 hours of racing ago, as we began our rise up towards Eau Rouge and Radion, down towards Les Combes for the first time. Excellent start from the Williams Esports car. Able to fend off not too much in terms of drama towards the front grouping, but plenty of drama in behind us. Lots of moves, shakers, and a couple of crashes as well in all that grouping. But it was pretty safe for the race leads. One of the Mustangs, SD Racing, going for a bit of a slide right ahead of the pack, causing this drama, of course, majorly in the silver category, more so than others. But of course, tricky for a lot of them to work their way through. Klinkmuller going for a little bit of a spin going through the bus stop chicane. Meanwhile, a move for Dara McCormack, trying to sneak his way past the Lamborghini, the 63 car, down into Les Combes. Straight down the inside, around the outside he would go, and it would be the race lead being taken over by Williams Esports. So pretty solid for them. We were talking about some pit lane issues and drivers struggling to get into pit lane. Well, there was this for the 818 as they would make contact with the 51, sending them for a spin. That was about 3 hours ago. And unfortunately, just a bit of a chaotic affair, costing the 51 a fair amount of time. And then they were getting embroiled in some more fights coming down into that chicane with a big move down the inside of one of the couple of Porsches there with that big move. This is as we jumped in, the Ren Velton car, flipping the wall a little bit on the inside, having maybe a little bit of a brush with Tanitsa from behind and sending them into a bit of a spin. Good move from the 44, getting down the inside, around the outside of the 223, coming through the final chicane and moving up a position in the silver category. A very solid attempt from them and a nice clean move, to be perfectly honest. Not seen too many of those going down into the bus stop chicane, where we've seen our fair shares of drama, including this, the number 28 that we're on board with here. A bit of a failed overtake, trying to get up to the rear end of the Porsche, looks to the inside, maybe overcommitting a little bit. Of course, the ST racing car trying to find any way past that Porsche, unable to do so on this occasion, and having to settle for the position that they were running, but they were desperate to find a way past. Of course, there was plenty of battles into the night, and almost getting quite close down there into T1 as well. The Ford Mustang, of course, on its debut in the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa. We saw a battle between the two Ferraris, Ren Velton versus the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. The 51 would get to the inside, coming down into Les Combes, would commit hard to trying to make the move stick. It still wouldn't quite work. Ren Velton doing all they could to hang on at the moment to what was 5th position in class. Of course, Gladius competition, dealing with a fair amount of pressure, running out a little bit wide, and maybe with a little bit of brain fade. This would cost them the race lead in the silver category, as they would drop back to 2nd position. Eamon Murphy would be trying to go for a little bit of a move, but unfortunately for him, just a little bit overcommitted going down to Les Combes, and he would go for a spin. That was why he was trying to catch the Ren Velton car. Of course, that was for 6th position. Eamon Murphy dropping back to 7th. We've not got long left to go. Austin, I'll very quickly get your final thoughts and proceedings, of course, of our little stint here at Spa.
Oh, it's been great. Couldn't have asked for a better lead commentator while we were up here in the booth. This race has really just proven to be one of those for the ages. Lots of ebb and flows, lots of comers and goers down pit road, and there's been a lot of excitement as well. And we've had race control step in a couple times. We've seen some argy-bargy moments on track. I'm excited when I get back in here in the booth in 8 hours or something from now. So it's been a blast.
Yeah, indeed. And like you say, we've had our fair share of excitement, and I think that might well be heading on into the night as well, as we'll hand off commentary duties to Jesse and Mike, of course. To give you an update, it is, of course, Williams Esports leading at the moment, of course, at the top of the pro category. And once again, the fantastic performance at the moment from the number 17, the BF Racing Esports Ferrari 296, leads in silver.
Thank you very much, Lewis in Austin. Hello, everybody. Jesse Lee and Mike Nals joining you in the booth for the night stint for the first time ever here that we're aware of, an all-American booth for the night stint, and that's almost as intended. Mike, welcome in.
Absolutely. I could not be more excited for this race here. It's going to be a long one in terms of our stint timer, but these drivers are going to be coming to a close of theirs relatively soon, and we're going to be seeing a bit of shaking up and around. Now, we've seen at the start of this race, we just briefly mentioned, George Boothby starting on pole position, Darian McCormack currently leading. Obviously, that 5-second penalty picked up in hour 1 for Boothby definitely put the harm on him, but so far, I got to say, this has been an absolute banger of a race with all the gaps being within 10 seconds of each other pretty much.
Yeah, and added to that, the huge calamity there on lap 1. You try to avoid that. I haven't seen quite so many cars involved in an incident in a very long time, but more than anything, it just slowed a lot of them down. But it has sort of worked to the advantage because so many cars were involved or slowed down. It did preserve the battles. Typically what happens is you have an accident on lap 1, you get put on no man's land for a very long time, and it's a long road back. But because the track was literally blocked, that never really happened. So it has preserved a lot of these battles into the evening shift. Just shy of 15 hours left to go, 1 a.m. in sim time, and if I do believe that is also the time in Central European summertime right now as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been a good one so far. Welcome along to chat. I see we got some people in there welcoming us along. Hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you guys are in this fine world. It is going to be a very chill stint, I would imagine, as the battles, obviously. I think it was earlier on, Arjuna had mentioned just briefly that the daytime is sort of where you set yourself up for the night. The night is all about survival, trying to make your car over back to the daylight, where you can then continue racing a bit more. Now, obviously, what we're seeing right here, that's not quite fully true, as we have Manashina here trying to chase down Elder as they go on through the bus stop chicane and back on to the next lap.
What you really want, Mike, at this point in the race, you've gotten many hours in, and especially if you're in that top 10, 15 cars that didn't really have any issues, they just sort of set off as per normal. You kind of want to settle into a rhythm. You want to get into this night stint. Maybe you have a night ringer or a driver that's more comfortable racing in the night. I know that as an American with endurance races, I've always been shoehorned into doing night stints, so it's something that I got incredibly comfortable with, and I think a lot of drivers, they agree. They like that more chill, more tranquil race. That's not what's happening here between Hubin and Osterman, who are racing for really big positions here into the night. This is the kind of time where heroes show up. Nobody's awake to notice it, but still, you can make a lot of headway in a situation like this. Keep in mind how close this race is out there to the number 5 out there with Blyer in front of the field. It's only about 8.5, 9 seconds the gap first to third. That is incredibly close.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with that number 7 car picking up that penalty early on and coming back from it, you can tell that Osterman and the team have the pace to make do for now, but it's just been a bit of a bottleneck being behind Heuben for the time being. We'll see what they can make up come pit phase. Are they going to go for the undercut, the overcut? Again, we're in a 24-hour race here. The undercut and overcut isn't necessarily going to be the be-all, end-all. However, when the gaps are this tight, you can make up that position, go for an undercut as your tires might be a little bit cooler. You're going to be lapping slightly slower, come out, put an absolute smashing lap time down, and potentially gain an overtake on the car in front. Now, obviously, it's a bit of a gamble, as that could be, pushing at night is always a recipe for disaster. Now, obviously, you mentioned there's different comfort levels when it comes to these drivers and different experience levels in general. Currently, our race leader, Blair, obviously, for the Williams Esports team, has quite the experience, but I think when it comes to the experience, no one can trump on that team in particular, the 19-year-old of Daria McCormack, who we just saw out previously and started the race. The 19-year-old who previously won, not last year. Obviously, we have the 2-time winner for the number 86 car, now under a new team, the MSI team. But back in the, I think it was 23, the SRO Esports LAN was actually won by Daria McCormack as well as their team.
Yeah, Dyer McCormack, they're a strong team with that lineup that they have, of course, but I'm starting to feel a little bit like the Jaws music right about now, because that ITB car, they may be coming for the lead here, penalty or no. They have certainly rebounded. It's sitting there at exactly 8.5 seconds, and I'm very curious what ITB Racing will be able to accomplish here now that they've gotten past the 86 car, that Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI car. Will they be able to catch that number 5 Williams car, who's trying to make up a little bit for lost time, all things considered? Round number 1 at Suzuka, they only managed 8th, and top 10's pretty good, but considering where you would expect the Williams Esports Mercedes-AMG team to be, 8th really isn't it. Top 5 minimum podium, I would probably, if we had like fantasy sports, I would have definitely put them on a lock for a podium. Didn't happen for them there, so they need all these points that they possibly can get. Keep in mind, overarching championship at play here.
Yeah, and we have obviously Indy coming up next time around, and currently they're on the makeup, and so far so good for them. 229 laps have been allowed.
cue that Jaws music. I think ITB's coming.
Yeah, he definitely smelling blood in the water at the moment and just getting the absolute hammer down, trying to make the pace up as Jakob Osterman. Well, he's been flying again. Currently, the fastest car in a straight line is actually Osterman. He's running in second position, obviously, at 280 kph down the straight. That's the time to beat currently in terms of straight line speed. 279 for the Ferrari 296 of Lee, and Murphy bringing home in 279.
Close battles through this field. Just looking at some of the times, of course, we've got Eder and the 789, they're really close back there in the field, as well as, of course, you got to work traffic. We talk about all the cars having to deal with that. That's going to become an ever-present problem further we get into this race. In theory, the leader's just going to lap more and more cars, and they're going to scatter further and further around this race course. So you got to work traffic, and unlike a lot of American-style racing where we talk about, well, the leader catches traffic and they fight them harder than anyone else, that doesn't mean if you're P2, you can sort of relax when you come up to a lap car. You still got to make that lap time, and that lap by, of course, Osterman didn't really make up any time that time, and I wonder if maybe lap traffic came into play there, had to take a bad line to get around them.
Also the overtake that played a role that lap. He did get by Helben, so that potentially could have played on that time loss, but still quicker, though, by 1/10 of a second. So really is finding the muster here with the pace of that McLaren. And again, I'd imagine it's going to be within probably the next 10 laps that we're going to be seeing the, as you say, the Jaws music really starting to ramp up and the orchestra starting to get a bit excited.
Man, you were not kidding. Osterman really is quick in a straight line. Just looking at the times down the Kimmel straight, that was absolutely huge. And my apologies to Huben, by the way. That was not a lap car he was working. He was fighting for his position, because that 86, well, they have not actually gone anywhere. And that could be even worse for Williams if both of these teams, and the Team MSI and ITB, end up catching up, because they've not really lost any time. Osterman ended up gaining time on the Kimmel that time through out of sector number 1. This could be a three-way battle if they keep this up.
Yeah, it very well could be, and it's interesting as well because Blair is actually one of the few drivers on Williams that I'm really not familiar with at all in terms of statistics or anything. Obviously, Tinko Vandervelt being there, as well as Darian McCormack. They're drivers that have had loads and loads of endurance driving, and I've seen around the track a few times before. But Blair is a sort of an unknown quantity in my mind, where I'm very curious to see the pace that they have. Obviously, just sort of started their stint not too long ago, so it's really going to be about keeping it up and trying just to keep his head down at the moment and make it to the end of that stint without losing too much ground at the end of the day to the cars behind.
Yeah, if you're a team manager, maybe a teammate over there at Williams Esports right now, you know maybe Into the Breach is a little bit quicker right about now, but you're just telling your driver, you're saying, look, just keep doing what you're doing. He's not beating you by that much, and maybe we can get to the end of the stint, maybe make some changes to the car. Could be the track as well, not favoring the tire pressures or just not to the complete liking of the driver as well a little bit, to get them into pit road as soon as they possibly can. Or maybe, again, if they don't actually get caught, they're not making up a ton of time, just stay on the strategy completely and just sort of eat a little bit of this time loss. Certainly not panic time for Williams.
No, absolutely not at this point, especially if these two drivers end up continuing where they're at right now, going for the drag race down to the first chicane, but it isn't going to be a move just yet. Not like we saw from Minisha and Elder. They are in an absolute war right now between each other, battle for P11. And here is going to be the replay. This is, I think, coming down the Kemmel straight here. And along with the AMG, this is the overtake, of course. It's the overtake that allowed the likes of the 7 car up into P2.
Well, you kind of just let him in there at the end of the Kemmel before they got into the turn, and that's sort of what you need to do. You realize you're going to lose out in Lecombe, you just let them go. Smart racing there, that does two things. That preserves the battle, and it also keeps you out of risk, because there's a few places in racing I don't want to be side by side with somebody. Well, I don't ever want to be side by side with somebody, Mike, but a couple of places that give me the sweats. That's first of all, Eau Rouge Radion, where we just saw there, and number 2, Lecombe is another one of those. Don't put yourself in danger of going off there. That's exactly what Team MSI did. They sort of let them in. Position gained for ITB for the time being. But as you can clearly see, a couple laps later, absolutely nothing lost for Team MSI.
No, not yet. And on that as well, as you say, oh, I don't want to be side by side. Come on, that's what these drivers are here for. At the end of the day, a little bit of slipping and sliding there as well for Nakib. But yeah, racing, obviously, that's one thing I always like to say when it comes to racing. For anyone who hasn't experienced it, I would highly recommend it. Even if you just have a gamepad, get in the sim, get into Assetto Corsa Competizione. There's plenty of base game content that is extremely fun. Obviously, Monza being one of the more popular tracks out there. But it's wholly on the grass, passes Artem, goes for the overtake now down to the inside of the first corner, the first chicane, and he's going to make it stick. That was an absolute bold overtake onto Eder, but no response from the BMW.
Said earlier that I thought Eder and Manisha were getting incredibly close. That's as close as they can get it, and somehow Manisha able to break that car down into Lake Combe after being on the grass. That's usually, you lose a little bit of grip, your braking distance increased, but they were able to use that acute angle to their advantage and get that position anyway. P11 for the 789, but my goodness, that was harder than it looked.
Yeah, absolutely. We're watching now Nick Hauben, who is just an absolute brick in a straight line compared to Osterman ahead. That, though, is the sort of opportunity he's looking for. Trying to take a late apex there to get a better exit, but as we head on down to No Name, there is going to be no opportunity available, I would imagine, for the MSI team. But, yeah, Hauben in the slipstream and not gaining, really going to show you just the pure straight line speed from that McLaren Evo 2.
If you're Nicholas Hauben, what do you do in this case? You've lost the position. You've been in a fight with them. You've taken the fight to them a couple of times. You must know on the Delta, even if you only look up at the start-finish line, you must know that you're still catching them. So is there something to be said here for just sticking with Osterman? They certainly not losing them by any stretch, definitely catching the leader. Do you just tuck in here, or do you continue to fight for this position? Do you feel, if you are Nicholas Hauben, I've got a shot to go up there and take the lead if I can get by the 7?
I think Nick Hauben currently is on the plan of just using the McLaren as a bit of a crutch, trying to stick with him as long as possible. As we saw before, Osterman is absolutely quicker when it comes to just raw pace alone, and now that Hauben's been behind Osterman, these two have sort of found a nice rhythm with each other, and you can see nice lift off the throttle early and into the braking zone, not even thinking of making the overtake, and I think Osterman knows that as well. He knows, though, if he makes any form of mistake, that the, pressure will be on immensely quickly. So it's just about keeping it between the mayo and the mustard at the moment, and heading on to the first corner, you can see there is really no body language whatsoever that Nicholas wants to get by. So I think it's just about working together and trying to close the gap up to the Williams car ahead and, have a three-way battle for the lead.
A lot of times that's actually what you do. You end up losing the position because you're mirror driving a little bit too much. You're being a little bit too defensive, a little bit too cautious. Going into corners, that gives the guy behind you a lot better look and a shot. But the second that you're the car that is following, you're able to immediately pick up where you're better, what you can do to stay with them, where they're braking, and you figure out, I can brake just as late as them, or I can turn in just as sharply as they can. And that's exactly what Nicholas is doing here for Team MSI, just literally driving in the tire tracks of the ITB car, McLaren in front. And that is sometimes all you really need. He's going to offset here just a little bit in Bruxelles, but he's only really doing that just to not be directly behind him in that corner. I don't think he really overdrove it as such, but definitely keeping up, definitely still gaining. The last time through, about 1.5 tenths quicker than the leader. Both of these cars were.
Yeah, and actually that's a really good conversation to bring up really quickly, is I think Lewis and Austin were briefly talking about just the difference between these cars, as somebody in chat had mentioned earlier. And, really, what is the difference? Why are we seeing, a McLaren and a Mercedes? What's the difference between these two cars? Well, quite a bit in reality. Obviously, the engine position being one of the biggest ones. The Mercedes AMG having a big old V8 smack dab in the front of that car, making it very understeery, which is maybe why through Bruxelles you could see him going slightly deeper than McLaren, able to get on the throttle just a little bit earlier, pick up the rear end rotation as the engine is in the middle of the car, and sort of allows you to turn a little bit more like a pendulum. Just different cars, different strategies at the end of the day, but, the one beauty of SRO, and one thing that I absolutely love about GT racing, is the BOP. allowing all of these cars where what circuit or what format of racing do you get to see an AMG breathing down the neck of a McLaren with a Ferrari behind, another AMG ahead, a BMW and an Audi? So much variety. Heck, now a Ford Mustang joining the party as well. Just so much variety on a grid, and all of the cars within tenths of seconds over the course of 4.3 miles like we're seeing today.
That actually brings up a really good point as well. I was going to ask you eventually what your preferred engine configuration is. Do you like it out in front of the driver? Do you like it right behind them? Or do you like it in the rear bumper, as some of the cars are as well?
I'm a bit of a mid-engine man myself. I like the McLaren. I've always been a McLaren driver since originally when I played ACC, and then the Evo 2 came out and then made the car meta. That was the thing, is the McLaren. I think anyone that played ACC I think it was 1.8, 1.7. When did the McLaren get added, chat? 1.8, I think it was. And the McLaren wasn't necessarily the most meta car on the planet, but I absolutely loved it. It was my heart and soul. And then they went and they made a brand new one, and it was even better, and I absolutely loved it. Now, not much of a driver any days, more washed up and just commentate, but hey, in terms of if I had to pick any car on the track, I think I would pick the car directly in front of us in that McLaren Evo 2. How about yourself?
Yeah, I like the engine in front, and I like it in the front specifically when it's raining, which it isn't doing here today, and we do not know if there will be showers. We was told prior to coming in that we didn't expect any inclement weather, which would be an absolute first here for the region at Spa-Francorchamps, but it has been good for the drivers that in the teams. They haven't had to make those very difficult decisions. We've seen these races in the past where it's been a constant flux of rain and drying and rain and drying, and if you're a race engineer like these teams will have, that will make you lose your hair and make it go gray, the parts that don't fall out. Nothing like that happening here. And I talk about preserving battles. That also preserves a lot of these battles. Routine stops cars in amongst themselves, left to their own devices. They know what the track surface is like. But all that said, I haven't heard anyone actually rule out the possibility of inclement weather. It's just that we don't expect it.
Yeah, I think the percentage is down a little bit, but obviously anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. And as you had mentioned, Spa-Francorchamps is certainly notorious for its lack of weather. It's a very dry climate here, right? Right, Chad?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. I don't think we have any evidence to support that it rains here any amount of the time. But
no, sir.
All jokes aside, it's one of those tracks where if you don't like the weather, you can generally wait 5 minutes and it will change, to the delight of a lot of these drivers tonight. Not the case here. There will be some among them, Mike, though, that would relish the opportunity, those rain masters amongst all the teams that would love the opportunity to showcase their prowess on a wet racetrack.
The great equalizer. That's one thing. Recently I was watching a race where it was multi-class racing. We're not quite seeing that here in this case, all GT3s, but watching LMP2s and GTP cars and seeing the pace of them as the rain fell, and the LMP2s ended up being quicker at one point than the GTPs. So it's just all about, again, the rain being the great equalizer. It doesn't really matter what machine you have out there. It comes down to pure raw driver talent and who can keep it on track without heading straight for the barrier and ending up in a pile of carbon fiber.
Yep, that certainly is the case. By the way, gap still coming down. Williams leads, but of course, second place into the breach. They are sort of catching still. Yeah, they actually caught quite a bit in the previous lap. They have left the 86 a little bit. They're as far away as they've been for quite some time. And keep in mind, that's only about half a second, so that's not really far at all. But Team MSI hanging in there in third place. The gap's continuing to come down in front. We ride with Lars Kisser for the Team HRT, Mercedes-AMG Esports, as they are charging down Felipe Bokita in the 89. Now that's an interesting fight because the BS Plus competition car has a 5-second penalty. That will not mean that Felipe is going to pull over for Lars at any point here. In fact, it might actually make her fight a little bit harder than normal here to try and keep them behind.
You could say that. Now, if I was Bokita myself, I think I would personally just let Kisser go and try to use them as, again, a bit of a crutch, use them as momentum. We're so early in this race, which I know we're almost 12 hours in, 10 hours into this race, and it's still early, chat. That's the beauty of these 24s. but it is still early at the end of the day, and you need to be so careful. And going for a move onto a driver that isn't going to hand you that position over easily, it may not be worth it. Sure, you might be losing a 10th a lap, but if you end up going into the barrier and having to take a trip down pit lane, well, I'll just tell you, a trip down pit lane here at Spa-Francorchamps, if you do decide to just come into pit stop and take a refuel, it's going to be 65 seconds alone. In terms of if you were to change tires plus repairs, who knows, but it's going to be well over 100 seconds if you do end up with damage.
Yeah, it's a long old pit road around here, the longest on the entire schedule, if memory serves. It might be one of the longest in racing in general as well, because in GT, or in this particular series here, we run both pit lanes, both the Formula and the GT pit lane combined. No shortcuts here. So the trip down pit lane is long. Get a drive-through. It's a huge problem. Make unscheduled trips down pit lane also a really bad problem. It can mess up your race in an absolute hurry. And considering how close a lot of these cars are, I'm just doing some quick math in my head. If the leader, for instance, had any issue right now and all they had to do without even stopping is roll down pit lane, well, of course, they would still have the lead, but it's close. It's one of those things where you don't want to hurt yourself, so you got to keep it in between the lines. And as time goes on here tonight, we will figure out just how many of these teams are nursing these track limit warnings. I'm always curious about it. It's not something we get to see unless we're told by the teams themselves. But there will be a lot of cars nursing on that third one, afraid to get that fourth one and pop that drive-through.
That is a great point. For anyone that's unfamiliar with ACC, the way that the track limits works in this game, now, Spa is not necessarily one of the tracks that's the easiest or the hardest to get a track limits warning. Typically, you'll get it through Eau Rouge Radion. And what a track limits warning is you went off track and carried some speed and gained a quote-unquote advantage. Sometimes you didn't, and it still will hit you with that, but that's beside the point, generally speaking. And if you pick up 3 of those, well, that's going to be your last warning. If you pick up 4, you will receive an automatic penalty, a drive-through penalty, which will take you a trip down pit lane and cost you a whopping, let's do the quick maths here as I look at my notes, 57 seconds for a drive-through penalty.
Oof, yeah, that's absolutely horrible. I have been doing the math here, and I figured out if the number 5 was to have an issue like that, they would fall just outside the top 5 from doing a drive-through penalty alone. And keep in mind, we didn't just start this race. We have 14 hours left. We're nearing the halfway point. That would lose them 5 spots at minimum, maybe even more, probably even more than that if they had to come in and serve a drive-through penalty. So that's what all the teams are dealing with here. Just looking at the timing and scoring, I don't think there's a single car inside the top 20 or so that could get a penalty and not lose major spots. And of course, top 15 gets championship points at the end of the day.
Indeed, and there is Felipe Bokita trying to hold on for dear life at the moment from down under. And again, we'll be coming into pit lane in about 30 minutes when we have our next stop. But I did notice something there briefly just before we switched off of Hubin and Osterman. I sense that Hubin is getting a little bit fed up behind Osterman. I maybe saw a different sort of car body language from that Mercedes, piling a little bit more pressure on. I saw a couple alternate angles trying to slip down the inside, and maybe he's saying, hey, I'm quicker than you at this point, Osterman. We should work together. You should let me by. Now, that is good luck trying to get that across. Of course, these two drivers are not teammates and have no obligations to do so. So it will be an absolute knife fight in a phone booth, I would imagine, for P2 coming up soon enough if Hubin wants to pull the trigger.
Yeah, see, that's sort of the problem, too. Osterman, as long as Osterman's catching Blyer, it's not a big deal. It's not a problem at all. But the second that Nicholas Hubin feels like Osterman is no longer catching the Williams in front of the both of them, well, then all of a sudden Team MSI is going to start pressuring them even more and trying to get by them again, because that gap is stagnated for the last couple laps at about 6.9 seconds. Hubin, who lost a little bit of ground a couple laps, made all of that back up and then some, might now be feeling like they are now losing time, like they may be the quicker of the 3 cars. We had a live look in with Felipe Bokita, who looked as calm and as cool as you possibly could imagine. And that's with Lars Kisser right behind them, trying to fight them for that 8th place position. It's always frustrating, isn't it, Mike, when you get a penalty and you're racing with a penalty, but what you're really trying to do is minimize the damage from that. Keeping Lars behind them, I mentioned that earlier, is huge, because yeah, they'll still jump them in the pit lane, but at least they're not an additional 5+ seconds up the road when they do serve that penalty.
Yeah, exactly. And at the end of the day, Bakita wants to hold on to as much track position as possible. Now, the question obviously is will that cost them more times if she decides to battle? We don't know yet. We'll find out soon enough in terms of it. I think Kisser has fallen off the back bumper now 4/10, so a little bit of breathing room. And we saw Halben slipping and sliding through and throughout this lap. I think he is, again, calmed down a bit more. Also, a question in chat, which has just been answered. I was going to answer. Okay. Yes, the next race is going to be Indy, and it will be the 6th of July. Add that to your calendar. 2 p.m. UTC, or UTC, I think it is. 2 p.m. UTC or 7 o'clock Pacific time, 7 a.m. Pacific time. Again, add that to your calendars. And for July 6th, 8 hours of Indianapolis. That will be fun. What a track that is.
Do you think that was deliberate, by the way, as well?
How so?
Coming to America that close to the 4th of July, do you think that was something that the powers that be, they came along to deal with? Filippo Akita, by the way, just got caught down the Kimmel Straight. Lars Kisser in the number 4 for Team HRT by RW, able to make the pass on BS Plus competition that time. Done and dusted by the time they got to Lacombe.
Indeed. And one thing I want to point out, we'll touch on that conversation again here briefly, but or in a second, but I wanted to touch on Bakita and her just calmness is even getting overtaken there. One thing you often see with drivers, and I am so guilty of this one myself, is death gripping the steering wheel when you're holding on for dear life, as Osterman is into the first corner, maybe clips the wall there, but looks like he comes out scot-free and shouldn't be under too much pressure from Halben. We'll see, though, as we go down Eau Rouge Radion here and coming back up the hill. This is going to be, again, that ascent up Kemmel. And it seems, I think it's just going to be a little bit too far back for Nicholas. There is, we were mentioning earlier, that is going to be the easiest spot to pick up a penalty for when it comes to track limits. But you can see there, both drivers staying well within the lines and Halben not able to overtake. But onto the death gripping. When it comes to an endurance race, your hands eventually start to get very sore, and especially if you've done real-life driving, this is something that is very, very easy when it's a tense situation. You start grabbing it very hard and your hands start hurting, and then you start thinking of other things. Your hands hurting, your back hurting, what you're going to have. And so you just get distracted over time. And this racing is such a mental game, and being able to stay with it. You can see Bokita, she wasn't even phased when she got overtaken there. She knows her game plan. It's not going to bother her too much, and just carrying on with a nice light grip of the wheel and not going to be too discomforted.
Something to be said about a driver that's locked in, that's focused, and even if they get overtaken, that's not where I thought you were going to go with that, Mike. What I thought you were going to say was you get heated in the moment and you start to lose your composure a little bit. I'm certainly guilty of that. I'm in the heat of a battle. I lose a fight one-on-one. I get a little upset, and you don't really see esports drivers get too emotional, but you also don't see too many drivers that locked in a situation like that. But I think it really comes down to the fact that there's so much time left in this race. This isn't the end. They've got the penalty. They're not trying to make it worse. And on top of that, you get caught, you get past. It happens. It could happen to anybody. And on any given lap, it definitely happens to somebody. But I'm sort of the opposite of a lot of drivers. I'll start flinging stuff when I get upset in the car.
No, the seeing red, as I often like to describe it, the little red mist that turns into a red haze, which turns into a sort of a red liquid. It's starting to get pretty viscous, and then a red goo, and then, well, you've hit the barrier and everything turns red.
Oh, you've seen some of my races. I was curious about something here in the La Source this time. Remember, one lap ago, I couldn't tell if Osterman just got in there a little bit defensive, a little gingerly, maybe, and maybe Hubin went for it. And that time, I'm forced to believe that maybe Hubin was just able to get in there a little deeper, or maybe wanted to get in there a little bit deeper and almost had to take avoiding action. That time it looked quite even, but this time through Eau Rouge Radion, it's definitely on Nicholas Hubin for Team MSI. He's going to pull out down the Kimmel. He's going to have a look, but I don't think they have a match for the ITB McLaren straight line speed. And in fact, by the time they get to Lake Combe, they are single file again. But you're absolutely right. A little less willing to sit idly by is the MSI Mercedes at this point in this race. But Osterman has, again, after a few laps of not making any progress, they have made a lot of progress, almost an entire second. It's down to 6 seconds, the gap first to second and third, if we're being honest.
Yeah, the overall pace has slowed down, but the gaining hasn't. The lap times are now into the 2:16.6s on average. Both of these drivers, Osterman and Huberman, basically dead even down to 2 milliseconds last lap. For anyone curious, the human blink of an eye is 0.2 of a second, exponentially quicker than the two's lap times over the course of 4.3 miles, which I always like to say is, again, so incredible. Two different machines within that little time of each other. Now, obviously, that one is stuck behind the other, but still, it just goes to show you the power of these machines as well as the power of these drivers and consistency, and the fact that this is their 9 to 5, some of them, or rather their 9 to 9 some of the days in terms of how much they practice. It's a lot of work in order to get into the positions here, for example, that Dominic Blair has ended up himself in.
Yeah, a lot of committed race car drivers out there. Just because it's virtual doesn't make it any less of a job, and it's something that a lot of these drivers pride themselves on right now. And I'm going to tell you this, if Dominic Blyer can make their way to the end of this stint with the lead, despite the fact that the gap is shrinking, it will be considered a huge W for this team, simply getting to that point in the race. And it's not about how your pace is every single lap that really matters. It's about the overarching sort of structure of the race, keeping the lead. You can let them get close, just don't let them get by you. And if you do, of course, reformulate that plan absolutely immediately. But we don't know. Is it just a pace difference between Blyer, Osterman, and Hubin, or is it something to do with the car specifically that Williams will address when they get in the pit lane? We'll only know once they make a pit stop.
Yeah, and again, it could also be down to just driver pace alone. That's one thing that we have to also take into account, is even though these are all esports drivers, they're all not necessarily at the same skill level as each other. Skill, I use that word, I don't like to use that word in particular because it sounds a lot more harsh than it actually is, because we're talking the difference of thousandths of seconds, but thousandths add up into tenths and tenths add up into seconds. So over the course of a 24-hour race, if you're just a couple percent off your teammate, well, you're going to be losing time over the course of it. So again, putting Blair in here at this time, we'll see if he can find a little bit more pace. I'm sure the tires are getting a bit cold as well. The track temp has dropped quite marginally, I would imagine, since we're at 14-14. And obviously, when you're coming up to optimum temps during the day, when we hit morning time, 18-18 is going to be that quote-unquote happy hour, where we're going to be seeing these drivers set more than likely the fastest lap of the race.
Morning time, incredibly special for any 24-hour race. It's especially special here at Spa-Francorchamps as well. It invigorates you, it remotivates you, and now this is the sort of the weary, dopey time of the race, settling into the night portion just after 1:30 in the morning in sim time, and a lot of the teammates they'll be at minimum capacity right now. And meaning that the drivers that started the race are likely not even on call right now, probably away getting some nutrients, getting some sleep, you would hope, and just a couple of people around. So you have that grand pomp and circumstance of a start of a race like this with such importance as the esports 24-hour Spa here. But now it's the opposite of that. It's calm, and a lot of drivers prefer that. Some don't really like being left alone. A lot of drivers, in my experience, do, though. So I think that's why some really enjoy racing in the night.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right, where you obviously mentioned the part that the most of Twitch chat, for example, or anyone watching any race doesn't get to see is the behind-the-scenes element when it comes to the teams, and just how much effort goes in, not just to the effort in terms of, it was the 89 car, I thought that was 86, 5-second penalty there for the 89, but, where was I going with that? Oh, no. I've just lost my... Anyways, where was I going with that?
I think you were talking about the behind the scenes of what it takes to put on a race like this, as far as the teams are concerned.
Of course, yes, thank you. And on to, of course, the just behind the scenes in terms of when these drivers stop driving, they're not just done for the entire night. They don't just walk away and head back in terms of, some of them do, obviously, you mentioned you need that you need sleep, you need food, you need all of that, but you also want to be there for your teammates and stick through it, because this is a team effort. It's not just one driver that is winning this race. These teams have 3 to, I think, 5 drivers on their teams, if not 4 on average, I would say. Or it's 3 to 4, I think 3 to 4 drivers in terms of the teams here, obviously, for a 24-hour race. So you're going to be driving 6 hours each throughout this course, on average. Obviously, some teams will change that up to different degrees, and that is where a driver's skill level comes into play as well. And some drivers just have to recognize, well, I'm a little bit slower, so I'll take a little bit less driver time to make the team a bit better. But that just comes down to management beforehand and trying to get a setup for all 4 drivers, trying to get everybody together just in a call in general. It is so much effort, and a big shout out to SRO for putting on amazing events like this one.
Certainly so. There are drivers that are among them that will not get any sleep throughout this entire sort of race, because that's just not what they're used to. They're used to being, in the action for that entirety of time. So they just won't want to walk away. Of course, immediately following the race, you get done with it, and then maybe you take a nice long rest. But there will be some that just don't feel it. They don't like how it makes them feel, and they prefer just to stay awake, and they're typically wired from start to checkered flag. That's always been sort of weird to me as somebody who likes to sneak away, have a little break. So beyond that, though, a lot of different plans here in this race, and I've never seen a race strategy go to plan. You've always got a B, a C, a D, maybe even all the way to a Z or a Z, as our British brethren would put it, because that is racing. You make a plan and immediately have to throw it away, like we saw so many have to do at the start of this one with the track being blocked with the pylon.
Yes, indeed. Having I was going to say a chicane in the middle of the Kemmel Straight isn't ideal, but in terms of, I wouldn't even consider that a chicane. That was just a straight up parking lot on the M95. It is what it is at the end of the day. It's very unfortunate, and, we'll see in terms of how much damage was had over the course. Obviously, that is well in the past at this point, and the drivers have to put that into their just memory banks and say, well, we'll talk about it later. We just got to keep our heads down and keep pushing for the time being. And, well, that's what these drivers pretty much have done. Obviously, by the front, they haven't had to worry about that. But in terms of the cars behind, it seems that the gaps are, again, fairly consistent. So that's something that you don't often see in terms of endurance racing. A 4/10 gap after 10 hours, that is impressive.
Yeah, it's super impressive what all these teams up here have been able to do. The gap down to 5.4 seconds, another 0.6 of a second eaten into that lead. It sort of ebbs and flows just a little bit as that sector in the middle, Dominic was able to take the Williams about a 10th quicker around there than Osterman was able to do for Into the Breach Esports. So still on the whole, ITB and the Team MSI Mercedes, both those cars able to continue to gain together here. And for the time being, Nicholas Hubin sort of willing to not press too awful hard, as this is, of course, the leader of the race here. And a win here would be absolutely huge for Williams Esports, who we already documented hadn't had the greatest start to the season. They ended up being credited with an 8th place finish at the opening round, the 3 hours of Suzuka. It could have been better, it could have been worse, but only looking forward to the future here, and certainly on form here today as they had to go up there and take that lead.
Yeah, only up from here. And in terms of Spa, one of the most historic tracks in terms of all of racing. I don't think there's a single series really that hasn't raced here in the past. Now, obviously, MotoGP doesn't race here anymore for good reason. It's a 4.3 mile or 7 kilometer circuit founded all the way back in 1921. The current layout that we're using from 2022, and I think the revamp of this track was in 1984. Located in Francorchamps, Belgium, 19 corners, 9 to the right and 10 to the left, with a whopping 103 meters of elevation. It's about 337 feet. Basically one American football field for anyone out there, for reference in terms of the up and down, and that's going to be
we'll use anything but the metric system.
Yes, indeed. How many? What is a kilometer? That's the question. But no.
Well, it's
In terms of
0.62 of a mile.
Fair enough. You know what is 0.65 of a mile as well? The Kemmel Straight. It's just about.
I like it.
Yeah, 1 kilometer, basically exactly down the Kemmel Straight. And again, this track is just rife with history. Obviously, we had the original layout of this track that was designed by Jules Turin and Henry Langlois von Oprum.
That was
rolled right off the tongue there on that name.
that was not a confidence pronunciation there.
No, I'm not great with some of these names, but a couple German dudes or Belgian dudes have founded it in the town of Francorchamps in Malmedy, and of course created the fast-flowing 14.9 kilometer circuit through the forest and hills. And back in 1969, not 84, my bad. Or no, it was 83. It was. Back in 1969, they kind of boycotted this track, where they moved it over to Zolder and then used that track in Formula One for a little bit until Spa was revamped and nice and safe. And you can thank Jackie Stewart for that back in 1983.
Well, there you go. And, it's also sort of nestled in the mountains is this racetrack, which is sort of what proliferates the unusual and ever-changing weather pattern. Of course, nothing to complain about tonight. If you can look at the darkened sky here, you can see it's only partly cloudy right now, and no real threat of any weather at all. We are under threat of some fantastic racing here up at the front of the field. We ride on board the rear diffuser of Jacob Osterman for ITB Racing. And that right behind them is Nicholas Hubin in the 86, your winner from round number 1 of this early campaign. The team MSI Mercedes still right there with them. 5 seconds the gap now. And that means in the time that we've been in the box, Osterman and Hubin have been able to get, what is that, about 4 seconds out of the lead that Dominic Blair has.
Yeah, and also now down to 5 seconds now. 1 second since I started blabbering about Spa-Francorchamps. And don't worry, chat, there are more fun Spa-Francorchamps facts to come. So do not worry.
I can't wait to hear how many baseball diamonds you can fit into the middle of the racetrack. Do you have that statistic?
Dude, I don't, but I will after this race. That is a heck of a statistic if I can figure that one out. Here is some back markers, though, that we're coming across now. That is going to be a Porsche ahead of us and getting out of the way now as we head on back down the back not so straight, as I like to call it here, heading down towards the famous Blanchimont, and both cars negotiating the traffic with relative ease. Now, we'd mentioned earlier, we've seen some rather blue flag infringements, but it's sort of difficult to do. It's not quite like Formula One racing when it comes to you have to move out of the way within the first 2 marshal posts. That's obviously the rule from Formula One. We don't follow that here in GT racing. It's more just, I don't want to say it's a warning that there's a faster car approaching you, but it technically is what it is. But it is basically just be aware, check your mirrors, and if you are holding them up, just let them by.
Yeah, I've always described it in GT racing as an advisory flag rather than a warning flag like it is in other motorsport. It is an advisory to, hey, there is a faster car or a car on a different lap approaching you. You know, be aware of that. Of course, we have our specific rules here at SRO Esports about what you can and can't do defending-wise and impeding. And all of that's very clearly laid out in the rules. And something's happened to the Myrtle Motorsports number 80 Honda NSX. That has definitely had a trip into the barrier.
No hope for the Honda, unfortunately, and that was big damage picked up for Hope.
Yep, certainly was. They'll have to limp that back down to the pit lane. Certainly going to have to take an unscheduled stop to sort that out. I want to talk about the penalty on BS Plus competition, that 89 BMW. We saw that flash up on the screen and confirm what the penalty was for. It was 5 seconds for a pit lane infringement, a violation of the line. There it is indeed, the 89 on lap 226. That was their most recent pit stop. 5-second time penalty for a pit lane infringement. Now, what does that mean? I do know the teams were told very specifically about how to get out of pit lane, that they could not cross either line, the white lines painted on the racetrack exiting pit lane. So it's so easy to cross that line in pit out and you have to follow inside that line. It's a safety thing. I would imagine that's where they got that. That's exactly what happened. They went over the white lines on pit exit, got hit with a 5-second penalty.
Could be pit exit, pit entry. Either one, I would imagine, would cost you that. So yeah, just a little bit of greed, unfortunately, there for the number 89 machine, and trying to gain just a slight advantage and then a slap on the wrist, and they'll have to serve that within their next pit stop, where they'll have to remain stationary for 5 seconds before their auto jacks lift them up and the mechanics are allowed to work on the car.
Yep, it's purgatory when you get any sort of penalty. You're lucky it's only a 5-second penalty in that case, because if you get something we don't really ever see, I've saw maybe once or twice ever here at SRO Esports, a stop and go 20 or something like that, that's even worse, because not only do you not get to service the car when you do it, it's an additional stop and a 20-second stop at that. Then you have to come back around and do your pit stop most of the time, or if you're in the middle of the stint, that's literally no better, because that completely messes with the strategy. 4.4 seconds the gap leader to P2 and 3. We are surely at some point going to have a three-way battle for the lead near the midpoint of the race. Mike, what more could you really ask for here?
I honestly couldn't be asking for much more. This is going to be awesome. A three-way battle with it without 10 hours into this is unheard of, I would say, for a lot of endurance leagues in terms of any form, I would say. You can see there, Osterman slipping and sliding again. He is absolutely on the limit trying to gain time. It has closed again, now down to 4 seconds since we last checked, and at pretty much every, say, 5 minutes, he's closing a second. So we might see within the next, 20 minutes, a battle for P1 between 3 different drivers here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the pit stops whenever they elect to take them. Will there be a sort of almost defensive stop by Williams out in front, maybe an offensive stop by ITB and Team MSI? We'll have to see exactly what they all decide to do. It's the war inside the war, as I like to call it. What you do in the pit stops, it can win you races, it can lose you races, and hindsight's always 20/20 when it goes wrong, isn't it? Oh, we should have done this versus that. It's all the way it goes in a race like this. But you live for these moments if you're a strategist. This is where you make your money.
Absolutely, and they'll be biting their nails simultaneously and saying everything that they have with confidence, and not really going to be any sorts of it.
Oh,
It's so hard to tell as a strategist.
Cut it short by a lap. Yeah, come in. That's the brilliant plan. Yep, we're going to do it. And when it doesn't work out, you go, well, see, the math supported that was the right thing to do.
Yeah, strategy is a game that not a lot of teams can get right. It doesn't matter what level you're at. We've seen, obviously, plenty of professional teams throughout the years absolutely bottle it with it, and it doesn't matter how good of a driver you are, it doesn't matter how good of a team you have. The wrong call at the wrong time, that could be the end of your race potentially, or at least the end of a really good opportunity like all these 3 drivers have for the potential race lead. And Dario Mullo, I think, is down a lap, so it's really kind of a 3-horse race at this point.
He's not really down a lap, but he's a
of course, they just crossed
behind.
the line.
Yeah, the way that ACC does the timing and scoring until they, it's a typical timing and scoring loop really, is because the track's so big. What happens was whenever the leaders trip a timing and scoring loop somewhere, that and the other car hasn't made it to the previous one, it just assumes until the next car gets to that timing and scoring line that they are a lap down, despite the fact that they're only about 25 seconds behind, but it's just the timing and scoring loop. So if anybody is confused about that, why there is sometimes not a time there, or it sometimes registers that they're a lap down when they're really not, it's just about where they are on the racetrack and where the timing and scoring loop is. A lot of times they're not actually a full lap down, and a lot of times though you can tell if they are a lap down because it'll say they're multiple laps down when that does occur. But a lot of times you got to really sort of catch them at the right time. And eventually we'll see some of these cars get caught, Mike, in a position where it says they are lap down all the time because they're more than a sector behind, but in reality they're only about 40 seconds behind.
Yep, that was my bad on that one. Also, I just noticed Ryan Gill in chat, who deleted the message, but I'm going to call it out anyway. Shout out to production behind the scenes. We got Ryan Gill there making the comment, and I'm really curious now if this is actually true or not, but Spa-Francorchamps is 3,748.6, or excuse me, 0.46 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evos long. Brilliant statistic.
Wow. Okay, Ryan Gill, how do you know that? And why do you know that? That's very interesting. Do you think he breaks that out at parties, do you?
I think that would make you the center of attention from all of the women at that party, or men at the for any case. But everybody would be absolutely all over you if you were to bring out that statistic. So I'd highly put that one in your books.
There you go. How many did he say it was?
Just in case you were curious, it is 3,748.46 Mercedes AMG Evo 3s long.
Goodness, that is so many cars. I assume that's end to end, of course,
it's not
around
true.
Around the racetrack. That is absolutely incredible news. And you know what? Fun thing about statistics like that, change the manufacturer completely changes how many cars it is, because GT Racing, the cars are not the same length, they're not the same weight, they're not really even the same specification. They make different amounts of downforce. Change a little, change a lot. That's what is amazing about the balance of performance we have here at SRO Esports, is that you've got so many manufacturers that are able to compete with each other and run so closely together. They all the manufacturers, of course, they have their strengths and weaknesses, but they all average out over the course of a lap. The BOP certainly helps with that. It's brilliant racing. It's why I love GT racing.
Indeed, and just again, the talent and caliber of these drivers as well, making it all the more better, and that's what's going to give us a lead battle with about 14 hours remaining, and I would say that's about the time that we'd hit it, is when there's 14 hours left on the dot. I think basically towards pit stop phases, we're going to start to see that battle, which is really going to spice things up, because as you had mentioned there briefly, the strategists, they are going to be making their money here, and whoever comes out ahead is going to be counting their lucky stars potentially, or really thanking their strategist for providing them an excellent opportunity here. We'll see if Osterman can capitalize. We'll see if Haubin or if Blair can keep it up in the race lead.
I'll tell you something a very smart strategist once told me, way smarter than I could ever be, and it's that nobody's right or wrong until the checkered flag falls, but also you never know when the last pass for the lead is going to occur, so you have to treat all of them as the last pass.
Indeed, and we also have an updated number here. So Ryan Gill did spread false information with 3,000.
Oh my
it is
goodness,
actually
no
1,475.
That sounds more right to me. I was thinking before. I was like, is the measurement off? Because that is a lot of cars, but still over 1,000 cars to cover the length of the track. And Ryan Gill there with your facts that you needed to know.
There's a little beef behind the scenes as well going on, but hey, yeah, it is absolutely incredible here. We're going to be seeing a two manufacturer battle for the race lead, and it's going to be two AMGs and a McLaren. I don't know what I almost said BMW. Obviously, we have the BMW that we were checking out earlier of Bokita, who is actually, I think, the BMW factory team, if I'm not mistaken, currently piloting the number 89.
Yep, PS Plus competition showing up and showing out as they always do. But I will say it's been a little bit of a ho-hum start, and it's continued a little bit today. They finished P10 in round number 1, and sort of like Williams Esports number 5, probably looking for a rebound, but it hasn't quite happened yet. But a long way to go for BS Plus competition today, and I've seen them win championships from worse positions, so certainly don't take the first couple of races, or round number 1 and what we've had so far of this race, and put too much stock in that. Rinwelton defensive here from Walshingham. Veloce number 40 trying to make the move and doesn't get it done that time, and very smartly so, falls back in line. Super defensive there from Rinwelton number 72, and you'd have to be. You don't want to give up positions here if you can help it.
No, for sure. And looking at lap times, Pitchman was actually a bit quicker in the previous, or excuse me, was a bit slower in the previous lap by about 0.3, allowing Walshingham here, who I'm sure everyone might know that name. It's a very familiar name if you do watch ACC, aside, of course, Competizione, the game that we are, or simulator, excuse me, before chat lights me up. The simulator that we are, in fact, playing. He is breathing down the neck of the Cavallina Rampanti, the number 72 of Pitchman, heading on to the back now where the opportunities are going to arise into the bus stop.
Yep, and the thing about Aiden is, for Veloce, they clearly have a little bit of a pace advantage there in that first sector. It sort of evens out. As a huge slip right there as they go over the back of the gigantic curb, and that's going to lose them time, and that could end up costing them. Might have to be defensive here into Blochemal. We've got the rain light on the back of the Renwelton Ferrari is still ablaze, but I'm not sure if that's an incorrect button press. Let's turn that on. You see that with indicators a lot of the time. They switch them on, forget to switch them off, but either way, be a little distraction to Aiden Walshingham, who's taking this opportunity to do their pit stop. This is a offensive pit stop for Walshingham.
Indeed, as we take a look, it is actually the end of his stint. Never mind. So that's fair enough. I'm assuming 65-minute stint timers here, if you're correct. But Pitchman will be coming in at the end of this lap, I think guaranteed, as they will have absolutely no choice to. And it's been a double stint for Tim so far, so I'd imagine Tim is going to hand the car over to one of his teammates. And Walshingham presumably might stay behind the wheel. This is his first stint, and I think we might see a double out of them as they have... Well, no, maybe not, as they've been doing single stints for now. Murphy had 2. We'll see. Aiden Walshingham might come out behind the car still.
That's pretty perfect, too. You catch them, you take a look, and you don't really get the job done that time into Lacombe. You fall back in line, and instead of being stuck behind a car like we've seen these second and third place cars all stint long, it seems like you catch them, you take a run, it doesn't work, and then boom, that is the end of my stint. That you don't have to manufacture a stop. And that's brilliant. You stay on strategy. You're not trying to leapfrog another car. It all just sort of works. And, well, Vilas Huben up into P2 now as the pit stop cycle is certainly open. The early takers down pit lane. The question will be, does Team MSI come down this lap, or do they have an extra lap in? The leader's in.
No surprises here, as everybody will be, I think, following suit. This is the end of the stint times, and all of these drivers are going to be coming in for a fresh set of boots and a fresh bed of fuel. And on that, a great question in chat. How much does the fuel level impact the car in terms of downforce, as well as lap time in general? Well, just like real life, ACC does an incredible job of simulating the fact that, yes, every single lap you're burning off 3.2 liters, 4 point something liters. Don't quote me on that, chat. I don't know the exact literage. But yes, your tank's draining every single lap, which means that your tires are going to be getting a little bit less wear through them every single lap. So if you can manage your tires for long enough, by the time you're on a lower fuel stint, you might be able to pick up some lap time due to the fact that, well, you just have less weight in the car, meaning you're allowed to go a little bit quicker through the corners.
Some cars, too, are very sensitive to that change. It's legitimately an issue for some of the cars. I'll explain in a minute. There's an incident between cars number 5 and 7 on lap 247. A warning given for car 7 for ignoring a yellow flag. And I would assume that was a car in trouble and not slowing down in a place where a waved yellow was thrown.
Naughty. Definitely got to be a bit more aware on that, but
it's also given to the 86 as well, Mike.
Ooh, interesting. That could be big, but for now, just a warning. So nothing in terms of time penalty, just something for them to be aware of and be on their best behavior from here on out, basically, because the stewards are going to be keeping a close eye on them. Here's Tinko Vandervelde, now behind the wheel of the Williams Esports 2024 machine, and back out into the lead.
Tinko Vandervelde is going to get a really good run here, keep between the lines. We've already seen other drivers run afoul of that, and it looks pretty crazy from that point of view, and that's because there's a huge bump out there as you get to the top of Radion, and it can cause issues. We saw that last year. A couple of cars had incidents coming out of the pit lane on cold tires. Nothing doing for any of these leaders as everybody filters back out onto the racetrack. New driver installed for Team MSI. It's Tobias Grunwald in the number 86 Mercedes as they take over the helm. Tinko Vandervelde out in front of the field. They do keep the lead. Nothing crazy there on that stop. If they did lose time, it was incredibly negligible as the gap has remained around 4 seconds. 3.9 is they get to the first timing in scoring sector. Osterman, I do believe, unless I'm being yeah, Osterman still in the car in P2.
Yeah, and, fair enough. Osterman's been absolutely smashing it, so I see no reason for him to come out of the car. He feels comfortable, says to his team, yeah, I'm more than happy to continue on for another stint, another hour wrestling the reins there of that McLaren, and no issue for him. He will be continuing on and gaining, potentially on Tinko. Now, it will be on Tinko here to really get the hammer down on these outlaps, and this will be the difference. We'll be seeing if the Williams Esports car is going to be reeled in slowly throughout the rest of this stint, and if they are, well, we're definitely in for a show. Or if Tinko can get the hammer down, find the pace, and manage to lap a little bit quicker than Osterman, but everybody on a fresh set of boots now, and the field's been equalized.
Keep in mind, Osterman came in a lap before Van der Velde and Grunwald got into the car. Osterman, hot driver in the car, came in a lap earlier, meaning that his tires are more up to temperature and has continued to dig into Williams's lead here for ITB Racing. It was 3.9. It was down to 3.4. It's now 3 seconds even on this outlap as Van der Velde is trying to get those tires up to temperature. A little bit of lap traffic coming into play for Jacob Osterman here as well, and that's going to come into play, and that might be the saving grace for Van der Velde. Van der Velde has one job right here, and that job is to pull away just a little bit. Doesn't have to be a lot. Stabilize it. Don't lose any more time. Easier said than done on cold tires, but they've managed it. Now, can Van der Velde drive away for Williams?
Yeah, that'll be the question, and we'll be seeing that soon enough here, just taking a look at sector times when they update. I'm honestly not sure if they have or not, so we'll just hold off on that for now, but it will be the case. Van der Velde here, again, a very experienced driver. One thing that's interesting about the Williams Esports team, in terms of all of the drivers that I have information on, every single one of them is 19 years old. It's just a very interesting fact. All 3 of the drivers that I have information on, Tinko Van der Velde, as well as Dario McCormack, and who am I also forgetting? And is it, I think it's Fala? No. Anyways, the other driver, they're all 19 years old. And then the lone one that I'm not too sure on. So a very young gun team for the Williams Esports Academy, or not Academy, excuse me, the Williams Esports Factory team. But that's been the case, I think, just in multiple of their esports. I know they've, in terms of their eNASCAR leagues, they've had the young gun Parker White out there, and just adapting. That's one thing about sim racing, I think, that's so exciting, and just racing in general that we're seeing is younger and younger drivers. Heck, I'm 24 years old, and I feel like I'm too old to be a racing driver at this point.
Oh, I'm going to go cry by myself. But I will say, youth is the fundamental part of any sport, and that includes motorsports as well. You've got to have that youth development, that pipeline, if you will. And a lot of that, of course, is, sim racing used to be, in my day, it used to be something that hobbyists did. And now it's something that is accessible to everyone. So you've got people that are getting exposed to sim racing earlier on in life. They're picking it up. They're following racing series that they really enjoy. And, it starts with something. It always starts with something. Back in the day where you could count the pixels for me, that's sort of where it all started. But nowadays, it's quite a bit different than it was then. There's so much choice in sports, and a lot of these drivers, they just picked it up as a hobby and realized at some point, hey, I'm good enough to go esports racing with this, or a little bit more practice, maybe I can get into that. And certainly over the last several years, picking up Dyer McCormack's progress in this series alone, it's been absolutely incredible. You talk about a driver that started out quick to begin with, but has gotten smarter. That's something else too you can't really teach. Racing IQ, it's just something you have to experience. And when you start younger, you get that at an earlier age, you have more successful years.
Absolutely, but that could also mean that your nerves are a little less developed, you're a bit more anxious. I don't think we've seen that from the Williams Esports drivers that I've seen, at least in any of the younger drivers for that matter. They've been just on the ball in terms of it. It's incredible, just the mental maturity that comes out of some of these drivers, especially when you hear them talking about strategy and developing the car and how just team-oriented most of these guys are out there. And, it's not all about the win at the end of the day for them. It's all about the journey, right? It's not the destination, it's the journey. The famous cheesy quote that I'll bring out right now. Why not?
Every driver wants a trophy and bragging rights, but if you can't get that, then one thing that you are certainly trying to do is do as literally as best as you possibly can. I'll tell you one driver that is doing the best they possibly can, and that's Jacob Osterman in the number 7 ITV racing car. That gap has continued to shrink, everyone. 2.2 seconds the gap, first to second. Second to third has certainly grown a little bit when Grunwald got into the 86 Team MSI Mercedes AMG. It's 1.4. That's the biggest that gap has been pretty much since we've been in the boxes. There is a Lamborghini sitting off in the chicane there, and there is a yellow waved in that area. There was a yellow waved earlier, but I don't think it was for the same incident, but that car will get going. That is the Vincenzo Racing number 6 Lambo, and it's just sitting there. That reeks of a mechanical failure.
Yeah, you absolutely hate to see it. It hasn't been a great race, unfortunately, for them thus far, and the positions are going to continue to plummet until they get back out on track. Hopefully they can make a stop into pit lane and get that driver switched out if there is an issue that needs to be attended to. But that yellow flag still remaining. Again, hopefully that gets resolved. Thankfully, they're in a nice, safe runoff area, though, where they're not going to be impeding anybody and will be relatively safe. Just an unfortunate one. But as you'd mentioned, though, the gap is extreme. It's coming down so fast at this point. 1.9 seconds, 255 laps have been elapsed, and we are going to be seeing a fight underway soon enough. But on that, we also see the 86 cars falling off the back bumper to about 1.6 seconds. So Grunwald not quite onto the pace as Osterman has been.
Well, it's something to be said about a driver that's been driving in the darks, been making up time. They've got that confidence, and they've kept them in the car, and I think confidence does come into play. We don't know if Van der Velde will be able to drive away eventually. We don't know if Grunwald will be able to limit the damage done, but Osterman certainly has none of those fears. They have continued to run this 9-second gap. It was probably even bigger than that, but our frame of reference is when Mike and I got into the box. So it was 9 seconds then. It's now under 2. Osterman absolutely feeling it at this stage.
Yeah, 100%. And also one thing in chat there, we see this game, beautiful looking game as well. That is such a good point to add, is this is one of those few games that, especially when you're on GT World and you hover over the thumbnail just to check out to see what they're live and what they're doing, you look at it, is this real GT racing? I didn't know there was a real GT race on today. And you look at it a little bit closer. Oh no, that's ACC. It's just such a beautiful game, and especially at night, the details that come out through it, it is absolutely incredible. And I wonder if NASCAR has an esport? Yes, it does.
Yeah, I've commentated a lot of series over the years, and the only one that elicits a reaction quite like that is Assetto Corsa Competizione. So many times, people that are unaware join in and say, is this a real race? And my answer is always the same. Like, well, yeah, they're really racing, but it is esports and it is a sim. But it's just, there's something about ACC. It's beautiful, and you've got, of course, in the nighttime, it's very easy to see. You've got some of the cameras, the trackside cameras have a bit of dirt added effect, and man, it's just, it's beautiful all the way around. And little things like that with the dirt in the reflection and the glare on the camera, all that adds to the mystique of the sim. And even in the dark, you can see the reflections off the bodies of the race cars, light bouncing around. It's beautiful, it's wonderful, and it's probably my favorite looking sim.
100%. And it's a bit of a small field. How many cars did we start with tonight? Well, I can tell you right now we have 43, which that is not quite I wouldn't describe it as a small grid. ACC, I think this track allows you up to like 80 or something along those lines. It might even be just 50. But very full grid in terms of the standout. We have both silver category as well as pro category. We're currently watching the battle for what is going to be the lead within the next few minutes. We predicted it was going to be at the top of the hour that we saw it. Not quite, but it will be close.
Yep, it sure will be. And I wonder, too, after pit stops, would we still have this conversation, right? That would there be a battle? I kind of thought in my head that it would be all done and dusted. A new driver got into the car, a fresh driver. Would that be it? But the case has been quite the opposite. In fact, it's only intensified. 1.5 seconds the gap. Van der Velde to Osterman as we are nearing the 14-hour to go mark just after 2 a.m. And there will be a battle for the lead. Everybody at home, wake up grandma. She's going to want to see this.
100%. Send it out to your friends. And again, just thank you to everybody that is joining us here either on YouTube or Twitch. That is Mike Noss in the booth, Jesse Lee alongside me here, partner in crime for tonight as we have hit the 14-hour mark. 10 hours have been elapsed thus far. Feels like we just joined.
No, it really has. Look, 10 hours and absolutely nothing between them. We're still talking the better part of, 3 seconds between the top three? That's absolutely incredible. It's impeccable. It's all the things at the same time. And I wouldn't have ever called it that it would be this close up the front. It's this close a lot of other places in the field, rather besides, of course, working round number 2 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series. Here, we're happy to have all of you with us. This, the second round, the Esports 24 Hours of Spa. Only the second round of this campaign. And Mike, only the first 24-hour race of this campaign.
Yeah, this is absolutely such a good series being put on by SRO. And of course, there's more SRO series in the future. We also have not just SRO putting on events. They have recently reached out in ACC to a bunch of different communities, and a lot of them are now doing the Road to the SRO Community World Challenge. And they're all hosting that at the end of the month. Definitely check out SimGrid for various information on that. If you just look up Road to SRO, you can find, I think, all of the communities that will be hosting that. I think there was 10 of them.
Yep. There's so much going on, of course, outside of the Intercontinental GT Challenge